Chapter 1. The paranoid aristocrat's illegitimate son, the spoiled and malicious young lady 1. Task objective: Ruan Qing'an. Affection value: 0. Within the resplendent private room, vibrant lights flickered, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. In the center, a petite young lady sat upon a genuine leather sofa, her eyes closed in serene contemplation. Surrounding her were several second-generation heirs, fawning over her like eager lapdogs. Her beauty was strikingly excessive, her features alluring yet, even with a visage as captivating as a rose in full bloom, the air of disdainful arrogance lingered in her downcast gaze. Qing'an, do you have something weighing on your mind? If there's anything, just say it, Qing'an. We're here to help. However, Ruan Qing'an lazily opened her eyes. Silence. Do I need your sycophantic assistance? Her words were far from courteous, dripping with contempt. Yet the second-generation heirs were accustomed to such treatment and promptly fell silent, fearful of inciting the young lattice ire. Ruan Qing'an was the heiress of Han Yuan Group. Although she appeared delicate and enchanting, her personality was nothing short of overbearing and vicious. Any slight inconvenience to her resulted in dire consequences for those involved. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that beneath this facade lay a different individual entirely. Ruan Qing'an was the most formidable tasker in the 3000 Dimensions Management Bureau, having been sealed due to a conflict with the supreme deity. Feeling the pulsating orb of light in her mind, she queried the system. After being confined by the supreme deity for so long, are you finally allowing me to undertake a task? The system, designated as 037, could only explain anxiously. Host, this task's difficulty is exceedingly high, only you can handle it. Oh, what is the task? Make the male lead fall in love with you and accumulate affection points. Isn't that rather simple? The male lead, Luo Yuming, was the illegitimate son of the Luo family. His mother, the first love of the family head, had been abandoned due to her lack of a prestigious background, raising Luo Yuming alone. It was only a few months prior that Luo Yuming learned of his mother's passing, igniting his thirst for revenge. Ruan Qing'an was one of the primary culprits who had bullied him like a dog during his downfall, and now the plot had progressed to a point where Luo Yuming held power, feigning patience, only to deliver a fatal blow later on. In simple terms, he could eliminate Ruan Qing'an at any moment. 037 explained. Countless taskers have perished at the hands of Luo Yuming. No one has successfully navigated him. The system suggests that you transform into a kind-hearted flower to redeem him and make him fall in love with you. That does sound reasonable. Did they succeed? Oh well. Ruan Qing'an smiled sweetly. Then I refuse. As the young lattice displeasure permeated the room, a tense atmosphere enveloped them. One young man, sporting a nose ring and dyed blonde hair, cautiously offered Ruan Qing'an a glass of wine. He was Luo Jihong, the eldest son of the Luo family. Qing'an, if you're bored, I could summon Luo Yuming to entertain you. What do you think? Ruan Qing'an finally lifted her gaze toward him. Luo Jihong wore a fawning smile, knowing that his idea of entertainment involved tormenting Luo Yuming. She pondered for a moment. Bring him here. Luo Jihong immediately replied, sure thing, as long as it pleases you. When the door to the private room swung open once more, a tall young man appeared in the entrance. His demeanor was frigid, with shadows cast across his face, rendering him incongruous with the surroundings. The young man's expression was aloof, his deep-set eyes harboring a thick disdain. He possessed a strikingly chiseled Western bone structure, harmoniously blended with an Eastern elegance, exuding an extraordinary charm. In an effort to amuse Ruan Qing'an, Luo Jihong smashed a bottle on the floor, bellowing at Luo Yuming. Why are you just standing there? Don't you know to come over and pour wine for the young lady? Luo Yuming remained silent, merely approaching and half-squatting at the table. However, just as he was about to uncork the bottle, Luo Jihong seized his collar and forcefully slammed him against the glass table. In an instant, the room was filled with Luo Jihong's scathing remarks. What the hell are you scowling at? Luo Yuming showed no reaction, seemingly resigned to his fate, but Ruan Qing'an understood that he had long been orchestrating the downfall of the Luo family, patiently biding his time. Just as Luo Jihong was about to slash at Luo Yuming with a broken glass, Ruan Qing'an finally interjected, wait. Luo Jihong paused, incredulous as he turned to her. Ruan Qing'an was typically indifferent to such matters. Rarely intervening, it was only when she observed Luo Yuming being humiliated that she would smile, encouraging them to escalate their cruelty. Qing'an, what's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? I've seen too much of this, it's tiresome. Luo Jihong thought he understood her meaning and presented the shards to Ruan Qing'an. Then why don't you do it, Qing'an? Unexpectedly, Ruan Qing'an stood up, looking down at him from above. I'm going to say, you are truly insipid. Qing'an, step aside. Her voice was cold, authoritative without anger, prompting Luo Jihong to awkwardly chuckle and retreat, leaving Luo Yuming still leaning against the glass table. Luo Yuming half closed his eyes, displaying no reaction. Ruan Qing'an's Hongyuan group held greater influence than the Luo family. He needed further planning to utterly crush the Ruan family. At that moment, icy fingertips brushed against his face, and the next instant, Ruan Qing'an crouched before him, unexpectedly grasping his large hand with remarkable gentleness before pulling him upright. Luo Yuming's tall figure cast a shadow over the young lady, who was adored by all. What humiliating scheme was this young lady concocting now? Ruan Qing'an, however, casually lowered her head, caressing Luo Yuming's hand, which was a size larger than hers, her fingers gliding over the slightly rough pads, suddenly exclaiming, I've just realized you are quite handsome. How about this, Luo Jihong? She raised her voice, tilting her head to look at Luo Yuming with leaden gray eyes, her expression haughty, yet as if she were born to command respect. Luo Jihong hurriedly leaned closer, ingratiatingly inquiring, What is it? Gift him to me, I want him as my lover. In that instant, the room fell into a profound silence. Luo Yuming abruptly lifted his head, his wolf-like gaze piercing through Ruan Qing'an, as if he could devour her whole in the next moment. The System 037 was trembling with fear. Oh my, you will be killed by the male lead. Chapter 2. The paranoid aristocrat's illegitimate son, the spoiled and malicious young lady too. No one in the private room dared to utter a word, except for Ruan Qing'an, who appeared utterly at ease. She stood on her tiptoes, her hand gliding over Luo Yuming's face. The arrogant young lady seemed like a flower blooming from the soil of sin, mocking, Others are unworthy of being my lovers, while you lot, I find utterly beneath me. Qing'an, but he is the second young master of the Luo family. Ruan Qing'an merely cast a sidelong glance at Luo Jihong. What's it to me? He's just an illegitimate son. If he cannot be given to me, what about you? Ruan Qing'an, do not speak so excessively. Luo Jihong could no longer contain himself, raising his voice. To be your lover means to be a mere plaything. If word gets out, who is truly being humiliated, Luo Yuming or me? I recall you saying that Luo Yuming is neither a young master nor your brother, merely a dispensable object, correct? Ruan Qing'an scoffed, releasing her grip, and leisurely sank into the leather sofa. Now that I wish to take Luo Yuming as a lover. How does that reflect poorly on you? Aren't you the one who prides himself on being of higher status than him? Luo Jihong was seething with frustration. Of course, that was the logic, but to outsiders, it appeared as if the Luo family's young master had willingly degraded himself to become Ruan Qing'an's plaything. Yet Ruan Qing'an paid him no mind, propping her hands on the sofa's edge, her eyes narrowing into a crescent as she commanded, Luo Yuming, remove my shoes. Luo Yuming, you dare? Upon hearing Luo Jihong's thunderous shout, Luo Yuming instead lowered his gaze, concealing the derision in his eyes. He crouched down and gently cradled Ruan Qing'an's calf, his touch exquisitely delicate, akin to warm jade. A vibrant, fragrant, and supple beauty. Luo Yuming's gaze darkened, instinctively applying more pressure, only to have his face lightly struck by a slap, lacking force, merely brushing against him, accompanied by a chilling fragrance. This was entirely different from the beatings he had endured from Luo Jihong in the past. Ruan Qing'an softly protested, that hurts, be gentler. Her tone was almost playful, and Luo Yuming instinctively softened his grip, unaware that a distinct red mark had already formed on Ruan Qing'an's calf, exuding an allure that tempted violation. Luo Yuming had never realized that within the ranks of those who tormented him, Ruan Qing'an, as a cold observer, was actually vulnerable. Only after removing the slender high heels did her porcelain-like foot rest atop Luo Yuming's palm, and Ruan Qing'an raised her head to regard Luo Jihong. Do you see this, young master of the Luo family? The elongated voice dripped with sarcasm, as Luo Jihong clenched his fist, yet he dared not strike Ruan Qing'an. Ruan Qing'an, what have I done to provoke you? Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an surveyed Luo Jihong from head to toe and chuckled lightly. I have suddenly realized that your appearance is exceedingly displeasing, a blight on the eyes. Luo Jihong trembled with rage, yet he refrained from uttering further words. Luo Yuming observed the scene with an impassive demeanor, unable to suppress a laugh within. Indeed, it was a case of dogs biting dogs. Just as he looked up, his gaze fortuitously met Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes. The young lady pressed her hand upon Luo Yuming's shoulder, using the leverage of her foot on his palm to propel herself directly into his embrace. Fearing that this young lady would once again utilize her fall to humiliate him, Luo Yuming had no choice but to catch her, leaving Ruan Qing'an nearly ensnared in his arms. Yet she remained aloof, issuing commands with an air of superiority. Retrieve my shoes and carry me out. I do not care who you think you are, Luo Jihong. Either you serve me as a dog, or allow Luo Yuming to be my lover. Both options served to trample Luo Jihong's pride into the ground, his countenance darkening significantly. Meanwhile, Ruan Qing'an cast a scornful glance, wrapping her arm around Luo Yuming's neck and laughing softly. Now carry me out. Understood. Luo Yuming supported her waist with one hand, while the other cradled her, his fingertips grazing Ruan Qing'an's delicate stiletto heels as he rose to leave the private room. Outside the nightclub, the driver awaited by the luxurious car. After placing Ruan Qing'an in the back seat, Luo Yuming prepared to close the door and depart, only to find her tugging at his collar. Who permitted you to leave, my little lover? Does the young lady have further instructions? Luo Yuming countered, knowing this young lady was notorious for her erratic whims, likely seeking to humiliate Luo Jihong merely for her amusement. However, Ruan Qing'an pulled down the partition within the car, causing his expression to shift slightly. The petite girl reclined against the pitch-black seat, her alabaster skin appearing almost reflective, while the tall young man found himself awkwardly bent over, propping himself against the door, seemingly pinning her beneath him. Ruan Qing'an's eyes sparkled with mischief. You belong to me now, he retorted. What did Luo Jihong do to anger the young lady? He acts as though he understands my preferences, which is utterly revolting. And as for you, you would relish the thought of devouring me whole, wouldn't you? Ruan Qing'an paused momentarily before yanking Luo Yuming into the car. Unfortunately, I find great pleasure in your disdain for me. Her beaming smile resembled a flower that, while repugnant, nonetheless incited an irresistible longing. Luo Yuming's heart sank a few notches. Was this young lady truly intent on tormenting him? Affection level 5037. Oh dear, are you genuinely pursuing him? Woe is me. It is all over. Even you cannot fulfill this task. Be good, be silent, and watch closely. When the sedan halted before the villa, a moving company truck remained parked outside, and a middle-aged man in a suit stood beside it, directing the workers as they brought in furniture. After Luo Yuming had helped her put on her shoes once more, the petite girl, now clad in her stilettos, strode directly to the middle-aged man. Dad, when do you plan to arrange the room? Ruan's father replied, gesturing to a woman assisting with the move in the distance. Come here, Ruan Ruan. This is your sister, Ruan Qing'an. The woman in the white dress appeared delicate and gentle, slightly bowing to Ruan Qing'an, awkwardly saying, Hello, Ruan Ruan. Ruan's father affectionately patted Ruan Tianxian's shoulder, saying, Ruan Ruan, your sister's birth mother is gravely ill in this world. I am her only family, and I cannot neglect her. Seeing Ruan Qing'an's expression darken, Ruan's father's smile faded. Ruan Ruan, I hope you could be a little more understanding. Before Ruan Qing'an could respond, Ruan Tianxian forced a smile. It's all right. Even though mom is sick, I can manage on my own. I have several part-time jobs, and I can support myself and cover the medical expenses. Do not worry, I won't compete with you for dad's affection. Ruan Tianxian's voice quivered with emotion, her reddened eyes gazing at Ruan Qing'an, as though she were a pitiful victim forced into homelessness. Standing behind Ruan Qing'an, Luo Yuming could distinctly see her hands trembling involuntarily. This young lady would likely slap her in anger. Yet unexpectedly, in the next moment, Ruan Qing'an was the first to burst into tears, even before Ruan Tianxian could begin. Ruan Tianxian? Chapter 3. The Paranoid Heir and the Spoiled Heiress. 3. Everyone present was momentarily stunned. Regardless of whether Ruan Qing'an was striking someone or hurling insults, no one anticipated that she would weep. After all, it was merely her father, and she was willing to relinquish him, Ruan Qing'an mused. Why does that sound rather off? Ruan Qing'an beamed brightly, dismissing the worthless father without a second thought. However, Ruan Fu was overjoyed, wrapping an arm around both Ruan Qing'an and Ruan Tiantian's shoulders, exclaiming, "It is truly wonderful that you two sisters can coexist harmoniously, of course. Why would I ever cause you concern?" Father. Despite Ruan Fu now appearing tenderly affectionate, in the original text, the protagonist had publicly confronted Ruan Fu out of dissatisfaction with Ruan Tiantian's presence, resulting in a resounding slap and the confiscation of all her cards, leaving Ruan Tiantian to revel in her humiliation. Ruan Fu had no intentions of meddling in Ruan Qing'an's social affairs, merely stating, "As long as you're having fun, that is all that matters." Ruan Qing'an inclined her head slightly and turned to head towards the villa. The sound of her stiletto heels echoed against the floor as she walked ahead. Concealed emotions began to seep through. Upon entering her bedroom, she attempted to close the door, only for a large hand to intrude through the gap. Luo Yumming firmly pressed against the door, saying, "Miss, you brought me here. Regardless of the circumstances, you must make some arrangements for me. Wouldn't you?" Luo Yumming paused, taken aback. "What is wrong with you? Get out if I have no arrangements. Then you can sleep at my doorstep." "What? Do I need to personally make your bed for you?" Her irritable outburst was laced with incoherent logic. Initially, Luo Yumming considered leaving, but under the roof he found himself unable to do so and had to endure. Even as he caught the quivering tone of Ruan Qing'an's insults, his gaze deepened and his grip tightened, effectively halting Ruan Qing'an's attempt to close the door. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Yumming pushed his way into the bedroom, shutting the door behind him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Miss, have you been crying?" Inside the bedroom, the atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Host quickly shed some tears, allowing the male lead to perceive your vulnerability, your fragility, your tragic circumstances, as this would facilitate his mockery of you. "So he can ridicule me with ease?" Ruan Qing'an rolled her eyes. Given Luo Yumming's current demeanor, the fact that he had yet to openly laugh was already a significant restraint. Luo Yumming leaned against the door, arms crossed, intently observing Ruan Qing'an, a smirk of derision dancing in his eyes, fearing that her tears were as feigned as those outside the villa. Yet as he pondered this, Ruan Qing'an turned to face him, tilting her head to meet his gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Who are you calling a crybaby? Who is pitiful like a puppy? Who is crying?" But Luo Yumming dared not voice his thoughts, lest Ruan Qing'an lunged at him in fury. Instead, he feigned compliance, nodding. "Then now, can the young lady arrange for my accommodation? If you don't have arrangements, you can simply lie down right there." Luo Yumming. Well, her temper has flared up again, that he was in no mood to cater to her whims, and was about to open the door when Ruan Qing'an called out to him. "Hey, wait a moment. Luo Yumming, you are my lover. Where do you think you're going at this late hour?" That familiar malice resurfaced. Luo Yumming thought perhaps she harbored a grudge for his earlier laughter. He sighed. "What do you want? Do whatever a lover ought to do." Ruan Qing'an snorted, retrieving her clothes and stepping into the bathroom, and moments later, the sound of water filled the air. Luo Yumming's expression darkened. He scoffed softly, realizing Ruan Qing'an was not merely a tormentor, but also a hedonist. When Ruan Qing'an emerged from the bathroom, leisurely drying her hair, she found that Luo Yumming's presence was conspicuously absent. She blinked in surprise and took a few steps towards the bed. Just then, with the sound of the door closing, a long, slender hand rested on her shoulder. Ruan Qing'an froze as warm breath brushed her ear, swiftly followed by an invasive aura. As Luo Yumming nearly enveloped her in his embrace, he chuckled lightly. "Shall we go to the bed?" Ruan Qing'an was completely immobilized. She gazed up at him, her eyes wide, meeting his elongated gaze, which held a murky depth. His eyes were a swirl of thick darkness, one hand pressing against her while the other held a shard of broken glass he had obtained after shattering a vase while showering in the adjacent room. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could easily slice her delicate neck. Luo Yumming would rather Ruan Qing'an treat him like a plaything than allow her to feel his touch. The very thought repulsed him. Yet, despite this internal struggle, his outward demeanor remained unchanged. His fingers caressed Ruan Qing'an's delicate skin. "What is the matter? Or do you desire to engage in something else?" His voice dripped with seductive undertones. In the next moment, the petite girl had burrowed under the covers, resembling a cocooned silkworm. Ruan Qing'an's head was the only visible part, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. You rogue," Luo Yumming, are you a pervert? How dare you utter such things? You are utterly outrageous. Luo Yumming instinctively concealed the shard, retorting, Didn't you say that I should do what a lover ought to do? Ruan Qing'an felt her entire being flush crimson, burying herself deep within the blanket. Who said lovers could only engage in such activities? Is your mind filled solely with filthy thoughts? Luo Yumming, whose mind was indeed filled with such thoughts. He was on the verge of laughing in exasperation. Unable to maintain even the fatale of composure, he sat at the edge of the bed. Then what do you wish to do? Tell me a story. Very well. Luo Yumming remained silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. He begrudgingly opened a fairy tale book, his long legs propped up on the bed, his deep, husky voice softly reading Cinderella. Uncertain how much time had passed, accompanied by the sound of fabric rustling, a small figure suddenly nestled beside him. He stiffened, instinctively looking down to find Ruan Qing'an curled up next to him, as if seeking solace. Initially, he intended to push her away until he heard her whisper, Mommy, I miss you so much. In his own muttered so, the young lady could also feel sorrow. Love value. 0. The shards of the vase fell to the ground as Luo Yumming lowered his gaze, reaching out to wipe away the tears that had unconsciously gathered at the corners of Ruan Qing'an's eyes. Brother Luo, have you been taken away by that young lady? Yes, the Ruan family is currently unable to act. Apologies to Brother Luo. We shall ultimately eradicate her. Chapter 4. The Paranoid Heir and the Spoiled Heiress. 4. The following morning, as Ruan Qing'an awoke, stretching languidly in comfort, she found that Luo Yumming's figure was no longer beside her. Given his aversion towards her, it was a stroke of luck that nothing had transpired the previous night, causing 037 to fret incessantly. Heavens above, how did you manage to fall asleep? Do you have any idea how many taskers have met their demise at the hands of the male lead in the dead of night? I am perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Ruan Qing'an shrugged nonchalantly, her slate-gray eyes half closed in contemplation. She mused that Luo Yumming would not strike against her for the time being, as he lacked the confidence to confront the Ruan family. If all went according to plan, trouble for the Luo family was imminent, but after them, it would be my turn. We are in deep trouble. However, just as Ruan Qing'an reached this conclusion, she shifted her focus. Before anything else, the most troublesome matter was Ruan Tian. The original protagonist had been expelled from the Ruan family due to her machinations, leaving Ruan Qing'an utterly defenseless against Luo Yumming's revenge. Though a bastardo, Luo Yumming was the offspring of a patriarch who had abandoned his mother first. Yet the Ruan family situation was even more convoluted. Ruan Mu was a formidable woman, and Ruan Fu had no genuine affection for her. Their union was merely a business arrangement. Consequently, when he strayed and found his true love, Ruan Tiantian's mother, Ruan Mu had been married to him for 30 years. Ruan Qing'an was 21 this year. Yet Ruan Tian was 2 years her senior. In the original text, the protagonist had been doted upon by Ruan Fu due to the backing of the Han family, another influential clan. However, under Ruan Fu's influence, she had grown distant from the Han family. Ultimately, Ruan Qing'an, misled by Ruan Tiantian's schemes, believed the Han family had caused her mother's demise, severing ties completely. Without support, Ruan Qing'an was expelled by Ruan Fu. 037 was equally anxious. Ruan Qing'an's current predicament could only be described as besieged on all fronts. Luo Yumming could strike at any moment. Ruan Tian was eyeing the Ruan family with predatory intent. Ruan Fu's affections were insincere, and even the Han family had grown distant due to prolonged neglect. Ruan Qing'an took a deep breath. First, stabilize the Han family, as long as they remain unscathed. Even if the Ruan family falls and Luo Yumming remains unyielding, I still have the means to entangle myself with him furthered. That moment, a sudden knock echoed on the bedroom door. The elderly butler stood at the entrance, head bowed. Miss, breakfast is ready. Would you like to come down to dine? Very well, I understand. Grandpa Mo, after washing up and changing into fresh attire, Ruan Qing'an stepped out of her room, only to find the butler still standing at the door, seemingly in a daze, and her smile deepened. The venerable butler, named Mo Hong, was an elderly man brought from the Han family when Ruan Mu married into the Ruan family. He had been a loyal servant of the Han family, watching Ruan Qing'an grow up since childhood, akin to a family member. However, the original owner of this body regarded Mo Hong as a mere servant and ultimately severed ties with the Han family, leading to the old man's departure as well. The haughty demeanor in Ruan Qing'an's eyes transformed into affectionate warmth as she addressed him. Grandpa Mo, let us go. Miss you. But before Mo Hong could finish his sentence, Ruan Qing'an had already stepped forward, entwining her arm with his, leading him downstairs that Mo Hong's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. It had been a long time since he had shared such closeness with the young lady. And although her temperament was now capricious, he still found her to be quite endearing, akin to his own granddaughter. Unable to suppress his concern, he inquired, "Did Miss Ruan Qing'an visit last night, causing you distress?" "Grandpa Mo, I dreamt of mother last night." Then Mo Hong immediately responded, "Miss, you mustn't say such things. You are the only young lady of the Ruan family. That depends on whether father still cares for me." Ruan Qing'an's voice dwindled to a whisper, imbued with an air of desolation, as she clutched Mo Hong's hand, trembling. "Grandpa Mo, it was only upon dreaming of mother that I realized she is the only one who truly cares for me." "Do not worry," Mississippi as they conversed. They had already arrived at the dining room, where Ruan Qing'an released his hand, leaving Mo Hong standing quietly beside the table, lost in contemplation that it had been merely a month since Ruan Mu's passing. And yet, the bullying had already reached the young lady that it seemed necessary to contact the Han family. The dining room was empty save for Ruan Qing'an, and Mo Hong explained, "Miss, the sir left early this morning to attend to important matters." Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an scoffed. What important matters could there be? It is merely that father is hastily arranging a banquet to announce Ruan Tiantian's recognition as a legitimate member of the Ruan family. Ruan Qing'an nodded slightly. She must be in the kitchen. She paused, a hint of coldness flickering in her lead gray eyes. It appeared that fate had finally conspired to bring the destined leads together in solitude. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, a Western-style breakfast was being prepared. Although Luo Yuming was a guest, Ruan Qing'an's ire caused her to neglect him, and Ruan Fu paid no mind to this illegitimate son, as the servants had forgotten to prepare his meal. Luo Yuming was focused on stacking sandwiches, while Ruan Tiantian stood beside him, carefully spreading fruit jam and glancing at him cautiously, having overheard Ruan Fu discussing Ruan Qing'an and Luo Yuming the previous night. Ruan Tiantian, despite being new to the family, saw him as a potential ally. Even if he was merely a child born out of wedlock, that in the future, she could also leverage her relationship with the esteemed eldest son of the Luo family. "Luo Jihong, are you called Luo Yuming?" Luo Yuming set down a slice of bread on his plate and replied. Ruan Tan continued, "I heard my father speak of you last night. You are most welcome to visit our home." Luo Yuming added another slice of lettuce, responding with a mere, Noticing his continued indifference, Ruan Tiantian mustered her courage to say, "Father mentioned that Ruan Ruan has a difficult temperament, so you mustn't take her to heart. I apologize on her behalf that we are both pitiful souls, Luo Yuming, and I truly cannot bear to think that if Ruan Ruan has wronged you." Ruan Tiantian rambled on. Finally, as Luo Yuming added a slice of bacon and completed his sandwich, he coldly replied, Then, before her very eyes, he lifted his plate and walked toward the kitchen exit, leaving Ruan Tiantian, jam in hand, with a grim expression to to her surprise. Even after her heartfelt empathy, Luo Yuming remained unresponsive. Instinctively, she followed him, only to trip and fall directly into his embrace. Luo Yuming was momentarily taken aback, and at that moment, he caught sight of Ruan Qing'an standing at the kitchen door, her petite figure framed by crossed arms. Her lead gray eyes radiating a chilling arrogance, as if to say, "If you dare to catch her, prepare to lose your hands." Chapter 5. The obsessive air of a wealthy family ex the spoiled and malicious young lady. 5. Ruan Tiantian instinctively smiled, anticipating that Luo Yuming would catch her, until the next moment, bang! With a thud, Ruan Tiantian fell to the ground, her ankle clearly swollen from the fall, while the jam slipped from her grasp, splattering across her dress and hair, leaving her in a state of disarray. Yet, Luo Yuming merely took a step back, carefully cradling his plate as if afraid to dirty the meticulously stacked sandwiches. Ruan Tiantian was nearly trembling with rage. Was Luo Yuming truly serious about stepping back? He seemed indifferent to Ruan Qing'an's opinion and unconcerned with the sycophantic Ruan Tiantian, who was clearly trying to curry favor. However, compared to Ruan Tiantian, Ruan Qing'an was evidently the more challenging one to please. Ruan Tiantian forced a gentle smile, though it appeared strained due to her pain. "Luo Yuming, why don't you help me?" The only response to Ruan Tiantian was a derisive laugh. When Ruan Tiantian lifted her head, She found Ruan Qing'an standing behind the tall and imposing young man, her eyes filled with scornful laughter, one hand resting on Luo Yuming's shoulder. Why should he help you? If your little brain isn't developed properly, it affects your balance. Why not be more careful? Ruan Ruan, how could you say such a thing to me? Ruan Tiantian's voice trembled with feigned sorrow. Ruan Qing'an shot her a disdainful glance. Have you forgotten that father left early this morning? What are you pretending for? I am not pretending. She seemed utterly aggrieved, incredulous as she gazed at Ruan Qing'an. Ruan Ruan, I didn't expect you to dislike me so much. Was your acceptance of me last night all a lie? And now you've caused me to sprain my ankle. Yes, I am a child born out of wedlock, but does that make me deserving of your bullying? Ruan Tiantian's gaze darted furtively towards Luo Yuming, who was also an illegitimate child, at this point. She could not believe that Luo Yuming would side with Ruan Qing'an. Before Ruan Tiantian could rejoice, Ruan Qing'an suddenly bent down, a radiant smile gracing her face as she stepped onto Ruan Tiantian's swollen ankle. For whether the illegitimate child deserves it or not, I cannot say, but you certainly do. Ah, Ruan Qing'an, you mad woman. Ruan Tiantian's face contorted in pain. Ruan Qing'an scoffed, indeed, I am as malicious and vicious as you say. Come at me. I've never seen someone so shameless. Ruan Tiantian, my mother just passed away. And you are already eager to come knocking. Understand this. You are an illegitimate daughter because your mother seduced a married man, while others are illegitimate children because their fathers abandoned their mothers. You think you can commiserate with them? Do you even deserve it? As Ruan Qing'an spoke, her eyes were filled with derision. Watching Ruan Tiantian curl up in agony on the floor, she shot a cold glance at her before turning to leave the kitchen. Mo Hong had already prepared breakfast for Ruan Qing'an and was patiently waiting at the dining table. She sat down leisurely and beckoned to Luo Yuming. Come here. Luo Yuming furrowed his brow slightly. Placing his plate on the table before stepping before Ruan Qing'an, that in an instant his collar was yanked, pulling him closer to her strikingly beautiful face. Meeting her lead gray eyes, he found himself momentarily stunned. Up close, her ostentatious beauty was even more confrontational, as if all her arrogance were entirely justified. You were wise not to accept her, she remarked. Now, come here. Her slender fingers glided over his throat, brushing past his lips as she picked up a sandwich from the plate and brought it to his mouth. It was a gesture so frivolous it resembled feeding a dog. Yet Ruan Qing'an exuded an air of entitlement. As if even in subjugation, she bestowed a sense of superiority that compelled one to offer their utmost devotion. Luo Yuming felt he should be repulsed, yet his gaze instinctively followed her fingers. Just the previous night, she had cried like a small dog, curling up beside him, and when he had grasped her ankle, it had been all too effortless to pull her beneath him, leaving behind a lingering blush. How did she manage to be so audacious? Luo Yuming lowered his gaze, concealing the confusion within, as he obediently allowed Ruan Qing'an to feed him. Observing this scene, a sense of unease washed over 037. Oh, ancestors, the affection level is still at 0. How dare you cause such turmoil for the male lead? Ruan Qing'an chuckled softly. Regardless of whether he loves me or hates me, little system, I am already significant enough to Luo Yuming. The most challenging aspect of the strategy is not hatred, but indifference. She narrowed her lead gray eyes, a smile dancing within them. Luo Yuming merely did not love her. But as long as he remained under her influence, all his thoughts and gazes would inevitably follow her. Ruan Qing'an held the sandwich in one hand, lowering her gaze to Luo Yuming. You must remember, you are mine, and thus far more noble than that woman, that if she touches you, you become tainted. The daughter of a mistress, how dare she come knocking, pretending to be innocent? It's utterly disgusting, isn't that right? Dear sister, Ruan Qing'an elongated her tone, lifting her gaze towards the kitchen door. Ruan Tiantian limped out, her gaze fiercely fixed on Ruan Qing'an, wishing she could devour her whole. Observing Luo Yuming's submissive demeanor, Ruan Tiantian trembled with anger. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the butler, Missouri Hong, silently watching her from the side. Crouched in the corner, Ruan Tiantian's ankle was swollen and red, clearly a serious injury. I'm fine, Dad. What do you mean? You're also Dad's child. Ruan's father immediately intervened, and upon seeing Ruan Tiantian's aggrieved silence, he suddenly understood. Tiantian, don't be afraid. Tell Dad, did Ruan Ruan bully you? No, she didn't, she hastily clarified. Yet her gaze flickered as if she had been threatened. Ruan's father's expression darkened further. Tiantian, Finally, Ruan Qing'an spoke. Dad, please don't blame Ruan Ruan that I disturbed her life. She did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. She's entirely in the wrong. Just last night I thought she had matured, that she could understand Dad and her sister, but to think she would turn her back and do something like this is utterly incomprehensible. Ruan father suddenly stood up, his face ashen. I must teach her a proper lesson today. She has been spoiled beyond measure and dares to bully her own sister. Dad, I really just fell by accident. Ruan Qing'an feigned innocence. But Ruan father was already storming toward Ruan Qing'an's bedroom. Chapter 6. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family the spoiled and malicious young lady 6 bang. The bedroom door was flung open. Ruan Qing'an sat at her vanity, braiding her hair, while Luo Yuming lounged on the windowsill, merely raising an eyebrow at the commotion, silently diminishing his presence. Ruan Qing'an, is your biological sister. I know, Ruan Qing'an replied with a bright smile. Dad is even more aware of this than I am. After all, she's your own daughter. Her voice elongated, inadvertently sounding mocking, yet Ruan father seemed oblivious to it, growling. Tian twisted her ankle. She claims it was an accident. Do you have any explanation? She already said it was an accident. What do I need to explain? If it truly was an accident, why is she so evasive, even hiding in her room? The more Ruan father pondered, the more convinced he became. His finger pointed menacingly at Ruan Qing'an, his rage intensifying. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Ruan Qing'an apologized to An immediately. Ruan Qing'an, limping to the door, looked woefully pitiful, her face flushed, and pleaded with Ruan father. Dad, please don't make things difficult for Ruan Ruan. Qing'an, why are you defending her? Ruan father, filled with concern, stepped closer to support Ruan Tiantian, his anger toward Ruan Qing'an escalating. Ruan Qing'an, look, your sister is still speaking up for you. Ruan Qing'an shrugged, but she isn't wrong. Ruan Qing'an, please don't argue. Ruan Tiantian interrupted, saying, Dad, don't let my situation affect your relationship with Ruan Ruan. It was my intrusion. Tiantian, you've been wronged, Ruan father said, hastily approaching Ruan Qing'an, raising his hand in anger. You need a proper lesson. Witnessing this scene, Ruan Tiantian couldn't help but chuckle, only for Ruan Qing'an to swiftly block Ruan father's hand. In the moment of standoff, she chuckled lightly. Dad, my mom just left. Grandfather and grandmother haven't even come out yet. With just those simple words, Ruan father's hand abruptly halted, his face shifting from pale to flushed, twisted with fury. He almost forgot that Ruan Qing'an had the Han family backing her. Ruan Qing'an smiled, looking down at him arrogantly. Last night, she had to endure a bit, but through him Mo Hong, an elder of the Han family. News of the bullied young lady and the Ruan family would eventually reach the Han family. Ruan father finally calmed down, forcing a gentle smile. Ruan Ruan, Dad understands you. After all, Tun just joined our family, and you might still be adjusting. Just as he turned to leave, Ruan Qing'an suddenly interjected. Dad, didn't you just tell me to apologize to my sister? Yes, I indeed owe her an apology. Ruan Qing'an stood up, serious and solemn. I didn't realize she had issues with her brain development, which caused balance problems, leading to her fall that I failed to empathize with her, and that is my fault. Similarly, I didn't realize that my sister is already 23 years old, yet still requires coaxing after a fall to overcome difficulties and leave the room to eat. That my failure to send someone to feed her is also my fault. Pausing, Ruan Qing'an looked at Ruan Tiantian and said, I'm sorry. Sister, from this perspective, it is indeed my mistake. The entire bedroom fell silent. Only Luo Yuming, seated by the window, raised a hand to cover his lips, stifling a laugh. He was just now realizing how sharp-tongued this young lady was. The expressions on Ruan father and Ruan Tiantian's faces turned grim, but before Ruan Tiantian could speak, Ruan father had to suppress his rage. Pushing Ruan Tiantian's shoulder to leave, that it wasn't until the door closed again that the farce finally came to an end. Ruan Qing'an, appearing unfazed, turned to lie on her bed, scrolling through her phone, beckoning to Luo Yuming. Come here, hurry. Only then did Luo Yuming sit on the carpet beside the bed, while the charming young lady, bored, listened to music, opening her mouth. Then Luo Yuming placed a grape into her mouth. Gently rubbing his fingers, he lowered his gaze in silence. Ruan Qing'an's calves were nearly reflective, swinging slowly. So good. You even peeled the grape skin for me that I'll reward you with another grape. Thank you, you're welcome. Luo Yuming paused, eating a grape, realizing that until now, his impression of Ruan Qing'an was rather shallow. amid the laughter and scorn of Luo Jihong and other second-generation heirs. The flower-like young lady remained aloof, looking down on his suffering with merely a light chuckle. Luo Yuming's gaze deepened as it fell upon Ruan Qing'an's arm, which bore red marks from blocking Ruan father. Her body soft, yet her demeanor unyielding, he suddenly said, "Miss, just now with the scoundrel father and the little white flower sister, it's nothing rare." Ruan Qing'an lifted her eyes to look at Luo Yuming. "Isn't your old man the same?" "Ah, men are all like this." The innocent Luo Yuming was caught off guard. But the atmosphere froze for a moment as Ruan Qing'an grabbed Luo Yuming's large hand, opening his palm, lowering her head to spit the grape seed into his hand like a small beast. Luo Yuming's throat moved slightly, recalling Ruan Tiantian's expression. "Is this why you dislike me?" Or rather, I asked this the reason she had coldly watched him being bullied before. Ruan Qing'an remained silent for a long time, finally saying, "Long ago, I was aware of Ruan Tiantian's existence, but I never thought my dad would dare to bring her home. Shortly after my mom's death, being a bastard is one thing, but shamelessly seeking out others to disrupt their lives, believing oneself to be justified, is where the fault lies," Luo Yuming countered. "So because of Ruan Tiantian, you dislike me, who is also a bastard. Is that it?" Ruan Qing'an's body stiffened, abruptly sitting up. "Enough, enough. You've lost the right to question me." Just moments ago, they had been able to converse civilly, but the next instant, the ill-tempered young lady's expression soured. Turning away from Luo Yuming, lying on the bed to play with her phone, refusing to speak. Luo Yuming could only sit cross-legged on the carpet, instinctively eating grapes, yet his thoughts deepened as he caught a glimpse of Ruan Qing'an's ears, flushed red and hidden among her hair. This young lady likely made things difficult for him because of his identity and Luo Jihong's instigation. As for whether she now recognized the differences between his mother and Ruan Tiantian's mother, no. He couldn't let his guard down just yet. Lost in thought, he felt a gentle push on his leg. Looking down, he saw Ruan Qing'an's fair foot lightly kicking his calf that it barely hurt, more like a cat's scratch. The young lady continued to command, "I want to eat grapes. Hurry up and feed me. You're not allowed to daze off." Luo Yuming sighed. "Understood." Affection level 5. Ah, ancestor, the affection level finally moved. Ruan Qing'an munched on grapes without a glance in his direction. Basic operation. Get used to it. No need for thanks. Despite Ruan father being wary of the Han family's influence behind Ruan Qing'an, his heart remained fixated on his beloved daughter. Soon, invitations to a banquet for various prestigious families were sent out. A week later, the banquet arrived as promised, its scale far exceeding Ruan Qing'an's previous birthday celebration, putting her in an awkward position. Chapter 7. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family, the spoiled and malicious young lady. 7. Outside the banquet was a small garden, where brilliant sunlight illuminated the water flowing from the fountain, resembling crystal. The festivities had yet to commence, yet guests were already trickling in, mostly congregating in the bustling hall, while the garden remained largely empty. Luo Yuming traversed the pebble path from behind. He was suddenly enveloped by the sound of conversation, causing him to halt in his tracks. To his astonishment, he learned that Ruan Qing'an had a sister, and one who was evidently held in high regard. It seemed likely that the young lady would soon throw a tantrum. Following this, a cacophony of derisive laughter erupted. Luo Jihong, seated beside the fountain, spoke loudly, flanked by a group of second-generation scions, the very same who had accompanied Ruan Qing'an at the nightclub previously. They remained silent, for after all, the Ruan family merely had an additional daughter. It did not necessarily indicate that Ruan Qing'an was truly disadvantaged. Yet Luo Jihong could not restrain his vitriol. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Luo Yuming's figure. He paused, then raised his voice. "Oh, isn't this the plaything of the young lady? How does it feel to serve a woman? You little bastard, come here at once." Seeing Luo Yuming stand motionless, Luo Jihong directed those nearby. "Bring him over here." It seems that after a few days with Ruan Qing'an, he's forgotten his place. The group moved forward accordingly. After all, Ruan Qing'an was someone they could not afford to offend, but Luo Yuming was a different matter entirely. Luo Yuming slightly furrowed his brow, evading their grasp. Luo Jihong scoffed, then kicked at him. "What are you dodging for? Have you forgotten what life was like in the Luo household?" Luo Yuming did not resist. He merely half-closed his eyes, his fingertips restlessly rubbing against one another, suppressing the surging resentment within. How could he possibly forget? Yet as long as his mother could be saved, Luo Yuming could endure. However, at this juncture, the Luo family remained treacherous, allowing his mother to perish on the hospital bed. Faced with Luo Jihong's foolish visage, Luo Yuming refrained from retaliation, though the curve of his lips grew increasingly frigid. Just wait, it will all come to an end soon. Luo Jihong felt a chill creep up his spine under Luo Yuming's dark gaze. He instinctively tightened his grip, seizing Luo Yuming's hair. "What are you staring at, huh? Do you believe I want to gouge your eyes out for daring to look at me?" he shouted, pushing Luo Yuming forcefully into the fountain's water, continuing his tirade, until someone nearby tugged at him. "What are you doing? Don't you see what I'm doing?" She was clad in a deep crimson gown, layered and cascading like a flower, surrounded by admirers. Blooming in all its resplendent glory, exuding a striking and unstoppable beauty that rendered one unable to look away. Yet it was her eyes that made Luo Jihong tremble uncontrollably. His hand loosened instinctively. Qing'an, is that you, Ruan Qing'an?" However, paid him no mind, turning instead to Luo Yuming, who lay prostrate by the fountain. "How much longer must you stay like this? You waste." "Young lady," Luo Yuming turned, lifting a hand to brush the wet locks from his face, revealing sharp features that, despite the disheveled appearance, emanated a nonchalant indifference. His gaze was wolfish, yet artfully concealed. Just as Luo Jihong opened his mouth to speak, Ruan Qing'an interrupted him directly. "I believe I have mentioned this. Luo Jihong, Luo Yuming is mine. Did I know you claim him as your lover? So what are you doing now?" With a smile gracing her lips, Ruan Qing'an continued, "You're hitting him, aren't you? What are you? To dare strike someone of mine? Qing'an, today is the Ruan family banquet. He is merely a bastard. It's not worth it, truly." Those nearby attempted to dissuade him. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuming was momentarily taken aback. While Luo Jihong shot up in indignation, "Ruan Qing'an, have you lost your mind? Is there a problem? You hit him. He retaliates against you. That is only natural. It's simply the way of things. Even if he struck first, it would still be your fault, after all." Ruan Qing'an paused, her smile deepening. "Even if he is my dog, he is still more noble than you, Luo Jihong." For a moment, Luo Yuming stood there, unsure whether the young lady was disparaging him or Luo Jihong. Though he understood that Ruan Qing'an was merely expressing her disdain for Luo Jihong as affront to her dignity, the feeling of being defended was surprisingly pleasant. Was it not? Affection value. Ten Luo Jihong trembled with rage, striding forward, poised to confront Ruan Qing'an, when suddenly someone yanked at his collar, sending him crashing down, only to be pinned against the fountain's edge. Like a wild beast, Luo Yuming effortlessly subdued him against the stone wall of the fountain, casting a downward glance at Luo Jihong. "Apologies, it's the young lady's orders that I in quick succession." The sound of fists striking flesh was accompanied by the ominous crack of bones. The second-generation Scions nearby stood frozen in shock, while Ruan Qing'an leisurely turned, dialing for security. "Get someone over here. There has been an injury. We need an ambulance." "How serious is it?" A smile glimmered in her leaden gray eyes. "He looks like he is on the brink of death." "Quite severe, that of course. If I say it's an injury from a fall, then that is all it can be, understood?" The delicate young lady pinched her nose, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Yuming. "Go change. You re-filthy. Understood." Luo Yuming retrieved his suit and entered the changing room. Just as he was about to close the door, he suddenly heard Ruan Qing'an's voice. "Hey, there better not be a next time. No one dares to bully Ruan Qing'an, and no one shall disrespect my people." Ruan Qing'an regarded him coldly. Her expression bore no trace of worry, merely a fervent possessiveness and indignation at being wronged. Yet unexpectedly, this demeanor struck Luo Yuming as precisely how she ought to be, that he sighed lightly. "As you wish, young lady. Today marks the day I reclaim my family name. Sooner or later, we will have to coexist. If our relationship is fraught with discord and others learn of it, it will only bring trouble to father. Won't it?" As Ruan Tiantian spoke, her expression was empathetic and gentle, yet her words carried an underlying threat. Ruan Qing'an narrowed her eyes, proceeding upstairs until she passed by. Only then did Ruan Tiantian's warm smile contort into something twisted, whispering softly, "Heh, just wait and see, fool." Chapter 8. Paranoid heir of a wealthy family, spoiled and malicious young lady. 8. Upstairs was Ruan Tiantian's dressing room, where a gown personally chosen by Ruan's father lay draped over a small sofa, evidently expedited for her, reflecting his concern. Ruan Qing'an intentionally let Ruan Qing'an see, adding, "That's from Dad. I told him not to fuss too much. But he just wouldn't listen, sigh. Dad can be quite something." Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly. "He's just getting old, hard of hearing." Ruan Tiantian. That observing that Ruan Qing'an was entirely indifferent, Ruan Tiantian abandoned her intention to flaunt. Glancing at the time on her phone, "Dad asked me to come find him earlier. Ruan Ruan, please wait for me here." Did I enter mind? The alertness of 037 surged. "Host, there is definitely something amiss." "I know," Ruan Qing'an scoffed, feigning ignorance. "Sure, go ahead and find him. I'll wait right here." "Sorry, Ruan Ruan." Ruan Qing'an said this as she turned to leave the dressing room. Once she shut the door and stepped into the hallway, she suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon her. Turning, she saw Mo Hong standing a short distance away, the elderly butler clad in a tailcoat, exuding the impeccably trained demeanor of someone well-mannered. Yet she felt an inexplicable discomfort, as though she were being watched like a thief. Ruan Tiantian's expression darkened. "You're the butler, right? Just an inconsequential old man. I know you've watched Ruan Qing'an grow up, but you'd best recognize your place and know what words are appropriate to speak. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to have Dad dismiss you." Mo Hong remained silent, lowering his head, observing the elderly man's submissive posture. Ruan Tiantian let out a cold snort and turned to descend the stairs. After her figure vanished from sight, Mo Hong stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Miss, are you all right?" "Grandpa Mo, I'm fine." Ruan Qing'an opened the door, meeting Mo Hong's worried gaze, upon seeing her expression untroubled. Mo Hong finally exhaled in relief. "When she came to the Ruan family, I sensed she was no ordinary person. It appears she is indeed quite cunning. All she desires is the Ruan family." Ruan Qing'an narrowed her eyes, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Grandpa Mo, you should rest now. Otherwise, Ruan Tiantian will surely make things difficult for you. Did I understand the need for vigilance? You needn't worry." "Well, all right, miss. Be careful. Did I in just these few days?" Mo Hong felt that Ruan Qing'an had endured far too much injustice within the Ruan family. After this banquet, it would be crucial for her to communicate with the Han family properly. He couldn't believe that Ruan Tiantian truly wished to coexist harmoniously. It was more likely that she had set a trap, waiting for her to fall in. Ruan Qing'an's gaze fell upon the gown. Suddenly captivated by something, she hastened forward, grasping a corner of the skirt. This gown was extraordinarily splendid, embellished with numerous pearls as decoration, layered and cascading, clearly worth a fortune. Moments later, a deeper smile spread across Ruan Qing'an's lips. She finally understood Ruan Tiantian's intentions. "That I'm sorry. Ruan Ruan, I truly have no time today. It's all right." Summoned inexplicably and dismissed just as mysteriously, Ruan Qing'an, however, maintained an extraordinary demeanor, smiling as she remarked, "The banquet is about to commence. Do remember to change into your attire before descending. That gown is quite exquisite, isn't it, sister?" She spoke with a significant tone before turning away, leaving Ruan Tiantian standing there. Her expression shifting unpredictably, as Ruan Qing'an reached the staircase. The young man, now clad in a tailored suit, leaned against the railing, awaiting her. This suit, handpicked by Ruan Qing'an, was a classic deep black, perfectly complementing Luo Yumming. Accentuating his slender waist and long legs, broad shoulders and narrow waist, rendering him even more dashing and elegant. Yet when he glanced over, his elongated, wolf-like eyes, sharp as a predator's, seemed capable of tearing through anything, albeit carefully concealed beneath a veneer of calm. Upon seeing Ruan Qing'an, Luo Yumming straightened, extending his hand. "Miss, it is time to make your entrance. You look rather splendid, I must say. You haven't shamed my name." Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly, placing her hand in his palm, which he grasped firmly, enveloping it entirely. As the banquet commenced, Ruan Qing'an linked arms with Luo Yumming, while Ruan Tian clung to their father. The Ruan sisters, standing together, captivated the attention of every guest in the grand hall. Ruan Tiantian instinctively straightened her posture and forced a smile, yet she could distinctly feel the gaze of others drifting past her and landing on Ruan Qing'an. The gown, personally selected by their father, failed to offer any advantage. The lofty eldest sister subtly raised her chin, as if possessing a gravitational pull that drew the eyes of all, rendering Ruan Tian akin to an ugly duckling beside her. Her face turned nearly green with envy as she tugged at their father. "Father, Let us commence already. All right. I wouldn't want my Tiantian to be kept waiting, Ruan father replied warmly, microphone in hand. Addressing the guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my daughter, Ruan Tiantian's banquet. Turning to Ruan Tiantian, whose eyes glistened with tears, he continued, Tian, you've endured so much over the years that it is my fault for not providing you with a good life. I must make amends now, father. Ruan Tian wept openly, and in that moment, father and daughter embraced, both nearly reduced to tears, as thunderous applause erupted within the banquet hall, creating a touching scene of familial recognition. Ruan Qing'an observed, a derisive smirk escaping her lips. Just then, a faint sound accompanied Ruan Tiantian's startled exclamation. Ah! Instantly, strings of pearls adorning her magnificent gown cascaded to the floor, and silence enveloped the hall. Ruan Tiantian, pale with fright, turned tremblingly to Ruan Qing'an. Ruan, you done in the banquet hall? Only Ruan Tiantian's faint voice remained, but she quickly stifled it, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, father, I've embarrassed you. Tian'an, this gown was crafted under my careful supervision. Such a mishap is impossible, Ruan Qing'an remarked. No, it's nothing. Ruan Tian shook her head, her demeanor suggestive of unsaid words. Ruan father's expression darkened as realization struck him. Tian, do not be frightened. What caused the gown to malfunction? Unable to contain herself, Ruan Qing'an cried, clutching Ruan father's hand. I don't know that I left the gown in the changing room when I came to find you. Was there anyone else in the changing room? And no, there was no one, truly. Yes. The fright caused Ruan Qing'an to finally voice the truth, igniting Ruan father's fury, which echoed throughout the banquet hall as guests murmured amongst themselves. Ruan Qing'an, the notoriously spoiled daughter, was not the focus of this banquet. Her standing within the Ruan family appeared to be shaken, and her wrath was palpable. Yet, the humiliation inflicted upon Ruan Tiantian was utterly excessive, and the gazes directed at her shifted drastically. Surprisingly, Ruan Qing'an remained unperturbed, her slate-gray eyes coldly observing the scene. Still entwined with Luo Yuming's arm, he lowered his voice. You didn't do this, Ruan Qing'an scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yuming. If you dare to malign me further, I shall have you thrown out and dealt with. Unfazed by her threats, Luo Yuming, who had only faced minor indignities since joining Ruan Qing'an's circle, regarded her with indifference. After all, she merely boasted without substance that moment. Ruan father approached with purposeful strides. Ruan Qing'an, you will clarify this matter to me. I know you cannot accept Tiantian, but she has endured your whims at home, accommodating your every whim. And yet you still seek to torment her, even making her a spectacle of ridicule at the banquet. Ruan father's disappointment was palpable. How could I have such a cruel daughter? You have utterly disappointed me, Ruan Qing'an. Father, I understand you wish to present my sister beautifully, to preserve your dignity, but hastily prepared gowns are prone to errors. The priority now is for her to change quickly, Ruan Qing'an stated nonchalantly. Ruan father scoffed. I will address you later. With that, he instructed Ruan Qing'an to change, and she nodded, lifting her gown to depart. However, as she moved, the luxurious gown tore at the zipper, cascading down her figure. Ruan Qing'an gasped, desperately clutching the gown to shield herself from exposure, her face flushed with embarrassment. She glanced up at Ruan Qing'an, who merely smirked, exuding arrogance and mockery, that if she desired to humiliate herself in public, then another display of disgrace would be of little consequence. The banquet had devolved into a farce, and Ruan father's countenance darkened further, the guests' whispers echoing with laughter at the Ruan family's expense. Ruan Qing'an stepped forward, a saccharine smile gracing her lips as she extended a hand to assist Ruan Qing'an, her tone laced with feigned remorse. And no wonder my sister resents me. I assumed the gown was merely flawed, but it was tailored to my measurements. It's no surprise that the zipper failed and pearls fell off, that I had previously advised father against rushing the order. Gowns cannot be hastily prepared. Why must my sister be paraded like a finely wrapped gift? After all, she is not for sale at this banquet, correct, sister? The hall fell silent, and finally, a voice from the crowd broke the stillness with a laugh, acknowledging Ruan Qing'an's undeniable beauty and figure, that if the gown had indeed been tailored to her dimensions, then Ruan Tiantian's embarrassment was well-deserved, and she could hardly shift the blame onto others. Ruan Tiantian, clutching her gown, appeared utterly disheveled, while Ruan Qing'an's gaze brimmed with haughty pity. Sister, I shall provide you with another dress. You must change at once. Worry not. It will fit you perfectly, as it was made larger for me. Trembling, Ruan Qing'an, amidst the multitude of eyes upon her, finally burst into tears, clutching her gown as she dashed up the stairs. Leaving Ruan Qing'an standing alone, Ruan's father strode forward, confronting her, who is truly shaming the Ruan family. Do you consider your infidelity in marriage something to flaunt with pride? Ruan Qing'an. Ruan's father's fury reached its zenith as he raised his hand. But in a swift motion, Ruan Qing'an blocked it with one hand, while with the other, she delivered a resounding slap that left a crimson mark on his face. This slap is for my mother. You scoundrel! Without awaiting Ruan's father's response, Ruan Qing'an turned on her heels, her high heels clicking defiantly as she strode from the banquet hall, leaving Ruan's father reeling from the humiliation. Stop! Ruan Qing'an, do you hear me? Halt! But regardless of his shouts, Ruan Qing'an feigned ignorance, and after a moment's silence, Luo Yuming followed suit. Once their figures vanished from sight, Ruan's father felt the stares of the guests bore down upon him. Wishing he could sink into the ground, hastily declaring the banquet concluded, I am sorry. It is I who have caused you distress, he lamented, his heart aching for Ruan. Sweetheart, do not cry. It seems I have spoiled Ruan Qing'an, raising her without understanding the consequences. Hearing this, Ruan's father resolved, do not worry, both you and Ruan Qing'an hold equal inheritance rights. No one shall dare to bully you. A glimmer of triumph crossed Ruan Tiantian's face. She desired far more than this comfortable existence. Having endured hardship for so long, the Ruan family rightfully belonged to her. Luo Yuming instinctively directed his gaze towards Ruan Qing'an's hand, which had just struck out, and as expected, the young lady's delicate demeanor had turned crimson. Ruan Qing'an retorted with irritation, Why are you following me? Upon hearing Luo Yuming's words, Ruan Qing'an couldn't suppress a chuckle. Had she not known the story's plot, she might have genuinely believed this fellow to be a pitiable wanderer. Yet, in truth, he had meticulously prepared everything long ago, and his presence now likely stemmed from the fact that he was still organizing his plans against the Ruan family. Remaining by her side allowed him to gather information about the Ruan clan, while simultaneously leveraging the Ruan family's conflicts to swallow up the Honyuan group. This man, with his deep-seated scheming. Even though Ruan Qing'an was well aware of his intentions, she merely huffed coldly, feigning belief. Well, since you're my little lover, of course, you must accompany me. Indeed, young lady, Luo Yuming sighed, promptly opening the car door and taking his seat in the driver's position. Once Ruan Qing'an entered the vehicle, his long fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel as he turned to her, inquiring, Where to? Ruan Qing'an chose to ignore him, turning her head away in sulkiness. Luo Yuming could only redirect his gaze, a flicker of impatience flashing in his eyes until he heard the young lady's soft voice. To the bar, to a late-night drinking spree? What business is it of yours? Luo Yuming paused, realizing that it indeed had nothing to do with him. Why was he meddling so much? It was truly nonsensical, until the blaring music engulfed them. Leaning against the wall near the bar's entrance, he coldly observed the throng of people swaying and the ensuing chaos. A scene he found utterly distasteful. His disdain had only deepened ever since Luo Jihong had smashed a bottle over his head, dousing him in alcohol. However, it was evident that this was Ruan Qing'an's first visit to such a place. When Luo Yuming glanced her way, he found her perched at the bar, requesting a series of cocktails from the bartender, each one a potent drink capable of knocking someone out with a single glass. In this cramped bar, Ruan Qing'an was stunningly beautiful, radiant like a flower, inciting a desire to cradle her within one's hands. 037. Goodness, are you just going to leave the male lead hanging while you drown your sorrows here? This won't do. I don't need your opinion. I want my own. Ruan Qing'an took small sips of her drink, flicking her tongue like a cat, her crimson lips glistening with moisture. This drink is so spicy. You must always keep an eye on the male lead, cherishing him and providing assistance whenever needed, becoming his tool for revenge and resurgence. She's the woman behind the scenes. Ruan Qing'an rolled her eyes. To put it bluntly, it's a sycophantic strategy. Have you seen how previous taskers fared? 037 fell silent, while Ruan Qing'an continued to drink, until suddenly a hand landed on her shoulder. The man, adorned with ear studs, struggled to maintain a friendly expression, yet the lewdness in his smile was unmistakable as he fixated on Ruan Qing'an, observing her inebriated state. Drinking alone? It's no fun to drink alone. Let me keep you company. His hand began to roam over her shoulder, With one hand clutching her drink, Ruan Qing'an pushed him away with the other. "Get off me, no, I'll drink with you." The man's grip intensified, but the already tipsy Ruan Qing'an could only weakly resist. Her leaden gray eyes shimmering with tears as she tilted her head. "Go away, Luo Yumming." Luo Yumming halted, cursing under his breath. It was one thing for this young lady to indulge in her sorrows, but to stir up trouble and then expect him to clean it up was utterly bothersome to AT that moment. The man's hands were firmly gripping Ruan Qing'an's shoulders, and just as he leaned down to kiss her neck, his wrist was suddenly seized. He jerked his head up. "Who dares to ruin my fun?" The man's voice trailed off as a tall, imposing figure loomed beside him, eyes glinting like a wolf's, cold and filled with menace. Capable of devouring him whole, that a wave of terror washed over the man, and he swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back. "What do you want to seize your prey? Then I shall defer." Before he could finish, the man erupted in a scream, as if his wrist were about to snap, while Luo Yumming continued to apply pressure, his gaze icy. The man, writhing in pain, crumpled in defeat, his pitiful pleas drowned out by the music, and no one around dared to utter a word. "I am sorry, I was careless." Only then did Luo Yumming release his grip, still not leaving. Watching the man scurry away, Luo Yumming was about to turn when a soft, alcohol-laden figure leaned against his chest. Ruan Qing'an, in a daze, looked up at him. The next moment, she bit his shoulder. "He touched me. I came over, didn't I? But he still touched me." Luo Yumming. But observing her disoriented state, he found himself unusually regretful. Had he known, he wouldn't have allowed this young lady to drink so much. Just a brief pause, and the rambunctious young lady kicked off her high heels, playfully nudging his calf. Luo Yumming's patience finally wore thin. And while Ruan Qing'an reveled in her antics, she suddenly found herself lifted off the ground. Instinctively, she clung to Luo Yumming's neck. With a darkened expression, Luo Yumming merely cast her a glance before effortlessly carrying her away. And after they got into the car, he pinned Ruan Qing'an in the passenger seat, securing her with the seatbelt like a tether. Ruan Qing'an squirmed restlessly until, exhausted from her antics, she leaned against the passenger seat. Allowing Luo Yumming to finally take his place behind the wheel, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated Ruan Qing'an to be such a handful, muttering, "What a troublesome young lady. I truly am quite troublesome." Luo Yumming, "I want to see the sunrise." Her voice, soft and almost a whisper, broke through the silence. Luo Yumming found himself uncertain of Ruan Qing'an's state. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed the accelerator. Ruan Qing'an was still of use to him, and he needed to remain by her side for the time being. He thought that if that were indeed the case, perhaps he did not love her. Yet she undeniably had the power to stir everything within him. Chapter 11. The obsessive heir of a wealthy family the wayward and difficult young lady. 11. Nansheng was a coastal city, with vast stretches of soft sandy beaches along the shore, the sand fine and white, while the waves rose with the wind, the white froth tenderly kissing the coastline. After parking the car by the roadside, Luo Yumming opened the door. This place was secluded, lacking in crowds, and it was now deep into the night, with the shimmering moonlight casting reflections on the sea, and by dawn, a vibrant red sunrise would rise here. Without waiting for Luo Yumming to assist her, Ruan Qing'an had already unfastened her seatbelt, pushed the door open, and stumbled towards the shore. Luo Yumming furrowed his brow. "Be careful." "Ugh, it's so cold," she murmured softly. And just as Luo Yumming finished speaking, Ruan Qing'an's body suddenly pitched forward, but he swiftly reached out, catching her before she could fall. That a trace of impatience flickered in his eyes as he steadily cradled the young lady in his arms. Young lady? The sensation of her softness was as if she might shatter with a little more pressure. The strong scent of alcohol lingered at his nose as Ruan Qing'an looked up at him, her eyes glistening with a hint of red, resembling a fond, "Be gentle. It hurts." The night wind along the coast stilled momentarily, and Ruan Qing'an's hazy consciousness began to clear as she sat on the beach, hugging her knees and burying her face in them, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Luo Yumming settled beside her, his long arm resting on his bent legs, silently tracing his fingertips until she suddenly spoke. "That I've never been this embarrassed before." "Isn't that Ruan Qing'an?" Luo Yumming retorted, but Ruan Qing'an raised her voice. "No, it's clearly me." With her head lowered, Luo Yumming could not discern her expression, merely responding with a hint of annoyance, perhaps spurred by Ruan Tiantian's presence, which had finally instilled a sense of crisis in Ruan Qing'an. that as he pondered this, Ruan Qing'an abruptly tugged at his collar, yanking him down forcefully. Are you speaking ill of me in your heart? No, did I say there is? So there is. You are not allowed to retort. She leaned in closer, and only then did Ruan Qing'an notice the ferocity in Luo Yuming's eyes, akin to a predatory beast, with a hint of dark green lurking within his gaze. Luo Yuming's breath caught momentarily as Ruan Qing'an drew too near, her warm breath mingling with the scent of alcohol. His pupils contracted, and he instinctively turned his head away. Seeing that Luo Yuming was ignoring her, Ruan Qing'an grew displeased. Why are you ignoring me again? Young lady. I am a man. Luo Yuming's voice was slightly husky, his gaze thickening with desire, and a mere glance downward revealed the ample curves of her neck, accentuated by the deep red dress that clung to her figure. Just as Ruan Qing'an seemed poised to mischief once more, Luo Yuming swiftly removed his suit jacket, wrapping her in it entirely, leaving only her head exposed, blinking in surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Yet there she was, ensconced in his aura, resembling a vibrant flower ensnared within a delicate cage. Luo Yuming's atoms apple-bobbed slightly as he awkwardly averted his gaze. She was akin to a goo from the Miao region. After a brief tumult, the young lady quieted, seated opposite Luo Yuming on the sandy beach. And after a moment, she spoke. Hey, I must appear quite ridiculous, right? I once believed I had it all, only to discover it was all a facade. Thus, it is Ruan Qing'an who makes a fool of herself, while the true disgrace lies with me. Luo Yuming was momentarily taken aback, as Ruan Qing'an's soft, delicate voice carried an undertone of sorrow she herself was unaware of, while clutching his suit jacket. She lowered her head and continued, I always thought my family was the best. My mother was strict yet protective, my father loving and indulgent. How wonderful it was, until I uncovered the truth about Ruan Qing'an. And in an instant, everything shattered. What I once believed to be a family was nothing but a mirage. Now, they grandly introduced the illegitimate daughter into our home, hosting a banquet, and yet my mother passed away merely a month ago. My family has been reduced to ashes. Her voice grew hoarse, trembling at the end, as Ruan Qing'an shrank into his suit, shaking uncontrollably, tears pouring down her face, soaking the fabric. This was the second time Luo Yuming witnessed her cry. He should have, like the first time, mocked her with a sense of amusement, calling out, Don't cry. I shall ridicule you, young lady. Yet he found himself at a loss for words as she uttered, But my mother was gravely ill. The medical expenses required 3 million, and no matter how hard I tried, I could not gather that sum. When my so-called father came looking for me, I had no choice but to acquiesce at this juncture. Luo Yuming paused, reflecting on how, had it not been for this incident, he would have been fine with his mother, would have attended a prestigious university, would have we are not so different, young lady, he murmured, his slightly rough fingertip brushing against Ruan Qing'an's cheek, still damp with her tears. But suddenly, she straightened, wrapping her delicate arms around his neck like lotus stems that as the suit jacket slipped off her shoulders. She fell into his embrace, their bodies pressed closely together, the air infused with a mingled sense of sea breeze and wine, blending with their rising warmth. She clung to Luo Yuming as if grasping the last vestige of a lifeline. He remained silent for a considerable time before finally encircling her slender waist with his broad hand, firm and assertive. Wounded beasts often seek solace in one another's wounds. Love value. 20. As the first rays of the crimson dawn broke over the horizon, casting orange-yellow light upon the shimmering sea, a hint of warmth mingled with the cool breeze, enveloping them. Unbeknownst to him, Ruan Qing'an had fallen asleep in Luo Yuming's arms, draped in his suit jacket. While he rested with his eyes closed, one hand firmly around her waist, the distant sound of a car engine echoed along the secluded road that a young man, wearing black-rimmed glasses and appearing earnest and unassuming, rushed over from the vehicle, calling out, Luo, go. Chengyu, why are you here? Luo Yuming replied that I heard about the events at the banquet and thought I would come find you. This young lady is still quite troublesome. Isn't she? Chengyu glanced at Ruan Qing'an, his honest face contorted in disdain. Luo, go. Why didn't you just toss her into the sea last night? After all, she and Luo Jihong are cut from the same cloth. Forget it, Luo Yuming turned his face away. Offering a casual explanation, he nodded slightly, acknowledging, understood. Once the Luo family resolves their matters, it will be the Ruan family's turn. That it just so happens that the Ruan family is in turmoil. And you are still beside the young lady. Upon hearing Chungyu's words, Luo Yuming instinctively looked down at the sleeping Ruan Qing'an nestled in his arm. According to their plan, the Ruan family would follow the Luo family. And this flower, which could only thrive in a greenhouse, was about to lose everything. Chapter 12. The Obsessive Heir and the Wayward Heiress. 12. As the night breeze began to rise, Chungyu found himself beside Luo Yuming. Unable to resist glancing at Ruan Qing'an in his embrace, momentarily rendered speechless, the pampered young lady appeared utterly soft, her deep crimson gown enveloping her fair form, yet overshadowed by the oversized jacket. Effortlessly cradled in his arms, she was a flower nurtured in the soil of sin, and a mere glance could evoke the deepest desires within one's heart. Luo Go, could you please keep your voice down? Luo Yuming lowered his tone, bending his legs slightly, with one hand resting atop it, while Ruan Qing'an lay against his chest, the other arm securing her slender waist to prevent her from falling. Nonetheless, no matter how one rationalized it, this embrace brimmed with aggression and possessiveness, leaving no room for Chungyu to stare any longer. Indeed, given his temperament, he would not let this slide. Of course, I heard he has been causing a ruckus in the hospital. At this, Chungyu hesitated momentarily. Luo Go, the incident with Luo Jihong was initiated by Ruan Qing'an's call, and ultimately, it fell under her name. Once Luo Jihong was discharged, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Ruan Qing'an. With their current position being precarious, it would be best to let them tear at each other like dogs. After a lengthy monologue, Chungyu noticed that Luo Yuming remained silent, his head bowed. Prompting him to pat his shoulder, Luo Go. It was I who struck him. Luo Yuming replied coldly, a hint of green swirling in his dark eyes, unconsciously stroking Ruan Qing'an's waist with his fingertip. But how did Ruan Qing'an treat you, Luo Go? There's no need to place the blame on her. This is my issue. Chungyu looked at Luo Yuming in disbelief. Luo Go, are you out of your mind? We have done everything imaginable to get started, and now it is merely pushing Ruan Qing'an forward as a scapegoat. Luo Yuming, however, closed his eyes and pressed his fingers to his brow. Enough. Let me collect my thoughts. His mind was a tumult, as if a barren expanse had been intruded upon, left in disarray. Ruan Qing'an and Luo Yuming had never anticipated that his relationship with this young lady would evolve from one of bullying and being bullied, of revenge and being avenged, to this current state that he could scarcely articulate what this connection had become. Chungyu dared not speak, patiently waiting, until Luo Yuming abruptly stood, taking the keys from Chungyu's hand. Luo Go, where are you going? To the hospital. Very well then. Chungyu inquired, is there anything else you wish to command, Luo Go? After uttering his intention, Luo Yuming pressed his brow with some impatience, muttering about how troublesome this young lady was. Before entering the vehicle, for a moment, Chungyu remained seated, his expression stiff. Luo Go, you find it troublesome. You need not remember it at all. Luo Jihong lay in his hospital bed, his leg tightly bandaged and his head wrapped in gauze. If the injuries were any more severe, he would resemble a mummy. He cursed at the nurse adjusting the bed's height beside him. Do you even know how to treat patients? Mr. Luo, the fracture has been attended to. I'm in agony. Have you even done your job? Luo Jihong interrupted her, prompting the nurse to respond weakly. Mr. Luo, recovery is a process. Yet regardless of what the nurse said, he impatiently interrupted her, even shoving her to the ground, shouting for her to leave. The nurse left awkwardly, while others outside waited for her to emerge, whispering consolation. Forget it, it's best not to let him in. He's been cursing since he was admitted. Don't say that. His status is unique. That as several nurses conversed, they heard footsteps approaching from behind. That a young man in formal attire approached them, tall and graceful, politely nodding. May I ask if this is Luo Jihong's ward? Yes, you are. Luo Yuming smiled lightly. I am his family member. The nurses exchanged glances, noting the faint resemblance, and nodded. All right, you may go in. Thank you. Luo Yuming, with his gentle and courteous demeanor, expressed sincere gratitude before turning to enter the ward. Once his figure disappeared from sight, the nurses began to murmur amongst themselves that a family member of Luo Jihong. He looks like his brother. Is it possible for one family to differ so greatly? It would be better if his brother were as polite and gentle. Once inside, Luo Yuming closed the door, sealing the noise outside, then turned back, his countenance shifting into one of cold intensity. The dark depths of his eyes swirled with menace and danger. Resembling a beast poised to attack, ready to devour its prey, Luo Jihong, still lying in his bed, continued his tirade upon hearing the sound. "Did you not hear me? Get out, you deaf fools. I'll have my revenge on that betiche. I have always cherished her, and now she dares to hit me for some bastard. Once I get out of here, I will make her pay. Who do you plan to deal with, a low, sinister voice interjected. Luo Jihong's words came to an abrupt halt as he abruptly raised his head, his gaze colliding with the somber depths of Luo Yumming's eyes that an inexplicable wave of dread washed over him. He had never anticipated that this bastard would dare to look at him in such a manner. Luo Jihong swallowed hard, his voice trembling with false bravado as he spat, "You wretched creature! Who granted you the audacity to speak to me in such a way? Do not presume that by aligning yourself with Ruan Qing'an, you can elevate yourself above your station, that I demand to know. Who were you referring to earlier?" Yet, Luo Yumming seemed undeterred, approaching the bedside with an air of calm. His slender fingers glided over the bandaged leg of Luo Jihong, an overwhelming sense of peril intensifying in the atmosphere. Luo Jihong's heart raced in panic as he blurted out, "Luo Yumming, I advise you to recognize the gravity of the situation. Surely, you must have comprehended the events at the banquet. Ruan Qing'an holds no standing in the Ruan family any longer. The one truly favored and possessing influence is Ruan Ta, and if you dare to lay a hand on me, I will ensure your demise, leaving you without a grave." He added vehemently, "Do not think that Ruan Qing'an can still protect you. You bastard." The next moment, Luo Jihong's voice twisted with anguish. Luo Yumming sat resolutely at the bedside, one hand pressing down on Luo Jihong's injured leg, his cold, unyielding gaze fixed upon him. "Perhaps you should contemplate your current predicament before speaking further." You did a sharp pang of agony course through him, sending chills down his spine, that he instinctively reached for the call button. But his wrist was swiftly twisted back, the pain rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, Luo Yumming's expression remained impassive, his grip unrelenting as he observed Luo Jihong writhe in torment. Under the weight of Luo Jihong's frantic and fearful gaze, Luo Yumming finally smiled, leaning closer with a soft chuckle. "The one who harmed you is me. Do you understand? I welcome your attempts to seek trouble, should you wish to keep that leg intact." Luo Yumming, have you lost your mind? Luo Jihong's voice trembled as he curled up defensively. Outside the room, in an effort to ensure Luo Jihong's safety, the on-duty nurse had dozed off at the door. She was jolted awake only when the door swung open unexpectedly, upon seeing Luo Yumming standing there. Her brows furrowed in concern. "That I apologize, but he seems quite distressed and has fallen to the floor. It's best you handle this, that it's all right. He's always been restless." "Very well, my apologies for the trouble." Luo Yumming nodded, flexing his wrist slightly before departing. The nurse couldn't help but comment. After suffering a fracture and then a second injury, his lack of cooperation might lead to permanent damage to that leg. "We've done our utmost. Did you hear the vile things he was saying? His brother came to visit with good intentions, yet he chose to insult him instead. It's hard to believe he isn't truly malicious. Indeed, his fractured bone is quite troublesome." As the sun began to rise over the seaside, casting a warm, orange glow across the undulating waves, Ruan Qing'an finally stirred from her slumber, still enveloped in a large suit jacket. Leaning against the car, before her lay a breathtaking sunrise, vibrant and splendid, with clouds dyed in golden hues resembling the skirts of a goddess, adorning the horizon. "How on earth did you manage to fall asleep?" It was quite comfortable in his embrace. "Are you truly bold enough to sleep? That is the male lead, capable of dispatching you at any moment. Why should I fear sleeping next to a man?" Well, the male lead .037's voice trailed off, leaving an air of uncertainty, as if it were a matter of classified information. Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes grew contemplative, a designated driver. In the original text, Chengyu was indeed Luo Yumming's trusted subordinate, instrumental in his path of revenge. Even the downfall of both the Luo and Ruan families had been facilitated by Chengyu. However, Ruan Qing'an did not elaborate or express curiosity about Luo Yumming's whereabouts. Instead, she merely stood, tossing the suit jacket into Chengyu's embrace. "Take this." Witnessing Ruan Qing'an's nonchalant demeanor ignited a flicker of anger in Chengyu, his expression darkening. Yet before he could voice his displeasure, Ruan Qing'an had already taken her seat behind the wheel, prompting Chengyu to instinctively rush forward. "You said I was to." As Ruan Qing'an spoke, She closed the car window. Qingyu found himself momentarily stunned, wishing to say more, but all he could see was Ruan Qing'an's refined profile. She resumed her previously aloof demeanor, casting a condescending gaze as if bestowing a favor upon him. With the roar of the engine, the sports car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, and before departing, Qingyu caught her softly uttering, "The sunrise is beautiful." "Thank you, my lady. Where have you gone? Please do not act impulsively. What if something were to happen to you?" "My apologies for causing you concern." Grandfather Ruan Qing'an paused, the matter at the banquet. Mo Hong appeared somewhat anxious, but Ruan Qing'an reassured him, patting the back of his hand. "Do not worry, Grandfather Mo. He likely won't be able to find me." Luo Jihong was not one to let things go easily, especially now with Ruan Tiantian's emergence, which had shaken Ruan Qing'an standing within the Ruan family. Ever since their confrontation, he would not let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. However, the only thing capable of altering his attitude overnight would be the mysterious disappearance of Luo Yummy. After calming Mo Hong's unease, Ruan Qing'an surveyed her surroundings to ensure no one was present before stepping forward, lowering her voice. "Grandfather Mo, the facade of peace between my father and me has been irrevocably shattered at this banquet." Having emerged from the Han family, Mo Hong immediately grasped the implications. Ruan Qing'an was the sole heir to the Hongyuan group, and with her mother's lingering influence, the shareholders naturally leaned towards her. If Ruan Tiantian were to assert her authority, Ruan Qing'an would undoubtedly become the primary target. Observing the grave expression on Mo Hong's face, Ruan Qing'an earnestly stated, "Grandfather Mo, my days ahead will be challenging. I shall rely on you. Rest assured, my lady." With that reassurance, Ruan Qing'an felt a measure of relief as she turned towards the study on the second floor. Her father was seated at the desk, awaiting her with a countenance of displeasure. Upon hearing the door creak open, he raised his gaze to find Ruan Qing'an entering, and in the next moment, he seized a cup from the table and hurled it before her. Shards scattering perilously close to her face. "Kneel before me." Ruan Qing'an regarded the myriad of shards on the ground, her gray eyes turning "I see why T.O. kneel" would mean the utter degradation of her pampered form. Yet her father remained undeterred, his icy stare fixed upon her. "What? Did you not hear? Have you forgotten your surname in your revelry? Isn't it you, father, who has forgotten our surname?" The taunting lilt in Ruan Qing'an's voice was palpable. Nearly slapping her father's face with its scorn, he bristled with fury, rising from his seat. "What do you mean by that? Ruan Qing'an, is this how you address your elders, with your demeanor? Who could possibly know where you've been gallivanting? Have you not learned from your sister?" "Learn what?" Ruan Qing'an retorted, "To be mentally deficient like her, or to allow my figure to falter at such a tender age. I assure you, that is a lesson I will not learn. If I am to be at fault, then I apologize to you. Father, that sufficient." Her words dripped with insincerity, laced with a condescending tone, and her attitude only served to infuriate her father further. "Who permitted you to sit? You did not expressly forbid me." Ruan Qing'an shrugged, feigning innocence that, the child runs to report. "Is this a matter of reporting? Ruan Qing'an, should the Luo family come knocking, can you bear the consequences of your actions? You have gone so far as to send someone to the hospital. I warn you, if anything goes awry, you will bear full responsibility." Her father barked, "You are to go to the hospital and apologize immediately." Ruan Qing'an's eyes narrowed. "Why should I apologize?" The assailant remains unpunished. When he pressed Luo Yumming's head into the basin, was anyone sent to apologize to him? Her father could hardly contain his laughter, his frustration nearly overwhelming. It was as if he wished to pry open Ruan Qing'an's skull to discern her thoughts. "Ruan Qing'an, you have not hesitated to take advantage of others in the past. Now you choose to stand up for him, as if he were your lover, enjoying the comfort of his company. Do not conflate me with your ideals." Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened at her father's words. Incredulous that a father could utter such things to his daughter, it struck her as utterly absurd. Before he could respond, she rose abruptly and strode towards the door. "I shall face the consequences of all my past actions, just as Luo Jihong will." "Wow, ancestor, you actually feel remorse on behalf of the original character that I told you. Following the path of remorse, appeasement, sacrifice is indeed feasible. See, why should I feel remorse for the actions of the original character?" Ruan Qing'an replied dismissively. "That is precisely why I strive to prevent Luo Yumming's vengeance from falling upon me." 037 fell silent, acknowledging the validity of her reasoning and quietly closing its mouth. As Ruan Qing'an was about to exit the study, Ruan's father raised his voice. Ruan Qing'an, you would do well to consider this carefully. Luo Yuming is nothing more than an illegitimate child. And that is a matter for the Luo family alone, that if you meddle in their affairs without my assistance, I will not support you. Before the Luo family comes knocking in anger, you should go and apologize. Then does that mean I can strike Ruan Tiantian as well? Ruan's father was enraged. What did you say? Ruan Qing'an turned slightly, meeting her father's furious gaze, her smile polite yet cordial. Father, are you implying that an illegitimate child is not considered a person and can be freely struck and scolded? If you allow me to slap Ruan Tiantian, I shall go apologize. What do you think of this arrangement? Father, it's a dilemma whether to apologize or not. Ruan's father's fury was palpable, his face ashen, and he could only watch helplessly as Ruan Qing'an walked out of the study, a hint of mockery in her smile. Upon leaving the study, Ruan Qing'an turned to ascend the staircase, only to find Ruan Tiantian descending from the upper floor. All of your belongings have been taken away. Father said it's not appropriate for you to occupy the entire third floor alone. Ruan Ruan, you're not angry, are you? Before Ruan Qing'an was even born, Ruan's mother had already decorated the third floor for her, and Ruan's father had previously said nothing about it. Now, however, he was eager to move her things. Ruan Qing'an merely nodded slightly, intending to bypass Ruan Tiantian when she suddenly reached out to block her. Hey, wait a moment, did I ask there's something you need? I can give up half of your territory. But when it comes to the future of Hongyuan Group, I want more than just half. That you've enjoyed a good life for so many years. That should be enough. Ruan Tiantian's voice was laced with ambition, clearly revealing her desire for wealth and power. As she took a step back on the staircase, her smile becoming increasingly twisted. Just then, Ruan Qing'an heard footsteps approaching from the study, and Ruan Tiantian, now crying, spoke up that I'm sorry. Ruan Ruan, that I didn't expect you to be upset because I live on the third floor, that I truly apologize, that I know I'm just an illegitimate child living under someone else's roof. I want to compete with you for father or the company. All of this belongs to you. You are the rightful heir to the group, that I'm sorry really. In the next moment, Ruan Tiantian's voice suddenly escalated as she deliberately stumbled on the stairs, her body careening downwards. Ruan Qing'an could clearly see that it was Ruan Tiantian who had fallen, but from behind, it appeared as if Ruan Qing'an had pushed her. Ruan Ruan, I'm sorry, Ruan Qing'an thought to herself. This is truly infuriating. She pressed her fingers to her temples, her expression growing increasingly impatient. Sure enough, the next moment, Ruan's father bellowed. Ruan Qing'an, what on earth are you doing? Ruan's father charged forward, attempting to push Ruan Qing'an aside to reach Ruan Tiantian. But Ruan Qing'an deftly sidestepped his hand. Not only that, she even flashed a bright smile before delivering a swift kick to Ruan's father's backside. This kick was delivered with full force, sending Ruan's father tumbling down the stairs, following Ruan Tiantian's lead. With a dull thud, Ruan Tiantian became a makeshift cushion, and Ruan's father used her to soften his fall, the impact contorting Ruan Tiantian's expression in pain. She had been cautious during her fall, protecting herself, but now she was nearly crushed. Tiantian, are you all right? I'm fine, father, as long as you're not hurt. Ruan Tiantian's understanding smile was on the verge of breaking as she thought to herself, get up already. You old fool, you're still on top of me. Observing their disheveled state, Ruan Qing'an could no longer contain her laughter, leaning against the second-floor staircase, looking down at them with a cold smile in her leaden gray eyes. She remained perpetually aloof, forever reckless and domineering, as if she were inherently entitled to such pride, trampling on others with an air of bewildering justification. After a moment, her smile deepened. Let me lend you a hand. At that moment, a maid finally passed by, unable to refrain from screaming, rushing to separate Ruan's father and Ruan Tiantian, while another called for emergency assistance. So, you're grounded, are you? Just remember to seek medical attention promptly. Father, she chuckled. Sister, since you've just moved to the third floor, it seems you want to be able to stay there for a while. Shall I arrange for you to go to the hospital? Ruan Tiantian winced as her injured ribs throbbed with pain. This, Ruan Qing'an suggested. I recommend a hearse next time. Following their hospital visit, Ruan's father seemed to regain his composure and did not follow through on his threat to break Ruan Qing'an's legs. Yet he still confined her, under the pretense of making her reflect that in the morning. A knock on the door roused Ruan Qing'an from her slumber on the dark-hued bed. That Ruan's father would not let her starve. So meals were delivered 3 times a day by the maids. When Ruan Qing'an opened the door, Mo Hong stood anxiously at the threshold, looking at her with concern. "Miss, are you all right?" Ruan Qing'an shook her head. "I'm just being confined." "Why is it you, Grandpa Mo, delivering breakfast today? Has something happened?" Mo Hong lowered his voice. "Miss, you may not know this yet, but Sir has taken Ruan Tian to a press conference that I came to find you after they left." "A press conference?" Ruan Qing'an pondered for a moment. Did I in truth? The original host had lacked any capability, and without Ruan's father's assistance, she would undoubtedly have clashed with Ruan Tian, ultimately losing everything and becoming the laughingstock of the group. Soon after this series of events, the original host lost her inheritance rights, while Ruan Tian replaced her position amidst public acclaim. Reflecting on this, Ruan Qing'an scoffed. It seems they are already preparing to let Ruan Tian gain some experience in the company. "Miss, what are your plans?" Mo Hong spoke with concern, noting that Ruan Qing'an was completely confined, with no access to news. The door was locked, leaving only a narrow gap for meals to be passed through. Ruan Qing'an fell silent for a moment before taking the tray through the gap, acting as if nothing were amiss. "Miss you. The world is vast, but food is paramount." That Mo Hong felt a mix of relief and worry at Ruan Qing'an's nonchalant demeanor. Unexpectedly, she carefully bit into a steamed bun, her eyes brightening with a smile. The mischief in her leaden-gray eyes sparkled. "Grandpa Mo, since you have the time, why not help me contact my grandparents? There's no need to worry about me." "All right, I understand." Mississippi Mo Hong nodded and departed quickly. Meanwhile, at the press conference, reporters were arranged in an orderly fashion, while Ruan's father and Ruan Tian, wrapped in bandages and looking somewhat ridiculous, sat at the front. The timing of the announcement felt a bit rushed, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. Yet Ruan's father was eager to publicly declare Ruan Tian's status as the heir. The press conference was ablaze with excitement, and the broadcast was well received. Outside the venue, in a business car, Chengyu handed the live stream footage to Luo Yumming. "Brother Luo, it seems the Ruan family has truly undergone a transformation. The eldest daughter of the Ruan family." Luo Yumming observed Ruan Tian's image on the screen, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "What a pity, her ambitions are too overt. She is not worthy of the title." "What is the current situation with the Ruan family?" "Currently, Ruan Qing'an is the second daughter, sharing inheritance rights with Ruan Tian, and it's evident that Ruan Tian has a greater chance of succeeding in her pursuit of Hongyuan Group. Ruan Qing'an has not made a move yet, but it's possible the rumors are true, and she is currently confined, having no authority to interfere." Chengyu paused, sighing. If this continues, by the time Ruan Qing'an reemerges in the Ruan family, Ruan Tian will have completely taken control. Luo Yumming shook his head slightly. "That eldest daughter is not one to let things continue unchallenged, that we must go to the Ruan family." "Brother Luo, what is the purpose of going to the Ruan family?" Luo Yumming was silent for a moment, shutting off the live stream, his long, narrow eyes narrowing, a barely discernible dark green glint swirling within them. Akin to a beast lurking in the shadows, that he chuckled softly. "To pick someone up. Let us go." His words. Chengyu was left in a daze in the Ruan family villa after the servants prepared lunch. They cautiously brought it to the 3rd floor, knocking on the door. "Second miss, would you like to have lunch?" However, after waiting for a while, no response came from within. The maid stood awkwardly, knocked again, and finally placed the tray at the door before stealthily leaving. Inside the room, Ruan Qing'an sat on the bed, methodically snipping the bed sheets with scissors and linking them together, employing a method for escape. Ruan Qing'an, clutching a blanket, approached the window, which stood nearly 10 meters above the ground. That Ruan's father had not blocked this side, perhaps believing she lacked the courage to escape through the window. After surveying the area for a moment, she remarked, "That old fool installed a signal jammer, so I considered alternative methods. Whether bribing or threatening the servants, picking locks or dealing with the jammer, I sought assistance to get out. That I pondered extensively, yet it turned out the old fool had left the window unlocked." Ruan Qing'an shrugged. "This method may be a bit foolish, but I must admit it is direct and to the point, which I appreciate. Quite reasonable." She chuckled lightly, saying, "All tasks should be approached in this manner. The principle of a task doer in a small system is to prioritize the task above all else, ensuring that all actions revolve around its completion, while also remaining emotionally detached from the task." Ruan Qing'an paused, her leaden-gray eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "This is what your main deity taught me. I've remembered it for quite some time. 037 fell silent, and Ruan Qing'an quietly secured the blanket, fastening it at the other end, then grasped the makeshift rope and positioned herself on the window ledge. Although slender, she was remarkably agile. After glancing down and roughly estimating the distance, Ruan Qing'an slightly bent her knees and skillfully descended. Just as she was nearing the first floor, "Oh my, ancestors, the male lead has arrived." Ruan Qing'an's expression shifted, unable to suppress her retort. "I've only just begun my strategy, and this guy must have heard about the Ruan family and is waiting to strike from my side, inciting discord within the Ruan household. Could it not be simply because of you?" Laughable, impossible done in the next moment. As the rope tied to the blanket scraped against the third-floor anchor point, Ruan Qing'an landed on the ground, but lost her balance, stumbling backward a few steps. Just as she was about to fall, she couldn't help but gasp softly, instinctively shutting her eyes, but the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, she fell directly into a broad embrace. "Miss, you truly have remarkable courage." His deep voice was low, as if whispering directly in her ear. Ruan Qing'an's eyes flew open, and she looked up, locking eyes with Luo Yuming. "How could it be you? I heard the Ruan family encountered trouble, yet you did not go to the scene. That I guessed you might be in a predicament, so I came to check." The delicate young lady brushed off the dust on her attire, gazing at Luo Yuming with her leaden gray eyes. She was still in her nightgown, yet somehow appeared exquisitely polished down to the last hair, like a flower that had escaped from a greenhouse. He brushed his fingers, seemingly still retaining a soft touch. "You took on the matter concerning Luo Jihong. Indeed, that old fool will come looking sooner or later." Ruan Qing'an's expression shifted, and she lifted her skirt, hastily maneuvering around Luo Yuming to dash outside, her delicate face taut with tension. Luo Yuming's gaze instinctively followed the curve of her skirt downward. Beneath the black nightgown were her fair calves, her slippers long gone, leaving Ruan Qing'an barefoot on the ground. Behind the Ruan family villa lay a vast lawn, where the fine grass clippings brushed against Ruan Qing'an's skin, evoking an inexplicable sense that she should not, nor could bear to tread upon this ground. As Ruan Qing'an pressed forward, she casually remarked, "Luo Yuming, you should also leave quickly. That old fool will be here soon." Accompanied by Ruan Qing'an's exclamation, Luo Yuming had already swept her up in his arms, cradling her against him. With her waist tightly gripped, Ruan Qing'an panicked, instinctively pushing against his shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Miss, do you intend to walk into the city?" Ruan Qing'an replied, "That might not be feasible." Luo Yuming then stated, "I drove here. Besides, given your speed, the likelihood of being caught if you walk out is exceedingly high." The delicate and frail young lady fell silent. Luo Yuming then took a long stride, swiftly heading down the path to the back mountain, soon spotting the business vehicle waiting on the road. After placing Ruan Qing'an in the back seat, he finally occupied the front passenger seat, where Chengyu looked back in disbelief. "Brother Luo, you want to pick her up?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Observing Luo Yuming's earnest response, Chengyu almost retorted, "Have you lost your mind?" Yet Ruan Qing'an cast several glances at Chengyu before reclining against the seat, murmuring, "I have an apartment in the city. Let us go there." "All right, you should rest for now." Luo Yuming slightly nodded, preparing to signal Chengyu to drive when his phone rang first, and Chengyu was continuously signaling him. "Drive first. I have arrangements." "What arrangement could you possibly have?" "Brother Luo, have you forgotten how this woman treated you before?" Chengyu was exasperated, but could only resign himself to pressing the accelerator. She was fragile and vulnerable. The memory of the Ruan Qing'an who once stood behind Luo Jihong, cold and mockingly derisive, was gradually fading. What remained were the images of Ruan Qing'an protecting him at banquets, retorting others, and her delicate demeanor, or the time by the seaside when she wept in his embrace. Amidst the roar of the engine, Chengyu quietly questioned, "Brother Luo, what are you thinking?" It was chaotic. But in an instant, the thought that flashed through his mind was how to tenderly nurture a flower that was only suited to grow within the palm of his hand. He spoke softly, his gaze through the rearview mirror resting on Ruan Qing'an in the back seat. The deep hues of his eyes swirled with dark green, a tumult of past hatred and current complexities. Utterly indistinguishable. Yet with just one glance, he found himself nearly consumed by the burgeoning desire within those depths, like a beast poised to strike. Affection level. 45 Chapter 17. The obsessive air of a wealthy family the wayward and ill-tempered young lady 17, for Ruan Qing'an. Jumping from the third floor was as simple as eating or drinking, But for the original owner, such a stimulus was unbearable. After providing the address, she dozed off in the back seat. When she awoke again, she was lying on a soft sofa, glancing around the exquisitely decorated apartment, likely a property under the original owner's name, sharing a similar style. Just then, Luo Yuming walked in from outside. "You're awake." How do you have a key?" "The one downstairs gave it to me." Luo Yuming replied, pouring a glass of water and placing it on the table. "I've already handled the key situation, that I discovered that not only are you quite bold, but you also seem unafraid of danger. The keys to this place were still with the property management, because this unit hasn't been sold yet." Luo Yuming paused, raising his eyes to look at her. The young lady shrugged. "Did you not know? This entire building belongs to me, so I can live wherever I please. That I truly had no idea." Just as he fell silent, Ruan Qing'an, seated on the sofa, playfully kicked him with her delicate foot, the gentle motion barely applying pressure, but tinged with a slight itch. "Hey, my leg is numb. Quickly give it a massage." Ruan Qing'an's voice was soft and almost petulant. Luo Yuming sighed lightly and, resigned, moved closer to her side. Lifting her leg, he placed it on his thigh. His long fingers encountered the soft sensation of her skin, and after applying slight pressure, Ruan Qing'an instinctively kicked him again. He seized her ankle in response. "Miss, please remain still. That I told you to be gentle." Ruan Qing'an pouted in dissatisfaction, attempting to free herself from his grip, yet he tightened his hold, rendering her momentarily immobile. Weighing the balance of power, the headstrong young lady ultimately chose to concede, her tone softening unconsciously. "It hurts. Be gentler." "All right, understood." Luo Yuming finally released her, but the spot he had held soon bore a faint blush. A clear mark of their playful struggle that exuded a broken beauty, stirring one's heart with longing. Ruan Qing'an leaned against the sofa, hugging a cushion. "Luo Yuming, where did that friend of yours go? He had other matters and left first. And aren't you surprised?" Luo Yuming paused his massage, instinctively lifting his gaze, but at that moment, Ruan Qing'an had turned her face away, obscuring her expression. She continued, "I know how much I am loathed. Luo Yuming, including you, who would wish to devour me whole. Wouldn't you?" Luo Yuming retorted, "Is this a transaction? No, it's merely my unilateral commitment." The once high and mighty young lady, even in her current plight, spoke with unwavering confidence. Luo Yuming remained silent for a moment. Then, "Can I interpret this as compensation?" A simple declarative statement, as if it were a certainty, caused Ruan Qing'an's previously tense expression to stiffen. She immediately raised the cushion. "Don't think too much. I never regret anything I've done, and I indeed despise illegitimate children, that extremely so. So don't ask, why are you so chatty? Isn't it annoying?" Hearing her impatient complaints, Luo Yuming's attention was inadvertently drawn to her flushed ears, partially concealed by her hair, that he lowered his eyelids, concealing a smile. "All right, I understand. Affection value 50. Did I apologize for causing you concern?" "Father," that as they entered the living room, a servant rushed forward in a flurry. "Sir, the second young lady is missing." "What?" Mr. Ruan's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried forward, with Ruan Qing'an following closely. Upon reaching the third floor, they found Ruan Qing'an's room in utter disarray, save for the plate left at the door. The servants dared not utter a word. Who could have anticipated that Ruan Qing'an would have the audacity to leap from the third floor? It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, no matter how they reasoned, Ruan Qing'an's whereabouts were nowhere to be found. Just as Mr. Ruan was preparing to gather a search party, an unexpected guest arrived outside the door. Luo Jihong sat in a wheelchair, with Mr. Luo pushing him, standing at the entrance. "Speak, what brings you here today?" Mr. Ruan paused. "Let us not say it's because Luo Jihong is here to cause trouble. It has been too long. Pursuing this matter further would be pointless." Mr. Luo chuckled lightly. "Chairman Ruan is indeed a man of reason. That in fact, I came today to meet your esteemed daughter. My son also wishes to extend his congratulations." Upon hearing this, Mr. Ruan scrutinized him from head to toe, letting out a cold snort. That Mr. Luo's intentions were abundantly clear to Mr. Ruan. Previously, Luo Jihong had been favoring Ruan Qing'an, likely under his father's influence, but now that he had found a more appealing investment prospect, it was only natural to shift allegiances. The scandal involving the Luo family and the passing of Luo Yuming's mother had been effectively suppressed thanks to the Ruan family, a mutually beneficial arrangement. albeit one rooted in self-interest. As Mr. Luo spoke, Mr. Ruan's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, outside the window, an invisible camera and recorder flickered with a faint red light, and in a nearby corner, Cheng-Yu was carefully eavesdropping, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had inadvertently left behind his portable listening device, never expecting to overhear such confidential matters. Brother Luo, the relationship between the Ruan and Luo families is anything but ordinary. Just as this information was halfway disseminated, the next moment, Mr. Ruan, bending down, discovered the flickering red light of the hidden camera. Who is there? Damn it. Chapter 18. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family the spoiled and vicious young lady. 18. Brother Luo. The relationship between the Ruan and Luo families is anything but ordinary. The message abruptly ceased, and Luo Yumming frowned, hastily instructing Cheng-Yu to manage the aftermath before swiftly departing. Was Cheng-Yu perhaps investigating elsewhere? Luo Yumming remained silent for a moment. Suppressing his doubts, he reopened the information regarding Mr. Ruan's press conference from earlier that day, his slender fingers tapping on the table as he pondered that if the Luo and Ruan families maintained a close relationship, then striking against the Luo family would likely prompt them to seek assistance from the Ruan family. Would he then have to contend with both the Luo and Ruan families together? After a moment's contemplation, it seemed that for whatever reason, he would need to assist Ruan Qing'an. With Ruan Qing'an having Mr. Ruan's backing, she held a distinct advantage in the struggle for inheritance, by aiding Ruan Qing'an. He could incite discord within their ranks to that moment. The tightly shut door was suddenly pushed open, revealing Ruan Qing'an leaning against the doorway, one hand on the phone, saying, "All right, I understand, Grandpa Mo, thank you for your trouble." Only when Luo Yumming looked over did she add, "This is called seeking external assistance. Have you forgotten who my mother is?" Ruan's mother had once been the head of the Han group, gradually receding from the public eye after marrying Mr. Ruan. Nonetheless, there were whispers that she continued to wield influence behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Luo Yumming's expression darkened. If that were the case, Ruan Qing'an's chances of success would indeed increase significantly. Grandpa Mo had arranged for Ruan Qing'an to meet the two elders from the Han family at a high-end CAF. Both were well-educated individuals who had studied abroad in the olden days and were quite accustomed to coffee. The next day, Luo Yumming drove Ruan Qing'an to the CAF, parking by the roadside. "Do you need me to accompany you, young lady?" "No, this is something I must handle alone," Ruan Qing'an replied, pressing her fingers to her temples. Slightly distressed, after giving Luo Yumming some instructions, she finally took her small handbag and headed towards the CAF. Just as she crossed the street, she was halted by the screeching sound of tires. In the next moment, a sports car sped past, screeching to a halt right in front of her, showing no sign of wrongdoing. The window rolled down to reveal a young man in sunglasses. Leaning casually against the window, with a sultry model draped over him, "Oh, is that not Miss Ruan?" he remarked. "Wait, I mean it's now the second young lady." The young man, holding the model, laughed heartily, their voices dripping with sarcasm. He was one of the second-generation heirs who once fawned over Ruan Qing'an. They laughed for a while, completely oblivious to Ruan Qing'an's presence until the young man finally paused. "Miss Ruan, are you deaf?" "Not a single reaction, that I don't have time to lower myself to your level today." Ruan Qing'an even raised her hand to check her watch. 2 minutes and 21 seconds. "That's the time I've wasted because of you." The young man's expression faltered, and the model beside him, casting a sidelong glance, chimed in, "Oh, just ignore her. She probably has no money and is bitter about it." "You're right. She ran away from home after her card was frozen. Who knows where she's been living these days? Can you still afford to spend, Miss Ruan? I wouldn't mind giving you a card," he said, pulling out his wallet and flaunting it in front of Ruan Qing'an, who remained composed despite their taunts. The once haughty heiress now brought low, and each of the once sycophantic heirs relished the spectacle. Yet Ruan Qing'an held her head high, her slate-gray eyes devoid of dust, gazing down upon the world with an air of superiority, as if anyone who caught her attention was receiving an immense favor. She had always been arrogant and disdainful, like a resplendent flower. Ruan Qing'an's melodious voice lingered. "So, your wealth consists solely of those cards, little brother. How very pathetic." "What do you mean by that, Ruan Qing'an?" "Nothing much," Ruan Qing'an replied lightly, bending down with a look of pity. "We are all adults now. Don't you have any profitable companies under your name? I thought everyone did. It seems you do not." Her smile grew even more contemptuous. The second-generation heir, who had not taken over a corporation and merely lived off his family's wealth. His voice caught in his throat, and his face flushed a deep shade of crimson as he could only watch Ruan Qing'an walk away. Infuriated as he slapped the steering wheel. Damn it, I refuse to believe she can truly turn her fortunes around. The model, wary of the repercussions, cautiously remarked. She has just fallen on hard times. Putting on a brave front. Her resentment is palpable. But from what I see, your resentment seems heavier than that of a ghost. At that moment, a voice interjected, dripping with sarcasm. The young man snapped back. Who are you? Upon raising his head, he found Luo Yuming leaning against the edge of the car window, looking down at him with an air of danger swirling in his dark green eyes. His breath hitched. Luo Yuming. Luo Yuming lowered his gaze, casually tapping on the car window. You seem to have been one of her lapdogs before, haven't you? If you don't want to share the same fate as Luo Jihong, you might want to keep your mouth shut. The young man paused, his smile deepening. I heard that Luo's Haihong was sent to the hospital, barely escaping becoming disabled. How unfortunate. Wouldn't you agree? The young man fell utterly silent. Before the model could retort, Luo Yuming had already rolled up the window, pressing the accelerator as the sports car sped away, as if fearing that lingering even a second longer would lead to dire consequences. Luo Yuming straightened up, gazing intently in the direction of the CF that he hoped that Ruan Qing'an's meeting with the Han family would remain undiscovered. If the individual involved could not keep their mouth shut, then he could not be held accountable. Meanwhile, inside the CF's private room, before Ruan Qing'an even stepped in, an elderly voice, firm and cold, rang out. Ruan Qing'an, what do you want from us this time? If you intend to treat the Han family as a mere tool, then there's no need for this meeting. Before she even crossed the threshold, she was effectively sentenced. Ruan Qing'an's heart sank. She hadn't anticipated that her predecessor had strained the relationship with the Han family to such a degree. Chapter 19. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family the spoiled and vicious young lady. 19. Observing the change in Ruan Qing'an's expression, Mo Hong, waiting nearby, quickly interjected. Miss, the old gentleman is still quite upset. You must have a proper conversation. After all, family feuds should not last overnight. Thank you. Grandpa Ruan Qing'an sighed softly, finally stepping into the private room. Inside, the stern elder and the gentle grandmother sat side by the window. Their faces lined with wrinkles, yet still exuding an air of elegance. Ruan's mother had always been a formidable businesswoman, continuing to expand the family business even after her marriage to Mr. Ruan, which was merely a partnership. This was also why Mr. Ruan had previously indulged Ruan Qing'an. Until a month ago, following the passing of Ruan's mother, I was reluctantly compelled to end his retirement and assume control of the entire HN family conglomerate once more. Tears shimmered in Juan's eyes, and just as she was about to speak, I firmly grasped her hand. Her surname is Ruan, not HN. She belongs to the heartless ones. That he then addressed Ruan Qing'an. Speak. What do you seek from us? Observing the tense standoff between HNCI and Ruan Qing'an, Juan felt a deep pang of sympathy, but found herself at a loss for words. Lowering her head as she discreetly wiped away her tears, the entire private room enveloped in a heavy silence. Noticing Ruan Qing'an standing motionless at the doorway, HNCI's anger surged, but just as he was about to speak, a muffled sound interrupted him. Ruan Qing'an had knelt down on the floor, unable to contain herself any longer. Juan shook off HNCI's hand and rushed to embrace Ruan Qing'an. Ruan, what are you doing? We could never bear to lose you. Does your knee hurt? You coddle her like this, and it will only lead to trouble. HNCI fumed, his frustration palpable, yet Juan retorted. Your daughter is already gone. Do you wish to lose this granddaughter too? I fell silent, and Juan gently held Ruan in his hand. Ruan, please rise and let your grandmother see if you are injured. Meeting her aged yet affectionate gaze, Ruan Qing'an felt a lump in her throat, but resolutely pushed Juan's hand away. Declaring earnestly, Grandmother, this is what I deserve. Child, how can you say such things? Ruan Qing'an lowered her head, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothing, turning pale. It is my failure to discern character that has led me to this plight. Listening to her voice quaver with suppressed sobs, I finally lifted his gaze to meet Ruan Qing'an, his expression a complex amalgamation of emotions. old woman. Step aside. I wish to hear what she has to say to Qing'an hesitated before resuming her seat beside HNCI, anxiously observing their confrontation, her heart increasingly troubled. Unlike Qing'an, who was kind-hearted and accommodating, the original protagonist's grandfather, HNCI, was truly ruthless and iron-willed. In the original narrative, even as the protagonist faced ruin, he had never offered assistance as long as she remained resentful towards the HN family. Winning over HNCC would not be an easy task. Ruan Qing'an understood this all too well, and she knelt there obediently, her voice barely above a whisper. I know, compared to my mother, I have always disappointed you both. Even after my mother's death, I wish to sever all ties with the HN family. Ruan Qing'an paused, her petite frame trembling slightly as she leaned forward. Had it not been for my mother's passing, I fear I would never have realized my father was such a person. He has always been that way. HNCC, I let out a cold snort. I warned you against being with him. Look at what you've become. Ruan Qing'an forced a smile. He even told me that my mother's demise was due to her excessive worry, that the pressures from the HN family were more than she could bear. Upon hearing this, HNCC, I slammed his hand on the table. What nonsense is this ungrateful wretch spouting? Grandfather, this is what he has always told me. Ruan Qing'an's smile faded, laced with profound bitterness. Even HNCI, witnessing her regretful demeanor, found himself at a loss for words that it was not only his daughter who had passed away a month ago, but also Ruan Qing'an's mother. After a moment of silence, HNCI's demeanor softened slightly. Through tear-filled eyes, Ruan Qing'an observed the elder's reaction with a leaden gaze. Seizing the moment to say, before, my mother spoke to me, but I must apologize. It was only through her death that I truly learned to grow. Before her passing, my mother taught me how to be an exceptional leader. But I foolishly listened to my father, believing that it sufficed to simply be a proper young lady, thus betraying my mother's expectations. Reflecting on her own daughter, Qing'an nearly broke down. For human hearts are tender, and regardless of Ruan Qing'an's past misdeeds, she remained their granddaughter, their only kin. Given Ruan Qing'an's previous reckless behavior, it was clear she had fallen from favor. The Qing'an group was no longer an option for her, thus prompting her to seek contact with the HN family. With this thought, HNCI's expression turned colder. Ruan Qing'an remained kneeling on the ground, her knees bloodied and raw, yet she showed no sign of discomfort. Grandfather, my mother hoped I would inherit the HN family business, but I know I have disappointed you both. I lack the qualifications. Even as your granddaughter, I understand my difficult position. Without your support, I would not endure such hardship. However, Ruan Qing'an paused, bowing deeply 3 times, a gesture that shocked both HNCI and Qing'an. When she lifted her head again, a clear red mark, oozing blood, was visible on her forehead. Her leaden eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Grandfather, grandmother, I will not let my mother's spirit look down on me in disappointment. Having said that, before they could react, Ruan Qing'an staggered to her feet, bowed once more, and turned to leave the private room. Once she stepped outside, the room fell into an eerie silence. Qing'an wept uncontrollably, while HNCI remained silent. Mo Qing hurriedly entered. Old sir, let her be. But she has truly changed. Listening to Mo Qing, HNCI clenched his teeth in silence. Meanwhile, Ruan Qing'an stumbled out of the CAF, her current state far more disheveled than when she had entered. Blood trickled from her pale forehead, and her knees were scraped raw, having been pampered all her life. She was unaccustomed to such suffering. Kneeling for merely half an hour had rendered her knees nearly unrecognizable. The strain of her kneeling had left her with a dull pain that made her legs tremble slightly. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out to stop her, steadying her in place. Luyming spoke in a low voice. Miss, in this condition, are you sure you want me to wait for you in the car? Ruan Qing'an remained silent, merely pursing her lips. He suddenly realized something, his tone turning questioning. Has something happened? Ruan Qing'an finally nodded slightly. Without the support of the HN family, it would be nearly impossible for her to succeed on her OWN. Luyming's gaze deepened. The risks associated with his investment in Ruan Qing'an had now escalated. Sensing Luyming's inner turmoil, the system grew anxious. Oh dear, you cannot continue like this. If you lack leverage, What will happen if the male lead abandons you? Several previous hosts tried to feign pity and were cast aside once they lost their utility. Is love merely a transaction? Ruan Qing'an frowned in disapproval. System, you are too mundane. 037. That you are lofty, and I am the mundane one. I am truly at a loss. Chapter 20. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family, the wayward and vicious young lady. 20. Yet even as Ruan Qing'an voiced her sentiments, she was acutely aware that this was an exceedingly precarious gambit she was testing. Her assessment of Lu Ying's motives for coming to her the front of the CAF. Lu Ying's hand supported her, and neither spoke. Every moment stretched infinitely. 037 was too nervous to utter a word, while Ruan Qing'an felt remarkably at ease, quietly concluding that Lu Ying was indeed wavering. After all, he had come this far from nothing, now capable of contending with both the Lu and Ruan families. One could only imagine the sacrifices he had made. He must also weigh the pros and cons. Acting in accordance with his interests, Miss, you are truly troublesome. Lu Ying's voice was slightly hoarse as he looked down at her, his hand gripping her waist with a firmer hold. Pulling her closer. Miss, come a bit closer. Do not obstruct those behind you. Feeling the compelling pressure at her waist, Ruan Qing'an thought, that is there no option to push me away? Lu Ying, what are you doing? Do not move. Mississippi. Ruan Qing'an instinctively attempted to sit up, but Lu Ying's strong hand effortlessly clasped her wrist, pinning her back against the seat. His tall figure looming over her, in that moment, their breaths intertwined, as if they were enmeshed in one another, the air around them thickening with heat. Ruan Qing'an finally regained her senses and quickly pressed against the back seat. Cough. Cough. I won't move. What do you intend to do? I'm going to tend to your wounds. Only then did Lu Ying reluctantly shift his gaze away, his Adam's apple bobbing as he retrieved a first aid kit, lowering his head to apply antiseptic to Ruan Qing'an's knees while saying, what are your plans regarding the HN family? I have erred, and I must face the consequences that are Ruan Qing'an inside. One must acknowledge their mistakes. When reprimanded, one must stand tall. Yet merely admitting one's faults is insufficient. HN seeks an heir. I am his granddaughter, and I am destined to be the future head of the family. Essentially, this is a matter of reciprocal benefit. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed the young lady was still pondering how to seek forgiveness and regain the HN family's support. But unexpectedly, she had already considered this step. After tending to Ruan Qing'an's injuries, Lu Ying placed a bandage over her forehead wound and then stowed the first aid kit away. As long as you have a plan in mind, that is sufficient. Yes, the old man will certainly have Ruan Qing'an and start working in the company to gain experience. I will head to the company first. Ruan Qing'an spoke as she provided the address of the Hongyuan group belonging to the Ruan family, then leaned back in the rear seat, scrolling through her phone, seemingly deep in thought. Luo Yiming refrained from asking further questions, instead taking the driver's seat and pressing the accelerator. The board meeting of Hongyuan group. Ruan Qing'an donned a formal suit, yet she appeared somewhat shy and lacking in confidence. Her delicate features bore a hint of timidity. While Ruan's father stood before her, adjusting her collar. With a loving gaze, he said, in a moment, the shareholders will arrive for the meeting, and I will formally introduce your identity while also announcing the subsequent arrangements. Thank you, Dad. What kind of talk is that? Your father will always stand behind you, Ruan's father replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he observed Ruan Qing'an's demeanor. That I've longed to see you like this. You are doing wonderfully. You must keep striving. Ruan Qing'an shyly nodded, obedient and endearing. Just then, more and more shareholders began to arrive, prompting Ruan's father to collect himself and patiently await the proceedings. Approximately 15 minutes later, following the passing of Ruan's mother a month prior, Hongyuan Group convened another shareholders meeting. The major shareholders had heard about the press conference, leading to a flurry of discussions among them. That Ruan's father stood at the forefront and interrupted. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I believe you are all aware of the developments regarding the press conference. Today, I would like to introduce my eldest daughter, Ruan Qing'an. Tian, come here. Ruan Qing'an took a deep breath and stepped beside her father. Her smile warm and appropriate. Greetings, esteemed elders, that I am Ruan Qing'an, one of the future heirs of the group. Only after Ruan's father initiated applause did a sparse clapping emerge from the audience, creating an awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, one shareholder spoke up before Madame Ruan's passing. It was always Miss Ruan Qing'an designated as the heir. Now that it has changed unexpectedly, I wonder what Chairman Ruan's intentions are. Indeed, Madame Ruan was an exceptionally capable leader, and Miss Ruan Qing'an was chosen by Chairman Ruan alongside her. Hearing his late wife's name, Ruan's father's expression darkened. This was precisely what he disliked about Ruan's mother, as her influence within Hongyuan Group even overshadowed him. The rightful head, he was eager to cultivate Ruan Tiantian into an outstanding successor. After all, it was his accomplishment. Yet as long as Ruan's mother was mentioned, all his pride and dignity were trampled upon. Before Ruan's father could respond, Ruan Tiantian interjected. I understand that, compared to Ruan Qing'an, I have arrived later, so I realize that you, esteemed elders, may not know much about me. You have all accompanied Hongyuan Group through its initial development, treating it as your home, and thus may harbor some reservations towards me. However, I hope you can grant me an opportunity, as I wish to prove my capabilities. Upon hearing this, Ruan's father felt a swell of pride and added, Tian has a good heart, and she will strive to learn how to become an excellent leader, which is something she surpasses Ruan Qing'an in. Even the head of Hongyuan Group spoke in such a manner. The shareholders glanced at one another. They had shown preference for Ruan Qing'an due to Ruan's mother's influence, but given her past behavior, she had indeed performed poorly. Moreover, the deceased could not compare to the living. If it came down to power, choosing Ruan's father was undoubtedly the right decision. With this in mind, the shareholders finally applauded. Ruan Tiantian smiled, while Ruan's father continued, although Ruan Qing'an was designated as the heir by my late wife. Her performance has been lacking, displaying no understanding of management or ambition, that if she does not mend her ways, her status as heir will need to be reconsidered, that I hope all shareholders will not harbor prejudice against Tiantian. The shareholders immediately replied, of course not. Just then, the tightly shut conference room door was pushed open, and a voice, melodious and mocking as the sound of pearls dropping onto a plate, echoed through the room. Father, you certainly know how to speak. That do not hold any bias against my sister. That statement you just made, doesn't it imply bias towards me? Father, upon hearing Ruan Qing'an's voice, Ruan's father abruptly lifted his head to see the petite figure standing at the door of the conference room. Chin slightly raised, as if she were destined to stand upon a cloud, looking down upon all. Behind her stood Luo Yuming, his long fingers gently supporting Ruan Qing'an's waist to prevent her from stumbling. His dark eyes subtly surveying the crowd in the conference room, much like a fierce dog following its master. The entire conference room fell silent, no one expecting Ruan Qing'an's appearance. That Ruan's father's face darkened. Ruan Qing'an, this is a shareholders' meeting. Who allowed you to enter? How amusing. Why shouldn't I, as a shareholder, be allowed to attend a shareholders' meeting? Father, your subordinates are quite incompetent, unable to keep track of the attending shareholders. Ruan's father scoffed. I am your father. How could I be unaware of your status as a shareholder? Stop this nonsense. As Ruan's father prepared to call for security, Ruan Qing'an raised her phone. This is the share transfer contract left by my mother. After her passing, the 12 of Hongyuan Group's shares she held now belong to me. I wonder if this percentage qualifies me to participate. Ruan's father's expression darkened. How was I not aware of this? The electronic contract was prepared long ago by my mother, Ruan Qing'an replied, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Yet, regardless of Ruan's father's willingness, as long as Ruan Qing'an held this 12 stake, she was indeed qualified to participate. Under Ruan's father's icy gaze, Ruan Qing'an smiled deepened as she took a seat, with Luo Yuming standing behind her, matching her gaze with Ruan's father. That Ruan's father pointed at Luo Yuming and said to Ruan Qing'an, Ruan Ruan, you may have your mother's shares, and I will allow you to remain here, but what right does Luo Yuming have to participate? That would be. Ruan Qing'an paused, her smile radiant, suddenly grabbing Luo Yuming and pulling him beside her in a half-forced manner. Her demeanor casual and indifferent as she placed a kiss on his cheek. That in that moment, Luo Yuming's pupils dilated, experiencing a soft, petal-like touch, as gentle as the layers of clouds resting upon a rooftop. However, the willful and spoiled young lady seemed entirely unconcerned with her actions. Turning to face the stunned crowd, that my father can bring someone with personal connections here, yet I can't bring along a romantic interest for amusement? Her implication was almost a direct mention of Ruan Tiantian's name, causing the smile on Ruan Tiantian's face to falter. Yet Ruan Qing'an remained undeterred, her leaden gray eyes piercingly fixed on her. just as Ruan Qing'an was about to speak. She inadvertently found herself ensnared in the dangerous whirlpool of dark green, with Luo Yuming standing behind Ruan Qing'an, his long arms resting on the chair's armrest, almost encircling the petite girl, but he now turned his gaze upward. A sudden sense of dread surged within Ruan Qing'an as she noticed Ruan's father preparing to interject. Instinctively, she grasped his arm. Dad, it's fine. All right, I will heed your words, Ruan's father snorted coldly, returning to face the shareholders as he continued. Then I shall proceed. Tian will assume the position of general manager under my guidance, beginning to handle company affairs and oversee business negotiations. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an's eyes grew colder. Business negotiations? This old man certainly knows how to pave the way for his beloved daughter. This role would allow Ruan Tian to meet various partners, with Ruan's father as assistants. The other shareholders had no objections, but Ruan Qing'an raised her hand. Wait a moment. Since my sister is to assume the role of general manager immediately, she must be well acquainted with the current situation, correct? I may not know everything, but I have prepared, Ruan Tian replied. Ruan Qing'an earnestly asked, Sister, do you know what the most urgent business cooperation for Hongyuan Group is right now? Ruan Tian hesitated, having focused on learning the basics but not delving into specific details about the group. Silence enveloped the room. Ruan Qing'an interjected. It is the import business with the Norman family. Their willingness to continue cooperation is not strong. Yet this segment is highly profitable and cannot be overlooked. Yes, that's correct, Ruan Tian agreed. As general manager, I also wish to address this matter first to benefit the group. Ruan Qing'an continued. However, the Norman family had previously collaborated well with us. What could have caused this sudden shift? Understanding the reason and identifying our competitors is crucial. Yes, I concur. You are absolutely right. The conference room was filled only with Ruan Qing'an's rational, logically clear voice, accompanied by Ruan Tian's agreement, resembling a classroom guiding her thoughts. The previously indifferent shareholders instinctively looked up, turning their attention to Ruan Qing'an. When did this scatterbrained girl become so astute? I am the general manager, and I will handle this. Ruan Qing'an stood up, her gaze filled with pity. I would love to say, good luck, sister, but my conscience prevents me from uttering those words. Dear sister, the collaboration with the Norman family is of paramount importance. Why not use this as a wager? Ruan Fu furrowed his brow and interrupted. This is not a game. Ruan Qing'an scoffed, but father, isn't your decision itself rather childish? If you find it unsatisfactory, why not raise the stakes a bit? That would make it more interesting. Meeting the gazes of Ruan Tian and Ruan Fu, Ruan Qing'an placed her hands firmly on the table, her aura suddenly surging, rendering the entire conference room eerily silent. 12% of the shares I shall relinquish. Ruan Tian's eyes widened in shock, and before Ruan Fu could respond, she fixed her gaze on Ruan Qing'an. Ruan, we are all adults here. One must keep their word. Indeed, let us see who prevails, sister. Ruan Qing'an nodded with a light laugh and rose decisively. Ruan Qing'an and Luo Yuming exited the conference room. Ruan Tian instinctively leaned against the table, gasping for breath. 12% of the shares. Ruan Qing'an's impulsive nature led her to this wager, and with Ruan Fu backing her, how could she possibly lose? Meanwhile, in the elevator outside the conference room, only Ruan Qing'an and Luo Yuming stood inside. Observing her exquisite profile, Luo Yuming remained silent for a moment before speaking. Miss, I can't shake the feeling that you seem different from before. Is that so? Perhaps you never truly understood me. Ruan Qing'an cast him a sidelong glance, her demeanor still arrogant and disdainful. However, Luo Yuming's gaze inadvertently fell upon her vividly red lips. He hesitated before asking, Aren't you afraid of losing? Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Ruan Qing'an stepped out without pause, asserting, I will not lose. Just watch. She walked briskly, yet resolutely. Luo Yuming lagged a step behind, watching Ruan Qing'an's retreating figure, and finally smiled, his expression softening, his gaze deepening. It seemed he had indeed never truly understood her. As Ruan Qing'an entered the car, Luo Yuming was about to follow when his phone rang urgently. A female voice on the other end exclaimed, Hello, Luo, go, what's wrong? Chung Yu's calls have been getting through. Noticing Luo Yuming standing still, Ruan Qing'an raised her head from the car window. Luo Yuming, what's the matter? Luo Yuming remained silent, his expression darkening. After a brief pause, Ruan Qing'an suddenly remarked, Has something happened to that friend of yours? I haven't seen him since last time. Hearing this, Luo Yuming finally lifted his head. Helplessly responding, "Miss, you are quite perceptive at times like this that I'm not a fool." The eldest miss scoffed impatiently and gestured for him to come over. What good does it do to stand there like a statue? Once seated in the car, Luo Yuming leaned against the window's edge, idly rubbing his phone, seemingly deep in thought. Chengyu had lost contact 2 days ago after visiting the Ruan family. His last message was also related to them. Could it be that he ran into trouble with the Ruan family? The woman on the other end of the line, named Wen Hui, was Chengyu's girlfriend and also a friend of Luo Yuming's. She was worried not only about Chengyu but also feared that this sudden turn of events might impact Luo Yuming's plans at that moment. Ruan Qing'an suddenly said, "Go ahead and speak." Luo Yuming, not taking it seriously, casually replied, "His name is Chengyu. He lost contact after I picked you up from the Ruan family. So, you suspect the Ruan family." While that possibility wasn't entirely unfounded. That old man would do anything for Ruan Qing'an. He seemed to have lost his mind. Moreover, if it truly was the Ruan family that detained Chengyu, handling it would be difficult. The Ruan family's web of connections in Nan City was vast and deeply entrenched. Confronting them would not be a simple matter, especially if there were special connections involved. That IT would be wiser to wait for pressure from the Han family. Ruan Qing'an, with her fingers poised thoughtfully, raised her chin slightly, exuding an air of aloofness like a queen. At least for now, that old man wouldn't dare to provoke the Han family. This makes things easier to manage, Luo Yuming countered. Do you have confidence regarding the Han family? I've mentioned before, my grandfather desires not just a granddaughter, but also a successor who is as competent as my mother, if not more so. My wager with Ruan Qing'an is not merely for my worthless father to see. It is for my grandfather and the others to witness. Once Ruan Qing'an finished speaking, her slate-gray eyes focused intently on him. The typically temperamental eldest miss was surprisingly calm at this moment. Luo Yuming nodded slightly, choosing not to say much more. What Ruan Qing'an proposed was indeed one strategy, and for him, the least risky. However, whether the eldest miss could execute it remained to be seen. Soon enough, regardless of whether they intended to continue their business cooperation, the Norman family representatives arrived in Nan City, led by a middle-aged man who was a trusted confidant of the family head. Ruan Qing'an had done her homework well in advance, gathering information thoroughly. I believe that, representing personal opinion, we must consider the subjective views of the system and objective data the system used. The prelude had been too lengthy. Little system. All right, fine. In the original text, Ruan Qing'an was indeed protected by the halo of a heroine, yet she still failed to secure the Norman family. Ruan Qing'an paused in her reading. That's because she lacks capability. The system seemed to want to say more, but Ruan Qing'an had already muted it in her mind, continuing to peruse her materials leisurely. Stop overthinking it, little system. The arrow is knocked, and it must be released. All her research and efforts over these past days were not in vain. Just then, Mo Hong called her. "Hello, miss. It seems the kitchen in the villa has indeed prepared an extra meal for one, which was sent to the basement. It appears to be locked away. Is it dangerous?" Hearing this, Ruan Qing'an sighed in relief. "That's good. Please keep an eye on the villa matters for me, and if anything changes, do notify me immediately." Mo Hong nodded. "Understood. Don't worry, miss." Just as Ruan Qing'an was about to hang up, hurried footsteps could be heard on the other end, followed by Mo Hong lowering his voice. "Miss. One more thing. The Norman family representatives have arrived, and after Mr. has made introductions, Ruan Qing'an has arranged a meeting at the horse ranch. I understand." Grandpa Mo Ruan Qing'an's expression deepened, her smile chilling. The information she had gathered indicated that the representative sent by the Norman family was an avid equestrian, possessing a horse ranch abroad. Ruan Qing'an likely chose to curry favor because of this. After hanging up, Ruan Qing'an rose and walked toward the door, addressing Luo Yuming in the living room. "Your friend is fine. I will keep an eye on any issues that arise. So, stop sulking and prepare to accompany me to the horse ranch." Luo Yuming was momentarily taken aback, glancing down. This eldest miss was rather unceremonious when it came to issuing commands. Though inwardly he grumbled, his eyes sparkled with a hint of indulgent amusement. Affection value, 60. When Ruan Qing'an and Luo Yuming arrived at the horse ranch, the Norman family's car was already parked outside, with Ruan Qing'an waiting at the entrance to greet a foreign gentleman in a suit. Beside her, Luo Jihong sat in a wheelchair, accompanying her, just as he had once followed Ruan Qing'an, dutifully guarding her. Luo Jihong had now shifted his focus upon hearing Luo Fu's instructions that Mr. William, please follow me. Ruan Qing'an courteously welcomed the middle-aged man, and while speaking, she caught sight of Ruan Qing'an and Luo Yuming just getting out of the car in the distance. Panic gripped her heart as she hurriedly led the seemingly oblivious Mr. William into the horse ranch, casting furtive glances at Luo Jihong. Ruan Qing'an and Luo Yuming had just arrived, and all she could do was watch them enter while Luo Jihong maneuvered his wheelchair to block the entrance. Ruan Qing'an, don't chase after them. Tian is the legitimate general manager of Hongyuan Group. What right do you have to meet Mr. William? It's laughable. Really, then on what grounds do you think you can represent Hongyuan Group in signing a business contract? William glanced around the horse racing arena, noting that it appeared to have been reserved by Ruan Tian, leaving only the two of them standing there alongside Luo Jihong, who was seated in a wheelchair. This foreign gentleman, in the prime of his life, possessed deep facial contours. Despite the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, he exuded a vibrant energy, his azure gaze scrutinizing Ruan Tian, tinged with a hint of subtle discontent. However, Ruan Tian remained oblivious, stepping forward to explain, I have heard that Mr. William enjoys horseback riding, so I specially reserve this venue for you to fully indulge in the experience, though it may not compare to your own riding grounds. Please forgive me. William slightly furrowed his brow, but maintained his gentlemanly composure, nodding gently. Miss Ruan, your thoughtfulness is appreciated, but let us turn our attention to matters of business. That it was clear that Mr. William had come primarily for a commercial collaboration with the Hongyuan Group. Yet Ruan Tian urged him to relax after his journey. As she spoke, a staff member approached, leading a stallion. Ruan Tian quickly exclaimed, Mr. William, what do you think of this horse? I've heard it is capable of competing and has a pure breed. Not only was Ruan Tian insistent, but Luo Jihong also leaned in to persuade him. The atmosphere compelled William to acquiesce, and he nodded, following the staff to change into riding attire. Once William's figure disappeared from view, Luo Jihong leaned closer to Ruan Tian and assured her, Tian, rest assured, this negotiation will go smoothly. Of course, Father has provided me with the Norman family's information, and I've thoroughly grasped this man's preferences. As long as I cater to his tastes and make him happy, what's there that can't be signed? Ruan Tian spoke with an air of pride, to which Luo Jihong readily concurred. Mirroring his previous flattery of Ruan Qing'an, Ruan Tian basked in the compliments. Reveling in her self-satisfaction, an unexpected figure appeared behind the staff member leading the stallion. Ruan Qing'an had changed into riding attire, the fitted fabric accentuating her graceful form. She held the reins in one hand while gently stroking the horse with the other, glancing toward Ruan Tian with a cold smile in her leaden gray eyes. Her lips curving slightly in a vibrant smirk. Oh, it's my sister. What a coincidence. Ruan Qing'an's voice was elongated, melodious yet laced with sharp sarcasm, as if she were a flower nurtured in the soil of sin. Its thorns ready to prick. Apologies, Miss Ruan, but this young lady claims to be your biological sister. Thus she qualifies as your family and has the right to enter. She does not. Immediately throw her out. Ruan Tian's furious outburst startled the staff, leaving them stammering. Who would have thought that a sister would receive such treatment? As the staff hesitated, Ruan Tian's ire intensified, but at that moment, Luo Jihong lowered his voice. Tian, Mr. William is still inside. Finally, Ruan Tian regained her composure, temporarily suppressing her anger, while Ruan Qing'an merely smiled. Sister, do not be afraid that I heard you even specially sought out a teacher to practice horseback riding. Quite impressive. Are you worried you cannot match me? That's just absurd. Ruan Ruan, there's no need for comparison. Ruan Tian's smile appeared stiff and forced, just as William emerged from the changing room. Now dressed in riding gear. Whatever Ruan Tian had intended to say caught in her throat, and she turned to William. Mr. William, are you ready to give it a try? Sure. Will you join me? Before Ruan Tian could respond, Ruan Qing'an interjected, do not decline, sister. Your teacher mentioned you learn quickly and perform well. This. William turned to Ruan Tian. Is that so? In that case, why not join us? Ruan Tian found herself cornered, while she had indeed intensified her training. The thought of competing against the horse enthusiast William was daunting. Yet, refusal was no longer an option. Reluctantly, she nodded and followed the staff into the changing room. Once Ruan Tian had entered, Ruan Qing'an turned to William, offering a slight nod. Mr. William, I am Ruan Qing'an from the Ruan family. It is a pleasure to have you in our country. Thank you for your understanding. William assessed Ruan Qing'an, as if evaluating something. Miss Ruan Qing'an, Are you here regarding the business collaboration with Ruan Ruan Group as well? Ruan Qing'an shook her head. Not at all. Though I personally believe you should rest and adjust to the time difference. Since my sister has brought you here, do enjoy yourselves. Before William could respond, Ruan Qing'an seized the reins and effortlessly mounted her horse, her slender figure exuding an air of confidence. She sat atop the saddle, looking down at William, nodding with a blend of polite courtesy that was neither overly warm nor cold. That Mr. William, I wish you an enjoyable experience. We shall refrain from discussing business during this time. And you as well. With that, Ruan Qing'an guided her steed away, her movements fluid and graceful, as if the horse were an extension of herself. When Ruan Qing'an finally emerged from the changing room, she caught sight of this scene, her expression darkening as William continued to lead his horse ahead. Miss Ruan, your sister is quite an adept rider. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. He remarked that yes, indeed. Ruan Qing'an replied awkwardly. William countered, if your sister rides so splendidly, Miss Ruan need not be modest that I shall take my leave first. Otherwise, I, an old man, would be left behind by you youngsters with that. William mounted his horse and departed, leaving Ruan Qing'an's smile increasingly strained, her lips twitching uncontrollably. As Ruan Qing'an clumsily mounted her horse, her body stiffened as she squeezed the horse's belly, watching in despair as Ruan Qing'an and William raced ahead. The sight of Ruan Qing'an's relaxed demeanor twisted Ruan Qing'an's expression into one of fury. Where did that Luo Jihong go? Send someone after her. What, today? I am the only star. Ruan Qing'an's previously soft voice turned resolute. Her gaze hardened as she looked toward Ruan Qing'an. This was not merely a horse race or a bet. She, Ruan Qing'an, was determined to seize the Ruan family and take complete control of Ruan Ruan Group. Before Luo Jihong could respond, Ruan Qing'an had already spurred her horse forward, leaving behind a weighty command. Whatever it takes. Bring Ruan Qing'an down, even if it means crippling her. Chapter 24. The obsessive heir of a powerful family, the spoiled, and unruly young lady. 24. The majestic steed and the spirited young lady riding it created a vivid tableau. Her elegance illuminated as she effortlessly guided the stallion over hurdles, halting gracefully ahead. William followed closely, halting his horse behind Ruan Qing'an. Shall we race another lap? Then I shall look forward to your guidance. Mr. William. Ruan Qing'an was not shy in her confidence, and William admired her demeanor, chuckling heartily. Very well, I shall not hold back that I in the next moment. The horses surged forward, their hooves thundering that I in a distant corner. Luo Jihong prepared to maneuver his wheelchair, quietly attending to the tasks Ruan Qing'an had assigned him. After all, in the contest for the Ruan family's inheritance, Luo's father had already chosen Ruan Qing'an, and thus he had to invest in her. With this in mind, Luo Jihong smirked. Ruan Qing'an, you tread the path to heaven and ignore the gates of hell. It serves you right. At that moment, however, Luo Jihong's wheelchair suddenly ceased to move. Startled, he instinctively looked down to find a hand pressing upon it. Gripping the control lever, that a tall young man leaned slightly forward, grasping the back of Luo Jihong's wheelchair, his smile widening. That I intended to greet you earlier outside the horse arena. Hearing the voice of Luo Yumin, Luo Jihong trembled. When he remained silent, Luo Yuming's dark eyes narrowed, the swirling green hue appearing more menacing. What is the matter? Too happy to speak. Luo Jihong's face paled, remaining mute. Happy? Who said I wanted to greet you? Though he thought this, he dared not voice it, forcing a stiff smile. No, not at all did I hear you say that being crippled is of no concern. Luo Yuming's gaze fell upon Luo Jihong's legs. In the spirit of reciprocity, you should take things lightly, so shall we give it a try? Is this something to be tried casually, from a distance? Luo Yuming glanced toward Ruan Qing'an. Keep a close watch. Or else, despite Ruan Qing'an's hurried practice, she remained a novice with little real experience, trailing far behind William and Ruan Qing'an. Helplessly watching them ride away, as she observed Ruan Qing'an's effortless enjoyment. Her expression darkened further. Where had that Luo Jihong gone? Ruan Qing'an glanced around, nearly losing her grip on the horse and tumbling to the ground. In stark contrast to Ruan Qing'an, she could no longer contain the fury bubbling within her. Meanwhile, Ruan Qing'an sat confidently in the saddle atop a magnificent steed, her body pressing down, taut with tension, as her speed increased, yet she remained unyielding. William pursued her relentlessly, the distance between them narrowing, just as they were about to reach the finish line. The rhythm of hooves quickened, and out of nowhere, a hurdle suddenly fell across their path, blocking their way. But there was no time to slow down. William, seeing this from behind, shouted, "Watch out!" Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened as she raised her gaze. Spotting Ruan Qing'an nearby, holding the reins with a cold, malevolent stare, it was evident that she had caused the hurdle to fall. In the distance, Luo Yumming observed the scene, his brow furrowed at this speed. Ruan Qing'an could very well be thrown from her horse. But just as he prepared to intervene, the girl, who should have been in peril, remained composed and unfazed. The next moment, the horse's hooves rose high, and she leaned down, leaping gracefully over the obstacle before swiftly turning to confront Ruan Tiantian. Ruan Tiantian, seated in the saddle, was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. The dust and the swaying hurdle startled her horse, causing it to bolt, and she instinctively cried out, only to find herself crashing to the ground, her steed galloping away. Yet Ruan Qing'an had already calmed her horse with ease, leisurely approaching Ruan Tiantian, who lay sprawled on the ground in a state of disarray. Elevated on her mount, Ruan Qing'an maintained her haughty demeanor, as if this were only to be expected. "Sister, one must be cautious while riding," she remarked. "That I know." Ruan Tiantian managed an awkward smile under William's gaze, while nearby staff rushed to assist, directing others to handle the situation urgently, prompting Ruan Qing'an to dismount. Once another staff member led the horse away. She adjusted her riding attire as she passed by Ruan Tiantian. Ruan Tiantian had taken quite a fall, and as she groaned in pain, she looked up to meet Ruan Qing'an's slate-gray eyes, accompanied by the remark, "What a pity you can't stand properly." Ruan Tiantian's expression soured further. However, before she could respond, staff members swiftly lifted her onto a stretcher, rushing her toward the medical room, as the equestrian center had established proper medical protocols to mitigate safety risks. After receiving prompt care, Ruan Tiantian was able to walk again, as the horse's fright had not caused significant harm. She had merely fallen from the saddle and sustained minor abrasions. Approximately half an hour later, she emerged from the medical room, anxiously making her way back to the equestrian grounds, determined not to let Ruan Qing'an seize the opportunity. Upon entering the arena, she found Ruan Qing'an and William comfortably seated, their expressions radiating pleasure. As Ruan Qing'an drew closer, she overheard their effortless conversation in English, yet she could only grasp fragments. "All right, Ruan, it's a pleasure to meet you." William promptly stood to shake her hand before releasing it almost immediately. Following this, Ruan Qing'an turned to leave, brushing past Ruan Tiantian, her slate-gray eyes imbued with a hint of icy mockery, causing Ruan Tiantian's heart to race. Once Ruan Qing'an had departed, she hurriedly approached William. "Mr. William, did she mention any collaboration projects with you?" "No. Ruan is quite impressive, knowledgeable, and articulate on both the history and culture of horse racing. As for work, I greatly admire her ability to separate her professional life from her personal one. She seems to be quite a strong-willed individual." Ruan Tiantian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ruan Qing'an was indeed a foolish girl, missing such an opportunity, leaving no room for her to maneuver. "Mr. William, shall we move on to another location? I would also like to discuss this contract with you." Her words, William's previously jovial expression dimmed, yet he maintained his gentlemanly composure as he stood, nodding slightly. "Very well." After exiting with Ruan Tiantian, William was about to enter his car when he caught sight of an unexpected figure at the corner CAF, with no time to spare for Ruan Tiantian. He closed the car door and hurried toward the CAF. "Luo, it's been a while." Luo Yumming stood at the CAF entrance, acknowledging William's approach with a slight nod, lacking familiarity. In contrast, the older William was more cordial. "Luo, it's been ages since you left. How have you been?" "All is well. Thank you for your concern." "Not at all. My family inquires about you. I wonder if there's still a possibility to continue our previous discussions regarding collaboration." "You know our family places great importance on the overseas market," Luo Yumming replied, his words carefully measured. "That would likely require Mr. William to liaise with the business department." William sighed softly. "Understood. Regarding the girl we discussed previously, what are your thoughts, Mr. William? I recall she provided a business card." "Ruan. She's remarkable." William couldn't help but praise. "Ruan is a splendid girl, well suited to be a friend. Though she may appear proud, conversing with her reveals a remarkable maturity and sense of poise." At this, a deeper smile appeared in Luo Yumming's eyes. Suddenly, William realized something and teased. Could it be that Ruan and you, despite being older than them by many years, The foreign man was quite open-minded. As he began to probe further, Luo Yuming quickly interjected. No, there's nothing. Luo, I haven't even asked yet. That no, Luo Yuming stated emphatically. Seeing his reluctance to divulge any information, William sighed regretfully. All right, but Ruan is indeed an exceptional young woman. I believe she could also become a remarkable leader. Luo Yuming paused, his dark eyes betraying a hint of confusion, while William spotted Ruan Qing'an emerging from the depths of the CF, still unaware of their presence. With a light chuckle, he remarked, she is a clever one, especially in contrast to her sister. With that, William nodded at Luo Yuming before swiftly making his way toward Ruan Qing'an, seated in the car. Ruan Qing'an was oblivious to the unfolding events and casually inquired, Mr. William, is there something I can assist you with? Nothing. I merely ran into an old friend that it seems he's doing quite well. Did I an old friend? Ruan Qing'an blinked in surprise, instinctively glancing toward the CF, but finding no one there. Mr. William. Who do you mean? William smiled mysteriously, the lines on his face deepening. Recently, a high-tech company abroad has emerged as a new contender in the business world. I imagine you've heard of it. Yet not wishing to reveal her ignorance, Ruan Qing'an nodded repeatedly. Yes, I recall that company. I heard their founder is quite remarkable. Uncertain if William noticed her feigned understanding, he merely smiled and said no more, leaving Ruan Qing'an feeling somewhat embarrassed as she instructed the driver to set off. Meanwhile, behind the concealed greenery at the CF entrance, a tall young man was bending down, his ear pinched by a delicate hand. As he impatiently tugged at it, the petite girl, with her significant height disparity, forced him to stoop lower. Ruan Qing'an huffed discontentedly, glaring at Luo Yuming. Did I not instruct you to wait for me at the entrance? Miss, did I not mention that I was going to get you coffee? But I told you to wait for me. Luo Yuming sighed, extending the steaming cup of coffee toward her, nearly touching her cheek. Finally, the previously stern-faced young lady huffed in annoyance, releasing her grip on his ear, and took the coffee with both hands, carefully sipping it. Only then could Luo Yuming straighten up, hands in pockets, smiling as he watched her delicate head as she drank. Resembling an adorable kitten. However, he paused, touching his ear, pondering how charming it was, albeit a bit fierce and troublesome. Soon, the news of Ruan Qing'an's meeting with the Norman family spread rapidly among the executives of Hunyuan Group. The potential business collaboration with the Norman family held immeasurable stakes. Their prolonged indecision regarding contract renewal had begun to stir anxiety among numerous shareholders, hence the heightened scrutiny of this matter. He was a trusted aide to the head of the Norman family, and his words represented the family's stance to a significant degree, making this crucial that I specifically prepared the previous collaboration materials. The data on the Norman family and Mr. William's personal details. Why did you only take the portion about Mr. William? Upon encountering the expectant gaze of her father, Ruan Qing'an let out a sigh, considering the time constraints and that Mr. William is the one in charge of signing the contract. I thought it best to approach him. Hearing this, Ruan father furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment. That my understanding of Mr. William is rather limited as well. Wasn't he the one who signed contracts in the past? What was the situation then? Ruan Qing'an reflected. I endeavored to cater to his preferences, taking him to numerous places, and he seemed to enjoy himself thoroughly. However, from the subtle hints he dropped, it became apparent that he was reluctant to sign. She continued, if he maintains such an attitude even while having fun, I fear he will be even less inclined to engage in negotiations with us. Ruan Qing'an felt a headache coming on. Despite her best efforts, Mr. William remained impervious to her overtures, indulging in leisure without a word of cooperation. Ruan father recognized the gravity of the situation and fell silent for a moment. It appears this business contract may be quite troublesome. Nonetheless, Tianting, you have done well. Thank you, father, for your understanding that I believe it will be difficult to handle matters with Ruan Ruan as well, and this wager may have to come to naught. Fear not, I will assist you, Ruan father replied, then suddenly had a thought. How about this? You first communicate with Mr. William that if that proves fruitless, I shall directly contact the head of the Norman family. At this, Ruan Qing'an could not help but feel overjoyed, hurrying to stand behind her father and offering him a gentle shoulder massage. Thank you, father. Without you, I would be at a loss. Her smile widened. After all, what good would Ruan Ruan's efforts yield? If even she could not sway Mr. William, how could Ruan Ruan succeed? A mere phone call from her father would be far more effective. Ruan father smiled affectionately, creating a heartwarming scene of paternal love in the office. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Upon receiving Ruan's father's permission, Ruan Qing'an entered. "Dad, where is the business contract with the Norman family?" "It's on the table. You may take it," he replied. As Ruan Qing'an retrieved the contract, Ruan's father finally looked up, a realization dawning upon him. "Wait, why are you taking the renewal contract?" Ruan Tiantan suddenly felt a jolt of understanding and shot a furious glance at Ruan Qing'an, wishing she could devour her whole. Ignoring Ruan Tiantan's seething gaze, Ruan Qing'an casually flipped through the documents without raising her head. "But I've taken the renewal contract, so of course, I intend to discuss the renewal." She continued, "However, given the Norman family's prolonged delays, even if a contract is signed, they will likely request modifications that it is advisable for the legal department to prepare accordingly. I will reach out later." Ruan Tiantian's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as she could not help but exclaim, "Ruan Ruan, you must refrain from casually arranging a meeting with Mr. William. It could have adverse effects that— "Oh, do not worry, sister. It was Mr. William who initiated the appointment at the racetrack where you first invited him." Ruan Qing'an replied with an innocent yet exasperated smile, further infuriating Ruan Tiantian. She maneuvered around the desk to confront Ruan Qing'an directly. "Ruan Ruan, be careful with your words. Why would Mr. William wish to contact you?" Ruan Qing'an leaned on the desk, her smile radiant. "Sister, do you find it hard to believe? It's simple. We had quite a delightful time at the racetrack. However, your attempts to curry favor are merely superficial. The Norman family, to which Mr. William belongs, boasts a lineage of nobility spanning centuries abroad, far beyond what you can hope to compete with." She continued, "Moreover, your superficial charm pales in comparison to the years of experience I have accumulated. 21 years of mastering English, piano, equestrian skills, and the myriad social graces required by high society." Ruan Qing'an paused, her leaden gray eyes now filled with frigid pity as she regarded Ruan Tiantian, akin to observing a wild chicken aspiring to soar as a phoenix. "Dear sister, being a young lady of privilege is far from simple. Ruan Tiantian's late bloom of 23 years could not compensate for the lack of refinement. Nothing comes to fruition overnight. And even the original owner of this identity was beyond her reach. There was no disdain in this reality. Rather, it illustrated the fundamentally different lifestyles and educational methodologies that the original owner and Ruan Tiantian had experienced." Under the gaze of Ruan Qing'an's subtly mocking smile, Ruan Tiantian's countenance darkened. Yet, before she could retort, Ruan Qing'an had already turned to leave, her steps resolute and posture upright. For a moment, Ruan's father fell silent, lifting his gaze to Ruan Tiantian, unsure of how to comfort her. "Tian, do not mind her words. She has been raised this way by her mother. Indeed, even if she is insufferable, she is still a quintessential young lady of privilege." Ruan Tiantian scoffed inwardly, her expression towards her father growing icy. The considerable gap between her and Ruan Qing'an was a result of her father's shortcomings. But now, suppressing her rage, Ruan Tiantian forced a smile towards Ruan's father. Meanwhile, outside Hongyuan Group, Ruan Qing'an was perusing the contract when a business vehicle came to a halt before her. Mr. William greeted her amiably. "Hi, good morning, Ruan." As it was Mr. William who had taken the initiative to invite Ruan Qing'an, he displayed gentlemanly conduct, willingly stepping out to open the car door for her, demonstrating his thoughtfulness. Ruan Qing'an nodded slightly. And once seated, she remarked, "Mr. William, I hope to choose a suitable venue for our meeting today to discuss work matters. After all, our previous gathering at the racetrack was during your personal leisure time, and I would not wish to intrude upon your enjoyment. Moreover, I understand you prefer to separate work from your personal life. Indeed, we need to have a thorough discussion regarding this contract, but I am not particularly keen on conversing with your sister." Mr. William glanced at the time. "How about this, Ruan? You suggest a suitable place for negotiations, and we shall converse a short while later." Ruan Qing'an led Mr. William to a private tea house, a venue her mother had invested in during her lifetime due to her love for tea, now under Ruan Qing'an's name. After preparing the tea, Mr. William took a careful sip and could not help but praise its quality. The atmosphere was just right, and Ruan Qing'an wasted no time in presenting the contract. "Mr. William, according to my investigation, during the partnership between Hongyuan Group and the Norman family, the profits did not meet your expectations, correct? However, the substantial benefits did align with Hongyuan Group's projections, indicating that neither party achieved a satisfactory outcome. I understand your reluctance to engage in charity. Upon hearing this, Mr. William's joyful demeanor faded slightly. Transitioning into a serious, businesslike state, he nodded. Ruan, I believe you are an astute individual. The essence of business is profit-seeking. Yet Hongyuan Group cannot provide what we desire. That is only natural, but Hongyuan Group is quite anxious about this. They are eager to continue this collaboration. Ruan, such matters cannot be forced. Ruan Qing'an's smile widened. Though Hongyuan Group is anxious, I am not that Mr. William. Today I am first a member of the Han family, and only secondarily a representative of Hongyuan Group, that I wonder if you might be interested in a business venture with the Han family. My mother was the head of the Han family before her passing, and barring unforeseen circumstances, I will be steering the Han family in the future. That Mr. William's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Ruan Qing'an. The young woman with her striking features lowered her voice. Perhaps you should consider discussing with the head of your family about a more lucrative deal that could overshadow Hongyuan Group, collaborating with the Han family. In an instant, Mr. William's pupils constricted. That an hour later, Ruan Qing'an finally said her goodbyes to Mr. William, clutching the signed contract in her hand, her leaden-gray eyes gleaming with a significant smile. Host, you appear to be smiling like a villain. Ruan Qing'an paused. Indeed, I am. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an's eyes widened in alarm. Damn it, Cheng Yu is in trouble. In the basement of the Ruan residence, darkness enveloped the space, and Cheng Yu lay in a disheveled heap on the floor, his glasses shattered and lying in a corner. Cheng Yu spat out in frustration, his gaze filled with indignation. Bah! Those with the faces of men, but hearts of beasts. Utterly shameless. Ruan father paid no heed to Cheng Yu's curses and kicked him, demanding, Where else have you installed listening devices? Aside from the day I caught you, how long have you been eavesdropping on the Ruan family, and what have you heard? Speak, you old fool. It seems you are the one feeling guilty. What I have heard goes beyond just the Luo family. I know all the sordid details of your Ruan family's affairs. Cheng Yu's face was taut, showing no fear of Ruan's father, whose expression grew increasingly grim. After a moment of silence, he finally crouched down. In the next instant, Ruan's father delivered a sharp slap across Cheng Yu's face. Well, you truly believe that my Ruan family is afraid of you, do you? It seems you are unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Luo family back then. You know why their scandal never surfaced. Indeed, it was we who suppressed it that time. Luo Yumming's mother was gravely ill, lying on her sickbed, unable to utter a word. However, if a competitor were to investigate, the events of that year would serve as the perfect target to attack the Luo family. To resolve this matter, the Luo family completely bound themselves to our Ruan family, willing to cling to our business for survival, which is precisely why I extended my assistance. However, at that time, Luo Jihong and Ruan Qing'an maintained a relatively good relationship. And ultimately, it was Ruan Qing'an who handled the situation, and she did so remarkably well. Upon hearing Ruan's father mention Ruan Qing'an's name, Cheng Yu's eyes widened in shock as he raised his head to stare intently at Ruan's father. The middle-aged man's face twisted with malice as he continued. Later on, the news of Luo Yumming's mother's passing stirred no upheaval. Even Luo Yumming himself was unaware. The Luo family took action to halt her life-prolonging medication. And it is said that one night, that woman endured her suffering and passed away. This hardly qualifies as murder. It was merely the consequence of being unable to pay medical expenses, with each word that Ruan's father spoke. Cheng Yu's hatred deepened that he had witnessed Luo Yumming's anguish upon learning this truth, accompanying him on his journey thus far. Cheng Yu even knew that, judging by recent events, Luo Yumming had developed feelings for Ruan Qing'an. The more he pondered this, the more he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Ruan's father, yet Ruan's father merely regarded him with derision, just as he was about to continue his threats. A sudden commotion erupted from the basement door behind him, and a cautious servant rushed in. Ruan's father scoffed disdainfully, casting a glance at Cheng Yu before stepping away from the basement. Meanwhile, Ruan Qing'an stood in the living room, accompanied by Mo Hong. Upon seeing Ruan's father emerge, she immediately exclaimed, Dad, let that person go. That person. It seems he has some connection to you. However, Ruan Ruan, you must think carefully. You are a member of the Ruan family. Don't let your elbows point outward. Before being a member of the Ruan family, I must first be a person, but to you, it appears I am unworthy of such a title. This is simply outrageous. Ruan's father's expression darkened, as all the servants were watching, and he found himself being insulted by his own daughter, that he lunged forward, intending to slap Ruan Qing'an, but Mo Hong stepped in, placing himself between father and daughter. The elderly but robust steward's voice boomed. "Sir, do not forget that the young lady is also a member of the Han family." Ruan's father froze, his face cold, his rage caught between rising and falling. The Han family? They cannot meddle in the affairs of the Ruan family. Ruan Qing'an will always bear the surname Ruan. Do you think I desire you as my father? Ruan Qing'an furrowed her brows, instinctively crossing her arms. Of course. It's about the contract. What business is it of yours? Did you sign it? Regardless, it's certainly better than what your precious Ruan Tian would have accomplished. Ruan's father's fury intensified, but something seemed to shift in his eyes as he pondered. If you give me that contract, I will hand over the person. Upon hearing this, not only Ruan Qing'an but also Mo Hong could sense the implications. Even if she were light years away, the sound of Ruan's father's scheming would reach her. The atmosphere in the living room became charged, Ruan Qing'an's expression icy. While she needed to wait for news from the Han family, delaying further could spell disaster for Chengyu, with Luo Yuming having lost so much. Chengyu was one of the few friends he had left. Taking a deep breath, Ruan Qing'an finally spoke, under the weight of Ruan's father's expectant gaze. "Fine, release him, miss, think it over. You worked hard to secure that contract." But regardless of Mo Hong's protests, Ruan Qing'an merely fixed her gaze on Ruan's father, repeating, "Let that person go, and have Grandpa Mo take him away. Then I will give you the contract." Moments later, Chengyu was finally dragged out of the basement by the servant. Seeing his pitiful and disheveled state, Ruan Qing'an rushed forward to support him. Upon recognizing her, Chengyu recalled Ruan's father's earlier words and pushed her away. "Get lost. I don't need your false sympathy, that I've already told Luo Gu about you. You are the epitome of hypocrisy." Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened, but with so many people around, her leaden gray eyes remained cold as she refrained from saying anything. Instead, she turned to Mo Hong. "I apologize for the trouble, Grandpa Mo, rest assured." Mississippi Mo Hong stepped forward to steady Chengyu and led him out the door. Even after they had exited, Chengyu's gaze remained filled with anger and loathing for Ruan Qing'an. Yet, she merely watched in silence, offering no explanations. 037. This matter was unknown even to the original protagonist. In the original text, Ruan's father concealed all information, leaving the original protagonist to handle things without understanding what had transpired. Ancestors, what on earth are you doing? If you let him speak recklessly, the male lead will despise you. I know, seeing Chengyu's expression, I can tell the flames have reached me, but it was bound to turn out this way sooner or later. Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes remained analytical, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if she were a cold, mechanical entity evaluating all that had transpired. Indifferent to her own fate. 037 dared not speak, leaving only Ruan Qing'an's voice echoing in her mind, as Luo Yuming's love deepens. The contradictions stemming from the original protagonist's past humiliations will inevitably erupt. Moreover, if this calm persists, it will be challenging for Luo Yuming's affection to grow. Love, after all, must traverse struggles and endure pain. It must be grand and tumultuous to reach its peak. Ruan Qing'an coldly assessed the situation, akin to a machine. Only after Chengyu's figure vanished from sight did she turn, silently extending the contract to Ruan's father. As Ruan's father beheld the signature of William on the contract, a broad smile spread across his face, and even his gaze toward Ruan Qing'an softened with affection. "Ruan Ruan, you are truly obedient. This is how one ought to be. You have the Han family backing you, while your sister has nothing. You certainly should yield to her, correct?" "Perfectly. That 12 stakes shall serve as compensation for Tiantian's inability to acknowledge her roots for so many years." Chapter 28. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family the spoiled and bad-tempered young lady. 28. In Ruan Qing'an's elegantly decorated apartment in the city, Luo Yuming was on the phone with Wen Hui when a sudden knock echoed against the closed door. He swiftly approached and opened it to find Mo Hong, supporting Chengyu at the threshold. Seeing Chengyu's disheveled appearance, he immediately helped him steady himself that moment. Mo Hong adjusted his clothing slightly. "Young Master Luo, I have brought your friend. I will report to the young lady now." "Thank you, Mo Steward, and no need for thanks. You should express your gratitude to the young lady," Mo Hong said, casting a deep look at Chengyu before shaking his head and departing. Had there been no news from Ruan Qing'an, I would have directly taken action against the Ruan family. While it does carry significant risk, I cannot allow you to remain in this situation. Fortunately, this young lady has truly come through. Reflecting on this, Luo Yuming sighed, a hint of barely perceptible tenderness in his deep-set eyes. Hearing the emotions in his words, which even he had not noticed. Cheng Yu's face darkened completely. Luo Ge, have you lost your mind, or has that woman enchanted you? Luo Yuming frowned slightly, but remained silent. Cheng Yu stood up, pointing an accusing finger at him. Luo Ge, look at yourself. Don't you realize your attitude toward Ruan Qing'an is all wrong? Have you forgotten how she treated you before? She regarded you as nothing more than a dog, alongside Luo Jihong. You are nothing but a beast to her. Luo Ge, Luo Yuming, are you now deliberately seeking humiliation? Yet, Cheng Yu paced the living room, his eyes blazing with anger. Am I supposed to remain calm? Luo Ge, how can you expect me to be calm? Do you think that woman has changed? No, she hasn't. She is selfish and supremely hypocritical, entirely governed by her own desires. Ruan Qing'an is treating you well now. But have you forgotten how she treated you before? People do not change. She is merely toying with you. Cheng Yu, have you said enough? Luo Yuming's voice had turned icy, his dark eyes fixed on Cheng Yu, revealing a hidden aggression in an instant. Cheng Yu's audacious tirade abruptly ceased, and unable to restrain himself, he took a step back yet insisted, even if you were to strike me down today. Brother Luo, I must declare that you have been utterly bewitched by this woman. His words echoed. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire living room, and Cheng Yu swallowed hard, the moment his gaze met Luo Yuming's. An uncontrollable fear gripped him. Yet, there was no need for Cheng Yu to elucidate further. Luo Yuming was acutely aware that his state was far from normal. Tio put it in Cheng Yu's terms. He was acting disgracefully, that he knew this well, but was powerless to rein it in. His rational mind was plagued by memories of his past entanglements with Ruan Qing'an. Nevertheless, the heart often clings to irrational justifications. And he found himself ensnared in an obsession with her, pure and simple. Observing Luo Yuming's descent into silence, Cheng Yu cautiously approached and seated himself beside the sofa, whispering, Brother Luo, I heard about your mother while I was at the Ruan household. What? He asked, taken aback. That it is true that the Luo family severed the supply of medication initially, but it was ultimately the Ruan family who buried this matter. Cheng Yu paused, moreover. The one responsible for suppressing the news was none other than Ruan Qing'an. On the sofa, the tall young man froze entirely in an instant. Leaning against the couch, he slightly opened his eyes to scrutinize Cheng Yu, the deep green hue within them resembling a wolf lurking in the shadows. Brimming with aggression and hostility, in that moment, a chill coursed down Cheng Yu's spine, leaving him momentarily speechless. Finally, Luo Yuming rasped, Cheng Yu, refrain from speaking carelessly. I heard it with my own ears. Cheng Yu retorted, his chest heaving with agitation. Brother Luo, I truly heard it. Stop deceiving yourself. Silence, I will investigate this myself. Ruan Qing'an casually tossed her bag onto the sofa, kicked off her shoes, and collapsed into the corner of the couch. Her expression grim. Luo Yuming departed. Yes, he has gone. Wasn't he that what we agreed upon? Ruan Qing'an murmured, burying her delicate face in the plush blanket, her voice dwindling to a whisper. The following day, Ruan Qing'an was roused by a series of knocks at the door. Nearly tumbling off the sofa in her disorientation, her cheeks were aflame, and her limbs felt weak. She could barely rise to her feet and steadied herself against the wall to open the door. Standing outside was her father, impeccably dressed in a suit. He glanced at Ruan Qing'an's feeble appearance, furrowing his brow. I have no idea what you did last night to end up like this. Now, hurry up and come with me to the company. Today marks the day Sweetie signs the business cooperation with the Norman family, officially becoming the general manager. Wait, Ruan Ruan, I understand your discontent regarding Sweetie. But do not act out of spite, her father said impatiently, turning to leave. However, a sudden thud resounded behind him. Chapter 29. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family, the spoiled and malicious young lady watching Ruan Qing'an collapse to the ground. Her father's expression momentarily shifted to panic. He rushed over, kneeling beside her and shaking her gently. Ruan Qing'an? Ruan Qing'an, damn it, she's really not pretending. Time was of the essence. Delaying further could jeopardize Sweetie's affairs. After a moment of hesitation, her father opened his briefcase, retrieving a red ink pad and a printed stock transfer agreement. He grasped Ruan Qing'an's wrist, saying, I apologize, Ruan Ruan. This is compensation for your sister. I hope you can understand. Just as her father was about to press her hand onto the ink pad, footsteps echoed behind him, and in the next moment, he felt a heavy blow to his back. Han Qing'an, gripping a cane, glared at him, still vigorous despite his age. Raising the cane to strike, Oh Hong stood behind him, casting a fierce glare at Ruan's father. In the narrow corridor, Ruan's father dodged clumsily, but still received several strikes from Han Qing'an's cane. In excruciating pain, he finally shouted, "Father, stop hitting me." Still calling me father. "What are you, a heartless wretch? What are you doing to my granddaughter?" Han Qing'an bellowed, raising his cane again. "I don't care what you do with Ruan Group. But if you dare touch my daughter's shares meant for my granddaughter, I will make sure you regret it." He continued to shout, all right, I will listen to you, I will comply." Humph, what a disgrace. Mo Hong quickly nodded and rushed forward to lift Ruan Qing'an from the ground. Soon, both elderly men struggled to support the unconscious girl as they made their way to the elevator. Before long, only Ruan's father remained, nursing the pain from the cane strikes, and the time lost could jeopardize Sweetie's plans. His face turned a deep shade of displeasure. Ruan's father muttered a curse, glancing at his watch before hastily heading towards the stairwell. As he passed a partially open storage room, he suddenly felt something beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw a scattering of cigarette butts, as if someone had lingered there for an extended period, smoking incessantly. However, he paid it no mind and quickly descended the stairs. Once Ruan's father vanished, a spark flickered in the dimly lit storage room, accompanied by a breath that ebbed and flowed at a pair of dark eyes. Swirling with dangerous emerald hues, glimmered with a cold light. The figure hurried to Ruan Sweetie's side, taking charge. "Esteemed shareholders, I have urgently gathered you all to share some good news. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of our newly appointed General Manager of Ruan Group, my daughter Ruan Sweetie, we have successfully signed a subsequent business collaboration with Mr. William." At this proclamation, the conference room erupted in applause. Ruan Sweetie, clutching the signed contract, beamed with triumph, graciously thanking the shareholders who praised her capabilities. As for Ruan Qing'an, the former darling of the family, she had now been reduced to nothing more than a mere joke. Ruan Sweetie smiled with impeccable poise, though her heart brimmed with mockery. The process mattered little to anyone. Only the tangible results of this contract, which she claimed as her own achievement, sufficed. Video conference? Very well. Bring it forth. Shortly, under the secretary's instructions, the computer screen illuminated the room, and Ruan's father adjusted his appearance before initiating the connection. On the other end, within the airport terminal, William stepped inside, greeting the assembled group. "Oh, so many people. My apologies for interrupting Chairman Ruan's meeting." Ruan's father replied with a smile, "Not at all, Mr. William. Do you have any instructions?" His words resonated throughout the conference room, prompting everyone to glance at Ruan Sweetie, who bashfully nodded in acknowledgement. Ruan's father beamed even wider. "Let her continue liaising with them, or William." As they conversed, a shareholder called out, "Since Miss Ruan and Mr. William seem to be getting along so well, why not say hello?" Ruan Sweetie instinctively stood, ready to approach her father. But William began to look around curiously, remarking, "Strange, I don't see Ruan Qing'an." At this statement, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the conference room, and Ruan Sweetie's smile faltered. Ruan's father suddenly sensed something amiss and hurriedly interjected. She is unwell today. I hadn't realized Mr. William was so concerned about my younger daughter's health. We are very grateful." Collaborating with the elder daughter while showing concern for the younger was not entirely unreasonable. The shareholders collectively exhaled with relief. Yet William persisted. No, she is still needed for the subsequent work. Ruan Qing'an must take care of her health." This time, there was no way to spin it. Ruan Sweetie's complexion turned ashen. Before Ruan's father could react, she strode forward, abruptly shutting down the computer and yanking out the network cable, severing the video call due to disconnection. Regardless of her intention, this action only aroused suspicion, and the gazes of the room turned towards Ruan's father and Ruan Sweetie. Ruan Sweetie found herself in a predicament. Ruan's father instinctively rose, ready to shoulder the blame for the entire debacle. But before he could speak, the wailing sirens outside caught their attention. Ruan's father froze momentarily, and even the shareholders in the conference room reacted, hastily following him outside. However, as he stepped out of the Ruan Group's entrance, he was confronted by several police officers who barred his path, leaving him utterly immobilized. "Hello, Due to your suspected restriction of another person's freedom, please accompany us down on the street below the office building. A crowd of passersby had gathered, watching intently, and soon, the online discourse erupted. Amid the cacophony of public chatter, Luo Yiming remained on the phone with William from a distance. Luo, I've done as you instructed. Afterward, Luo Yiming ended the call, observing Ruan's father, who had fainted in fury, his dark eyes devoid of warmth. Chengyu sat beside him. Brother Luo, was this part of your plan all along? Luo Yiming sneered. As for that fellow, whether he can survive from the hospital is still in question. Consider it a form of revenge for you. With that, he extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and leaned against the car window. Lost in thought. Only Chengyu remained, gazing at Luo Yiming with a complex expression, several times on the verge of inquiring. Yet words were caught in her throat, unable to find their way out. Brother Luo, who exactly are you seeking vengeance for? Chapter 30. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family the spoiled and mischievous young lady. 30. By midnight, the lights in the Han residence had been extinguished. While outside Ruan Qing'an's bedroom, a maid stood guard, ready to summon a doctor should the fever persist. However, as the night deepened, the maid began to doze off in her drowsy state. She thought she heard a sound emanating from the bedroom behind her. But it vanished in an instant. The maid, groggy, glanced up to confirm that nothing had occurred before settling back down. Muttering, I must be imagining things. Meanwhile, within Ruan Qing'an's bedroom, she lay cocooned in blankets, much like a silkworm. Her delicate face flushed with fever, eyes tightly shut, and her body trembling. Although she had already been treated by a private physician, the fever would not recede in a mere moment. The window, which should have been firmly shut, quietly opened, allowing the wind to stir the curtains, casting a tall, dark silhouette as moonlight streamed in, revealing a figure seated on the windowsill, his back turned to the light. Time passed, and as the cold night air seeped in, Ruan Qing'an, wrapped in her blankets, could not suppress a cough. It was then that the figure by the window finally reacted. With a soft click, the window was closed. The once restless young lady finally found peace. And Luo Yiming sat by her bedside, his gaze fixed upon her. How did you fall ill, yet still manage to be so infuriating? The trouble she caused consumed his thoughts entirely. Every aspect of her, even her current fragile state, was distinctly hers. Luo Yiming had never before grasped so clearly the essence of Ruan Qing'an. She had never concealed her malice in his presence. Even the playful side of her was merely a facet of her being. With one elbow resting on the pillow, he grasped her swan-like neck with his other hand, his dark eyes piercing into hers. Young lady, you remain as insufferable as ever. Do you truly comprehend the implications of your actions towards men? His voice grew hoarse, desire evident in his gaze. The hand tightening around Ruan Qing'an's neck could scarcely restrain itself. In her mind, 037 screamed. Don't sleep. Ancestor, I beg you, don't sleep. This time, the male lead is truly going to take your life. Yet Ruan Qing'an, hearing this, merely tilted her head slightly, unconsciously inching closer to Luo Yiming's wide palm, its warmth and softness pressing against him. Luo Yiming desires, she murmured softly. He fell silent, only leaning down to observe her. Unable to remain composed, unable to control himself. It was only when the hatred within him surged alongside the affection that he suddenly understood. Feelings are uncontrollable, and he was nearly bewitched by his love for her. Even now, he still held back. Young lady, can you not be a shade worse enough for me to completely give up on you, rather than being entangled in love and hate, reluctant to destroy, yet unwilling to let go? Affection value. 80 moments later, accompanied by the sound of the window opening and closing again, Ruan Qing'an finally opened her eyes. Her head still spun, yet she struggled to prop herself up. 037 exclaimed. Oh dear ancestor, you nearly died? Vital signs were stable. She was alive. What happened? Could it be that the male lead was too rough? Nothing much, just that everything had been smooth sailing until now. With feelings concealed beneath the calm surface, only to erupt now. After all, love is most easily felt in such a manner. Ruan Qing'an spoke, a hint of sarcastic laughter curling her lips. 037 thought she must be mocking the male lead. Yet it appeared as if she were ridiculing herself. Though Ruan Qing'an was the most formidable tasker, her file remained classified at the highest level within the 3000 Realms Management Bureau. Even 037 knew nothing of her. She navigated tasks with ease, yet scoffed at love with cold derision. It was as if she were punishing herself. However, Ruan Qing'an paid no heed to 037's thoughts. After all, it was merely an emotionless system. Once she had long grown accustomed to the as she sat up, Ruan Qing'an noticed a gold-embossed invitation on the bedside table. Opening it revealed a rather formal invitation for an event 3 nights hence. A weight settled in her heart as she instinctively gazed out the window. It was a clear night, yet it felt like the calm before a storm. The lurking beast finally ceased its restraint, exposing its fangs, poised to tear apart everything in its path. The following morning, at the Luo residence, Luo Jihong managed to stand up, hastily discarding the wheelchair, only to be met with a piercing scream from upstairs. Rushing up, he found Mrs. Luo in a frenzy, sweeping everything off the dressing table onto the floor. Luo Jihong staggered back in shock. "Mom, what happened?" "That bastard your father." Mrs. Luo's face contorted with rage as she glared at her phone screen. "Look at what he's done online. I thought that little scoundrel Luo Yumming and his dying mother were the end of it. Yet there's more." Duh. Luo Jihong stammered, quickly opening his phone. The first news headline that popped up was a sobbing female university student accusing Luo's father of workplace sexual harassment, even presenting a video of him forcibly taking her to a hotel during a business trip. Chapter 31. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family the spoiled and mischievous young lady. 31. Before the camera. The female university student, claiming to be Wen Hui, a student from C University in Nansheng, was weeping as she spoke, her distress palpable, tears streaming down her face. "That I'm a senior interning here, striving to join Luo's company. Yet I never expected the chairman to to me." Her words faltered as she fainted from crying. Subsequently, the news outlet urgently released all evidence provided by Wen Hui, along with the hotel surveillance footage. To lend credibility to her claims before the company chairman, this unfortunate student even disclosed her personal information. The credibility surged, as no one would risk everything to falsely accuse a corporate chairman. Such an act jeopardized her future, her life, and even her reputation. As this incident unfolded, Luo's public relations department immediately sought to manage the fallout, attempting to suppress Wen Hui's claims. Yet what should have been a straightforward matter proved utterly ineffective. By the afternoon, it had spiraled into a social scandal. "You still call me ridiculous, you still say that." Mrs. Luo, disheveled like a madwoman, pointed an accusatory finger at her husband. "That is it only Luo Yumming that you have out there? Answer me, damn it. How many do you think I have? Stop making a scene." Luo's father retorted impatiently, shoving Mrs. Luo aside. The living room descended into chaos, with Luo Jihong standing at the doorway, his heart racing, while Mrs. Luo wept amidst the mess on the floor. Luo's father, unfazed, adjusted his suit. He looked up at Luo Jihong. "Aren't you dating Ruan Tiantian? This incident is likely a setup against us. Stocks are plummeting. Get the Ruan family to help." "Understood, Dad." Indeed, as the public face of Luo, the chairman's entanglement in such a scandal was detrimental to the company, that if someone were exploiting this opportunity to strike. Luo Jihong recognized the significance of the matter. Just as he was about to leave, he couldn't help but ask, "Dad, is this true? Does it matter if it's true or not?" Luo's father countered, patting his son's shoulder. "Think carefully about what to do. Jihong, Ruan Tiantian is just a woman that I in the high-end hospital room." Ruan's father lay unconscious on the bed. Despite being in the prime of his life, he had suffered a stroke due to acute stress and had only recently emerged from intensive care. A secretary stood guard outside the ward, while Ruan Tiantian sat beside her father's bed, staring down at him with a face devoid of her previous feigned gentleness, replaced by cold ambition. In the empty hospital room, Ruan Qing'an grasped her father's hand, whispering, "Dad, you promised me shares. Yet to this day, I have received nothing. That I have never had a father, and my mother has always been just a mistress. You could have divorced Ruan Qing'an's mother and given my mother a rightful place, instead of telling her that you two were true love, leaving me as a child without a father for all these years. I deserve compensation, Dad. When I lacked paternal love, Ruan Qing'an was spoiled by her parents, living recklessly. That I too should have had such a life. Yet I have suffered so much." As she spoke, her voice dwindled, her hand resting upon the oxygen mask, while Ruan Tiantian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. When Luo Jihong arrived at the hospital, his secretary was bustling about, and Ruan Tiantian was bowing her head, leaning against the corridor outside the ward. He hastened toward her. "Ting, what has happened?" "Dad," he Ruan Qing'an's voice broke into a hoarse cry as she lifted her head, her eyes swollen and red from tears, looking utterly pitiful. Luo Jihong instantly grasped the situation and swiftly enveloped her in his arms. "Can I truly manage this?" she asked. "You are remarkable, and I shall stand by you," he reassured her, patting her back repeatedly. Ruan nearly fainted from her tears, but eventually managed to compose herself. Retorting, "Did you come to see me for a reason today? I was meant to seek Uncle Ruan, but it seems that only you can take charge now, as you are the pillar of Ruan Group. Only you can assist me. That's wonderful." Yet unexpectedly, her father did not pull through. Ruan Qing'an forced a bitter smile, then handed a document to the secretary. "This pertains to my father's estate distribution. He had prepared this long ago, fearing this very moment. Regardless, please announce it publicly so that all major shareholders are informed. I will assume my position immediately." The secretary glanced at the document, which boldly stated that all of Ruan Group, along with all assets under Ruan's name, were to be bequeathed solely to Ruan Qing'an, leaving not a single cent for the other daughter, Ruan Qing'an. The secretary sighed deeply, bowing his head. "Yes, Chairman Ruan. I shall relay the message at once." Hearing the title from the secretary, Ruan Qing'an's smile widened, though she quickly masked her emotions, reverting to a sorrowful demeanor. "By the way, the Luo family is also our partner. We cannot neglect them in this matter. However, Chairman Ruan, it appears the Luo family has been ensnared in a scheme. This situation cannot be suppressed, and public relations are futile." Ruan Qing'an paused. "Then let us suppress it with something else." The secretary was utterly taken aback, staring blankly at Ruan Qing'an, who, now unbound by her father's constraints, had completely shed her facade of false gentility. The new heir of the Han family, Ruan Qing'an, the former heir of Ruan Group, had been implicated in framing her biological sister, assaulting others, and bullying the weak, ultimately being cast aside. Which of these morally bankrupt individuals could be deemed virtuous compared to the Luo family's merely unfaithful chairman? With the orchestrated public relations and debates akin to a heated discussion, the news sparked widespread controversy in mere half a day, with Ruan Qing'an, who was still ailing, being caught in a sudden storm of scandal. Chapter 32. The obsessive heir of a wealthy family ex the debauched and malicious young lady. 32. Ruan Qing'an, still recuperating in her hospital bed, found herself in the midst of turmoil. Even as Han Qing'an sought to position her as a key player in the Han family's power structure, facing numerous obstacles, the Luo and Ruan families appeared to be rabid dogs dragging the Han family into the mire. Once Ruan Qing'an's health improved slightly, Han Qing'an rushed in her bedroom. "Ruan Ruan, are you feeling any better?" "Somewhat, grandfather," Ruan Qing'an replied, leaning against the bed and coughing softly. Han Qing'an sat beside her, patting her hand. "Your grandmother has been eager to see you. But her health is poor, and I feared she might catch something from you, so I did not allow her to visit. It's all right. I don't want her to worry." Ruan Qing'an nodded slightly. Han Qing'an's attitude towards her had evidently shifted, not merely due to her being his granddaughter, but perhaps also because of the olive branch extended by the Norman family, making him realize Ruan Qing'an was a worthy heir to invest in. Once Ruan Qing'an finished her porridge, Han Qing'an said, "You are aware of the current situation, correct? They intend to set you ablaze with it. Did I have a good idea of who is behind this?" She replied, "By the way, about your father." Han Qing'an paused, and Ruan Qing'an interjected. "Having Ruan Qing'an beside him in his final moments is sufficient for me. He has been kind to me in the past. But let us not dwell on that, grandfather." She set down her bowl, her voice dropping. "This was instigated by Ruan Qing'an. I have some further plans to prepare. Let us initiate matters with the Norman family and give them a headache. I have heard that Ruan Group has eagerly invested a significant amount into this, and they have yet to realize anything is amiss." Ruan Qing'an's voice brimmed with malice, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her leaden gray eyes cold as ice, resembling a flower blooming from the soil of sin. That a day later, the situation surrounding Luo's father continued to escalate. Although Ruan Qing'an released news attacking Ruan Qing'an, she inadvertently collided with the ruptured capital chain of Ruan Group, becoming increasingly entangled in complications, with the issue stemming from a contract signed by Ruan Qing'an. That a discrepancy had arisen in the contract between Ruan Group and the Norman family, leading to significant financial troubles for Ruan Group. Despite the internal chaos, Ruan Qing'an relentlessly pursued Ruan Qing'an, unable to relinquish either side. resulting in an even more tumultuous situation. Only 2 days remained until the new gala. While Wen Hui cried inconsolably in front of the camera, she was now clad in professional attire, seated in the front passenger seat of a vehicle parked outside a club that a tall young man was in the back seat. Resting with his eyes closed, Wen Hui whispered, "This place is colloquially referred to as the Rich Woman's Club, where many male models come to work part-time. Luo Go, you previously mentioned investigating the flow of funds after Ruan Qing'an's succession and discovered a substantial amount directed here. This is likely the place we need to find." Luo Yuming stepped out of the car and waved to Wen Hui in the passenger seat. "Let us go meet that ailing mother of hers." Meanwhile, in a high-end private booth on the 3rd floor, amidst the deafening music, the lights danced in rhythm, and a middle-aged woman adorned in gold and jewels lounged on a sofa, surrounded by several men drinking. A man clad only in a loosely buttoned shirt, his muscular torso exposed, was singing, and the middle-aged woman teased, "I heard your abs can open bottle caps. Madam, would you like to see?" The man replied. "Bring over your finest liquor," the middle-aged woman commanded, pulling out a wad of cash and scattering it across the table. Just as she reached out to touch the man's abs, the door was kicked open forcefully, and the once respectful manager stood at the entrance, his face darkened. "Everyone out!" The booth fell silent, and the middle-aged woman's expression soured. "Manager, what is the meaning of this?" Yet the manager, unusually ignoring her, continued to shout at the men, "All right, hurry up and leave." Soon, the men crammed into the booth began to exit one by one, leaving the middle-aged woman awkwardly standing alone. The manager, still ignoring her, quickly summoned staff to clear the sofa. Bending slightly at the door. Moments later, the manager politely addressed, "Mr. Luo." The middle-aged woman looked up in a daze, only to see a young man with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, clad in a long black trench coat, entering. His physique was impeccably proportioned, akin to a walking mannequin, causing her to stare in astonishment. Once Luo Yuming settled on the sofa, propping his legs upon the table, his dark, narrow eyes regarded the middle-aged woman with a dangerous emerald gaze. And she finally felt a chill and sense of crisis rise through her spine. Luo Yuming's voice was slightly husky. "You are Ruan Qing'an's mother, Li Fang, correct? 23 years ago, knowing full well that Chairman Ruan had a family. You engaged in an illicit affair with him, resulting in the birth of your illegitimate daughter, Ruan Qing'an. 23 years later, you are unsatisfied with merely being Chairman Ruan's mistress and seek to advance further. Thus approaching Ruan Qing'an's mother, who is also M.R.S. Yandere, Luo Yuming spoke. Fear was palpable in Li Fang's eyes as she took a step back, trembling. Yet Luo Yuming continued, "Mrs. Ruan and Chairman Ruan were merely in a commercial marriage, devoid of any genuine affection. You were left with no choice but to take risks, targeting Mrs. Ruan. Mrs. Ruan's health was poor, and in her final moments, you tampered with her medication at the hospital, ultimately leading to her demise." Li Fang could no longer contain herself. "Don't you dare speak such nonsense." Luo Yuming remained unfazed, resting his head on his hand, coldly observing her, causing Li Fang to feel a growing dread. Her body trembled slightly as she instinctively turned to flee towards the booth's exit. However, the manager at the door swiftly intercepted her, and Li Fang stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to rise when Luo Yuming stood before her. Bending down to look at her from above, that Li Fang had never anticipated that her past would be unearthed, and she trembled uncontrollably, though she still glared at Luo Yuming with false bravado. "Let me tell you. Don't you dare speak recklessly. Do you know who my daughter is? She is the chairman of Hongyuan Group and could easily crush you." Luo Yuming slightly nodded, his expression frosty, his voice steady. "I am so terrified. Regrettably, it is I who can effortlessly obliterate everything you hold dear." His voice, raspy and commanding, enveloped Li Fang, rendering her motionless, struggling to breathe under the weight of his presence. Luo Yuming narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Shall I enumerate once more how you and Ruan Qing'an embezzled public funds?" Li Fang, lacking in education, was reduced to tears by Luo Yuming's intimidation, her makeup a disheveled mess from her sobs, leaving her face in a state of utter disarray. Luo Yuming stepped back, disdainfully brushing off his cuffs at that moment, when Hui hurried in from the doorway, approaching Luo Yuming. "Luo Go, Ruan Qing'an has arrived." Chapter 33. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family the spoiled and ill-natured young lady. 33. As Ruan Qing'an entered the club, she was greeted by a scene of opulence and indulgence. a place mockingly referred to as the lair of affluent women, where no type of man was beyond reach. Only those lacking sufficient funds were absent. 037. Oh my, can Li Feng's health withstand this? Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow and retorted, Little system, you seem well informed. Did you learn from the previous host? Well, that's not quite accurate. That lady and her partner are not particularly liberal, after all. Shaw, I don't believe you. What have you seen? Really? Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly, casually mentioning, the host is romantically involved with the target, with the main deity's rigid demeanor, Wunti that just lead them both to a fate worse than death. Isolated for centuries. That seems excessive. What are you thinking, host? Oh, so the main deity is not as unforgiving as I presumed. 037. Feeling embarrassed. Have you made errors in the past, host? Ruan Qing'an twirled her hair, nonchalantly replying, does attempting to elope with the main deity count? Oh, and then I was sealed. 037 CPU began to malfunction. Just as it contemplated further inquiries, Ruan Qing'an sauntered deeper into the club. Her voice languidly trailing, love men, how. 037 thought to concede, yet it lacked the courage to speak. The deeper she ventured, even in daylight, the atmosphere was thick with sensuality, slender maidens akin to flowers in bloom, a sight the club had rarely witnessed. Incredibly exquisite, so much so that she seemed the embodiment of beauty worth a fortune, delicate and fragrant. Almost instantly, the surrounding patrons gravitated towards her. A young man clad in a white shirt squeezed his way to Ruan Qing'an's side, his appearance reminiscent of a wholesome boy from school, exuding a clean, sunny aura. Good morning, miss, he greeted with a smile, revealing a small canine tooth, his desire blending seamlessly with the surrounding ambience. However, Ruan Qing'an frowned slightly. Bypassing him, she had encountered all manner of individuals adhering to the original host, and she had business to attend to this time. Regardless of the original text or observed circumstances, Ruan Qing'an's mother had appeared only sparingly. Given her weak and pitiable persona, it was implausible that she wouldn't mention her gravely ill mother several times. Yet, as it stood, not only was she not gravely ill, she seemed to be thriving. After Ruan Qing'an finally extricated herself from the throng of men, Luo Yumming emerged with Wenhui from a private booth, making their way towards the back door. Amidst the flickering lights, their gazes collided. Ruan Qing'an felt as though she had plunged into a dense, verdant forest, obscured by the canopy overhead, leaving only the glint of his eyes visible. Yet it was precisely at this moment that Luo Yumming appeared. The young lady's expression turned icy. Luo Yumming, her voice melodious yet laced with frigid anger, silenced the raucous environment. The manager, startled, gestured nervously but dared not approach, rendered mute by fear. Luo Yumming remained stationary, his dark eyes fixed on the young lady from a distance, while Wenhui silently retreated. Not far off, Ruan Qing'an strode confidently towards Luo Yumming, tilting her head to meet his gaze, the height difference stark, yet her presence was commanding, unwavering. How dare you speak to me? Ruan Qing'an seized Luo Yumming's collar, pulling him down towards her, closing the space between them in an instant. As he lowered his gaze, he could distinctly see her delicate lashes quivering like butterfly wings. Her leaden gray eyes glistening with unshed tears, adorned with fine, soft fuzz. She was undeniably captivating. Are you upset because of me? He asked, his voice slightly hoarse. The notoriously temperamental young lady's expression faltered, and she released him, stepping back. How could that be? You're merely a lover, and if I lose you, so be it. I don't care to do as you please, serve others in the club if you wish. I'm already weary of you. Our relationship ends here. Ruan Qing'an's voice was resolute, devoid of emotion, as if discarding an unwanted toy, yet Luo Yumming had long since grown accustomed to her demeanor, arrogant and dismissive of everything, as if it were her entitlement. He merely replied with a nonchalant HM, though his gaze instinctively trailed down her slender, fair neck, even the faint blue veins enticing enough to make him want to bite. But the next moment, before Luo Yumming could react, Ruan Qing'an turned and pulled the white-shirted youth from the silent group of men behind her. He appeared to be an adult, yet he seemed pitiably small next to the tall Luo Yumming. He recoiled slightly, bewildered, while Ruan Qing'an, unfazed, grasped his arm with a haughty attitude, her gesture akin to a condescending bestowal. Continue, I shall simply choose anew. The young lady smirked, dragging him away. Being a significant client, The white-shirted youth hesitated to refuse, offering a sheepish grin as he hurried to please her. However, a large hand suddenly grasped his arm firmly. Turning around, he found Luo Yuming standing behind him, coldly observing their clasped hands. "Release her." Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow. "What business is it of yours? Young lady, do not let filthy hands touch you, though. You're no different. Both of you are tainted." Before Ruan Qing'an could finish a retort, Luo Yuming had forcibly thrown the young man aside. He stumbled several steps before collapsing onto the cushion of a booth, appearing both pitiable and innocent. "Are you insane, Luo Yuming?" "Indeed, I think so too." Luo Yuming's calm acknowledgement left Ruan Qing'an speechless, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "You earn your money, I'll have my fun. Our relationship ends here, leave me be." "Are you angry?" he quietly inquired, his gaze dropping gradually. Just as Ruan Qing'an was about to express her impatience, Luo Yuming had already leaned down to bite her neck lightly. The damp sensation, under the club's flickering lights, was ambiguously intoxicating, rendering Ruan Qing'an weak at the knees. Startled, she pushed Luo Yuming away, her face flushed as if set ablaze. "Mad dog!" Before Luo Yuming could respond, she stormed off in a huff. This time, however, he did not pursue her. Instead, he caressed the spot where his lips had brushed against hers, his gaze darkening. The end of their romantic entanglement? "Then, dear lady, the hunt is about to commence." Affection level 85. When Hui's voice softened, "Luo Go, should we present the evidence we've gathered to Miss Ruan?" "No need. Do not let her uncover any clues." Luo Yuming paused, the swirling danger in his emerald gaze instilling fear that he resembled a large predator emerging leisurely from its lair. Unshackled from all constraints, the prey now trapped with no escape, that a flower nurtured in his palm need not take root. It merely had to bloom in his grasp, absorbing the sustenance he provided. Chapter 34. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family the spoiled and ill-natured young lady, 34. Yet the manager's demeanor remained ambiguous. Li Fong? A rather common name, I'm afraid I cannot say. Ruan Qing'an countered. "You mean the type who spends lavishly, obviously foolish yet wealthy, ostentatious and lecherous." The manager. "Though your description is rather impolite. What do the guest list?" The staff responsible for the list reported a computer virus, and the hard copy. It was said to have been accidentally fed into the shredder. There must be surveillance footage. The power was out, and nothing was saved. IT seemed someone had intervened, one who was even less approachable than her. Realizing this, Ruan Qing'an's heart sank, while the manager cheerfully escorted her out of the club. Whether online or in the stock market, turmoil persisted, exacerbated by the escalating events. Ruan Qing'an had intended to leverage Li Fong's situation to clear Ruan Tiantian's name, but now all traces had been meticulously erased, leaving nothing behind. Not even evidence remained, let alone the individual known as Li Fong. In a moment, it seemed as though Ruan Qing'an had been utterly cornered, yet despite this dire circumstance, she remained remarkably composed, even halting her counterattacks against Ruan Tiantian, merely observing the unfolding drama with a cool detachment. Within the opulent hall, elegantly attired guests mingled, their laughter tinged with anxiety, acutely aware of the recent upheaval in Nanqing's affairs. The sudden emergence of Nu had cast an even darker shadow over an already chaotic situation. Just then, the entrance to the banquet hall opened to welcome new guests. The sharp sound of high heels striking the floor causing the crowd's gaze to instinctively shift, as if drawn by an irresistible gravitational pull. A slender young woman in a deep black evening gown entered, the strapless design accentuating her fair, bare shoulders, which glimmered almost reflectively under the lights. The gown's elongated cut highlighted her graceful figure, while the trailing hem seemed to sweep the ground like a cascade of stars. Was that Ruan Qing'an? What brought her here? Surely, she was but a stray dog now. Recently, rumors had surfaced regarding her mistreatment of her biological sister and her involvement in assaults. Although this once imperious young lady had a notorious temper, she had previously managed to keep such scandals under wraps. Now, however, there was no one left to protect her. The whispers of mockery cast upon Ruan Qing'an lacked the fear and deference once shown. As the onlookers scrutinized her like a mere commodity, one individual stepped forward. "Miss Ruan Qing'an, do you not have a partner today? Why not accompany me as my partner instead? I hear your circumstances have taken a turn for the worse. Would you like my assistance?" His eyes glinted with a lewd desire, the intention behind his words clear to all. Yet Ruan Qing'an, with her leaden gray eyes, did not even glance in his direction, resolutely walking past him as if he were invisible. The man, feeling utterly disregarded, scowled and reached out towards her. "Hey, Ruan Qing'an, what do you mean by this? Show me some respect and do not make things difficult for my sister." At that moment, Ruan Qing'an entered the banquet hall, lifting her chin with the haughtiness of a peacock, effectively interrupting the farce. "That is quite enough," she said with a friendly smile. "That my sister is simply naive and has caused you trouble. It is my failure as her guide." Chairman Ruan jested. "Though she is your sister, you have already done your utmost. Her disdainful attitude towards you is truly excessive." That it was evident that the information had originated from Ruan Qing'an herself. Yet she feigned the air of a caring older sister, stepping closer to link arms with Ruan Qing'an, her smile growing more pronounced. "Ruan Ruan, you cannot possibly compete with me." Ruan Qing'an cast her a cold glance. Ruan Qing'an clung tightly to Ruan Qing'an's hand, her nails digging into the skin and leaving red marks, her voice lowered. "Regardless, I have already won. Just because I have not laid a finger on you does not mean you should feel triumphant." Ruan Qing'an paused momentarily, gradually pushing Ruan Qing'an's hand away, her smile blooming like a flower. "That is not necessarily the case, dear sister. You can keep pretending." Ruan Qing'an scoffed. As their conversation unfolded, the banquet was about to commence. Approaching the center was a man clad in a tailored suit, exuding an aura of business acumen as he stood before the guests. Most attendees were somewhat familiar with New, despite being a newcomer. The enterprise had swiftly ascended to an insurmountable peak in a remarkably short time. The identity of its founder and chairman remained shrouded in mystery, yet his ruthless and cold demeanor left an indelible impression. "Chairman," Ruan Qing'an exclaimed, instantly capturing the attention of all. Although Hanyuan Group had recently faced financial troubles, its underlying strength remained formidable and not to be underestimated. Ruan Qing'an was arguably the most prominent figure among the guests, her smile radiating pride. "Might I inquire if the chairman has considered collaborating with our Hanyuan Group?" The elite gentleman adjusted his glasses. "I am not the chairman. He is currently resting upstairs, but has expressed a desire to collaborate with Miss Ruan." "Is that so? How wonderful!" Ruan Qing'an beamed, recognizing that securing a business partnership with New would be a significant achievement, rendering the Norman family's matters inconsequential. The elite gentleman confirmed the time before stating, "The chairman has instructed me to invite Miss Ruan upstairs for a more detailed discussion. While I will handle other negotiations as his secretary, that I hope for everyone's understanding." All enterprises in Nanchang were eager to partner with New, viewing it as a prime opportunity for international expansion. Thus, no one dared to express dissatisfaction, leading to an outpouring of agreement. However, when the elite gentleman approached, Ruan Qing'an instinctively moved to follow him, only to find he bypassed her entirely, previously indifferent towards the crowd. He now bowed respectfully to Ruan Qing'an. "Miss Ruan, please." Ruan Qing'an's smile faltered as she turned, realizing he was addressing Ruan Qing'an in that moment. Ruan Qing'an appeared utterly invisible in the banquet hall. How could this happen? Ruan Qing'an stood still, coldly regarding the man who had just shown her such deference. She felt as though she might dissolve into thin air, yet even now, she could sense a hungry, almost predatory gaze lingering upon her. That it was as if she had been driven to the mouth of a beast's den, forced to enter. Ruan Qing'an inhaled deeply. System. Does being coerced into bed with the male lead count as workplace injury? 037. Question mark. Chapter 35. The obsessive heir of a wealthy family x the spoiled and difficult young lady. 35. As Ruan Qing'an ascended to the second floor, the elite gentleman who had escorted her had vanished, and the lighting upstairs was dim. She walked down the corridor until she passed a closed door, when a large hand encircled her waist, pulling her into a room. Ruan Qing'an collided directly with a broad chest, instinctively attempting to struggle, only to be pinned against the door. "Are you insane?" the irritable young lady shouted impatiently. Yet her struggles were effortlessly suppressed, her slender form pressed against the door, forced to face the panel while a warm body pressed against her from behind. With a low, husky voice, the man grasped her wrists, intertwining them above her head, pinning them against the door. "Do not move. Young lady, at least for now, it would be best not to." Hearing the suppressed desire in his magnetic voice, Ruan Qing'an, unwilling to endure any further, finally fell silent, her expression darkened. "How could it be you?" Luo Yumming. "Most of my foundations lie abroad, so there has been no news domestically, but the William you met last time is aware of my existence." As Luo Yumming explained, Ruan Qing'an began to comprehend, her eyes widening in surprise as they met his, the leaden gray depths swirling with uncertainty. However, she soon found herself overwhelmed by the proximity of their bodies. The mingling of breaths and the rising temperature, all creating an overly ambiguous atmosphere. Ruan Qing'an attempted to maintain a professional demeanor, her voice cold. "Is this how the chairman conducts business? Apologies, but it seems I cannot discuss business with you." Luo Yumming, appearing quite serious, offered an apology, yet his hand continued its ascent along Ruan Qing'an's waist without pause. Before she could brand him a rogue, he leaned in, closing the distance to her neck. The dim light revealing the marks she had intentionally concealed with her hair, the remnants of that night at the club. He could not help but chuckle. "Young lady, you truly are delicate. As if one touch would harm you. A mere bite has left such lasting evidence. Who else is as deranged as you, biting people indiscriminately?" Ruan Qing'an retorted disdainfully, though her tone betrayed a hint of faltering resolve. As the man she had just insulted pressed closer, his lips grazing her neck. Were it not for Luo Yumming's grip on her hands, Ruan Qing'an's body would have nearly melted into submission. Luo Yumming, let go. Has the young lady ever seen a mad dog release its bite? Luo Yumming countered, his dark eyes now entirely consumed by desire, a yearning that seemed to claw at his very bones. He had tried to abandon her, but felt as if he were suffering withdrawal pains. Yet his young lady remained perched high above, coldly observing his struggle within the mire of lust. A sight both pitiful and absurd, that moment. Muted sounds from the hall below broke the tension, and Luo Yumming finally released her, swiftly gathering Ruan Qing'an into his embrace. "Young lady, would you care to witness a spectacle?" "What? Come, follow me." Upon drawing back the curtains, they found themselves on the balcony, affording a clear view of the scene in the hall below. Ruan Qing'an leaned against the railing while the tall, imposing figure of the young man stood closely behind her. The ever-proud young lady had never endured such humiliation. She huffed. "What exactly do you want me to see?" "Just giving you an outlet for your frustrations." That was as if he had shackled her in his chains. Meanwhile, in the hall, the previous awkward moment left Ruan Qing'an wishing she could vanish into the ground. However, to storm out would only amplify her embarrassment, so she remained rooted in place, her smile frozen. The nearby guests exchanged glances until one finally ventured. "Chairman Ruan, what is the relationship between your sister and this gentleman?" "What else could it be?" Ruan Tian let out a cold snort, disdainfully stating, "If my father and my late mother were to know that I have resorted to such a disgraceful act of selling my own body, I cannot fathom how heartbroken they would be. What kind of parents raise such a child? I truly cannot comprehend how I have become this way. It is utterly shameful." Upon hearing her words, the crowd was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, a waiter rushed forward, leaning close to Ruan Tian and whispering, "Chairman Ruan, there is a madwoman claiming to be your mother, causing a scene and demanding to see you." "What?" The waiter continued. "I have taken her to an empty room at the back on the first floor. You should go see her quickly." Ruan Tian hurriedly expressed her gratitude and swiftly made her way outside the hall. Upon reaching the corridor, she immediately spotted Li Fong emerging from the dark room. That had been a long time since Ruan Tian had seen her mother, who was masquerading as gravely ill. Now, upon seeing Li Fong, she noticed her disheveled hair and ashen complexion, as if she had encountered a ghost. The moment Li Fong laid eyes on Ruan Tian, before she could utter a word, Ruan Tian shoved her into the dark room, lacking the inclination to turn on the lights, and with a forceful push, Li Fong fell to the ground. Ruan Tian, however, was in no mood to attend to her. "Did I not send you money? A staggering 30 million taken from the group. Is that not enough for you? Tian, you must run away. Run away. Mother, could you please stop causing me trouble? I've already given you the money that if you feel it is insufficient. I can take more from the group for you. But do not appear before me again." Li Fong's face was a picture of distress. She wanted to speak, yet faced with Ruan Tian's contemptuous gaze, she was at a loss for words. Ruan Tian's impatience grew. "Enough. You must leave at once. Do you even know what kind of banquet this is? Mother, you cannot be here causing chaos. But someone has already discovered that we killed Madame Ruan." Upon hearing Li Fong's trembling words, Ruan Tian froze, her eyes fixed intently on Li Fong. "What did you say?" Li Fong began to sob uncontrollably. It's true, Tin. We must flee quickly. We cannot stay. Ruan Qing'an abruptly cut her off. Do not even think about it. I have worked so hard to achieve all of this. You want me to give up this luxurious life and the power I have attained to run away with you? Are you insane, mother? How can you be so selfish? Ruan Qing'an forcefully pushed Li Fong's hand away, straightened her gown, and turned to leave. Enough, mother. This matter is your doing. It has nothing to do with me. Even if someone comes to arrest us, they will only catch you. I will find a way to handle it for you. If that fails, then I am powerless. As Ruan Qing'an spoke, she grasped the doorknob. Hurry and leave. Listening to Ruan Qing'an's heartless words, Li Fong felt her heart shatter completely. She sat on the ground in a daze, tears streaming down her face. Yes, but you should have provided me with better living conditions in the first place. Should you not? Or did you intend for me to suffer alongside you? Ruan Qing'an scoffed, and just as she opened the door, the previously elite man approached with a large group of guests. Introducing a new project they were preparing to develop, inviting everyone to follow him to the conference room. His voice abruptly halted. In the conference room, which should have been empty, Ruan Qing'an stood there, and behind her, a middle-aged woman was wailing and cursing loudly. Chapter 36. The paranoid heir of a wealthy family, the spoiled and vicious young lady. 36. Ruan Qing'an was completely frozen in place. While Li Fong continued to cry on the floor, feeling utterly betrayed by her daughter, in her fury, she unleashed a torrent of complaints, filled with profanity. What does it matter if I killed Madame Ruan? You, for heaven's sake, killed your own father. How are you any better than me? As Li Fong's heart-wrenching accusations echoed, the crowd's expressions changed dramatically in response to the overwhelming information. Ruan Qing'an nearly lost her mind. She rushed forward, forcefully restraining Li Fong and covering her mouth. You crazy woman! Who gave you permission to speak so recklessly? Do you dare to slander your own daughter? As Ruan Qing'an's eyes reddened with rage and her composure unraveled. Even the strength in her grip faltered, leaving Li Fong gasping for breath on the floor, her complexion turning purple. The onlookers finally snapped out of their stupor and rushed forward to restrain Ruan Qing'an. Had they been a moment later, Li Fong would have faced dire consequences. The entire scene descended into chaos, with only the elite man pushing up his glasses, calmly observing from a distance, in his hand. He clutched a recording pen. Meanwhile, from the shadows of the corridor, a tall figure held a slender girl tightly in his embrace, observing the unfolding drama. Ruan Qing'an instinctively turned her head, yet Luo Yuming leaned in closer, pressing his lips against her neck, leaving her paralyzed with fear. Ruan Qing'an gritted her teeth, speaking sternly. I went to the club to find Li Fong in hopes of obtaining evidence to uncover the true cause of my mother's death. It seems you are the one obstructing me. Indeed. That is correct. I will handle everything. There is no need for you to intervene, young lady. Moreover, Luo Yuming paused, his dark green eyes swirling with intensity, a deeper smile forming at the corner of his lips as he lowered his voice. You are quite the troublemaker. Young lady, I must ensure that your wings are clipped. He needed to guarantee that this capricious young lady, who easily discarded his affections, would not trample upon his feelings again. As he spoke, his words, though laced with amusement, carried an undercurrent of menace, a desire that surged forth, demanding possession. Her voice faltered as she found herself pressed against the wall, while Luo Yuming leaned down, almost devouring her words. The rising desire leaving no room for escape, in that hidden corner of darkness. She was ensnared by a beast. Their lips tangled. Ruan Qing'an's eyes widened in disbelief, yet she found herself unable to resist him. In the fleeting moment of separation, he whispered, I want to monopolize you. The instant his words fell, be careful, ancestor. But it was too late. Luo Yuming's hand struck the back of Ruan Qing'an's neck, and she instantly succumbed to his embrace, unconscious that as the alarm was about to be raised, the fainted Ruan Qing'an silently gestured to it. Love value. Nani, look at you too, so lofty, so exceptional, merely playing a game and deliberately trying to frighten me. When Ruan Qing'an finally opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a soft sofa, warm rays of sunlight streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, signaling that it was already dusk. Outside the window stood towering skyscrapers. This was a tastefully decorated minimalist office, the only sound in the tranquil environment being the rhythmic tapping of a keyboard. Instinctively, Ruan Qing'an turned her gaze toward the source, spotting Luo yumming in a tailored suit, seemingly engrossed in his work. She had never seen him in this light before. At least in her presence, his demeanor was cold and distant, akin to a solitary, lofty peak. "Miss, you're awake?" Luo yumming. "Kidnapping is illegal." He paused, then chuckled lightly. "No hostage has ever received such favorable treatment as you. Young lady to AT." That moment, a knock sounded on the office door. The earlier elite man, who was also Luo yumming's secretary, entered without daring to glance at Ruan Qing'an on the sofa, his eyes trained firmly ahead. "Chairman, everything has been handled as per your instructions." "Good, I understand." Once Luo yumming shook his head, the man left with clarity. When the door closed, Luo yumming approached Ruan Qing'an, squatting down before her. Under her watchful gaze, he reached out to grasp her delicate, fair ankle. "Do you not despise Luo Jihong? Do you not wish to see him humiliated?" Luo yumming retorted, maintaining his grip and not allowing Ruan Qing'an any chance to resist. With his other hand, he picked up a delicate high heel, carefully helping her put it on. Clearly, he had long since extricated himself from his previous predicament. However, Luo yumming had different intentions. Ruan Tian and Li Fong were currently desperate to shed the suspicion of murder, leaving them no time to concern themselves with the Luo family, hence the Luo family's interest in Nu for potential investment. "Unfortunately, I will not assist him." Luo yumming elongated his words, his slender fingers gliding along Ruan Qing'an's fair calf as he leaned closer. "What I mean to convey is, miss, whether it is the Han family or the Ruan family, I hold their fates in my hands that I hope you will be obedient." His overwhelming aggressiveness threatened to engulf her entirely. Chapter 37. The Paranoid Heir and the Wayward Young Lady, 37. In the reception room, Mr. Luo and Luo Jihong continued to await their meeting, despite the fact that the chairman of Nu had kept them waiting for a full hour. Mr. Luo, however, dared not display any impatience. In contrast, Luo Jihong's expression darkened. "Father, is this truly our only recourse? Ruan Tian is utterly irresponsible. Our Luo family is besieged, and that woman seems to have appeared from nowhere, but we still have yet to uncover the forces behind her." Upon hearing this, Luo Jihong dared not press further. After a prolonged wait, the secretary, carrying a stack of documents, finally entered the reception room. The two seated men promptly rose to their feet. The secretary stated, "Mr. Luo, young Master Luo, the chairman is currently occupied with work and has only just found the time to join us, but he will be here shortly. But in the meantime, I can assist you. Investment cooperation is certainly feasible." Smack! Without waiting for the secretary to finish, Mr. Luo had already struck Luo Jihong across the face, maintaining a beaming smile. "Please convey to the chairman that there is no need for concern. My son is simply unrefined, that I shall personally bring him to apologize." That a vivid red handprint quickly appeared on Luo Jihong's face. Yet he remained silent, forcing a sheepish grin. The secretary observed, her gaze unflinching. "Mr. Luo, are you familiar with the saying, 'It is a father's fault not to teach his child'? I wonder what folly your son has committed." Mr. Luo's expression shifted slightly, yet he still struggled to keep his smile intact. To have to slap himself would be utterly absurd. The secretary, however, offered no response, simply connecting a phone call and activating the speaker. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a husky voice. Mr. Luo, upon hearing this voice, Luo Jihong abruptly lifted his head, unsure if it was merely his imagination, for it bore a striking resemblance to Luo Yuming's tone. The voice on the other end chuckled lightly. "There is no need for that. I would rather discuss the current situation of the Luo family with you. Please go ahead. As far as I know, the Luo family's circumstances are rather dire. Public opinion is rife with criticism. The market has been seized. Consumers are boycotting, stock prices are volatile, and a significant number of investors are withdrawing, halting contracts. Am I correct?" This statement laid bare Mr. Luo's most precarious predicament, causing the smile on his face to falter. Yet, the voice continued. "Regrettably, without the intervention of Nu, the Luo family would be on the brink of collapse, facing bankruptcy. Chairman, so, Mr. Luo, do you believe what the secretary has said is accurate? As the saying goes, when the situation reaches a critical point, the dagger is revealed." Mr. Luo's smile could no longer be maintained, yet they were indeed at a dead end. Just as Mr. Luo seemed poised to strike himself, Luo Jihong quickly reached out to restrain him. "Father. Wait, I can't shake the feeling that this voice is eerily similar to Luo Yuming's." Could it be him? Stop spouting nonsense. The chairman is a distinguished individual, far beyond the reach of that little bastard. Don't provoke the chairman's ire. Mr. Luo scolded sharply, simultaneously apologizing into the phone. My apologies, Chairman. My son is simply ignorant. How could such a person possibly compare to you? It is nothing short of a tremendous joke. After enduring several slaps, Mr. Luo's resolve faltered, his face nearly swollen. It is my failure in parenting that has led this fool to offend you. I am pleased to see you recognize this. At that moment, the door finally swung open, leaving the two men utterly stunned. Although Mr. Luo had never paid attention to Luo Yuming and could barely recognize his voice, he would certainly not forget that face. At the entrance stood Luo Yuming, slightly bent over, cradling the slender figure of Ruan Qing'an, who was enveloped in his embrace like a delicate porcelain doll. Her expression was blank, silent as ever. While Luo Yuming raised his gaze, "It has been a long time, my so-called father." Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo, his face marred by handprints, collapsed to the ground. Luo Zhihong hurriedly rushed forward to support him. Unable to restrain himself, "Luo Yuming, we were wrong before, but can you truly stand by and watch the Luo family perish? Of course not." Finally, a glimmer of hope ignited in Mr. Luo's nearly despondent eyes. He scrambled forward, attempting to grasp Luo Yuming's pant leg, only to be held back by the secretary, his tears streaming down his face in a desperate plea at Wai Yuming. "I was wrong before. Please forgive me. What enmity can exist between father and son? The Luo family is my life's work. Yuming, I implore you." The middle-aged man who had once scorned him now knelt in supplication. Leaving Luo Yuming feeling a sense of absurdity, he released his hold on Ruan Qing'an and squatted down before Mr. Luo, a deepening smile gracing his lips. "I will not merely stand by. So I have taken matters into my own hands, from start to finish. It has always been me." Mr. Luo was left completely speechless. In the next moment, Luo Yuming stood up, leisurely stretching. "Secretary, please escort these two out. I have had my fill of the Luo family. Make arrangements for their withdrawal." "Very well, young lady, let us be on our way." Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an's ashen eyes flickered, briefly sweeping over the pitiful figure of Mr. Luo on the ground and the flustered Luo Zhihong, her gaze filled with complexity. Just as they were about to depart, Luo Zhihong angrily shouted at Ruan Qing'an, "Just you wait. Ruan Qing'an, if Luo Yuming can treat us this way, do you think your fate will be any better? When you used that bastard like a dog, he had already begun to harbor hatred for you. You will suffer far worse than we have." Ruan Qing'an's footsteps faltered, her fingertips trembling. Luo Yuming, however, remained oblivious, his gaze cold. "Call security and throw them out." Ruan Qing'an stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, looking down at the two disheveled figures below, biting her lip in frustration. The ground was covered with soft carpet, and Luo Yuming had not even left her any shoes, as he had stated. She merely needed to sit and wait for him to embrace her. Invisible shackles bound her, with the end point being his side. "You will suffer far worse than we have. You will suffer far worse than we have." Luo Zhihong's curses echoed repeatedly, leaving the once dominant young lady's complexion pale. "Where did the person I told you to keep an eye on go?" The secretary paused. "Miss Ruan, isn't she waiting for you in your office to have coffee?" Luo Yuming's expression darkened completely. Chapter 38. The Paranoid Heir and the Wayward Young Lady. 38. In the twilight hours at the Han residence, isn't that your own granddaughter? Aren't you the least bit anxious? Han Qing'an could not help but exclaim. What use is anxiety? In an instant, the entire living room fell silent, until at last the sound of Hong Wan's uncontrollable sobbing broke the stillness. Despite this, Han Qing'an received no news. What? Han Qing'an immediately rose, while Hong Wan reacted even more swiftly, rushing to the door, where she found Ruan Qing'an standing at the threshold. Her bare feet bore the marks of stones. Red and raw, and in the cool breeze, she appeared utterly pitiful, her head bowed, clutching at her collar. All right, I understand, old lady Dunham." Hong responded repeatedly, hastening to prepare. Meanwhile, Hong Wan lovingly embraced Ruan Qing'an. "Ruan Ruan, after you attended the banquet, what on earth happened? How could the driver not find you?" "I apologize, grandmother, for worrying you." Seeing that Ruan Qing'an was unwilling to divulge further, Hong Wan did not press her. Just then, Han Qing'an stepped forward. Ruan Ruan, was it new? Grandfather, I'm fine. Ruan Qing'an patted Hong Wan's hand, interrupting her words, and turned to Han Qingkai. Grandfather, I understand your concerns about how my situation may affect the Han family. Perhaps I am not a suitable heir, but I assure you, I will not cause you any trouble. That I hope I have not disappointed you or mother too gravely. That Ruan Qing'an spoke. She deeply bowed. Ruan Ruan, she truly cares. Meanwhile, in her bedroom, Ruan Qing'an changed into a new outfit, organizing the material she had previously gathered. 037. Host, have you been prepared all along? Yes, due to the actions of the original owner. I must always be ready to manage the aftermath. Success in my strategy means I must perish on his bed. Ruan Qing'an paused. If the strategy fails, he will kill me, and I will undoubtedly retaliate, leading to a collapse of the plane, and I will cease to exist. 037. That this ancestor has indeed thought it through. Ruan Qing'an ceased her speech, instead flipping through the compiled roster of students funded by the Han family. After a brief search, she finally extracted a particular document. Despite the Han family's efforts to conceal Ruan Qing'an's whereabouts, the following day, Luo Yuming arrived directly at their door, accompanied by others, leaving even Mo Hong incredulous. The chairman of Nu had personally come to visit. Han Qingkai could no longer avoid this meeting. Han Qingkai descended the stairs, pulling Hong Wan along. He found Luo Yuming seated elegantly on the sofa, poised and dignified, sipping tea. When he heard them approach, he raised his head. Mr. Han, Mrs. Han, I hope you will pardon my unannounced visit. Uncertain of Chairman Luo's intentions, he sought out Mr. Han for a certain individual, Ruan Qing'an. Upon hearing this, Han Qingkai felt an unexpected sense of resignation. That I apologize, but we are still searching for her. That I know she is here, Luo Yuming interjected, his long fingers drumming on the table with a hint of impatience. His rationality was nearing its breaking point, akin to a withdrawal reaction, desperately yearning for her presence. That he half closed his dark eyes, as if enduring a trial. The Luo family has already taken care of the matter. Ruan Tiantian's case is on the verge of resolution, leaving the Ruan family leaderless. It is true that Chairman Luo is a prodigy. This was nothing short of a blatant threat, utterly unmasked. Han Qingkai sighed deeply. After all, she is also my granddaughter. That my wife has chastised me into awareness, regardless of whether she is right or wrong. It is impossible for me to hand over my granddaughter for your vengeance. This is not about revenge, Mr. Han. Luo Yuming was speaking when his phone suddenly vibrated. Upon answering, the secretary urgently reported, Chairman, Ruan Qing'an is highly suspicious and preparations for her capture are underway. But she has vanished. Vanished? Luo Yuming was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling Ruan Tiantian's intense animosity and hatred towards Ruan Qing'an, which persisted even in dire situations. Ruan Tiantian's ambition and longing for a lavish life bred an almost obsessive hatred for Ruan Qing'an, who possessed it all. Luo Yuming quickly regained his composure and turned to Han Qingkai, his voice sharp. Where exactly is Ruan Qing'an? Wait, what did she say? What does Ruan Qing'an mean by this? Before Hong Wan and Han Qingkai could react, Luo Yuming had already risen and hastily exited the Han residence. Moments later, the roar of an engine echoed outside. Meanwhile, deep within an alley on the outskirts of the city, Ruan Qing'an was intently focused on her phone's navigation, searching for the individual from her notes. This should be the place. The fork in the alley she traversed, shadows flitted in the corners. Chapter 39. The obsessive, illegitimate child of a wealthy family the spoiled and mischievous young lady. 39. In the original text, the last university student to take over came from a modest background and was temporarily residing in a city village. She had reached out to the surrounding individuals and consequently found her way here. However, it appeared that she had attracted unwanted attention. Ruan Qing'an squinted her leaden gray eyes and discreetly glanced behind her, catching only a fleeting shadow. Report, someone is tailing you. You need to be a second faster, little system. The disheartened 037 fell silent. As she continued deeper into the alley, the path became increasingly narrow and the ground muddier, with footsteps encroaching upon her. Ruan Qing'an lowered her gaze and quickened her pace. Moments later, she broke into a light run. The footsteps behind her lost all pretense of concealment. Leading the pack was a tattooed man, flanked by several thugs who seemed taken aback by Ruan Qing'an's awareness, their curses faintly audible. The old city streets were treacherous and unfamiliar to Ruan Qing'an. who could only rely on instinct to flee. The tattooed man spat in frustration. Damn it, catch up to her? What a nuisance. Ruan Qing'an felt her impatience mount. When the tattooed man and his gang finally caught up, they reached the end of the alley, where a wall blocked her last escape route. Clearly, she had been cornered, the delicate young lady trapped in a dire situation. The tattooed man, seeing her stand still, regarded her with a look of incredulity. That woman paid us to rough you up. Never expected her to be so beautiful. Come, play with me, and I won't hurt you. His words elicited laughter from his companions. Yet Ruan Qing'an remained unperturbed, her cold gaze unwavering, her hand discreetly hidden behind her back where a glimmer of steel began to appear. The tattooed man, oblivious to the threat, was suddenly halted by a chilling gust of wind, freezing him in place as all sound ceased. The blade of a tang knife glinted menacingly against his neck. Mere inches away, and Ruan Qing'an's grip on the weapon was steady, betraying no tremor. The tattooed man was too overwhelmed by her formidable presence to contemplate the source of the knife. Ruan Qing'an finally broke into a radiant smile. Weren't you the one who wanted to play with me? Hearing this, the tattooed man's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, his companions rendered speechless at the next moment. Ruan Qing'an's hand moved with blinding speed, striking the back of his neck with the hilt of the knife. That we're just scaring you. This is merely a warning. This weapon, accompanying her through countless realms and tasks, was named Langyue by Ruan Qing'an. Before 037 could speak, she turned her attention to the remaining thugs. They had never witnessed such a display of force and, with trembling legs, collapsed onto the ground, instinctively trying to crawl away to the next heartbeat. The tang knife sliced through the air, embedding itself in the ground beside one thug's face. Please, we're sorry. Who are you working for? The thug pondered for a moment. Ruan Qing'an, she is the one. She paid us to track you down, initially intending to deceive you, but when she actually spotted you in the old city, she ordered us to attack deity. This revelation. Ruan Qing'an felt no surprise. All her last cards had been played against me for revenge. She truly is clever. As it became evident that no further information would be forthcoming, Ruan Qing'an finally rose, the tang knife vanishing from her grasp. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by anxious shouts. Chairman, please slow down. Someone reported seeing Miss Ruan here. There's no need to panic. Ruan Qing'an was momentarily taken aback as she surveyed the scene of the tattooed man and thugs sprawled on the ground. A sudden headache washed over her. When Luo Yuming arrived, he was panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet he paid no heed to himself, his gaze fixated on the corner where Ruan Qing'an, the typically pampered young lady, was huddled, arms wrapped around her knees, trembling uncontrollably, seemingly terrified that in front of her lay several thugs, sprawled in disarray. Merely witnessing Ruan Qing'an in such a state pained Luo Yuming deeply. The secretary followed closely behind him. Take care of them but S for Ruan Tiantian, who fled before capture. Hearing the malice in those words, the secretary fell silent. The unconscious thugs were dragged away, and Luo Yuming cautiously approached Ruan Qing'an, fearful of startling her. Miss, I have come to take you home, that I don't want you to go away, she whispered, her voice hoarse. Just as Luo Yuming intended to embrace her, Ruan Qing'an suddenly lifted her head, biting her lip as she gazed at him. I know I shouldn't have run off, but can you grant me a bit more time? What time? Luo Yuming was momentarily stunned, caught in the depths of her tearful eyes. Suddenly realizing that this was the third time he had witnessed his young lady in tears, that he would give her everything, yet he could not bear to see her cry. Luo Yuming reached out to wipe away her tears. But to his surprise, Ruan Qing'an began to weep more fiercely, her eyes filled with a hint of fear, her voice soft and trembling. She cried pitifully, her words faltering. I used to bully you, unaware that my father tasked me with handling your mother's affairs, that it's only right for you to seek revenge on me. Luo Yuming was utterly taken aback, and as he fell silent, Ruan Qing'an's sobs grew louder, her soft voice evoking both sympathy and a desire to protect her. But could you not bully me so? I don't want to be treated like a plaything, my dear lady. I am the plaything here. Luo Yuming pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling a slight headache. Yet Ruan Qing'an, so pitiful that she seemed to lean against him, clutched his collar with her small hands, still recounting her grievances. You can kill or torture me. But how can you? Before she could finish, Luo Yuming had lowered his head, capturing her lips just as she was about to continue her protest, covering her mouth with his that he sighed softly. Ruan Qing'an, Miss Ruan, I am not a fool that I will investigate my mother's affairs. The true culprit has already received their due punishment, and I will not cling to the past. Moreover, I do not care about the bullying you inflicted upon me. Half of her exquisite face was obscured, and Ruan Qing'an's exposed eye gazed at him, her lashes still adorned with tears, blinking in disbelief. Feeling her warm breath against his palm, Luo Yuming's throat tightened, his gaze smoldering with unbridled desire. Even now, I can recall the past, your cold, mocking gaze upon me. You are not a good person. Mississippi Luo Yuming chuckled softly, the bitter sarcasm directed at himself, that I in the midst of Ruan Qing'an's astonished gaze. He finally released her, replacing his hand with a kiss that was almost primal, as if he wished to consume her whole, that I in the interlude of their lips entwined. His voice was hoarse, his dark eyes revealing unabashed longing. Indeed, I am fully aware and I relish it. Love value. 95 Chapter 40. The paranoid air of a wealthy family ex the capricious and ill-tempered young lady, and the fervent kiss lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, Ruan Qing'an had already placed both hands firmly against Luo Yuming's chest, exerting all her strength to push him away, her entire face flushed with embarrassment, that he was pushed aside. Luo Yuming felt as though his heart had plummeted into the depths of despair, that he should have known better. He ought not to bare his heart, for how could a lofty young lady ever comprehend the value of cherishing? What she excelled at was, in fact, trampling everything beneath her feet, casting an almost condescending gaze. Yet, Luo Yuming desired none of that. He wished to cradle her in his hands, but she could only belong to him alone. Before Luo Yuming could utter a word, the young lady, with her lips swollen from the kiss and her cheeks aflame, finally asked, "So, do you like me?" "I suppose so," the longing to devour her whole. The withdrawal felt like a withdrawal reaction. Is it truly love to willingly lose oneself in madness? But the haughty young lady paid no heed to such thoughts. She tilted her chin slightly, almost settling herself in Luo Yuming's embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet instinctively issuing orders. With a voice tinged with a whimper, she playfully chided, "My legs hurt from walking. Carry me. Quickly." "Understood, my lady." Luo Yuming sighed. Resigned, and with his strong arms, he enveloped her, while Ruan Qing'an's legs wrapped around his waist, as though she were a child being carried. She tugged at Luo Yuming's ear. "Who told you to kiss me?" "Did you confess?" "No, you nearly scared me to death." "Did I not say it?" "You did not." Ruan Qing'an's voice grew hoarse with grievance. "You never say anything. I thought you were going to take revenge on me. Look at what happened to Ruan Tiantan. I was terrified, almost thinking you would treat me like—" The young lady's voice trailed off, unable to utter the final word, yet Luo Yuming understood. Ruan Qing'an had always believed he was humiliating her. Luo Yuming paused, sighed once more, and with a slight tightening of his arms, lifted Ruan Qing'an a bit higher, his voice low and serious. "Are you still worried now, my lady?" It was evident that she had been the one worrying all along. Ruan Qing'an spoke ambiguously, leaving Luo Yuming momentarily taken aback. While she buried her face in his chest, he had never dared to voice his concerns, for he had never believed that the ever-changing young lady would settle her heart on one person. He feared she would once again fall for someone new, feigning affection, that he was terrified. After several ruffians regained consciousness, they led their secretary to find Ruan Tiantan hidden in the old district, upon seeing the tattooed man and his crew. Ruan Tiantan immediately pushed the door open. "So, did you teach that wretched girl a lesson?" The tattooed man and the ruffians exchanged glances, his anger mounting visibly as he shoved Ruan Tiantan inside. Raising his fist in fury, "Damn it, it's all your fault. Do you know who you've provoked? How dare you ask? What the hell do you think you are? Go to hell." Inside, the sounds of curses mingled with the dull thuds of punches. Outside, the secretary listened calmly while dialing a number on his phone. "Hello, I would like to report the location of a suspect." After more than half a month at the Han residence, Han Wan sat on the sofa watching television, while Han Qing'an, wearing reading glasses, perused the recent developments of the Han Corporation. That he remarked, "The young man recommended by Ruan Ruan is indeed capable. His recent handling of matters has been quite thorough. Primarily, he's a good-hearted person who understands gratitude." "Indeed." Han Qing'an suddenly countered, "But where is Ruan Ruan?" Han Wan showed him a WeChat message. She just set off with Luo Yuming for an overseas trip. "Probably to escape any scolding from you. She is already an adult. Why should I scold her?" Han Qing'an huffed in frustration. I'm just worried about her. That Luo Yumming is ruthless. Did you not see what happened to Ruan Qing'an? She ended up in jail along with her mother, and the entire Luo family is on the streets. That don't overthink it. Every generation has its own fortune. Sigh. Han Chunkai, feeling a headache coming on, fell silent. Meanwhile, abroad, Ruan Qing'an was enjoying herself with Luo Yumming, clad in a short top and high-waisted skirt under the scorching sun, accentuating her slender figure. Standing by a fountain, she played with her phone, eagerly awaiting Luo Yumming to fetch her ice cream. Just then, a voice broke through the air. A blond foreign youth stood before her, his smile bright and sunny. "Hello, may I have your contact information?" Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow, slightly, deity that moment. Luo Yumming was approaching from a distance. Holding an ice cream cone, he raised his gaze and spotted the two of them, noticing Ruan Qing'an seemingly being flirted with. His brow instinctively furrowed, yet he halted his steps. Luo Yumming had been contemplating how to keep his young lady from wandering off. He constantly worried that Ruan Qing'an would concoct some scheme and distance herself from him, but he felt engulfed by negative emotions, as if trapped in a quagmire, struggling like a beast ensnared in darkness. Dragged down further and further, his sinister desires spread, until, "Hey, Luo Yumming, my ice cream is melting. Who was that just now? Just a flirt, right? I must be quite charming." "Huh," the spoiled young lady huffed, poking Luo Yumming's slightly dazed face. "Stop staring at me. There are plenty of girls looking for you along the way." Luo Yumming replied, taken aback. "I didn't pay attention to them." Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes narrowed, retorting, "Oh, so I'm the one who pays attention to them?" That is not necessarily true. Just as Luo Yumming's words fell, Ruan Qing'an unexpectedly stood on her toes, tugging at his collar, kissing the corner of his mouth, and even biting down as if still unsatisfied. As their lips parted, Ruan Qing'an's voice turned serious. Her leaden gray eyes filled with earnestness and focus. "Luo Yumming, I like you, just as you like me did I in this foreign land," amidst the clamor of voices. It seemed at that moment, Luo Yumming could only hear the pounding of their hearts and the soft touch of her lips like cotton. The next instant, the ice cream he should have been holding suddenly fell to the ground, and he instinctively clutched Ruan Qing'an tightly to him, as though she were his last lifeline, only for the shy young lady to protest. "Hey, my ice cream. Let me hold you. I'll buy you another one later." "Ruan Qing'an, that am I treating a child? Thank you for choosing me time and again, allowing me to love you more and more each day. Love value. 100. That as the system prompt of 037 rang out. The entire realm seemed to hit the pause button, enveloped in silence. Even though she remained in Luo Yumming's embrace, the emotions in Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes flattened, akin to an actress taking her final bow. "Little system, what is the next task?" Continue. "Is there no need for a substitute?" "Not necessary. Life can go on without love." Ruan Qing'an paused. This is what the main deity taught. Take note. Until the light orb gradually withdrew Ruan Qing'an's consciousness. 037 instinctively cast a glance at the shattered remnants of the original world, fragments scattering throughout, the force of order continually tugging at 037, that amidst the dense flow of data, shadows of figures could be discerned. Mingled with dark green eyes, vast streams of data surged like an inorganic machine. Until this moment, subtle ripples finally began to emerge, that supreme existence was gradually awakening. Chapter 41. The Brooding Scholar X the Troubled Young Lady 1. Task Objective. Song Shijuan, Love Value. 0. When Ruan Qing'an regained consciousness, she found herself standing beneath a dimly lit street lamp, a slender cigarette flickering between her fingers. This was the small path behind the west gate of F University. The wall was low, and many people climbed over it to sneak out. Evidently, the original owner intended to do the same after finishing the cigarette. "Oh, Ruan Qing'an, good evening." "Good evening. Are you not going out to surf the internet?" Ruan Qing'an slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, her leaden gray eyes obscured by the mist, appearing as ethereal as morning fog in the mountains. She stood under the dim glow, beautiful as a painting. "Then you all go ahead. Ruan Jie remembers to have fun." Ruan Qing'an nodded slightly, allowing them to pass. Just as the group of boys was about to leave the path, 037 urgently shouted, "Ancestor, hurry and stop them." In the original text, they're the ones who beat the male lead and made him take the blame. They sneaked out to fight off campus, using the male lead as a cover, ultimately pushing all the blame onto him, causing him to suffer punishment while the whole school knew. without having a chance to read the original text. Ruan Qing'an paused with the cigarette in her hand, her crimson lips curling into a smile that seemed to rise from the depths of hell. Wait, little system. Who am I this time? Ah, the original protagonist deceived the male lead in order to attend an international event for someone she fancied, leading to his brutal beating and hospitalization, nearly ruining the male lead's life as a rebellious girl. Not even a chance to be a good person, is it? 037 listened to Ruan Qing'an's friendly laughter, not daring to speak that I in the original text. The male lead, Song Shijuan, is an orphan whose parents have passed away, raised with the financial support of the original protagonist's family. Yet his life is far from satisfactory, living in considerable misery. Although the original protagonist's parents funded Song Shijuan's education, they tightly controlled him, altering his aspirations and compelling him to accompany the original protagonist to a second-tier university with a score of nearly 700. Despite being childhood friends, Song Shijuan was often mocked as a child husband throughout middle and high school, yet the original protagonist always treated him with indifference, ultimately nearly ruining his life. Now, without a doubt, Song Shijuan has been secretly gathering strength to break free from their control, and after missing the opportunity to participate in the international event due to the original protagonist's machinations, he would be utterly despondent. In short, Ruan Qing'an is about to face dire consequences once again. She inhaled her cigarette and said, "Thank you, system, truly .037. I believe we can still salvage this. For example, ancestor, hurry and help. The male lead is about to be beaten half to death." The night was deepening when a tall boy emerged from the library, dressed in simple white shirt and jeans, his head bowed beneath black-rimmed glasses, exuding a gloomy and unappealing aura. "Hey, you're that guy from class. Song Shijuan, right? I'm talking about you. Stop right there." Song Shijuan halted his steps, turning around, his dark eyes concealed beneath slightly long hair. The boy who spoke looked at his lifeless demeanor with a hint of disdain. He remembered Song Shijuan, who excelled academically, winning numerous competitions and awards, yet was remarkably unpopular. The boy approached, attempting to throw an arm around Song Shijuan's shoulders, only to realize their height difference was significant, forcing him to rise on his toes, which instantly darkened his expression. Song Shijuan glanced over, head lowered. "Is there something you need?" No sooner had he spoken than someone nearby kicked toward his knee, while the initial boy seized his neck, pushing him down with a malicious grin. "What are you standing there like a wooden post for? You're smart enough in your studies, yet you act like a fool. Right? Do you have a problem?" Hearing this, the boy dragged Song Shijuan to a corner, releasing his grip as several others encircled him. Standing silently in the center, Song Shijuan observed them. The boy stated, "We're heading off campus soon to have a proper chat with someone who doesn't know better. However, there are inspectors from the school tonight, so you need to help us sneak past that if you can't do that." The boy paused, casting a malicious glance at Song Shijuan. "The one we're dealing with out there is the one who doesn't know better. But next time, it won't be him in the hospital. Got it?" With that, the others erupted into laughter. Song Shijuan kept his head down, his hair partially obscuring his face, revealing nothing of his emotions. Yet he merely clutched his books. "Find someone else. This could lead to disciplinary action." The boy's laughter abruptly ceased as he stepped closer, his expression darkening. "You dare refuse? Song Shijuan, don't think you can just walk away. I can make sure you leave here sideways. Believe it." Song Shijuan remained silent, his stoic demeanor infuriating them further. The boy grabbed his hair and forcefully slammed his head against a lamp post. The pressure did not relent in the slightest as the boy's face hardened. Watching the bruise form on Song Shijuan's forehead before kicking him to the ground, Song Shijuan fell. Even his plain black glasses tumbled away amidst the incessant laughter surrounding him. The boy who initiated the violence stepped forward, ready to strike. "If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't realize who you can't provoke that I in the next moment." However, a hand suddenly gripped his wrist, pinning it immovably. The boy froze, noticing the eyes hidden behind the glasses, filled not with despair, but with a fierce aggression that stripped away any semblance of the obedient Song Shijuan he knew. Before he could react, he was forcefully thrown aside, the unexpected turn of events shocking the onlookers into instinctive retreat, their eyes fixed on the now standing figure. Song Shijuan was tall, usually overlooked due to his habit of lowering his head. Yet his well-proportioned physique became apparent. Just a friendly reminder, the cameras can't capture what's happening here. Song Shijuan's voice was hoarse, yet thick with menace. He rose, flexing his wrist from the earlier struggle, removing his glasses and brushing back the hair that had obscured his features. His face was sharply defined, wild and excessively aggressive, a side he typically concealed, but now he resembled a beast freed from its chains. As the night deepened, an inexplicable sense of crisis filled the air, causing the previously arrogant individuals to unconsciously withdraw, trembling in their stance by the time Ruan Qing'an hurried to the library, urged by 037. She found Song Shijuan crouched by the path, head lowered as he gathered his fallen books, a large bruise marring his forehead. Ruan Qing'an paused, furrowing her brows. Little system, is this to being beaten half to death? No, it shouldn't be like this. If I had come a little later, would he have healed already? 037 was momentarily stunned. This was not how the original text unfolded. At that moment, Song Shijuan stood up, clutching his books, still wearing his black-rimmed glasses, head bowed, appearing gloomy and innocent. The two exchanged glances from several meters apart, the distance feeling insurmountable, while Song Shijuan's gaze, peeking through his hair, landed on Ruan Qing'an. Finally, a faint smile tugged at his lips. They met again, and for a man, she had personally pushed her childhood friend into the abyss. Dimension fluctuation detected, recalibrating values. Love value. -10, the intense hatred was well concealed. He resembled a vengeful spirit emerging from hell, intent on her destruction, that in an instant. Ruan Qing'an felt as though her heart had plummeted to the depths, understanding the depth of Song Shijuan's hatred for the original protagonist. Chapter 42. The Gloomy Scholar x the Rebellious Girl 2. Ruan Qing'an approached from a side path, cigarette clenched in hand, dressed in a black dress, her exposed calves shimmering like fractured moonlight even in the night. Song Shijuan? Yes, I'm here. But as Ruan Qing'an stepped closer, passing by the nearby bushes, a malicious thought crossed his mind. If she knew the state of those lying scattered behind her, would she still dare approach? At that moment, Ruan Qing'an reached him, her fingers brushing aside Song Shijuan's hair to reveal the bruise on his forehead. Frowning, she took a step back. What happened? Did you run into those guys? They wanted to sneak out and ask for my help to get past tonight's inspection. You refused? Ruan Qing'an shook her head as she spoke. Forget it. Seeing you like this, you must have turned them down. What about the others? Hearing this, Ruan Qing'an felt an even deeper headache, pressing her fingertips to her brow. Narrowing her leaden gray eyes before turning away, the cold wind lifting her black dress, the cigarette held delicately between her fingers. Clearly, it was Song Shijuan being manipulated, yet 037 was even more anxious. Ancestor. Are you messing with the male lead again? His favorability is in the negatives. The negatives. Do you know how many taskers he has harmed? This is extremely dangerous. Is Luo yumming any less dangerous? 037's voice fell silent. In fact, Song Shijuan had lost his parents in a fire during middle school, after which he was supported by Ruan Qing'an's family. It was during this time that he met her, and they grew up together, even living under the same roof. However, upon reaching F University, the original protagonist deemed him embarrassing, unwilling to reveal their relationship. With the glaring negative love value, Ruan Qing'an remained unfazed. Also, tomorrow is that old man's class. You're still his class representative, so you'll write up the homework for me. Understood. Rather than feeling humiliated, Song Shijuan exhibited no emotional response, his gaze towards her as empty as a desolate wasteland. In a fleeting moment, he met her almost icy stare, yet soon he lowered his head again, the dangerous aura dissipating. Understood. Finally, Song Shijuan moved, clutching the books borrowed from the library, and followed Ruan Qing'an, walking alongside her. Along the path by the west gate, Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan walked side by side, she with her head down smoking, not even glancing at him, the sparks from her cigarette flickering in the corner of her eye. If they come looking for trouble again, let me know, and I'll handle it. Though Ruan Qing'an is a troublesome girl with poor academic performance, her beauty is striking, and she possesses excellent interpersonal skills. Many are familiar with her, and are eager to befriend her. If Ruan Qing'an were to offer assistance, those few would likely be more than willing to oblige. 037. Oh dear, ancestral spirit, you have finally considered the male lead. The deep, dark hue in Song Shijuan's eyes concealed a potent blend of sarcasm and scorn quite effectively. Ruan Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle. Little system, do you truly believe that by playing the role of a kind-hearted innocent, Song Shijuan would be convinced? 037 evidently failed to grasp the gravity of her words. While she leisurely exhaled smoke rings, casually remarking, "Do not allow their provocations to hinder my affairs." Upon hearing this, Song Shijuan lowered his head, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion in a manner that was invisible to Ruan Qing'an. This was precisely the demeanor Ruan Qing'an ought to display. He was not surprised that if she were to feign genuine concern in offering help, it would be utterly laughable, confirming that Song Shijuan was unharmed and in no serious trouble. Ruan Qing'an extinguished her cigarette and turned to head towards the dormitory building. The sky had grown dark, illuminated only by the street lamps. Her high heel became wedged in a crack in the ground, leaving her momentarily unable to extricate it, causing Ruan Qing'an to furrow her brow. To that moment, Song Shijuan trailed behind her, and Ruan Qing'an waved her hand. "Wooden block, come here." "What is it?" Just as Song Shijuan's words left his lips, Ruan Qing'an had already taken the books from his hands, her slender fingers pressing against his shoulder, where even through his shirt, she could feel the underlying muscle texture. She gave a slight squeeze and pressed him down. Song Shijuan's gaze darkened as he glanced at the surveillance camera above them and the operating indicator light. Only then did he crouch down, allowing Ruan Qing'an to direct him. "Tse, this surveillance is truly bothersome." Otherwise, his thoughts abruptly halted as a soft sensation enveloped his shoulder. The scent of smoke wafted through the air, mingling with the crisp, woody fragrance emanating from Ruan Qing'an, creating an intoxicating aroma. She resembled a floating reed in a storm, her entire being resting upon Song Shijuan for support. Ruan Qing'an half sat on his broad shoulder, leaning into his embrace for stability. Seemingly still a bit unsteady, she grasped Song Shijuan's hand and placed it at her waist. Complaining, "Don't you know to support me? You truly are dense that I can't get my high heel out. Hurry and help me," she urged impatiently, her incessant chatter becoming increasingly irksome. In retaliation, Song Shijuan tightened his hand around her waist. Initially intending to pinch her, he found her softness almost ethereal, an irresistible temptation. Ruan Qing'an seemed to be slightly ticklish, instinctively shifting away, then elbowing him playfully. "What are you doing? Don't you know I'm ticklish?" "Afraid you might fall," Song Shijuan replied defensively, already reaching down to extract the trapped high heel and putting it back on Ruan Qing'an's foot. Only then did she eagerly rise, rubbing her waist, embodying the quintessential use and dispose mentality, yet resolutely assured that no matter how much she teased him, Song Shijuan, the big wooden block, would remain utterly unfazed. The following morning, Ruan Qing'an entered the classroom punctually, prepared for the early 8 o'clock lesson. She settled into a window seat in the back, waiting for Song Shijuan to arrive with breakfast. However, as the class was about to commence, the usually punctual Song Shijuan had yet to appear, leaving the seat beside her conspicuously empty. Ruan Qing'an propped her chin on her hand, her thoughts drifting until she overheard a conversation from the front. "Have you heard? This morning, several students were caught by the security guard in a corner near the west gate, looking quite battered. It's tragic." Chapter 43. The Brooding Academic x the Troubled Girl 3. As the discussion continued in hushed tones, Ruan Qing'an leaned forward to inquire. "Did they find someone who was beaten near the west gate?" "Yes, several of them. It's quite pitiful." "Any idea who attacked them?" After a brief pause, the individual replied, "There are rumors suggesting that those who were beaten implicated someone, and the assailants have already been taken in for questioning." Ruan, isn't it amusing? They even say that today, the one being questioned is that Song Shijuan. What a joke. If Song Shijuan had the ability to fight, I'd wash my hair upside down. Despite the jest, the classmate added, "But honestly, it is hard to believe." However, Song Shijuan has indeed not shown up for class today, and he is the class representative. The teacher hasn't inquired about him. At that moment, the old professor at the podium called out Ruan Qing'an's name, adjusting his glasses. "Ruan Qing'an, present." Ruan Qing'an responded, yet she immediately stood up and dashed out of the classroom. The professor, slightly incredulous, called after her, "Hey, wait a moment. Ruan Qing'an, where are you going in such a hurry?" The girl at the door, clutching her skirt, pondered for a moment. "I had a significant matter in life." Meanwhile, in the counselor's office, the boys from last night, sporting bruises and injuries, appeared rather pitiful as they sat before the counselor. They could only awkwardly soothe their emotions when a knock sounded at the door. Song Shijuan stood outside, his gaze hidden behind the black-framed glasses, glancing at the group before entering. Approaching the counselor, he lowered his head, maintaining his usual earnest yet brooding demeanor. However, the boys nearby instinctively shifted away, clearly intimidated. "Teacher, did you need something from me?" "Well, last night during the dorm inspection, these students were missing. The security guards searched both on and off campus all night and finally found them this morning in the bushes by the west gate." The counselor gestured to the boys' injuries. "As you can see, they've been beaten, and if they claim it was you who did this." The boys nodded vigorously, shrinking away as if they might curl up into a ball to escape the wrath of Song Shijuan. Observing their cowardice, a barely perceptible smirk flickered in Song Shijuan's eyes that he wondered why he had once endured such indignities to fit in with these fools. Though he held such thoughts, he maintained a composed facade. Responding, "Teacher, I don't understand why they would falsely accuse me, but I cannot take on so many alone that stop pretending. You grabbed me by the head and slammed me to the ground, and now you're saying you can't take us?" Before Song Shijuan could finish, one of the boys couldn't help but shout. The counselor frowned at the outburst. "This is an office. Mind your language. What exactly happened last night?" "We were just passing by the library when we accidentally bumped into Song Shijuan. And he wanted to beat us up?" The explanation seemed quite absurd, leaving the counselor momentarily speechless. Faced with their accusations, Song Shijuan stated, "Whatever I say now will only be seen as a defense." But Ruan Qing'an was also present last night. You may ask her what transpired. This remark rendered both the counselor and the boys momentarily dumbfounded. How had Ruan Qing'an become entangled in this matter? Yet Song Shijuan stood there, as if it were merely an offhand comment. After a brief contemplation, the counselor nodded and sent a message from his phone that he squinted slightly, a malicious smile lurking at the corners of his lips. Wasn't he had said that he could help settle this? Once the counselor sent the message, he turned back to the boys, countering, "But it does raise a question. How could Song Shijuan manage to take on all of you alone?" The boys, still nursing their injuries, protested indignantly, "Teacher, it really was him. Song Shijuan is a beast. We don't know what he has been fed, but he can seriously beat us." "Exactly. If the security hadn't found us, we might have died there." "Indeed," the office erupted in chaotic voices. Just then, a clear female voice chimed in, laced with playful amusement. "I never thought you would have such a keen interest in admitting your own weakness." Ruan Qing'an appeared in the doorway of the office, seemingly in a rush, breathing heavily, her chest heaving. Her swift arrival caught even Song Shijuan off guard. However, the boys present were displeased at her words. "Wait, Ruan Jie, what do you mean by that? Isn't this just throwing us under the bus after asking for your help?" Ruan Qing'an, with her striking beauty, was not one to be trifled with, and they had no intention of crossing her. Yet to their astonishment, Ruan Qing'an wasted no time before launching into a tirade against them. In an instant, the ire that had been directed towards Song Shijuan was now firmly aimed at Ruan Qing'an. Their glares filled with resentment. Song Shijuan observed with clarity, yet before he could scoff, Ruan Qing'an had already approached him. Without even a glance in his direction, her cool hand brushed aside his hair, revealing a large bruise. Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened as she addressed the group. "Why don't we discuss how Song Shijuan acquired this injury?" The atmosphere in the office abruptly fell silent, clearly taken aback by Ruan Qing'an's formidable stance against the odds. However, Song Shijuan remained unfazed. All his senses seemed to be fixated on the bruise. Despite the absence of pain, it felt like a burning fire, and his gaze deepened. Meanwhile, Ruan Qing'an continued her assertion. She presented the surveillance footage before everyone, which clearly depicted the group of boys as the initial aggressors. "You were the ones who struck first. Yet now you claim that Song Shijuan attacked you. Who's to say you weren't assaulted off campus and venting your frustrations on him?" "Ruan Qing'an, do not slander." "All right, then explain how Song Shijuan managed to single-handedly confront all of you." She crossed her arms and shot them a sidelong glance before turning to the counselor. "Sir, Song Shijuan is merely a bookworm. Not only is he incapable of violence, he is more like a soft target for bullies. Such an act is utterly inconceivable." Ruan Qing'an spoke with unwavering conviction, standing resolutely in front of Song Shijuan, her every word resonating with authority. Behind her, a tall and brooding youth raised his eyes, his dark gaze fixated on her, as if he were a beast poised to devour her whole. Yet Ruan Qing'an remained blissfully unaware. The idea of dragging her into this mess or pulling her down with him elicited no discernible emotional response from him. The remaining individuals could only watch in frustration as they exited. Their teeth clenched in anger, while the counselor's demeanor indicated a desire to sweep the matter under the rug. After nearly an hour of moral persuasion, the group finally departed the office. The anger that had been simmering within them reached a boiling point. And one of the boys clenched his fist. Damn it. How can this scoundrel still receive protection? Right? Is Ruan Qing'an blind? Li Ming, the student council president at F University and the son of a board member, commanded respect even from various authorities. Upon hearing this suggestion, one of the boys nodded. Fine, it's always been me who strikes others. I've never been bullied like this. And that Ruan Qing'an, let them both suffer. Chapter 44. The brooding scholar X the troublemaking girl. For a classmate who had previously chatted with Ruan Qing'an happened to walk by with a backpack, catching sight of Song Shijuan and casually remarked, Hey, class representative, the teacher asked you to give Ruan Qing'an a leave of absence. The counselor called her, and she took a leave. Song Shijuan was momentarily taken aback, but paid it no mind. After all, Ruan Qing'an had feigned concern when called over, but she would likely regret it once she realized the trouble she had stirred that moment. The female student added. No, Ruan Qing'an didn't know the counselor called for her. She had already taken leave, so the teacher said to count it. Not to hold you up, I still have to go buy her lunch. By lunch, Song Shijuan furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze toward her. This prompted him to recall Ruan Qing'an's breathless arrival at the office door, and he had wondered why she had come so swiftly. It turned out she had already been there, and he had mistakenly thought her involvement had gone smoothly. With his head lowered, Song Shijuan's slightly longer strands of hair obscured his expression, rendering it difficult to discern, yet enhancing his brooding aura. Just as he watched that girl prepare to leave, he stood up. But apologies, I'll go myself. No need to trouble you. The girl, puzzled, called out as he moved to exit. Hey, where are you going? You don't even know what she wants to eat, I know. No scallions, no garlic, nothing too spicy or too bland. She likes sweet and sour, and I can't be bothered to pick out the Sichuan peppercorns. Song Shijuan recited in a rhythmic manner, turning to head outside. This was not merely a matter of memory. During his childhood, their family's meals had been tailored to Ruan Qing'an's preferences, and he had nearly memorized her favorite dishes. This revelation left the girl standing there, dumbfounded. What is this, a new age mama's boy? Wait, I'm asking why you're going to deliver it. Because you could say we're childhood acquaintances. He paused, and after speaking, he had already vanished at the classroom door, leaving the girl in shock. Song Shijuan, however, remained impassive as he strolled toward the cafeteria. He removed his black-framed glasses, revealing eyes that were narrow and fierce yet tinged with resignation. He was eager to see what Ruan Qing'an intended by intervening. When Song Shijuan arrived at the security office with a box meal, the door was slightly ajar, allowing him to glimpse Ruan Qing'an's silhouette. She was still clad in the black dress from the previous night. Slender and graceful, the balding middle-aged man inside wore a grim expression, and his reprimands were clear even from outside. Ruan Qing'an, it seems your audacity has grown, leveraging your good relationship with the teachers to simply take the surveillance footage and leave. Impressive, shall I commend you? That could work. Ruan Qing'an replied softly. This balding man was precisely the teacher of the previous course, familiar with the original student. Although the original student had been a troublesome presence to Song Shijuan, he had managed to maintain decent relationships outside, earning a certain popularity within the school. The teacher, witnessing Ruan Qing'an's murmured response, felt torn between reprimanding her and letting it slide. He could only say, I understand about this morning's incident. While I comprehend your desire to assist your classmate, you can't just take the video and run off. Got it? Understood, my mistake. Ruan Qing'an quickly acknowledged, handing him a cup of tea with a smile. Thank you for your guidance. Please drink some water. Otherwise, if your mouth dries out, I would feel guilty. The teacher shot her a glare, begrudgingly accepting her gesture of goodwill, waving her away. The previously gloomy girl brightened immediately, her leaden brows curving into a crescent moon. Utterly charming. The teacher, at his wit's end, remarked, Get out. You're truly a nuisance. Only then did Ruan Qing'an exit the office, glancing down at her phone. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her, and upon lifting her head, she found Song Shijuan standing in front of her. Why are you here? However, Ruan Qing'an, feeling famished, was in a foul mood, her irritation heavier than a ghost's. She sidestepped him without a word, continuing to grumble. Don't block the way. I didn't even get the breakfast you were supposed to bring me. You were whisked off to the office and made me rush over only to find you didn't even bring my breakfast. Upon hearing this, Song Shijuan's expression darkened. Your lunch that a boxed meal appeared in front of her, and Ruan Qing'an's simmering anger and unspoken grievances abruptly faded. She glanced at the boxed meal held by Song Shijuan, then at her own empty stomach, which growled. Finally, she relented. Fine, I'll begrudgingly forgive you this time, considering you brought me lunch. Though her words dripped with reluctance, her actions were swift and agile, sitting on the stairs like a hamster. Ruan Qing'an delicately picked at her meal, while Song Shijuan leaned against the railing, his eyes hidden behind black glasses, swirling with inscrutable emotions that as she ate. He suddenly inquired, "Was this morning's incident initiated by you?" "I hadn't eaten breakfast or finished my homework. Of course, I had to come find you first," Ruan Qing'an stated matter-of-factly, though breakfast could have been bought after class and homework could have been copied during breaks. Song Shijuan's gaze darkened, scrutinizing Ruan Qing'an with a nearly investigative intensity. Affection? Bullying? No, neither seemed to fit an inexplicable character. 037. I believe the host could express their goodwill in a gentler manner, and then be accused of being pretentious while being used by him, only to lose all interest in me afterwards. Ruan Qing'an scoffed while eating. Little system, your reverse strategy has been remarkably effective. This. Haven't you heard the saying that curiosity is the beginning of affection? Charismatic individuals are like books. You must flip to the last page to truly understand them. For instance, little system, you resemble a piece of paper. One glance, and I grasp everything clearly, only to discard you afterward. 037. That do you genuinely not have any reverse flattery for yourself, host? While she enjoyed her meal, footsteps approached from a distance, leading with a young man in formal attire accompanied by several others. Making their way toward the security office, that he was handsome, yet his features radiated an air of superiority. Just then, the balding middle-aged man stepped out. The young man spoke up. "Teacher, I am Li Ming, the student council president. That I received reports from students claiming that a teacher and student were colluding to bully others, and I demand protection for their rights." Chapter 45. The brooding scholar X the troublemaking girl 5. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, the teacher was left speechless. However, Li Ming did not grant him the opportunity to speak, and he turned his gaze towards Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan beside him and stated, "Since you are both here, let us clarify this matter directly in the office." Addressing the teacher, he added, "There is no need for your involvement here. Thank you." Yet he believed that their counselor should be included. Li Ming interrupted him, glancing at his watch. "Such matters are best left to me. There is no need to trouble the teacher." Although he spoke of troubling the teacher, the implication was clear. There was no room for any teacher's intervention now that he was present. It was he, Li Ming, who would take charge. The teacher stood awkwardly, while Li Ming had already stepped into the office, beckoning like one would to a dog. "You two, come in." Ruan Qing'an lifted her slate-gray eyes, a hint of scrutiny lingering within them. Did I end the original narrative? Her character was a pursuer of Li Ming, often referred to derogatorily as a sycophant, whose actions for his sake were utterly shameless. Recounting the lengths she would go to, she had once slandered Song Shijuan for the sake of ensuring Li Ming's top grades, assaulted Song Shijuan to secure Li Ming's participation in an international competition, and even pressured Song Shijuan to withdraw from school to please Li Ming. Yet, despite her fervent devotion, Li Ming never reciprocated her affections. Instead, he was an admirer of the female lead, Tang Xia, who, ironically, was the official pairing for Song Shijuan, thus creating a convoluted cycle where Ruan Qing'an found herself at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Ruan Qing'an remarked, "I truly would like to express my gratitude." The original character had transcended mere infatuation, descending into a state of obsession. Upon entering the office, they found only Li Ming seated comfortably in the teacher's chair, exuding an air of ease. Upon their arrival, he stated directly, "I expect Song Shijuan to apologize to those few students. As for you, Ruan Qing'an, I hope you can also apologize for your false testimony. Both of you will face disciplinary action as punishment." That Li Ming's dismissal of the situation was casual, yet Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened. "Have you even seen the evidence? Even the counselor mentioned it was they who initiated the altercation. Why should Song Shijuan apologize?" "I have seen the video, but that is of little consequence," Li Ming scoffed, regarding them with disdain akin to that reserved for the lower echelons of society. "What I mean to say is, I have made my decision, and I am here to inform you. You should be quite aware of my position. So prepare to apologize promptly, preferably in a public setting." Standing before Ruan Qing'an and her companion, His smile deepened ominously as he added, "Should you refuse, I can easily persuade the school to expel you. Do not engage in a futile struggle. You are resolute in punishing us, aren't you?" Ruan Qing'an suddenly laughed, observing Li Ming's haughty demeanor. The TIP International Physics Competition is about to commence its internal selections. Those with disciplinary records are ineligible. Are you afraid of losing embarrassingly to Song Shijuan? Li Ming's expression darkened noticeably, his eyes filled with a mix of scorn and apprehension. Were it not for the fact that the internal selections were organized by the Education Bureau, he would not have needed to resort to such underhanded tactics to hinder Song Shijuan. The thought only fueled his anger, and he coldly retorted, "Believe whatever you wish. Just prepare your apologies. The notice of disciplinary action will be issued soon. If I declare this matter your fault, then it is indeed your misstep. That I ask for whether it was Song Shijuan who struck first. Does it truly matter?" Li Ming's disdainful words hung in the air as he turned to leave. At that moment, Song Shijuan, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. That Li Ming appraised him from head to toe. "What? Do you wish to beg for mercy?" It was merely a question. Song Shijuan's voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible to Li Ming, that he posed a singular inquiry. "Can you guess who it was that left them in such a state?" His seemingly innocuous words carried an undercurrent of dark malice. And as Li Ming comprehended the implication, he instinctively recoiled, akin to a prey caught in the gaze of a predator, an unsettling feeling rising within him. However, upon realizing that his fear stemmed from watching Song Shijuan, his expression soured further, and he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. "What is his problem?" Ruan Qing'an asked, perplexed. "That I have no idea," Song Shijuan replied. Shaking his head, he resumed his previous demeanor, concealing his thoughts entirely. Observing his pitiful facade only intensified Ruan Qing'an's disdain for Li Ming. "Did I declare that it is indeed your fault? So prepare to apologize." Wow, he truly is insufferably arrogant. Ruan Qing'an spat, hastily exiting the office. Cigarette in hand, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she sought to belittle Li Ming. Meanwhile, Song Shijuan showed little reaction, his dark eyes intently following Ruan Qing'an's retreating figure. Earlier, he had pondered whether Ruan Qing'an, in her state of infatuation, would once again fall head over heels for Li Ming. Now, however, she was berating him instead. With a scoff, Song Shijuan's gaze shifted, revealing a turbulent mix of emotions. He found the sensation rather pleasing. Leaning against the corridor railing, Ruan Qing'an, engrossed in her cigarette, glanced up at Song Shijuan after hearing his laughter. "I see you are not only dense, but also foolish, getting yourself into trouble unnecessarily, and still managing to laugh. I remember you were supposed to participate in the internal selections for the TIP International Physics Competition, right?" Song Shijuan nodded slightly. The opportunity to compete in the TIP International Physics Competition was exceedingly rare. After the internal selections, candidates would have to clear provincial and national rounds, ultimately competing for one of only 3 coveted spots. With only this singular chance, and given that the event was overseen by the Education Authority, Li Ming was not merely vying for first place. Securing a spot was already a significant challenge, with Song Shijuan posing the greatest obstacle. Should Song Shijuan participate, Li Ming would be sidelined. Thus, his desperation was palpable. In the original narrative, Song Shijuan had been shackled by the original character's parents and the original character herself, a once promising eagle now forced into this predicament, suffering relentless bullying. All his hopes rested on this singular opportunity to escape control, win accolades, and pursue further education in a better environment. Yet in the end, under the machinations of the original character and Li Ming, he was not only denied that chance, but was also falsely accused of cheating, leading to his expulsion. After a moment of contemplative silence, Ruan Qing'an declared, "That fool Li Ming must be taught a lesson. I will handle the disciplinary matter. However, once you are able to participate in the internal selections, you must agree to one condition." Her words, Song Shijuan turned to face her. Ruan Qing'an's slate-gray eyes were serious and earnest. Throughout both of their lives, he had seldom observed her closely, save for the malevolent and twisted image etched in his memory from a previous life. Ironically, after being dragged into the mire by her actions, her heart now seemed to have transformed. Even after facing disciplinary action, Song Shijuan, in this new life, had his methods. Yet, witnessing the former conspirators, Ruan Qing'an and Li Ming, at odds with one another was a sight he would gladly welcome. "Very well. What is your condition?" Let us discuss it after my plan is successful. Do not worry. I have no intention of selling you out. Song Shijuan furrowed his brow, lowering his gaze. Even lacking the need for vigilance, he could easily envelop her hand within his own, applying just enough pressure to fracture her wrist as her fingertips traced the lines of his palm. It felt akin to holding hands. It was not until the next moment that his thoughts were interrupted. She shoved the trash bag from her consumed meal into his hands. Ruan Qing'an beamed. Her hands now empty. Wooden head, take out the trash. Once again, Song Shijuan found himself at her beck and call. After waiting in the art studio for a while, yet still unable to meet her friend, Ruan Qing'an glanced at the time and felt a surge of impatience. Never mind, I shall proceed on my own. Before she could finish her thought, Ruan Qing'an had already given Song Shijuan a push against his chest. With a dull thud, the tall young man found himself half reclining on the chair, instinctively bracing himself on either side, momentarily dazed. Yet Ruan Qing'an had taken a seat on his lap, one hand holding the palette, the other pressing against Song Shijuan's chest, looking down at him from her elevated position. If she doesn't come, I shall take her place. Yudada, please get off me. Song Shijuan's expression darkened slightly. Ruan Qing'an was firmly seated, nearly crushing him with her soft presence, mingled with the scent of smoke and a faint fragrance, the dangerously close proximity sending a jolt through the air. Song Shijuan, however, was no monk, unperturbed by such closeness. With the absence of his black-rimmed glasses, his long, predatory gaze was fully revealed, locking onto Ruan Qing'an with an almost hunting fervor. Yet she merely pressed down on his head, gesturing over his face. Don't move. Let me see where it's best to apply my strokes. I've become quite adept at faking injuries for the school medical office. You want me to simulate an injury? Of course, otherwise you appear too whole and unscathed. Which is hardly pitiful. Ruan Qing'an replied nonchalantly, shifting slightly as she knelt on Song Shijuan's waist, feeling the smooth contours of his muscles even through the fabric. She was comfortable, but Song Shijuan's expression darkened further. Before he could utter a word, Ruan Qing'an cupped his face with one hand, setting the palette aside and picking up a brush with the other. Don't move, or I might poke your eye. Could you not find another place to paint? That's not entirely impossible. Before Song Shijuan could exhale in relief, Ruan Qing'an had already lifted his shirt, pressing against his waist. Then this shall do. Song Shijuan, that as the brush traced over the lines of his abdominal muscles, it elicited a series of tingling sensations, causing his throat to involuntarily shift, and the desire in his gaze deepened incrementally. Meanwhile, Ruan Qing'an remained focused, layering on hues of bruised color. Initially, Song Shijuan merely watched, but as time slipped away, his restless thoughts gradually subsided. Outside, the night was pitch black. Under the light, only the concentrated visage of Ruan Qing'an remained. Suddenly, the gentle scratching of the brush ceased, and the next moment, a small head nestled onto his waist as Ruan Qing'an leaned against him, drifting into a deep slumber. He slightly propped himself up, only to see Ruan Qing'an sliding down him, prompting him to instinctively reach out to support her waist. Just then, the door to the studio swung open. Apologies, Ruan Ruan. I truly got caught up in something. A girl wearing a painter's hat rushed in with a bag, bowing repeatedly in apology, until her gaze met the scene before her, and her voice abruptly halted. Before she could speak, Song Shijuan interrupted directly. Are you the friend she mentioned? Yes, that's me. I'm Zhao Xiaoan from the Fine Arts College. I just wrapped up something with my instructor. Zhao Xiaoan spoke softly, taking a seat beside them as she observed Ruan Qing'an still sleeping on Song Shijuan, whose arm was reluctantly supporting her slender waist. She urged Song Shijuan, let me paint on this side. Don't disturb Ruan Ruan's sleep. She has been busy all day and must be exhausted. You must be Ruan Ruan's childhood friend, right? Yes, that would be me. That's so. Your relationship seems quite good. I haven't seen Ruan Ruan look so troubled in a long time. Is our relationship good? Song Shijuan held Ruan Qing'an with one arm while allowing Zhao Xiaoan to paint on his other arm. Yet the restless yearning from earlier had dissipated. His gaze lingered on Ruan Qing'an, the dark green in his eyes thickening with emotion, as he half closed his eyes, feeling an inexplicable tide of feelings surge within him. Like waves crashing upon the shoreline, neither too much nor too little, yet persistently battering against the rocks, striving for an eventual breakthrough. The name Ruan Qing'an lingered on his lips, and he attempted to comprehend it. Yet the clearer his recollections of their past life became, the more elusive she seemed. Affection level, 0 at that moment, Zhao Xiaoan had completed her painting on Song Shijuan's arm, depicting bruises as if he had been assaulted. Unless examined closely, they were indistinguishable from genuine marks. She meticulously instructed him. This is merely for show, no need to worry. The focus is on visual impact. Just pretend it hurts when the time comes. Thank you for your trouble. By dawn the next day. As Li Ming made all necessary preparations, he inevitably convened a meeting for student representatives under the guise of the student council, the purpose of which was all too clear to everyone. Yet in this institution, as the son of a board member, Li Ming was untouchable. Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan, already targeted, had effectively been sentenced to death. Chapter 47. The Brooding Scholar x the Wayward Girl, 7. It was mid-morning when Li Ming gathered all student representatives in the assembly hall, where a bustling crowd filled the seats while he stood arrogantly on stage, surveying the audience. Once all were present, he leisurely tapped the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all recognize me. I am Li Ming, the president of this year's student council. All student affairs will pass through my hands, and I believe some of the freshmen will come to know me better during their year at F University. Li Ming's tone dripped with arrogance and disdain, a demeanor that caused some of the new students below to stir slightly, though they were quickly silenced by their peers. Who does he think he is? Believe it or not, with Li Ming around, no one dares to provoke him at F University. Upon hearing this, the speaking freshman promptly fell silent. Once Li Ming noted that everyone had quieted down, he scoffed and shifted the topic. The purpose of today's gathering is twofold. First, for everyone to become acquainted with me, as the student council president. I am here to serve you, and I sincerely hope you all will cooperate with my endeavors. Second, to announce the results of the recent handling of a violent incident. Surely, you are all aware of the altercation that occurred near the West Gate recently. Before Li Ming could finish, the sound of heels clicking on the floor echoed as a girl in a short skirt strode up beside him, accompanied by the tall Song Shijuan, hands clasped behind his back. Ruan Qing'an, what are you and Song Shijuan doing here? This matter has already been settled. His voice trailed off, unable to suppress a frown as his gaze fell upon Ruan Qing'an, who was about to speak, only to be distracted by Song Shijuan beside her. Song Shijuan kept his head lowered, his slightly long hair obscuring his expression, the plain, black-rimmed glasses concealing his eyes, presenting an aura of gloominess and unremarkableness that made him appear quite easy to bully. Yet through the strands of hair, Song Shijuan raised his gaze slightly, causing Li Ming to instinctively step back, an unbidden sense of fear creeping in as memories of their encounter in the office flooded back. Could it be true that Song Shijuan had been involved in violence? How could that be? Li Ming knew Song Shijuan well enough. He was merely a bookworm, incapable of such acts. Li Ming's lips twitched, and at that moment, Ruan Qing'an had already stepped forward, snatching the microphone from Li Ming's grasp. Her smile radiant. You mentioned a public apology. At least you're sensible. In that case, please proceed. Li Ming cast a sideways glance at Song Shijuan, who stood beside Ruan Qing'an, before stepping off the stage to watch. Thinking he had expected a bit more from the pair, yet they seemed rather unimpressive. Ruan Qing'an ignored Li Ming, raising the microphone. Hello, fellow students. I am Ruan Qing'an, and this next person is none other than the perpetrator of the recent violent incident. Song Shijuan. Upon this declaration, the assembly hall fell utterly silent, all eyes fixated on Ruan Qing'an, wondering if she was truly making a public confession. She continued, I sincerely apologize for providing false testimony on behalf of Song Shijuan, though I have no idea how I managed to fabricate surveillance footage in just a single morning. However, I am certain I found a method, one I do not know, but I am confident the esteemed president is aware of it. Therefore, I apologize for falsifying the footage that depicted them as the aggressors. Moreover, on behalf of Song Shijuan, the perpetrator, I extend apologies to my fellow students and to those who were assaulted. Though Song Shijuan appears frail, unable to bear burdens or lift a finger, the power of adrenaline is remarkable, allowing him to take on multiple opponents and subdue them single-handedly, akin to a divine being descending or a war god returning. Thus, I apologize that he himself remains unaware of his capabilities. The hall was enveloped in a profound silence, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, all eyes wide. Mouse agape at Ruan Qing'an's boldness, Li Ming's expression was as dark as thunderclouds, his face pale with rage, his gaze fixed on Ruan Qing'an as if he wished to consume her whole. Each word from Ruan Qing'an's mouth was ostensibly an apology, yet woven together, They brimmed with mockery, each sentence a veiled barb that left no one oblivious to the underlying meaning that Li Ming strode up to the stage with fury. Advancing towards Ruan Qing'an. Ruan Qing'an, stop speaking nonsense. What nonsense am I speaking? Am I not apologizing? Ruan Qing'an deftly concealed herself behind Song Shijuan, clutching the hem of his garment with one hand while leaning against his shoulder. Gazing at Li Ming with a puzzled expression. Esteemed Chairman, you are quite a challenge to serve, she remarked. An apology is insufficient. Yet withholding one is equally unacceptable. Song Shijuan and I shall endeavor to master the art of forgery in video production and rigorously train ourselves to handle multiple adversaries at once. Li Ming's frustration reached its zenith. He lunged forward, attempting to seize the microphone from Ruan Qing'an with a brutish, uncouth gesture, as if he intended to devour her whole. However, in that fleeting moment, Song Shijuan, positioned protectively in front of Ruan Qing'an, darkened his gaze and grasped Li Ming's wrist firmly, rendering him immobile. Li Ming's expression soured as he struggled, but his efforts faltered against Song Shijuan's unwavering stare, which pierced through his disheveled hair like a specter. Panic surged within him, prompting him to struggle even more fiercely. That he expected his strength to vanish into oblivion as it had before, yet this time proved different. He astonishingly flung Song Shijuan aside with ease. The next moment, accompanied by a dull thud as he fell to the ground, Song Shijuan, who had just withstood Li Ming's assault, crumpled to the floor, revealing the arm he had previously shielded. Gasps erupted from the tightly packed crowd, their eyes fixated on the extensive bruises marring Song Shijuan's arm, indicating a grievous injury. He coughed softly, lying on the ground and clutching his arm, trembling from the pain, exuding an aura of vulnerability that was utterly pitiable. Li Ming stood frozen, staring blankly at Song Shijuan. Before he could process the situation, Ruan Qing'an hurried forward, crouching beside him to inspect the injuries on his arm. Oh no, Shijuan, you're hurt. How could you confront the esteemed chairman in this condition? Look at you. You're in such a state. What if you were to die? Song Shijuan, feigning illness as he clutched his chest, merely sighed. Li Ming, still reeling from the shock, could not fathom how Song Shijuan had sustained such severe injuries overnight. That he approached with determination, only to catch sight of the vivid marks on Song Shijuan's arm, his expression shifting dramatically. Enraged, Li Ming crouched down and gripped Song Shijuan's collar, his features contorted with fury. You dare to deceive me? Please, Chairman, don't say that. He has already apologized. What more do you desire? Ruan Qing'an cried, tears streaming down her face as she shielded Song Shijuan's arm. The commotion on stage sent the audience into a frenzy, their distant vantage revealing only the alarming injuries on Song Shijuan, further inciting Li Ming's unreasonable wrath. The weight of his position cast a momentary silence over the assembly, but just as quickly, the doors of the hall burst open, and the sound of chaotic footsteps filled the air. Chapter 48. The Brooding Scholar and the Wayward Girl. 8. As the doors swung wide, an eerie silence enveloped the hall, all eyes turning toward the entrance where a group of individuals appeared, their demeanor uniformly sullen and withdrawn. Such clusters existed in every school. Unnoticed, unwelcomed, bullied. Li Ming's countenance darkened as he demanded, "Who permitted you to enter?" "We are currently in session." The leader of the group trembled, meeting Ruan Qing'an's steely gray gaze. Swallowing hard, he summoned his courage. "Chairman, we are here to apologize." "What did you say?" Li Ming retorted, only to see the entire group rush forward, encircling him and effectively trapping him on stage. Caught off guard, he found himself surrounded, forced to endure the scrutiny of the crowd, while those who had approached him knelt before him in supplication. Each one bore the marks of past abuse, a sight that evoked both horror and sympathy. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Li Ming's face blanched as he struggled against their hold. "Get away from me." "We are truly sorry, Chairman. We deserve the punishment. We deserve it all." The stage descended into chaos, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries as the students, clearly the victims, pleaded for mercy, as if seeking absolution. Li Ming, ensnared at the center, felt as though he were being grasped by hands emerging from the depths of hell. The darkness of their plight was laid bare before all, unveiling the hidden truths obscured by Li Ming's authority. The assembly was fraught with tension as self-introductions became veiled threats, the incident of violence twisted by power dynamics, and victims coerced into apologies they dared not refuse. The raw, bloody reality was exposed, Yet Li Ming remained aloof, kicking at the kneeling figures. "Get away from me. You are nothing. Do not let your trivial matters interfere with my duties. Leave at once, or I will have you reprimanded for disrupting the student council." Li Ming spoke coldly, brushing off the remnants of their grasp with disdain, his expression twisted in disgust as he cast a glance at their old wounds. Yet when he lifted his gaze, he discovered the entire hall had fallen silent. The murmuring crowd had ceased, every eye fixed upon him, filled with disbelief and dread, though no one dared to provoke him in private. In the glaring light of day, he treated them as if they were inconsequential. Li Ming felt a chill run down his spine as he encountered such an unprecedented situation, instinctively taking a step back. In that moment, he caught sight of the camera flashing amidst the chaos. Zhao Xiaoan, clad in a painter's beret, stood among the crowd, one hand raised with her phone, her cold gaze directed at him. Li Ming pointed accusatorily. "Put that phone down. You're too late. It's already beyond control," Zhao Xiaoan replied, her phone aimed squarely at Li Ming's face, the screen displaying a live broadcast that had begun to attract an ever-growing audience. Filled with scathing comments directed at him, the atmosphere erupted into disarray as Li Ming, unaccustomed to such turmoil, soon noticed the arrival of school authorities in response to the online uproar. "Everyone, put your phones down. Li Ming, come here immediately." The scene was swiftly brought under control, and under the protection of the school officials, Li Ming hastened down from the stage. It was only when Zhao Xiaoan's phone was smashed to the ground that the chaos began to subside. In the midst of the turmoil, Li Ming scanned the crowd for Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan, only to find them standing at the entrance of the hall. The once feeble Song Shijuan now stood tall, his previous demeanor entirely transformed. He stood quietly beside Ruan Qing'an, his gaze through the strands of hair as cold as a predator-esque. Ruan Qing'an, oblivious to the change in atmosphere, gazed at Li Ming with a mocking glint in her leaden gray eyes, her posture exuding arrogance as she mouthed, "Were you not going to apologize? Is this enough?" Li Ming seethed with rage, yet amid the chaos, he could only watch helplessly as she and Song Shijuan departed. Once outside the hall, the oppressive air became surprisingly fresh. Ruan Qing'an leisurely stretched, glancing at her phone as she remarked, "It seems that Xiaohan has quite the knack. The live stream has taken off. Li Ming will have quite the predicament ahead." Hearing Ruan Qing'an's chilling tone, Song Shijuan understood her words but felt no malice. Just as he wished to respond, Ruan Qing'an suddenly rose on her toes, drawing close to him, their warm breaths mingling. Instinctively, he took a half-step back. Looking down, Song Shijuan found himself captivated by her features. Ruan Qing'an, her eyes half closed from feigned sorrow, revealed a hint of crimson at the corners of her eyes, her gray depths glistening with unshed tears. Appearing pitiably fragile, blinking, she feigned discomfort, her voice softening. Can you take a look? I feel like a little bug has flown into my eye." Song Shijuan's dark eyes betrayed a tumult of emotions, his throat tightening as he replied, "All right." Yet as he reached out, the slightly rough pads of his fingers brushed against her eyelid. Ruan Qing'an had already lowered her head, nuzzling into his palm, enveloped in a soft warmth. Song Shijuan's expression darkened profoundly. Still, Ruan Qing'an nuzzled against him, nonchalantly lifting her head as if nothing had happened, turning to leave. Such a woodhead, so foolish. "Off I go." Understood. She had approached him with such innocence, even while tormenting Li Ming. Love Points 10 with Zhao Xiaoan's livestream. The incident at F University erupted in an instant, leaving Li Ming as the primary target of the fallout. Chapter 49. The Brooding Scholar and the Wayward Girl. 9. The situation in the livestream room escalated rapidly, catching Li Ming and the others off guard. Zhao Xiaohan had already conspired with Ruan Qing'an, and even before their altercation, the public outcry had spiraled out of control, intensifying with each passing moment. The outcry online has grown increasingly fervent, prompting the leaders of the school behind the scenes to swiftly quell the public sentiment. Inside the dean's office, a middle-aged man, who should have been seated in his chair, stood before the desk, bowing and nodding, while Li Ming sat with his arms crossed, his expression dark and brooding. "What is the current status of this situation?" "Young Master Li, this matter is indeed quite complicated." The dean replied, his head aching. Such issues are inherently sensitive, and now that they have been thrust into the limelight, Li Ming finds himself at the center of a storm, precariously balanced on the brink of disaster. Ordinarily, such affairs are conducted in secrecy, Even if Li Ming wished to impose penalties on those students, it could have been managed discreetly. Yet the recent live broadcast has laid everything bare. This has entirely severed any possibility of covert dealings. And even attempts to silence dissent are futile, given that silencing an entire institution is beyond reach. Not to mention that Li Ming's reputation for wielding power has not been built overnight. The dean, fully aware of the implications, dared not speak plainly and could only explain. In any case, young Master Li, the current priority is to suppress this incident and safeguard your position. Are you suggesting I let Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan off the hook? Li Ming's expression darkened abruptly, prompting the dean to hurriedly clarify, No, it's just that the current circumstances are not conducive to that. The immediate concern is to extricate you from this mess. That it appears that dragging Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan down with him will not be feasible. The blame must be shifted onto those who have been beaten, regardless of the truth of their statements. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's expression fluctuated, and after a brief moment, he abruptly stood. Very well. Then let us proceed as you suggest. The dean nodded vigorously. Yet Li Ming suddenly added, The mastermind behind this incident is Ruan Qing'an. Even if she escapes consequences this time, she shall not have it easy. I want her to come personally to plead for mercy. That Li Ming spoke with a harsh tone, his eyes glinting with a twisted malice, vividly recalling Ruan Qing'an's haughty and disdainful demeanor. He would personally dismantle her arrogance. The so-called truth, which had been meticulously uncovered, was overturned overnight. Those who had initially sought Li Ming's assistance to undermine Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan were caught off guard, facing severe repercussions and bearing the brunt of the blame. Li Ming, too, along with the school leadership, was compelled to issue a public apology, which briefly quelled the uproar. As Song Shijuan entered the classroom, several classmates hurried past him, seemingly whispering amongst themselves that he paid little attention. Having long grown accustomed to such treatment. However, when he glanced toward the back of the classroom, he noticed Ruan Qing'an sitting in the furthest corner, engrossed in her phone, surrounded by an empty space as if shunning the company of others. It was astonishing for someone as socially adept as Ruan Qing'an to be so isolated. That moment, Ruan Qing'an caught sight of him and waved slightly. Mutu, come over and enjoy the spectacle. Why are you just standing there? Who cares about those people? Ruan Qing'an interrupted him directly, presenting her phone to Song Shijuan. Li Ming is simply furious, and no one dared to laugh, except for Ruan Qing'an, who laughed most freely, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Yet, oddly enough, Song Shijuan found her demeanor far more endearing than when she had pursued Li Ming in a previous life. Through his hair, Song Shijuan surveyed the surrounding students, all of whom kept their heads down, avoiding his gaze. He took a seat beside Ruan Qing'an and countered, Don't you find this strange? Are you referring to them? As Song Shijuan leaned back in his chair, he noticed Ruan Qing'an still watching a video, her gaze growing increasingly intense. From middle school to university, you were always surrounded by throngs of admirers. So what? Ruan Qing'an scoffed, tilting her head to face Song Shijuan. Her slate-gray eyes focused intently on him, leaving only his figure in her sight. Should I apologize to Li Ming? Don't be ridiculous. You truly are dense. That I knew full well what the consequences would be when I chose to confront him. If this time he isn't utterly ruined, given his influence at the school, I will undoubtedly be ostracized by the students to avoid implicating themselves. She was acutely aware of this reality, yet spoke with an air of nonchalance. Distinctly recalling how she had once been exalted, Song Shijuan observed the flicker in Ruan Qing'an's gaze, feeling a surge of panic as he averted his eyes, the stark contrast striking him like a hammer. Leaving a void in his chest for a moment, that he awkwardly shifted the topic, attempting to detach his thoughts from every word of Ruan Qing'an. You mentioned that if I secured a spot in the TIP campus preliminary selection, I would owe you a favor. Indeed, I said that, mostly to ensure you would agree. Ruan Qing'an replied casually, finally shutting off her phone. Song Shijuan was at a loss as to why he felt flustered, forcing himself to ponder what Ruan Qing'an wanted from him. Yet in the next moment, Ruan Qing'an abruptly stood, stepping past him, leaving behind a lingering scent of smoke that tantalized his senses. Her slate-gray gaze merely brushed past him. Not too difficult, right, Mutu? She chuckled lightly, exiting the classroom, the intoxicating aroma seemingly igniting his very hormones. Song Shijuan could still vividly recall the sensation of her waist from that night in the art studio, where she had perched herself atop him like a cat. His throat tightened, and only after Ruan Qing'an's figure vanished did he lower his head, his slender fingers half covering his expression, letting out a sigh rich with desire. This woman truly is that insufferably wicked, yet utterly captivating. How had Li Ming endured her in the past? Affection level 15. Song Shijuan could only speculate that this rebellious girl was likely off gallivanting somewhere. Until he finally heard Ruan Qing'an's name while visiting the counselor's office. Alas, that he hadn't anticipated Li Ming would act so ruthlessly. What was he planning? Uncertain, but he had summoned Ruan Qing'an. Chapter 50. The Brooding Academic X The Rebellious Girl 10. The first to learn that Ruan Qing'an was summoned by Li Ming was Zhao Xiaoan. A friend of the original character, in the original narrative. Zhao Xiaoan disapproved of the protagonist's pursuit of Li Ming and despised her self-sacrificing actions for his sake. Despite her persistent objections, the protagonist remained obstinate, even blaming Zhao Xiaoan. Ultimately, in frustration, Zhao Xiaoan abandoned the protagonist and went abroad to further her studies in art. Now, as the protagonist had not yet succumbed to infatuation with Li Ming, Ruan Qing'an was even less likely to, and Zhao Xiaohan's fervent friendship remained intact. Upon hearing the news, she hurried over. Ruan Ruan. Ruan Qing'an stood by the roadside, leaning against a tree, the flickering embers of a cigarette burning between her fingers. Her gaze lowered in contemplation. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaohan's voice, she extinguished the cigarette, and in the next moment, the two girls embraced. Zhao Xiaohan patted Ruan Qing'an's shoulder, her face reflecting anxiety. Ruan Ruan, what does that scoundrel Li Ming want? Has he gone mad? Naturally, considering we have thoroughly outmaneuvered him this time. Ruan Qing'an laughed derisively, winking at Zhao Xiaohan. Rest assured, I am clever enough not to be bullied by him. However, Zhao Xiaohan hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking. I had no idea you had a childhood sweetheart. But was it really worth it to land yourself in such deep trouble for him? Zhao Xiaohan then half understood, retorting, You mean to say that Song Shijuan came here with such high marks out of gratitude for his sponsorship? Yes, that's my guess. System 037. Wait, did you confuse something? In the original narrative, it was because the protagonist's parents pressured him. You truly are. Ruan Qing'an's tone was laced with helplessness. I'm not foolish. I know that. But the original character was unaware, and she only learned the truth after the preliminary selection. However, due to Li Ming and her own circumstances, she pretended not to know, even leveraging the situation for gratitude. System 037. So it was all part of the strategy. Ruan Qing'an. Or else what? Ruan Qing'an then hugged Zhao Xiaoan. All right, Xiaoan, after all, Song Shijuan has been my sidekick for so many years. As the leader, I must uphold my dignity if someone bullies my little brother. Ruan Ruan, you truly are. Zhao Xiaohan shook her head helplessly, watching Ruan Qing'an enter the student activity center. When Ruan Qing'an arrived at the activity center, she found that Li Ming, who was supposed to be waiting there, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the ruffians who had clashed with Song Shijuan earlier were lurking about. Their injuries had yet to fully heal. Yet they lounged carelessly, casting malevolent glances at Ruan Qing'an and even whistling at her with an insidious tone. Well, if it isn't Sister Ruan, how are you doing? I never expected that even if the Dawn forced you to take the blame, you would still be willing to act as its hound. It seems that the chairman possesses remarkable skills in training dogs, doesn't he, my loyal minions? Ruan Qing'an said with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower. The leader's expression darkened instantly, his gaze fixated on Ruan Qing'an, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Ruan Qing'an let out a scoff. It appears that even if you harbor immense hatred for the Dawn, willing to ruin your own reputations, none of you dare to bite the hand that feeds you. Enough of this. I am a kind-hearted person who cares for my dogs, with a dismissive glance from her leaden gray eyes. She turned on her heel and strode towards the entrance of the Student Activity Center. The Dawn had originally used the event as a pretext to lure Ruan Qing'an out, awaiting the moment to unleash his schemes. However, it seemed that the antagonist had yet to make an appearance, causing Ruan Qing'an to lose interest. Just as she was about to grasp the doorknob, a gust of wind surged from behind her, causing her brows to furrow in an instant. The ruffian behind her swung a club with ferocity towards her back, her eyes sharpened as she swiftly pressed down on the doorknob and, clad in shorts, executed a powerful kick with her long legs. In the next moment, the ruffian holding the club found himself met with a swift kick to the face, sending him sprawling backward. Ruan Qing'an's expression turned serious as she slightly flexed her wrist, surveying the encroaching group. You truly are tiresome. Do you genuinely believe that Ruan Jie's reputation as a rebellious girl is unearned? The group exchanged glances. Finally, the ruffian who had just received a kick, with a mark still visible on his face, spoke in a low tone. We may not be able to take on that beast, Song Shijuan, but I refuse to believe we cannot handle a mere woman like you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of amusement danced in Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes. That I appreciate your words. I hope you will continue to speak thus in the future. Moments later, the Don strode confidently into the Student Activity Center, but the instant he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of several ruffians sprawled on the floor, while the slender figure of Ruan Qing'an still donned her high-waisted pants and crop top. One foot resting on the face of one of them, her delicate hand holding his arm in a firm grip, a charming smile gracing her lips. The Don was utterly taken aback, rendered speechless. His calculations had been meticulous, intending to demonstrate Ruan Qing'an's inferiority first. Should she remain defiant after being struck, he would obstruct her in all school affairs. The Don had no doubt that Ruan Qing'an would cower in fear. Yet this demonstration of power had transformed into Ruan Qing'an's counterattack against him. Only after hearing the commotion did Ruan Qing'an release her grip and glance at the Don. Oh, isn't this the esteemed chairman? Ruan Qing'an, silence yourself. Hearing the elongated, mocking tone, the Don's expression darkened. Ruan Qing'an, you are quite impressive. I never anticipated you would dare to assault someone within the Student Activity Center. Isn't the chairman the one who turned off the surveillance and other such measures? Ruan Qing'an's eyes glimmered coldly. It was evident that the Don had orchestrated this to secure leverage over them. She turned away from the Don, rising to bypass him, and opened the grand door of the Student Activity Center. Just as she was about to step outside, the Don lunged toward her. Ruan Qing'an deftly deflected his grasp, and in the next moment, let me ponder, what do you truly value? Your diploma or Song Shijuan's spot in the preliminary selection? Chapter 51. The Sullen Scholar x the Wayward Girl 11. Ruan Qing'an paused her steps, turning her head to gaze at the Don, whose features twisted with malice, his tone dripping with arrogance as if victory was assured. Noticing Ruan Qing'an's silence, he raised his chin even higher. So, how about you consider it carefully, shall we? The esteemed chairman is indeed formidable. Ruan Qing'an's deliberately elongated voice was laced with icy sarcasm. Yet the Don appeared to grasp her weakness. Ruan Qing'an, refrain from spouting nonsense. You would do well to think clearly that if you do not care for your diploma, then consider what will become of Song Shijuan. He must be relying on the campus preliminary selection for tip, right? The Don's tone shifted. Even if Song Shijuan participates, I have my ways to bring him down. Ruan Qing'an, do you truly believe I lack the means? Intriguing. So what do you intend to do? Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes lost all mirth. Her arms crossed coldly as she regarded the Don, as though assessing something. The Don's gaze flickered, and when he looked back at Ruan Qing'an, he declared, quite simply, if it were not for you, if it were not for Song Shijuan, I want you both on your knees before me, begging. Is it not said that I wield power at F University? Very well. Allow me to show you what it means to wield authority, that do you truly believe that your petty tricks could intimidate me? Ruan Qing'an, that will only make your life at school more difficult. The Don spoke in a hushed tone, leaning close to Ruan Qing'an's ear. Just as she furrowed her brows, her attention diverted. That moment, behind Ruan Qing'an, a ruffian raised his club high. In the next instant, it came crashing down against the back of Ruan Qing'an's head, and in a mere heartbeat, her body crumpled to the ground. Ancestor, be careful. The second time, stop your wailing. Lying on the ground, Ruan Qing'an's fingers twitched slightly, tightening momentarily, yet she seemed to lose strength, slipping into unconsciousness. 037. But so, do I still need to be concerned? As Zhao Xiaohan anxiously awaited outside the Student Activity Center, she suddenly spotted a car emerging from behind the teaching building. She paused, instinctively looking up. However, the car sped past her without a second glance until she noticed the Don seated in the passenger seat. For some reason, a heaviness settled in Zhao Xiaohan's heart. The vehicle accelerated rapidly, vanishing in an instant, prompting Zhao Xiaohan to hasten into the Student Activity Center. Upon entering, she was met with utter chaos. The sight of Ruan Qing'an, whom she had just seen enter, was now also absent. Zhao Xiaohan was thoroughly alarmed, and just then, the door to the Student Activity Center swung open once more. Turning in a panic, she caught sight of Song Shijuan walking in. Song Shijuan, Ruan Ruan, Ruan Ruan is missing. Having rushed over after receiving news, Song Shijuan was taken aback by Zhao Xiaoan's frantic demeanor. Did you see where she went? She came here first. I waited outside for her, but she never emerged. Then I saw the Dawn leaving the school in a car. Zhao Xiaoan was on the verge of tears. I'm worried. I'm worried he intends to harm Ruan Ruan. That man is a mad dog. I understand. Song Shijuan, despite his frail condition, had nearly perished there. Seeing that he had yet to react, Zhao Xiaoan hurriedly dashed outside. This is ridiculous. Ruan Ruan still cared for you. And you that I will find her. You stay here at the school. Before Zhao Xiaoan could fully comprehend, Song Shijuan had already brushed past her. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to catch a glimpse of dark eyes filled with intense hostility. Meanwhile, outside the school, in a room, Ruan Qing'an lay on the bed, her eyelashes fluttering restlessly, her body shifting slightly. Just as she was about to open her eyes, a hand suddenly pressed down on her with great force. She jolted awake, instinctively attempting to evade, but the Dawn had already pinned her down, one hand grasping a cup, pressing it to her lips. Open your mouth for me. Are you out of your mind? A sharp pain surged through her, and the Dawn stumbled, falling to the floor in agony, curling into himself. Yet his twisted face remained fixed on Ruan Qing'an, filled with malice. Ruan Qing'an stood at the edge of the bed, looking down on the Dawn. You wretched fool. It is too late now, what? Before she could finish her sentence, her body swayed uncontrollably, the liquid clinging to her lips evaporating gradually. Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened, her body collapsing downward, one hand bracing against the bed. The potent effects of the drug coursed through her veins, seizing control of her nervous system in an instant, blurring her vision as if a heavy hammer struck her mind. Her entire body felt as though it had succumbed, lacking the strength to rise. Ruan Qing'an half closed her leaden gray eyes, hazily lifting her gaze, just as the Dawn approached her, before she could react. The Dawn knelt, seizing Ruan Qing'an's hair. Did you truly believe I was pouring water into you, Ruan Qing'an? What I desire is for you to kneel and beg me. Madness, utter madness. Ruan Qing'an trembled uncontrollably, her voice barely above a whisper as she coldly cursed that the next moment. Her abdomen was struck forcefully, and the Dawn, seemingly unsatisfied, hoisted Ruan Qing'an up and slammed her down onto the bed. She lay sideways, her vision nearly engulfed in darkness, while the Dawn scoffed. Still want to curse? 037, frantic. Ancestor, don't worry. The male lead will be here soon. He'll be here any moment. Ruan Qing'an lay limp on the bed, barely able to muster the strength to lift her fingers. Yet her leaden gray eyes retained a glimmer of frost as she gazed distantly towards the door, until the doorbell rang. Dawn rolled up its sleeves. It finally came to a halt. He cast a glance at Ruan Qing'an, who lay on the bed, nearly unconscious, before finally rising from the mattress. Who is so blind? Damn it. On the bed, the slender figure of the girl resembled a bird ensnared in a thicket of thorns. Her pleas for help soft and delicate, akin to a flower with a broken stem. Only the faintest murmurs could be heard. Song Shijuan. Chapter 52, The Brooding Scholar x the Delinquent Girl, 12, when Li Ming, with a face full of impatience, reached the door. He yanked it open with a curse, demanding, "Who is it?" In the next moment, his voice fell silent. Standing at the threshold was the tall and lanky Song Shijuan, towering over Li Ming by a head. Even through the outdated black-framed glasses, the hostility radiated from his deep-set eyes. The moment Song Shijuan raised his gaze slightly, Li Ming instinctively took a step back, his complexion paling. Song Shijuan, what are you doing here? It's class time at school." "So the esteemed Li Ming is aware that there are classes to attend," Song Shijuan replied, his tone growing increasingly impatient as he swept aside the long strands of hair meant to conceal himself. Removing his black glasses revealed his narrow, dark eyes in their entirety. Under the intense gaze of that deep green, it felt as though one were being hunted by a great beast, a profound sense of danger swelling within. Yet, in the face of Li Ming's wary scrutiny, Song Shijuan took control, striding directly into the living room. "Song Shijuan, you bang." Li Ming's words were cut short as Song Shijuan forcefully pressed his head down onto the coffee table. His face nearly contorted against the cold glass surface. Song Shijuan leaned down, his sinister gaze fixed on him that I despise skipping class, so I simply took a leave. This afternoon, I have ample time to deal with you. So, where is Ruan Qing'an? You bastard. Li Ming's face contorted in rage, his eyes filled with venom. Just then, Song Shijuan's expression darkened as he finally caught a faint sound, his gaze snapping to the closed door nearby. Li Ming struggled beneath him, but Song Shijuan paid him no mind, swiftly rising to the door, only to discover it had been locked due to Li Ming's caution. After a brief silence, he kicked the door with force. This apartment was seldom occupied, and the door lock had seen better days, showing signs of neglect. After 2 powerful kicks, it hung precariously in the next instant. The door crashed violently against the wall. What met his eyes was Ruan Qing'an, who lay on the bed, nearly unconscious, her ashen gray eyes seemingly devoid of light as she gazed at him. I'm sorry, I'm late. Song Shijuan's expression darkened completely as he hastened forward, striding to the bedside, wrapping his arms around Ruan Qing'an. Her frail form curled in on itself, appearing pitifully fragile. Regardless of the tricks she played in this life or the previous one, she was undeniably helping him this time. In a moment of introspection, his fingertips were suddenly grasped by a soft hand. Song Shijuan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lowering his head as Ruan Qing'an seemed to struggle to maintain her consciousness. The only word she could muster were, "Take me away." Take me away that drove him nearly mad. Love value. 25, Song Shijuan silently recited in his heart, his throat tightening. The next moment, he effortlessly swept Ruan Qing'an into his arms. Securing her firmly against him as he exited the room, he found Li Ming, who had just been beaten into submission, bracing himself against the door, his expression malevolent as he glared at them, filled with barely contained rage. Song Shijuan, you can't take Ruan Qing'an away. Since you both are here, neither of you will leave. Li Ming shouted hysterically, gripping his phone tightly, his eyes brimming with malice. Song Shijuan paused, his gaze darkening. The girl in his arms remained in distress, and he tightened his hold around her waist, softly sighing as he gently placed her on the nearby sofa. He bent down to tuck a stray hair behind her ear, his voice slightly hoarse. Wait, it will be over soon. Don't do anything reckless. Ruan Qing'an murmured, clutching the hem of Song Shijuan's shirt, but he had already risen, striding directly toward Li Ming. As Song Shijuan approached, the battered Li Ming finally panicked. Retreating while raising his phone, I'm telling you, Song Shijuan, I've called for help. Don't do anything reckless. I warn you. Just moments before, Li Ming had been shouting bravado, but upon seeing Song Shijuan advance, he immediately faltered, turning to flee through the door. However, as he turned, a large hand pressed down on the back of his head, the force behind it almost enough to crush his skull. Li Ming barely had time to react before his head was slammed against the door repeatedly, blood erupting across his face in a horrifying display. Yet there was no flicker of emotion in Song Shijuan's eyes, resembling a heartless beast. You are truly detestable. Every turn, you evoke nothing but disgust. The dull thuds of blows continued, echoing with the sound of flesh meeting flesh. Ruan Qing'an lay on the sofa, her body screaming weakness and pain, yet her spirit remained lucid, observing everything with a detached gaze. Dear ancestors, if the master continues to hit him, someone will truly die here. Ruan Qing'an lifted her gaze, and through her blurred vision, she could see Song Shijuan's body hunched over, like a predator hunting its prey, ready to crush everything in its path. A vicious dog, indeed. Just as it suited her intentions, love, in its essence, is only profound when it borders on madness. Song Shijuan seemed to have lost all restraint. As Li Ming lay bloodied on the ground, incapacitated and drifting in and out of consciousness, last, Song Shijuan ceased his assault, yet the ferocity in his gaze remained undiminished, the dangerous green deepening. Indeed, he wished to drag Ruan Qing'an down into the abyss, into the mire. But the premise of it all was that they would plunge into that quagmire together, not be dragged down by the likes of him. Finally, Song Shijuan rose, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Li Ming. But just as he turned to leave, the next moment, the back of his hand was struck sharply by someone, although it was done with the back of the hand to temper the force. The anger was uncontrollable. Soon, a faint flush appeared on Song Shijuan's face, neither painful nor irritating, as he merely regarded the person before him with dark eyes. Song Shijuan, have you lost your mind? Chapter 53. The Brooding Scholar x the Delinquent Girl, 13. the slender girl stood before Song Shijuan, her body swaying precariously, barely managing to summon her strength, clutching a shard of broken glass in her hand, the sharp end slicing into Ruan Qing'an's palm. Observing Ruan Qing'an's trembling hand, Song Shijuan hesitated. "Does your hand hurt? You truly are mad." Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened as she dismissed Song Shijuan, shoving him aside and stumbling towards Li Ming, who was on the verge of unconsciousness, summoning her remaining strength. She pressed her hand against Li Ming's carotid artery, her complexion growing increasingly grim as she turned to look at Song Shijuan. Before Ruan Qing'an could speak, she found Song Shijuan standing motionless, his dark eyes fixed intently on her, that barely perceptible green tint in his gaze resembling a terrifying beast. Alone, Song Shijuan stood, while Ruan Qing'an crouched beside Li Ming, the two of them entwined in a scene that felt shrouded in blood. Even if he were to relive this moment, he would vividly remember the times spent locked in this very room, like a battered stray dog deprived of sunlight. Back then, in an attempt to prevent Song Shijuan from participating in the TIP International Physics Competition, Ruan Qing'an had deceived him under the guise of childhood friends. After mercilessly beating him, she conspired with Li Ming to imprison him here, though Li Ming had the audacity to engage in illegal confinement. He lacked the courage to truly kill. He dared not let Song Shijuan die, instead sending someone daily to deliver scraps of food, merely keeping him alive by a thread he endured, living in a pitiful state, until his release, after which Song Shijuan found himself plagued by lasting ailments, all because they feared his emergence would jeopardize Li Ming's chances in the TIP competition. The memories intertwined with the moment Ruan Qing'an lunged at him, rendering everything indistinguishable. Love value, 10, love value, 0, love value, -10. The affection he had painstakingly cultivated began to plummet. Ruan Qing'an ignored 037, her gaze fixed on Song Shijuan, in a mere moment of silence. Ruan Qing'an found herself pinned to the ground, the shards of glass clattering as they fell, echoing in the air, while Li Ming lay unconscious nearby. Yet, Song Shijuan held Ruan Qing'an down with one hand, gazing down at her with the detached demeanor of a beast, ready to crush her throat. "You will forever gaze at Li Ming, forever chase after him, Ruan Qing'an. What does childhood friendship even mean to you?" He spoke in a low voice, hoarse and filled with an intense hatred. Song Shijuan had always despised the fact that he had once shown leniency towards this so-called childhood sweetheart, while she had ruthlessly cast him into the depths of despair. Beneath him lay someone he could never forget across 2 lifetimes. The rationality had long since evaporated from Song Shijuan's eyes. His long fingers encircled Ruan Qing'an's swan-like neck, the memory of her and Li Ming conspiring against him vivid in his mind. Ruan Qing'an instinctively grasped his hand. "Mu Tu, let go of me." Yet in his near-irrational state, Song Shijuan had completely mistaken Ruan Qing'an for the person from his past life. Until the next moment, a resounding slap struck his face, leaving him stunned. Seizing the opportunity of his distraction, Ruan Qing'an swiftly pushed him away. Observing Song Shijuan's silence, her leaden gray eyes bore into him. "Song Shijuan, what are you thinking?" "I am thinking of you." Ruan Qing'an was almost driven to laughter by her anger. The effects of the drug within her body were dissipating with time and pain. Staggering forward, she seized Song Shijuan's collar, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Song Shijuan, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how difficult this situation is to manage? Li Ming wrongfully accused you of assault, and I toiled to clear your name and have your punishment rescinded. And here you are, striking someone yourself, and in full knowledge that Li Ming had called others over. Song Shijuan, do you even care about your position anymore?" But before Song Shijuan could respond, Ruan Qing'an had already pushed him aside and crouched down before Li Ming once more, her bloodied arm delivering him another resounding slap. Crisp and clear, Ruan Qing'an wore an impassive expression, extending her hand to Song Shijuan. "Bring me water, quickly, Mu Tu." Momentarily taken aback, Song Shijuan complied and fetched a basin of water from the kitchen as he approached. He heard Ruan Qing'an's cold voice, accompanied by the splashing of water. Li Ming, who had collapsed on the ground, stirred back to consciousness, groaning in pain, yet unable to move. Ruan Qing'an squatted beside him, her leaden gray eyes betraying only coldness. Under Li Ming's nearly terrified gaze, Ruan Qing'an smiled radiantly, akin to a beautifully patterned siren. "Just as you have given me 2 outcomes, esteemed Chairman, my graduation certificate, and Song Shijuan's position. Now, I present you with two rather intriguing choices. You may certainly disclose the incident of your assault against me. I will take the blame for it. But consider this. Who do you think is more terrified of this reaching the internet? You or I? Or perhaps, I could embellish today's events regarding your actions towards me. Esteemed Chairman, do you think you might find yourself on the receiving end of state scrutiny? Her voice was melodious, yet sent chills down one's spine. Li Ming, thoroughly frightened, appeared disoriented. And at that moment, Ruan Qing'an stood up, casting a sidelong glance at him from a superior position. Do not underestimate the madness of a person. This is my advice to you. Esteemed Chairman, I trust you will find a way to explain this. Best think carefully about how to articulate your words. Ruan Qing'an furrowed her brow slightly, still dawdling. Understood that at long last, Song Shijuan's gaze shifted. Landing on Ruan Qing'an's neck, his throat constricting slightly as his fingers brushed against his face, still marked by her slap. Never before had he been so acutely aware that the current Ruan Qing'an was unlike the one from his past life. It felt as if she perfectly resonated with the strings of his heart. Affection value. 35, Chapter 54. The brooding scholar x the delinquent girl 14. Only when the people summoned by Li Ming arrived at the door did they notice that the door, which should have been tightly shut, was ajar. They exchanged glances, slowly retracting their keys, and upon pushing the door open, they exclaimed, "Young Master Li." Amidst a flurry of exclamations, they finally beheld Li Ming sprawled on the floor, looking utterly disheveled, and hastily called for an ambulance. Yet Li Ming clutched at their clothes, his voice trembling. "No, don't raise alarm, don't say anything." However, but young Master Li, Li Ming could not articulate further, having realized that today's events stemmed from his own recklessness. Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan were both lunatics, and he feared being dragged down with them, that if something akin to the earlier incident in the assembly hall were to occur again, not only would his reputation be tarnished, but even his father would not escape unscathed. This woman was simply too unhinged. Finally regaining his composure, Li Ming suppressed his seething resentment and shook his head rationally, after Ruan Qing'an departed from Li Ming's residence. She stood at a distance, observing the commotion with a calm demeanor, confirming that the ambulance had arrived hastily. Once the paramedics had secured Li Ming, she finally exhaled, relieved that she had managed to intimidate him. Song Shijuan's gaze lingered upon her neck, and he could not help but reach out, murmuring, "I'm sorry. Just a single apology. I don't know how to express this." Rarely had Song Shijuan appeared so flustered. His hand frozen in place, that if only Ruan Qing'an were still like her past self, his heart would not be constricted by pain, as if he were struggling to breathe. Observing his bewildered expression, Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly. "Forget it. You are always a wooden block." That I end the next instant, Song Shijuan swept her into his arms. She pushed against him in panic. "Hey, wait. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup." "I am fine. You must go." Song Shijuan effortlessly subdued all her resistance, holding her firmly against him as he strode forward, his grip steady around her waist. With resistance futile, Ruan Qing'an ceased to struggle, her laughter growing louder as she poked at the slap mark on his face. "You really don't find it embarrassing to walk around like this, do you, Mutu?" "Not at all." The slap was quite effective. Song Shijuan replied in a deep voice that in fact, he was grateful for Ruan Qing'an's slap, as it had decisively awakened him, severing the ties between his past and present, with only her, held firmly in his embrace, remaining starkly clear. She was like an anchor for his ship, supporting all his rationale, yet she had transformed into something akin to a spell that could influence him. Ruan Qing'an had never been touched by kindness. Yet it seemed that Song Shijuan was her only cherished exception. The affection he felt, chosen with unwavering resolve, had become an addiction. That as the situation stabilized, 037 felt relieved. "Thank goodness. I thought even you would be done in by the male lead. He truly is too dangerous. I am pondering why he behaves this way." Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes silently scrutinized Song Shijuan, as if examining him. She did not perceive the original text's pitiful character, who had only erupted after being pushed to the brink. As a lunatic, at the very least, Song Shijuan should not be mad now. When he struck, was he truly filled with hatred for her? Or for Ruan Qing'an? 037. Could it be that you suspect that rebirth? Ruan Qing'an closed her eyes, responding softly. "Let us observe further." After arriving at the hospital, Ruan Qing'an was swiftly taken for examination, while aside from the slap mark on his face, Song Shijuan emerged relatively unscathed. Although the effects of the drug within Ruan Qing'an's body were waning, the potential residual impacts on her health necessitated her admission for observation. After a flurry of activity, it was already deep into the night. Song Shijuan stood in a corner of the hospital corridor, speaking on the phone with his counselor. Teacher, Ruan Qing'an is unwell and needs to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. I'll help her request leave. But your grades are at stake. Strive to maintain them, teacher. The counselor on the other end of the line was momentarily at a loss for words. All right. It doesn't matter much whether you attend class or not. Just take good care of Ruan Qing'an. Thank you, teacher. After hanging up, Zhao Xiaohan hurriedly arrived, the only friend brave enough to continue associating with Ruan Qing'an after her incident, rushing to the ward. Upon seeing Song Shijuan, she immediately inquired, "How is Ruan Ruan doing now? Is there anything I can assist with?" "She is fine, don't worry. This girl really is." Zhao Xiaohan sighed, casting a cautious glance at the sleeping Ruan Qing'an in the ward. Song Shijuan. While Ruan Ruan may not be the most obedient girl, she possesses a sense of conscience. She knows you came here because of her, and that you could have been in a better place. Even though Ruan Ruan understands it wasn't your fault, she still wishes to make amends for you. Zhao Xiaohan regarded Song Shijuan earnestly. I don't know what transpired between you before, but at least the current her should not be let down. Moreover, we must thank you for rescuing her, even if it was due to circumstances stemming from you. With that, Zhao Xiaohan bowed deeply to Song Shijuan. He stood there, instinctively touching his neck, rendered speechless as he struggled to find the words to convey to Zhao Xiaohan that while she expressed her gratitude, he had nearly harmed Ruan Qing'an once more. Song Shijuan took a seat beside her hospital bed, quietly gazing at her pale profile, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, but he suddenly lowered his head, bestowing a kiss upon her neck as delicate as a dragonfly touching the water. Devoid of the intense animosity and nearly throat-crushing aggression that once filled the air, instead, it resembled a beast tenderly caressing its mate, cautious and gentle. Song Shijuan's voice was hoarse. Ruan Ruan. The night enveloped them like an abyss, dragging reason into its depths. The air, tinged with the scent of disinfectant, clawed at their lungs, every breath imbued with a profound sense of existence, yet seemingly endowed with purpose. He leaned in, pressing closely against her palm. The girl's delicate, almost boneless hand rested upon his neck, the coolness of her touch paradoxically instilling a sense of reassurance, while Song Shijuan sighed softly. Now, you have me under your control, Ruan Ruan. I promise I will no longer hurt you. Rising from the depths of hell, he found himself ensnared in the mire of desire she offered, unwilling to escape, willingly bound to another. Love Value. 45, Chapter 55. The Brooding Academic x the Troubled Girl 15. Zhao Xiaohan walked alongside Ruan Qing'an, clutching her art supplies, and said, Ruan Ruan, our art academy has an opportunity for studying abroad that if you wish to go, then do so. Xiaohan, if you want to go, you should seize the opportunity. It's your dream. Ruan Qing'an reassured her, patting her hand, that I end the original text. Zhao Xiaohan had successfully obtained this opportunity after severing ties with the original protagonist, pursuing further studies abroad. However, Zhao Xiaohan expressed concern. But Ruan Ruan, you've offended Liming. Even if he is temporarily restrained by caution, fearing mutual destruction, it remains perilous. Moreover, Liming wields power at school. Many are afraid of him, and you have no friends left. Ruan Qing'an paused, a light laughter escaping her lips. What of it? That blockhead Song Shijuan I sent afraid that if necessary, I can keep him company. Xiaohan, don't worry about me. You should focus on your opportunity. Ruan Ruan. Zhao Xiaohan bit her lip, nodding vigorously. As they made their way to class. A luxurious car passed by, finally stopping beneath the teaching building. Out stepped a woman clad in exquisite attire adorned with jewelry, exuding the air of a privileged young lady. That must be her. Liming's girlfriend. Ruan Qing'an remarked, her gaze following suit. Did I end the original text at this moment? Tang Xia was still Liming's girlfriend, engaged to him through a business arrangement. Tang Xia embodied the archetype of a wealthy heiress. Although she was with Liming, she ultimately became the official match for Song Shijuan, culminating in a classic narrative of a rich girl marrying a poor boy. From afar, Tang Xia, carrying a designer bag, caught sight of Ruan Qing'an and strode over confidently. Hello, you must be Ruan Qing'an, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Tang Xia. Her voice was gentle, her words courteous, yet beneath the veneer lay a subtle arrogance and disdain. reminiscent of liming. Ruan Qing'an narrowed her eyes, refusing to engage. Does Miss Tang have business with me? I believe we are not acquainted. Not at all. I merely heard about a minor conflict between Ming and you, which he seems to still dwell upon, that I wish to see for myself, hoping you wouldn't take it too seriously. Tang Xia said, her gaze discreetly assessing Ruan Qing'an, as if evaluating something. After a moment, she smiled. It appears Ruan classmate is unharmed. If so, let us consider all grievances resolved. That I ask Miss Tang, speaking on behalf of the aggressor, to forgive the victim? Ruan Qing'an retorted. Classmate Ruan, Ming has already explained. I kindly ask you not to entangle him further. Thank you. With that, Tang Xia turned and walked away towards the teaching building, leaving Zhao Xiaohan fuming in place. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, What does that woman mean? Ruan Ruan, she is insinuating you're the one who can't let go, that if one didn't know better, they might think liming is a treasure. It's fine. The trash can naturally attract refuse. They are well matched, and I find it quite fitting. I simply do not wish to sift through the trash. Ruan Qing'an replied with a radiant smile, dismissing the matter as if it were air. With Song Shijuan still absent, Tang Xia was undoubtedly intent on securing liming. The sudden emergence of Ruan Qing'an, who captured liming's peculiar attention, likely instigated an inexplicable sense of crisis for Ruan Qing'an, who was being regarded. Thank you for the invitation, but I have no desire. Her expression remained amiable, yet she was entirely unfazed by Tang Xia's tactics, turning to sit beside Song Shijuan. Both huddled in the last ROW'd Song Shijuan caught sight of her. He glanced her way, but before he could inquire, the elderly professor entered, swiftly commencing the lesson, leaving the classroom in a profound silence. Ruan Qing'an, idly spinning her pen, found herself uninterested, although the original protagonist lacked knowledge. She was well-versed, gazing blankly at the blackboard. That moment, she felt a gentle poke on her arm. A phone was passed to her, the screen displaying a note with a single line. Feeling unhappy earlier? Ruan Qing'an was taken aback, turning to look at Song Shijuan, only to find him focused on the blackboard, as if he were not the one who sent the message, which amused her. That woman has a twisted mind. Sweet words hiding venom. What did she do to provoke you? She belittled me for picking men from the trash. Upon reading this note, Song Shijuan raised an eyebrow, but before he could respond, Ruan Qing'an's subtle motion of pushing the phone away caught his attention. The professor at the podium adjusted his glasses. Ruan Qing'an, you missed class previously. Pay attention and do not disrupt. There is a problem. Please come up and solve it. Caught red-handed. Ruan Qing'an's face fell, looking pitiful as she stood up. Yet before she could speak, Tang Xia was the first to rise. Teacher, allow me to handle this problem. Ruan classmate has a weak foundation and likely did not understand the lesson. So let us not waste your time. Classmate Ruan, please sit down and remember to listen attentively. Tang Xia smiled, as if rescuing Ruan Qing'an, then stepped up to the podium, confidently explaining in front of the class. Tang Xia's eyes gleamed with an inscrutable smile as she glanced at Ruan Qing'an. This type of problem I have encountered at academic conferences. Soon, she filled the entire blackboard with her elaborate solution, prompting the students below to applaud instinctively, except for Ruan Qing'an, who stood with her arms crossed, utterly unresponsive. Tang Xia set down the chalk and challenged. Ruan classmate, do you have any questions? I can clarify anything for you. As her words fell, numerous gazes shifted towards Ruan Qing'an. After all, to them, Tang Xia had stood to defend her. Surely, Ruan Qing'an wouldn't be so ungrateful as to ignore her. Under the collective scrutiny, Ruan Qing'an scoffed. Chapter 56. The Brooding Academic X The Troubled Girl 16. Hearing Ruan Qing'an's laughter, Tang Xia's smile faltered momentarily, yet she maintained her composure. Do you have any questions, classmate Ruan? Not really. I just wonder what Miss Tang learned at the academic conference. Your method seems, rather clumsy. Ruan Qing'an replied, turning to the elderly professor. Teacher, I believe this problem can be solved using Maxwell's velocity distribution law. It should be simpler. Indeed, that is possible. The professor nodded. However, Tang Xia, standing beside him, was taken aback. Having learned that Liming was paying extra attention to Ruan Qing'an, she had researched her, discovering that she was utterly uneducated. Merely a slacker who seldom attended classes. How could such a person possibly know any formulas? Yet before Tang Xia could react, Ruan Qing'an had already passed by her, leisurely picking up a piece of chalk and beginning to write. The entire class held their breath, watching her, while Tang Xia stood by, arms crossed, observing Ruan Qing'an at the blackboard with a cold demeanor. Yet as Ruan Qing'an continued to write, Tang Xia's expression grew, increasingly sour. She could understand it, but her astonishment only deepened. How could Ruan Qing'an possibly? Meanwhile, the elderly professor appeared somewhat pleased. I thought you would never attend class, Ruan Qing'an. It seems you've made some effort outside of lessons. Very well, very well. Although Tang Xia's method was commendable, it was overly complicated and students should refrain from emulating it in the academy. This professor was known for his good temperament, and Tang Xia felt no fear of his potential reprimands. Directly seizing the initiative to say, Teacher, since you find my method complicated, I can try a different approach. However, Tang Xia's words, though laced with apologies and the poise of a wealthy young lady, conveyed an underlying sense of superiority, akin to how nobility never considers the feelings of commoners. The professor was displeased with her disruption of the lesson plan, but the decorum of an academic forbade him from speaking harshly. Observing the scene, Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened completely. Can you handle this, blockhead? Speak properly. Song Shijuan pressed his fingers against his forehead, helplessly nudging Ruan Qing'an. Before turning away again, his smile completely vanished, replaced by a sullen expression as he lightly swept back his hair. Tang Xia had heard of Song Shijuan's name, but had never encountered him directly. She retorted, Is there something you need, classmate Song? Nothing much. What solution do you propose? Before Tang Xia could finish her sentence, Song Shijuan had already begun to write, succinctly outlining the key steps. Is it this one? Or perhaps this? Or is it this one? He no longer required Tang Xia's input, engrossed in writing various methods and formulas within just a few minutes. Before finally setting down the chalk, that he turned to Tang Xia, his dark eyes locking onto hers. Or do you have alternative methods? You. Tang Xia's complexion darkened as she glanced down at her phone records, which contained the methods introduced at the academic exchange conference, all of which had been written down by Song Shijuan, with even more added. This person was truly a monster. Tang Xia's face turned pale. Meanwhile, Song Shijuan cast her a cold glance, as if mocking her, leaving Tang Xia momentarily speechless. Feeling utterly embarrassed to that moment, Song Shijuan bowed slightly to the old professor. Teacher, please continue your lecture. I believe you would prefer to see students who do not flaunt their knowledge with arrogance. I apologize for showing off in front of you. After hearing the professor's appreciative smile, he straightened up and brushed past Tang Xia. Just as Tang Xia felt her smile faltering, she heard Song Shijuan's airy remark, It's a pity you happen to collide with my area of expertise. Upon hearing this, her expression grew even more dismal as the old professor was about to speak to her. Tang Xia quickly bowed and said, I'm sorry, teacher, but I have another project to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Before the professor could react, she had already dashed out of the classroom, her face ashen as she walked away. It's hilarious. She looks positively green, boasting in front of me. Ha, forget it. Song Shijuan's words trailed off with a light chuckle, laced with an ambiguous hint of sarcasm. Yet Song Shijuan, who consistently ranked first, indeed had the qualifications to utter such words that Ruan Qing'an laughed. Song Shijuan leaned back in his chair, playfully toying with her hair. I had no idea you were so knowledgeable that you'd be surprised at how much I know. Ruan Qing'an shrugged, narrowing her eyes with a smile as she elongated her tone. I'm also participating in the TIP's preliminary selection. Hearing this, Song Shijuan was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the hurriedly departing Tang Xia arrived at the student council office, where the injured Liming appeared rather miserable, barely managing to attend class while changing his bandages. Noticing Tang Xia's distressed expression, he casually inquired, Xia, what's wrong? You look terrible. Song Shijuan is a lunatic, and as for Ruan Qing'an, let's not even go there. Xia, don't get involved with her. Liming genuinely feared Ruan Qing'an's wild demeanor. However, to Tang Xia, this sounded like a warning against confronting Ruan Qing'an, which was utterly unreasonable. Her mood soured even further as she sat down in a chair, rifling through her project research files, casually asking, Did you manage to work on the project I asked for help with last time? That project? Liming pondered for a moment, that I looked it over. It's not feasible. In the entire department, only Song Shijuan seems capable of handling it. Otherwise, why do you think I'm blocking him for the TIP preliminary selection? He certainly had some impressive skills. Tang Xia contemplated this, glancing at Liming's expression, her mind beginning to stir. Although she had been publicly humiliated by Song Shijuan today, resources must be utilized. Though Liming came from a respectable background, his intellect didn't quite match Song Shijuan's. Perhaps that IT was merely a matter of dealing with one man. It couldn't be that difficult. Tang Xia's smile deepened as she stood up. Xia, where are you going? To resolve the bottleneck in my project. I know what to do now. In Chapter 57, The Gloomy Academic Genius and the Unruly Girl, 17. The TIP's preliminary selection would employ a classic examination format, selecting 3 individuals for subsequent intensive training, ultimately leading to the TIP International Physics Competition. The next day marked the preliminary selection, and Song Shijuan had not anticipated that Ruan Qing'an would also be participating, that he took her to the library for last-minute study sessions. Hoping she could at least solve one competition problem, that IT was as if she were an egg trying to crack a stone. Song Shijuan wrapped her in layers of protection, fearing she might shatter and become upset. Ruan Qing'an had no words to offer in response. The sun shone brightly as she sat in a corner, twirling a pen, while Song Shijuan fetched review materials for her. While she waited, she noticed a figure passing by out of the corner of her eye. Was that Tang Xia? Ruan Qing'an paused, instinctively standing to follow her to AT that moment. Song Shijuan was at the innermost bookshelf, one arm cradling the books he had chosen for Ruan Qing'an, his fingertips gliding along the spines. I didn't notice you there. Are you looking for this? Tang Xia's voice suddenly interrupted, holding up a copy of Hawking's A Brief History of Time. When she saw Song Shijuan turn to look at her, she continued, although tomorrow is the TIP preliminary selection, I believe with your capabilities, it shouldn't be a problem that I noticed you browsing these shelves, most of which contain Hawking's works, that I guessed you might be interested in this one. Tang Xia confidently speculated. However, Song Shijuan merely glanced at her before pulling another book from a nearby shelf. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the book you're holding. I'm looking for the universe in a nutshell. Tang Xia, who had intended to showcase her intellect, was left speechless as she saw Song Shijuan attempting to bypass her. She quickly stepped forward, blocking his path. I apologize for what happened yesterday, Song Shijuan. Then you should apologize to the teacher. With that, Song Shijuan turned to the side. Tang Xia, frustrated by his unyielding demeanor, frowned. She was always quite clear about her own capabilities. For instance, she had no intention of competing in an international physics competition of TIP's caliber. Unlike Liming, who was determined to win at all costs, Tang Xia simply wanted to complete her current project to secure a spot at a better school for graduate studies, and that was all she sought. Before Song Shijuan could take more than a few steps, Tang Xia caught up to him. Song Shijuan, are you upset because of what happened earlier? I'm sorry. I'm apologizing on Liming's behalf that I merely wish for us to put our differences aside. I admire you, and I participated in several academic exchange activities that we can learn from one another. I hope our relationship won't be affected by someone else's actions. Can we start anew? Song Shijuan paused momentarily. As Tang Xia's incessant chatter came to a halt, before she could rejoice, he stated, This is a library. Please keep your voice down. Thank you. Tang Xia's expression stiffened, appearing somewhat comical. Meanwhile, Song Shijuan's dark eyes showed no hint of emotion. As he clutched his book and walked away, his demeanor just as sardonic as it had been in class yesterday, as he sidestepped her, he spotted Ruan Qing'an standing not far from the bookshelf. Arms crossed and observing him, or rather, her gaze was fixed on Tang Xia behind him. Song Shijuan paused in surprise. You're just going to watch? 037 inquired. Indeed, are you just going to watch? Ancestor? It was as if she were on the verge of shaking Ruan Qing'an's shoulders and loudly declaring that this was the target of her strategy. Previously, every other tasker had been eager to keep the male and female leads apart, fearful that the male lead might develop feelings. Yet, Ruan Qing'an stood by, merely watching the spectacle. 037 expressed confusion. Ruan Qing'an shrugged. It is rare to witness someone taking an interest in a blockhead and making advances. Her discerning eye has always been exceptional. Then am I inadequate? Certainly not. Ruan Qing'an paused, stepping forward to grasp Song Shijuan's collar, gently guiding him to bend down. A radiant smile graced her lips, and the allure in her leaden-gray eyes was reminiscent of the flirtatiousness of spring. Beneath the dazzling summer sun, Ruan Qing'an exuded a warmth that eclipsed the very heat of the day. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, stirred a tumult of emotions. I am merely curious about what type of person could ignite your inner fire. You wouldn't figure. The book that Song Shijuan had been so fervently protecting was carelessly placed on a nearby shelf, while Ruan Qing'an leaned against the bookshelf, ensconced perfectly in the curve of his arm. Meanwhile, he extended his long fingers to flip through the pages. Concealed by the book, Song Shijuan leaned closer to Ruan Qing'an, his dark eyes descending upon her. I believe that person is you. The warmth of his breath brushed against her face, leaving Ruan Qing'an momentarily taken aback. Her ears flushed with an intense crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze. Ahem, 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 the separation of the sexes. Keep your distance from me. 037. I didn't expect the host to ever lose? With a blank expression, Ruan Qing'an mused. Meanwhile, Tang Xia observed the pair obscured by the book, seemingly in a tender moment. Her expression darkened. No wonder he felt nothing for her. He was blind to Ruan Qing'an's allure. What a farce! Until Tang Xia departed, Ruan Qing'an swiftly extricated herself from Song Shijuan's embrace, lowering her voice to inquire. Why has she suddenly become so warm towards you? I don't know. Could be related to that topic she mentioned yesterday. Ruan Qing'an pondered aloud, her gaze deepening. In the original text, Tang Xia had been diligently working on a project, but given her capabilities, it would likely take her 4 years if she could even complete it at all. Ultimately, it was Song Shijuan, the male lead, who assisted her in the original narrative. Watching Song Shijuan compile the key points for review, Ruan Qing'an chuckled softly. This time, however, it seemed Tang Xia would have to exert herself alone. Chapter 58. The melancholic academic x the wayward girl. 18. The summer cicadas sang, and the blazing sun hung high. In the classroom, the only sound was the rustling of pens as students grappled with the daunting TIP preliminary selection, an event of great significance. Few dared to participate, as the exam paper was filled entirely with competition questions. The difficulty level staggering to the point of despair, leaving nearly everyone in a state of disarray. Even Li Ming, who attended despite illness, found it exasperating, while Song Shijuan, who spoke of competing fiercely for a spot, remained unfazed, writing succinctly as if completing a leisurely assignment. The supervising teacher, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but express admiration, though she felt no surprise towards Song Shijuan, until she turned to see Ruan Qing'an in the corner. 037. Ancestor, why are you vying for a spot with the male lead? This is not vying for a spot. The gel pen twirled between her delicate fingers as Ruan Qing'an scrutinized Song Shijuan's back. Narrowing her eyes, I am merely separating myself from Ruan Qing'an, if he truly has been reborn. Just then, Ruan Qing'an's train of thought came to an abrupt halt at knock-knock. The supervising teacher rapped her knuckles against Ruan Qing'an's desk. Her expression sour. Focus on your exam. Do not look around. That if you wish to participate, do not think about cheating. Teacher, have you seen how the others are faring? Ruan Qing'an sighed. The bias in the teacher's gaze was glaringly evident. She lowered her head, hastily completing the last question before standing up. Never mind, I shall submit my paper. IT is better to hand it in early. The supervising teacher merely cast a glance at the filled exam paper, shaking her head. Merely filling it out does not guarantee points. Just as Ruan Qing'an exited the classroom, Song Shijuan followed closely behind. She blinked in surprise. Why are you out here? I finished long ago. I was worried about affecting your mindset. Song Shijuan did not pry into Ruan Qing'an's circumstances. Don't worry. Once the exam is over, you can relax that I still need to help review the papers. Wait, didn't you participate in the exam? As Song Shijuan adjusted her sleeve, he replied, Yes, mine serves as a reference answer. As long as I can participate, my spot is assured. His tone was casual, as if it were a trivial matter. Ruan Qing'an, that the original text still portrayed him too lightly, and oh wonder Li Ming was so ruthless, intending to bring Song Shijuan down, as long as he was present. Li Ming's prominence could never be maintained. Upon seeing Song Shijuan, the teacher responsible for the exam papers immediately remarked, Song, we were waiting for you. The questions selected this time posed a certain level of difficulty, many of them being from past international competitions. I added several methods for you to review. As Song Shijuan spoke, he extracted his exam paper and expanded upon the methods he had previously noted, ensuring they matched the reference answers perfectly. Several teachers exchanged glances, chuckling wryly. No, the current issue is that most submissions are blank. They can be cleared away quickly. IT is likely that by tomorrow, the spots will be determined. Hearing their conversation, Song Shijuan's gaze fell upon the sorted papers, with Ruan Qing'an's at the very top, but he merely glanced at it. The supervising teacher who had previously advised Ruan Qing'an could not resist asking, Would you like to see her paper? Song? No, I want to avoid any suspicion. As childhood friends. Song Shijuan spoke with unfaltering confidence. After transforming his exam paper into a reference answer, he straightened up just as Tang Xia entered from the office. Teacher. I came to check on Li Ming's situation. Upon seeing Song Shijuan, Tang Xia's voice faltered. She still vividly recalled what had transpired in the library, as if her face had been rubbed into the ground. In an instant, her expression soured. Yet, Song Shijuan's gaze did not linger, as if she were non-existent, and he walked right past her. After he exited the office, the voices within could still be faintly heard. Is this Ruan Qing'an's paper? Yes. Just hearing this, Song Shijuan's eyes darkened. The teachers mentioned, with half the submissions being blank and the other half hastily scribbled. Selecting the spots was a remarkably straightforward task. By the following morning, the results of the preliminary selection were publicly announced, with Song Shijuan's exam paper presented as the reference answer. Although it was somewhat difficult to comprehend, it undeniably exuded an air of impressiveness. The top 3 were designated as the recipients of this round's 3 spots, with Song Shijuan naturally taking first place. However, the second place. When Ruan Qing'an received a call from Zhao Xiaoan, she was still lounging in bed, having to fumble for her phone for quite some time. Hello, Xiaoan. Are you still sleeping? Ruan Ruan. You placed second. Zhao Xiaoan's voice was brimming with excitement and disbelief. Ruan Qing'an jolted upright. I placed second? Zhao Xiaoan replied. Yes, did you not expect it? Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an found herself at a loss for words, unable to believe she had been bested by Song Shijuan. 037. Actually, I noticed that you got one question wrong while you were solving it. Ancestor, but I didn't tell you. Which question? The one you saw the male lead contemplating. Ruan Qing'an, that love has led me astray. Meanwhile, on the other end of the call, Zhao Xiaohan cautiously inquired. Ruan Ruan, please tell me honestly, is this for real? It's not that I'm not happy for you, but that I completed it myself. Rest assured that's good, but... Ruan Qing'an retorted. Did something happen, Xiaoan? Zhao Xiaohan hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts. The initial excitement had faded. I just saw in any case, I trust you, Ruan Ruan, but you should avoid going to the classroom for now. The classroom? Yes, perhaps take a leave of absence, after Zhao Xiaoan concluded. The sound of the class bell resonated, and she hurriedly hung up. Ruan Qing'an then rose to change her clothes. 037. Ancestor, where are you off to now? Naturally, to the classroom. Ruan Qing'an replied, her leaden gray eyes sparkling with mirth. When faced with challenges, she would meet them head-on. She was eager to discover who sought to trouble her. Observing Ruan Qing'an's unexpectedly exhilarated demeanor, 037 fell silent once more. This most formidable tasker from the 3000 Dimensions Management Bureau possessed a wild spirit that rivaled even that of the main deity. Chapter 59. The Melancholic Academic X the Wayward Girl, 19. Is that Ruan Qing'an over there? Yes. That's the one who clashed with the president last time. To my surprise, yet again. The whispers fell silent as Ruan Qing'an approached, her brow arching in intrigue. How amusing. You are not even from our class. Yet you come to audit the lesson. They all shook their heads, parting to create a path for her. As her gaze swept inside, she beheld the chalkboard adorned with the words scrawled in white. Proclaiming, Ruan Qing'an cheats. Among her classmates present, they all witnessed the inscription. Yet not a single soul intervened. Observing this, Ruan Qing'an's slate-gray eyes darkened gradually. Although the preliminary selection for TIP is notoriously difficult, with few capable of even participating, let alone securing a spot, one cannot overlook the tangible benefits that accompany such an endeavor. Not merely academic credits, but also various accolades. In essence, it is a matter that incites jealousy. Even if one cannot attain it themselves, especially given that only 3 slots are available in the entire academy, for Song Shijuan, we need not discuss him. His answers were merely a regurgitation of the grading key. And the third contender, Li Ming, requires no elaboration, being the president of the student council, with influence that is unparalleled. The most base human trait is to envy those who surpass them slightly, yet dare not covet those who far exceed. Ruan Qing'an, ranked second, epitomizes this. The atmosphere was thick with silence, and in the eyes of those at the door and within the classroom, Ruan Qing'an strolled leisurely inside, directly erasing the chalk inscription on the board, retorting, Who among you is so dreadfully bored, With no classes this morning, It is unlikely that students from other classes could have climbed in through the fourth-floor window just to write Ruan Qing'an sheets, correct? So, which of my esteemed classmates is responsible for this? In the stillness, her voice, laced with a smile, sent an involuntary chill down the spines of her classmates, who exchanged furtive glances, until Ruan Qing'an stood at the podium, her slate-gray eyes scrutinizing them. At last, one took the lead. Ruan Qing'an, we all know your capabilities. The questions in this internal selection are variations of competition problems. What do you have to answer them with? Indeed, if so many cannot manage, what gives you the right? Ruan Qing'an, do you even have the audacity to claim second place? Once one person stood up, more followed suit, fervently expressing their righteous indignation towards Ruan Qing'an. Meanwhile, Ruan Qing'an smiled radiantly, her demeanor that of a rebellious girl, yet her grin appeared almost threatening. But in the next moment, she confessed, I admit, my grades have never been stellar, and I have even missed some exams. It is natural for you not to believe me. However, what is more intriguing is that, since you all acknowledge that many cannot write the answers, where would I have cheated to obtain such a commendable script? In the profound silence, she slammed the chalkboard eraser onto the podium, scoffing. Of course, you need not believe my defense. That is inconsequential. Ruan Qing'an paused, slightly bending forward, her hands planted on either side of the podium. Gazing down at the classroom with a disdainful air, her smile brazen and audacious. Whoever asserts must provide evidence. Having spoken those 6 emphatic words, Ruan Qing'an turned on her heel and strode out of the classroom, unperturbed by the throng, who instinctively parted for her as she exited. After leaving the classroom, Ruan Qing'an arrived at the bulletin board outside the teaching building, which was plastered with numerous announcements, the foremost being the list for today's internal selection. A crowd still gathered, taking photographs, and upon catching sight of Ruan Qing'an, they reluctantly dispersed, whispering among themselves .037. Alas, what should we do, ancestor? Little system, are you not in system? Following Ruan Qing'an, 037, who nearly contemplated embarking on a venture, fell silent. Yet Ruan Qing'an had already begun to smile. All right, I shan't tease you further. Since we wish to ignite a fire, let it blaze all the more fervently, lest it be wielded against us. Meanwhile, in the school's activity plaza, IT was currently class time, and the milk tea shop was devoid of patrons, save for 2 cups resting in the far corner, where Tang Xia and Song Shijuan sat, facing each other. Tang Xia sat upright, exuding an air of elegance, embodying the demeanor of a wealthy young lady. Considering your spending habits, Song Shijuan, I had no choice but to select this place. I hope it meets your expectations. Song Shijuan interrupted her directly, nearly revealing his disinterest in being there. Tang Xia's smile faltered, cursing herself for forgetting that Song Shijuan was impervious to either coaxing or coercion. Tang Xia adjusted her expression. Very well. As long as you could make it to this meeting, I believe we still have room for dialogue. After all, you mentioned Ruan Ruan. Song Shijuan remained expressionless, dark and aloof, after being interrupted multiple times. Tang Xia finally abandoned her effort to maintain her decorum. Frowning as she tossed a stack of photocopied exam papers onto the table, she crossed her arms and stated coldly, This is the exam paper I obtained from the teacher. Ruan Qing'an asked, moreover, there are also her previous papers. It is truly amusing that someone who does not even understand basic formulas could solve competition problems, that I have thoroughly analyzed Ruan Qing'an's grades and her academic history. She is not a student of exceptional learning capability, so how could she achieve such a miracle? Not to mention, her methods of solving problems closely resemble yours, Song Shijuan, and you are the only candidate who had access to the exam papers. Upon hearing this, Song Shijuan lifted his gaze. Are you implying that I tampered with Ruan Ruan's paper? Song Shijuan, I bear no malice towards you. Tang Xia, however, smiled insincerely. I merely require your assistance with a project. I can promise you ample financial compensation, as well as support after graduation. You could directly intern at my father's company, with limitless prospects, and all you need to do is ensure I secure a recommendation to a university for graduate studies. Observing Tang Xia's nonchalant demeanor, a deeper sarcasm flickered in Song Shijuan's eyes. A project? A thesis? Academic research? You know well enough, Song Shijuan. Tang Xia insinuated. The matter of Ruan Qing'an's cheating, I can easily suppress. And I promise you, no detail will be overlooked. She spoke with confidence, as if everything was under her control. Yet as Song Shijuan picked up the photocopied exam paper on the table, a faint smile appeared on his previously sullen face. Though it was reminiscent of a beast's casual indifference. Song Shijuan, should we agree? We can proceed. What if I refuse? Chapter 60. The brooding scholar x the rebellious girl, 20. Tang Xia's voice faltered. Her gaze fixed intently on Song Shijuan, who merely lowered his head, concentrating on Ruan Qing'an's paper. He had cast aside the previous papers after a cursory glance that as Tang Xia had stated, Ruan Qing'an performed remarkably well on the internal selection exam. And many of her problem-solving approaches bore a striking resemblance to Song Shijuan's own, even down to the style, striking at the core of the questions, employing the most incisive methods, decisively achieving the final requirements of the problems. Indeed, it is quite similar to my own, Song Shijuan murmured, utterly disregarding Tang Xia. Rejected completely, Tang Xia's face darkened as she reached out to snatch the exam paper from Song Shijuan's hands. Song Shijuan. You better think this through. As long as you agree, what is there that you cannot obtain? But Song Shijuan had already evaded her grasp, his dark eyes glinting with mockery as he spoke through his hair. I lack for nothing. Miss Tang, what I desire most is not something you can provide. Miss Tang, do you truly believe I cannot afford it? No matter how Tang Xia pleaded, Song Shijuan remained unmoved, coldly reorganizing the exam papers in his hands. I only want her. And that is beyond your means. Miss Tang, as Song Shijuan exited the milk tea shop, Tang Xia finally abandoned the notion of bribery, her facade of gentleness stripped away, her expression cold as she regarded him. Tang Xia's voice turned harsh. Song Shijuan, you better think carefully. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. The same advice goes to you, Miss Tang. It would be wise not to act rashly, lest you bring about your own downfall. That a smirk tugged at the corners of his lips, his eyes devoid of emotion. Yet Tang Xia instinctively took a step back, as if confronted by an abyss, the invisible pressure nearly rendering her breathless. She retorted weakly, Do you think I fear you? His dark eyes, brooding as winter snow meeting spring, softened momentarily, the slightest hint of verdant green appearing tender as the first buds of spring. Hello, Ruan Ruan? Yet on the other end of the line, Zhao Xiaohan's anxious voice came through. Song Shijuan, something has happened to Ruan Ruan. What is wrong? A group has gone to report her for cheating. She is currently explaining herself to the counselor, and if this matter cannot be clarified, it may not merely result in a lost opportunity. Upon hearing this, Song Shijuan's gaze deepened, and the emotions within gradually hardened. Do not fret. I shall be there shortly. How could her phone possibly be in your possession? The scene has descended into chaos, with individuals jostling to take action, resulting in Ruan Ruan's phone being dropped. Hurry over. Only after Song Shijuan hung up did Tang Xia emerge from the milk tea shop, scoffing upon witnessing the situation. The adage, those who engage in wrongful deeds will meet their demise, is one I shall extend to Ruan Qing'an. Given such a foundation, how dare she cheat? It is utterly laughable. Song Shijuan, you will eventually. Before Tang Xia could finish her sentence, Song Shijuan had already seized her throat with one hand. Despite Tang Xia's numerous attempts to coerce and threaten him with words, he found himself disinclined to retaliate. Yet now, seeing Tang Xia finally fall silent, Song Shijuan impatiently released his grip. You would do well to be more astute, Tang Xia. Upon Song Shijuan's arrival at the office, a throng of individuals was crammed inside, with the counselors struggling to extricate themselves from the crowd, their expression far from pleasant. Upon spotting Song Shijuan, the counselor gestured urgently. Song Shijuan, you must leave at once. Do not involve yourself in this matter, that if things become muddled, it could ensnare you as well. Alas, some believe Ruan Qing'an is cheated, and she, feeling aggrieved, confronted everyone directly, leading these students to report her to the office. The counselor, feeling a headache coming on, added, In any case, Song Shijuan, you should depart. This is beyond your jurisdiction. Ruan Qing'an truly is a source of frustration. Her cheating allegations are indeed rather absurd. Yet as the counselor spoke, they noticed Song Shijuan had already circumvented them, intent on entering the office. Panic surged within the counselor. Song Shijuan, do not act recklessly. Can you truly guarantee Ruan Qing'an's innocence? Do not jeopardize yourself. Her words are inconsequential. The counselor was momentarily taken aback, but by then, Song Shijuan had already bypassed them, stepping directly into the office where Ruan Qing'an stood with her arms crossed, facing the students who had come to report her. The atmosphere in the office was tense, not only filled with teachers but also with leaders from the college, creating a charged environment. Ruan Qing'an had yet to notice Song Shijuan, her slate-gray eyes fixated on them as she retorted. So, you allege cheating, do you? Where is your evidence? Where is the surveillance footage? Or do you believe that with 5 invigilators monitoring a single classroom, I could still manage to cheat? Among those taking the exam, which of the few beside me could even write a word? Where would I copy from? Should I copy from a blank sheet? The one furthest from me is Song Shijuan. Do you think I possess the ability to see his paper from several rows away? I would need to have X-ray vision for that. Ruan Qing'an, undeterred by the leader's murderous glares, mockingly questioned them, leaving Zhao Xiaohan beside her in a state of bewilderment. Ruan Ruan, please don't be hasty. Zhao Xiaohan tugged at Ruan Qing'an, anxious yet fearful that her aggressive demeanor might provoke the college authorities to penalize her. The college leader, visibly displeased by Ruan Qing'an's outburst, remarked, Ruan Qing'an, I hope you can maintain your composure. We are merely conducting inquiries due to the numerous reports about you. There is no need to escalate matters. How fascinating. You are prepared to annul my results yet claim this is merely an investigation. So, because too many suspect me, it has become a case of 3 people make a tiger. Is it? Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened. You summon me to interrogate me over matters lacking evidence that I assert that a poor student deserves to perform poorly. And if they excel, it must be through cheating. Her words carried an implication of pushing others into a corner, causing the college leader's expression to grow grave. At that moment, a voice interjected. Song Shijuan stood coldly beside Ruan Qing'an. I tutor her. And I ask you, teacher, do you believe I possess the ability to teach someone to achieve second place? The students who had previously fervently accused Ruan Qing'an fell silent, their voices extinguished in an instant. No one in attendance dared utter such words, yet Song Shijuan alone could, and no one would dare to refute him. Talent is a nebulous concept. Song Shijuan embodied this notion, seemingly born for academia. Even when plunged into the depths of despair, he would ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of scholarship. He was a natural prodigy. Ruan Qing'an was momentarily taken aback, shielded firmly by Song Shijuan, with only his broad back in her view, while Zhao Xiaohan cautiously gripped her shoulder, summoning courage to stand by her side. Perfect, without her, I shall not go. Song Shijuan, you have now come to threaten them. The college leader's expression fluctuated before finally conceding. Very well. Perhaps Ruan Qing'an has indeed managed to maintain a low profile, which has surprised us. As for the allegations of cheating, we kindly request that the students present the evidence first, after which further investigation will proceed. Upon hearing this, the group of reporting students exchanged glances, as Song Shijuan's mere presence shifted the college leader's previously unwavering stance. One student retorted, but teacher, there are no buts. Ruan's argument holds merit. With 5 invigilators and classmates unable to write a single word, there is no opportunity for her to cheat. The college leader stated authoritatively, disregarding Ruan Qing'an entirely, and promptly expelled the group of accusers from the office. Witnessing this, Ruan Qing'an could not help but scoff. Fair weather friends. Zhao Xiaohan quickly restrained her, whispering, Ruan Ruan, refrain from saying anything further. Since the matter is resolved, it's best not to cross paths with them again. Especially considering your graduation certificate. Do not worry. Before Zhao Xiaohan could finish, Song Shijuan suddenly interrupted her. Following that, Ruan Qing'an felt her hand grasped firmly, as Song Shijuan lowered his head, his gaze through his black-rimmed glasses resembling a tranquil, deep pool, filled with complex emotions and an inscrutable tenderness. That he held a piece of paper, gently gliding it across Ruan Qing'an's palm. Everything has been arranged. Just be happy with what you wish to say. Ruan Qing'an then realized that while erasing the chalkboard earlier that morning, chalk dust had indeed smeared onto her cuffs, and some had even settled on her wrist. Do not wipe it anymore. It is dirty. Be good, do not move. She instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but Song Shijuan's grip was firm, his slightly rough fingertips caressing Ruan Qing'an's palm, quickly leaving faint, ambiguous red marks, like a great beast. Even while tenderly caressing its mate, he remained ever cautious of being consumed. Song Shijuan meticulously wiped, unfazed by whether her words might inadvertently complicate matters for him, for he had already entwined their fates together. Her delicate hand was bound, And as Song Shijuan's Adam's apple shifted slightly, Ruan Qing'an suddenly used his palm for leverage and pushed upward. She rose onto her toes, instantly closing the distance between them. Can you guess why I dare to confront them here? Why? Because Ruan Qing'an paused, gazing up at Song Shijuan, her slate-gray eyes reflecting him. I know, behind me, there is you, Wood. Her assertion was delivered with such conviction, displaying a hint of arrogance. Yet Song Shijuan found himself enamored by her demeanor, akin to a cat's paw gently scratching at his heart, softening him entirely, that he finally loosened his grip on Ruan Qing'an's hand. His voice hoarse yet warm with a smile. You truly are fearless, Ruan Ruan. Affection level 50. Upon hearing the notification from 037, Ruan Qing'an's smile deepened. Zhao Xiaoan, standing nearby and involuntarily witnessing this affection, muttered, Should I leave? All right, thank you, teacher. Once Song Shijuan ceased his entanglement, the college leader finally exhaled, and after watching the three of them depart, the rigid smile relaxed, their expression cooling. Soon, news of the office incident spread. As students are often the most astute messengers, with various versions circulating, growing ever more numerous and widespread. Meanwhile, Li Ming received word, having had some of the bandages removed from his injuries, though he still appeared quite battered. Leaning on a cane as he exited the classroom, the bodyguard stationed outside assisted him into the car. Young Master Li, Miss Tang has been waiting for you, Xia? Li Ming struggled to settle into the back seat, where Tang Xia was on a phone call. Upon seeing him enter, she began, Ming, you must have heard about today's events, right? Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan are both lunatics. Mentioning these two, Li Ming's expression soured, and sensing his tone, Tang Xia paused momentarily. Ming, were you attempting to undermine Song Shijuan's position to secure first place? You do not comprehend the significance of securing the first spot in the internal selection. Li Ming sighed. If I could achieve first place in the college, I could directly participate in the national selection, bypassing the provincial level, thus drawing closer to the TIP international physics competition. Tang Xia nodded in understanding. I see. Amin, as you are aware, I harbor no interest in the competition. My foremost desire is to complete my project so that I may secure a place at University A for my graduate studies. However, I find myself lacking confidence regarding the project that serves as a stepping stone and the subsequent academic pursuits. You wish for Song Shijuan to assist you. But he has been rather uncooperative. Li Ming finally comprehended Tang Xia's intent, pondering for a moment before stating, You are my girlfriend. If you wish to borrow someone, feel free to do so, but do not involve me in this matter. Tang Xia chuckled softly. Rest assured, Amin, if I can manage to enlist both Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan, I would gain an additional accomplice, and you could easily secure first place. Wouldn't that be splendid? Li Ming pressed his fingers to his temples, recalling vividly the chaotic demeanor of those two in the room, their madness strikingly similar. After a brief pause, he replied, that I shall not partake in this affair. Having failed to persuade Li Ming to join her cause, Tang Xia sighed. Very well. Who among the teachers responsible for the preliminary selection could be of assistance? Amin? This individual is the invigilating teacher. As Li Ming spoke, he sent a photograph to Tang Xia. She lowered her gaze, scrutinizing it intently. Had Ruan Qing'an been present, she would have recognized him as the invigilator who suspected her of foul play. After receiving the photo, Tang Xia exited the vehicle, bidding a gentle farewell to Li Ming. Once out of sight, her mask of warmth slipped away, revealing disdain. How could Li Ming have changed so drastically? To the point of being intimidated by those two inferior beings, Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan. Chapter 62. The Melancholic Scholar x the Wayward Girl, 22. As night fell, the lights in the entire teaching building dimmed. Tang Xia stood outside, observing a shadowy figure stealthily emerging from within. She lowered her voice. Over here, hurry! Here I come, Miss Tang. The person who appeared before Tang Xia was indeed the invigilating teacher that Li Ming had mentioned, who smiled obsequiously at her. Coming from a wealthy family, Tang Xia was aware that Li Ming was the son of a school trustee. Thus, ingratiating himself with Li Ming was a clever strategy for climbing the social ladder. The invigilating teacher, fully aware of this, approached with a beaming smile. Miss Tang, I have confirmed with my colleagues that the papers for the preliminary selection are indeed stored in the office. Good, that is acceptable. Tang Xia contemplated for a moment. The only person who could access the papers is Song Shijuan. even if he claims to avoid suspicion, given his recent actions for Ruan Qing'an. It is unlikely he would refrain from tampering with the papers. The invigilating teacher nodded in agreement. Although Song Shijuan insists he would not engage in such behavior, I have my doubts. During the exam, Ruan Qing'an was constantly watching him, which raises questions about their relationship. The more they discussed, the more the invigilating teacher found Tang Xia's assertions compelling, feeling that Ruan Qing'an's demeanor during the exam was indeed peculiar. They conversed quietly as they made their way towards the teaching building, where the invigilating teacher had already located the office containing the exam papers, leading Tang Xia to the third floor with a key in hand. Miss Tang, you must be aware of the incidents from earlier today. Numerous students reported issues, yet it bore no fruit. Yes, I am aware that as Tang Xia spoke, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, since Song Shijuan and Ruan Qing'an have been demanding evidence. I shall certainly uncover it for them, of course. Even in the absence of evidence, I can fabricate some in the darkness. Hidden from view, Tang Xia wore a derisive smile, shedding the demeanor of a wealthy heiress. While the invigilating teacher opened the door, he bowed slightly. Miss Tang, please enter. Upon entering the office, she beheld an array of ungraded papers. The invigilating teacher explained, "These are still awaiting correction. My colleague informed me that the preliminary selection papers are special and have not yet been processed." "That is satisfactory. Let us begin searching for the papers." Noticing the smell of ink in the air, Tang Xia wrinkled her nose in disgust, standing aside with the intention of merely directing the search. As she observed the invigilating teacher rummaging through the papers, she contemplated her next steps. Once she had orchestrated everything, she could report the findings the following day. Tang Xia was not one to be easily dismissed by the authorities. As long as she could lodge a complaint, she would present her evidence, and with her family's influence, she doubted Song Shijuan would remain unperturbed. With a cold chuckle, she mused, "Ah, Song Shijuan, you refuse to drink the fine wine and instead opt for the bitter dregs. You shall witness my wrath, Miss Tang." The invigilating teacher's trembling voice abruptly interrupted Tang Xia, causing her expression to darken as she retorted, "Do not be so alarmed. What on earth has transpired?" At that moment, the invigilating teacher turned, his demeanor fraught with fear, staring blankly at Tang Xia. As she urged him to speak, he finally stammered, "Miss Tang, all the papers are missing." "What? How could they be missing?" Tang Xia's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed forward, shoving the invigilating teacher aside, desperately searching through the piles of papers before her, yet finding nothing. My colleague assured me of this. The invigilating teacher, equally distressed, lamented, while Tang Xia scattered papers across the floor, still failing to locate the vanished preliminary selection papers. Her face turned pale, and just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway, causing her heart to race. When she looked up, she saw a tall, dark figure illuminated by the moonlight. The figure was imposing, with slightly long black hair obscuring his features. Beneath the black-rimmed glasses, cold eyes glinted, resembling a beast lurking in the shadows. Song Shijuan leaned against the office doorframe, casually brushing back his hair, the moonlight casting a glow upon half of his sharply defined face, accentuating his aggressive features. Under such a gaze, Tang Xia instinctively took a step back. "Song Shijuan, what are you doing here?" "Then, Miss Tang, what brings you here?" Song Shijuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he looked at Tang Xia. "Are you unable to locate the papers for the preliminary selection?" Tang Xia suddenly grasped the situation, fixing a penetrating stare on Song Shijuan, a hint of terror creeping into her gaze. "Did you take the papers beforehand? Song Shijuan, do you understand the gravity of stealing exam papers?" "I wouldn't stoop to such levels as you, Miss Tang." Song Shijuan's smile bore a chilling mockery. "The teacher should be unaware, but the papers for the preliminary selection have already been taken away, sealed and sent to the education department." "Wait, this preliminary selection is not under their jurisdiction." The invigilating teacher's words were cut off as Song Shijuan interjected. "Indeed, the education department is the organizer. However, the overall process still occurs within the school, where they merely play a supervisory role. Nevertheless, the education department is quite invested in this preliminary selection and has long been curious about the answers, which is why all the papers were removed." Upon hearing this, Tang Xia's expression fell completely. How could they have been taken away so suddenly? It had to be Song Shijuan's doing. The invigilating teacher, struck by a sudden thought, quickly tugged at Tang Xia's arm. "Miss Tang, It seems this was a deliberate act by Song Shijuan. We should leave quickly. Oomph. Tang Xia regained her composure, but just as she was about to depart, Song Shijuan suddenly bent down, retrieving a phone from behind the office door. After adjusting it for a moment, he said, "Why not wait a little longer? Miss Tang, I happened to capture the scene in the office. Would you and the teacher like to have a look?" Coming to the office in the dead of night to search for papers would be difficult to explain, wouldn't it? Tang Xia's face turned ashen. Song Shijuan, are you threatening me? Yet, Song Shijuan merely turned the phone screen towards her, retorting, "Is this not a tactic that you frequently employ, Miss Tang? This is merely reciprocity." Chapter 63. The Melancholic Scholar x the Wayward Girl, 23. Inside the office, the atmosphere grew tense, with Tang Xia's face resembling a stormy sea. Her gaze directed at Song Shijuan, wishing she could tear him to shreds. Song Shijuan, who do you think you are to negotiate with me? I must admit, I am no match for Miss Tang. Hearing this, Tang Xia's rigid expression gradually shifted, her eyes brimming with animosity as she struggled to maintain her composure. Deep down, she recognized that she was different from individuals like Song Shijuan and Ruan Qing'an. They could disregard their reputations, willing to engage in a reckless descent into chaos. But she, Tang Xia, could not afford such indulgence as a wealthy heiress destined to inherit a company. Her image was paramount. This was precisely why she had strived so hard to attain higher education and greater academic accomplishments. Her accolades were a testament to her worth. Even in search results, they piled up like a mountain. Tang Xia hesitated for but a moment before turning to face the invigilating teacher. "You may step outside and wait by the door. Remember, do not disclose anything about tonight to anyone." Understood that the invigilator, caught off guard, realized that his cleverness had backfired. He had thought to elevate his status by associating with Tang Xia, only to find himself ensnared in a significant predicament. Trembling, he exited the office. And as he brushed past Song Shijuan, he was suddenly called to a halt. The invigilator paused. Song Shijuan, teacher, are you aware of a particular saying?" What is it?" Song Shijuan lifted her gaze, her eyes cold and indifferent as they pierced through her strands of hair. "Not all teachers are deserving of respect. And respect should not merely be accorded to the profession itself, but to those who genuinely educate and nurture." After the invigilator departed, Tang Xia turned to Song Shijuan, exasperated. "Is there any point in discussing these trivialities? Hurry up. How much do you need to delete the video?" "It's not about the money, Miss Tang," Song Shijuan replied nonchalantly, her fingers dancing over her phone in an attempt to prevent me from participating in the internal preliminary selections. Liming not only falsely accused me, seeking to have me punished, but also dragged Ruan Ruan into this mess. Compared to you, I yearn for revenge against Liming. Hearing this, Tang Xia narrowed her eyes. "What do you intend to do?" "You can't possibly outmaneuver Liming." Song Shijuan glanced at the closed door behind her. "How about this? You don't care about that teacher outside. Miss Tang, if you shift the blame onto him and Liming, I will delete the video, and you will suffer no repercussions that he is merely a teacher, and you are well aware of Liming's powerful background. At worst, this is just a minor prank, one that will hardly affect him." Song Shijuan's tone was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, leaving Tang Xia uncertain about her true intentions. However, based on her understanding of Liming, such trivial matters did not faze him. Anything that transpired within the school could be suppressed. Naturally, the cost of Liming bearing the risk was minimal in comparison to the leverage of money and power. Tang Xia believed she had made the right choice and impatiently declared, Fine. Given Liming's family background, this is all you can do. Petty mischief that I will tell that teacher to delete it immediately." Acting swiftly, she typed a message on her phone, and within moments she was done. She immediately moved to watch Song Shijuan delete the video. By the time everything was settled, curfew was looming, leaving only half an hour. Tang Xia disregarded Song Shijuan further and briskly exited the office. The teacher awaited at the door and followed her downstairs, carefully questioning her along the way. Tang Xia's irritation peaked. "What is there to ask? Just do as I instructed. You fear offending Liming, but do you not fear offending me? And no, it's just that. Miss Tang, that office is locked. And yet Song Shijuan managed to place her phone there to record the video. That don't you think that I end the next moment?" The invigilator received a sharp slap. Tang Xia's expression darkened, her previously gentle demeanor evaporating. The emotional roller coaster of the night had reached a breaking point. She exclaimed, "Have you said enough? Did you not understand my instructions? I'm sorry. The invigilator stammered, bowing his head in submission. Yet Tang Xia kicked him, causing him to flinch in pain, suddenly recalling Song Shijuan's earlier words. Meanwhile, within the teaching building, Song Shijuan locked the door again and stepped out of the office, finding the corridor engulfed in darkness. Moonlight streamed through the glass windows, illuminating the ground like a silken ribbon. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed a flickering spark at the end of the corridor, the air thick with smoke. Instinctively, Song Shijuan moved towards it in the pitch-black night. Under the bright moon, a slender girl clad in a black miniskirt perched on the windowsill, her long, pale legs crossed, the moonlight seemingly paling in comparison to her luminescence. Between her delicate fingers, she held a cigarette, while the ground around her was littered with spent butts, accompanied by the intermittent flickering of the spark and the rhythm of her breaths. The air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes regarded Song Shijuan, and she suddenly raised her phone, revealing the very video he had promised to delete for Tang Xia. You sent this to me before deleting it. What? Have you seen it all? Song Shijuan's voice came out hoarse, spoken almost in a whisper. Even when facing Tang Xia, his emotions remained stagnant like still water, yet now his heart raced. Ruan Qing'an merely nodded, exhaling a puff of smoke. Would, you truly are full of surprises that I thought you were still that pitiful creature I used to bully. You possess the capability to scheme against Tang Xia. It seems that the initial incident of violence was indeed orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Song Shijuan did not deny it, and Ruan Qing'an spoke with certainty, the atmosphere thick with silence. Eventually, she could no longer suppress a laugh, tinged with self-mockery. I even thought it wasn't you, trying to clear your name. Upon hearing this, Song Shijuan panicked, realizing that if Ruan Qing'an had not believed him to be the wrong party, she would never have been entangled in this affair, nor would she have found herself in such a predicament at school, let alone the previous troubles he had dragged her into. He murmured, I'm sorry. The atmosphere grew heavy, akin to a death sentence. Every fleeting moment felt like an eternity, stretching infinitely. Song Shijuan stood rooted to the spot, the dark green in his eyes swirling as if suppressing something. Suddenly, the silence shattered, and Ruan Qing'an waved her hand, beckoning him. Would come here. Startled, Song Shijuan instinctively approached, and as he stood before Ruan Qing'an, the girl in the moonlight appeared as an ethereal being, breathtakingly beautiful. As if ready to ascend, before he could speak, she commanded, Crouch down. Almost instinctively, Song Shijuan complied, as if her words were a decree, half squatting before her. In the next moment, Ruan Qing'an's foot rested on his thigh. Her slender high-heeled shoe lay discarded beside her, her bare foot pressing firmly against his thigh as she leaned down, one hand lifting his chin. Merely gazing at her made Song Shijuan's breath hitch, and he instinctively grasped her ankle, looking up at her. Though her posture was submissive, it bore the essence of a creature poised to pounce. Ruan Qing'an's luscious lips curled into a smile as she leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. Observing him cough softly, and she chuckled. Why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known you were a wolf in sheep's clothing, I wouldn't have sheltered you like a lamb. With Ruan Qing'an's palm against his, Song Shijuan's voice turned hoarse. Ruan Ruan, don't you mind? Mind what? Her smile deepened, and as she leaned down, her crimson lips, as vibrant as blooming plum blossoms, brushed against the corner of his mouth. Would. If only you'd said you were wild. It's all right. I too have my dark side just like you. Ruan Qing'an laughed lightly, her leaden gray eyes filled with him. Song Shijuan paused, gripping her wrist with renewed force. And in the next moment, he took control, pressing his lips against hers. Without waiting for Ruan Qing'an to react, he leaned forward, intertwining his fingers with hers, pushing her back against the glass. The cool surface of the glass mingled with the heated air. And before Ruan Qing'an could process it, her breath was completely stolen away, her vision consumed by the depths of Song Shijuan's green eyes. That if you had said earlier that you didn't mind. Song Shijuan murmured, his voice husky, as he shed all pretense. The true nature of the beast lay bare, swiftly overpowering her every resistance. As their breaths quickened and their body temperatures rose, it felt as if rationality itself was being scorched, dragging them down into a spiral of desire. All feigned sounds of protest were swallowed whole, the unmasked beast devouring her piece by piece, her delicate hands forced apart, teetering on the brink of losing control. Stop, Would, please don't. Understood, Song Shijuan, who had previously only carried the clean scent of soap, now bore the mingled aromas of smoke and desire. They were like a pair of twisted flowers, intertwined in the dark mire, fully aware of each other's secrets, supporting one another as they reached for the light above. Thank you for accepting all of me. Affection level 65. Just as Ruan Qing'an was nearly gasping for breath, Song Shijuan finally released her, burying his face in the crook of her neck, panting heavily, his eyes filled with intense desire. I want to devour you, Ruan Ruan. Ruan Qing'an paused, instinctively shrinking back. 037. The male lead. Understood. Thinking that I preferred the wild, he ceased to pretend. Feeling the warmth of Song Shijuan's breath against her neck, Ruan Qing'an pushed his head away, retorting, Enough, enough, the dormitory door is about to close. Don't act recklessly that I won't. I can't bear to, Song Shijuan murmured softly. Even as he held Ruan Qing'an, he was careful as if afraid of hurting her, cradling her as one would a fragile treasure, unwilling to bully her in such a place. Taking advantage of Song Shijuan's gentle nature, Ruan Qing'an boldly discarded her shoes, leaping onto his broad back, her long legs tightly entwined around his slender waist. Song Shijuan instinctively supported her, while Ruan Qing'an playfully patted his shoulder. Don't forget my high heels wouldn't block. All right, got it, he replied, deftly hooking the straps of the delicate heels, steadily carrying Ruan Qing'an out of the teaching building. As he felt the weight upon his shoulders, Song Shijuan couldn't help but chuckle. Truly helpless against you. Until they strolled along the school path, the hour growing late and devoid of other souls. The surroundings eerily silent. Ruan Qing'an questioned, Wouldn't block? How did you know in advance? When I was in the office checking the papers, I overheard Tang Xia speaking. Just to be safe, I made some preparations beforehand. Preparations? In response to Ruan Qing'an's puzzled gaze, Song Shijuan chuckled lightly. It's nothing much, merely that I heard a teacher from a prestigious university has connections within the education department, and he has been researching a certain topic. I sent him an email to lend a hand and included my personal information. So he became interested in you, a participant in the internal preliminary selection, which is why the education department directly took the papers. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an's smile dimmed slightly, her leaden gray eyes scrutinizing Song Shijuan's profile. That I in the original text, such a character indeed existed, but that was Song Shijuan's future mentor, not someone he could contact at present. If that's the case, then Song Shijuan must have been reborn. Not hearing her voice, Song Shijuan continued, Don't worry, just ensure you have the video ready and await the spectacle. Deity his words. Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow, finding it genuinely amusing. It seemed that this time, Tang Xia and Li Ming were destined to suffer. Chapter 65. The Melancholic Scholar x the Wayward Girl, 25, by the following day. The school officials, who had anticipated the conclusion of the internal preliminary selection, barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before yet another wave of trouble arose. The bald-headed school leader exclaimed. But after all, it was Tang Xia. Even if the school officials declared that the matter was closed, as long as she wished to pursue it, they could only acquiesce, arriving at the office early in the morning. Standing outside was the proctor, and Tang Xia, adjusting her hair, irritably remarked, Teacher, you're late. Apologies, Miss Tang. The school leader repeatedly apologized while pushing open the office door. Miss Tang, did you come this morning regarding the internal preliminary selection? However, yesterday already did. No, Director. I came to find you. The proctor awkwardly raised his hand, his smile growing more strained under the scrutinizing gaze of the school leader. Yet, Tang Xia couldn't provide an explanation either, merely stating, Yes, it's me. The school leader's flattering smile faded somewhat as he invited Tang Xia into the office, casting a glare at the proctor, and the three finally entered, the atmosphere awkward and tense. The school leader countered, Speak. What is it? The proctor, with a disgruntled smile, replied, Director, I inquired with a colleague yesterday regarding the supervision of the internal preliminary selection, and I made a special visit to check the papers in the evening. It seems Li Ming had been there. Upon hearing this, the school leader was momentarily taken aback, glancing between the proctor and Tang Xia, who was busy playing with her phone, and ignored him, momentarily at a loss for words. How could Tang Xia, as Li Ming's girlfriend? The school leader was unsure which side to take and could only say, Go fetch Li Ming. Let us clarify this matter. All right. The proctor nodded hastily, carefully exiting. The school leader then leaned closer to Tang Xia, cautiously inquiring, Miss Tang, what are you planning to do? Ming secretly visited the office where the exam papers were stored. It's nothing serious. Just handle it accordingly without prying too much. Tang Xia replied impatiently, thinking it was trivial. The sooner they settled it, the more it would fulfill her agreement with Song Shijuan, preventing others from using last night's incident to threaten her. The school leader understood from her words that this was a matter he should not meddle in and could only comply for the time being. After a brief wait, limping with a cane, Li Ming entered, his expression somewhat grim. Although he remained the student council president, he had been focused on preparing for the TIP provincial competition since the last incident. Upon entering, before the school leader could speak, he declared, "Enough, I've already heard on the way here. Don't throw every blame onto me. I'm busy now." Young Master Li, the school leader's words were cut off as Tang Xia stood up, interrupting. Ming, let us step outside for a moment." Li Ming frowned slightly, but Tang Xia affectionately linked her arm through his, half pushing him out the door. Once they stood at the office entrance, Tang Xia gently coaxed. "I'm sorry, Ming, but I've encountered a bit of a situation and may need your help. It's just a small matter, really. You can easily handle it." Tang Xia's voice was soft, whispering to Li Ming. "Ming, just help me out. I'm not only your girlfriend, but also your future wife. It's just a small favor. Thinking of this." Li Ming paused, yet Tang Xia was indeed the woman he was to marry. After a brief silence, Tang Xia tugged at him again. "Ming, please help me. Fine, Xia. This is the last time." Had it been any ordinary student, they would at least face some disciplinary action, but now it was Li Ming, merely following through with the process. After Tang Xia linked arms with Li Ming and exited the office, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that Song Shijuan's elaborate schemes were ultimately harmless. However, as they stepped out of the teaching building, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Several leaders in suits arrived at the entrance, brushing past them. For some reason, a wave of intense unease surged within Tang Xia. Meanwhile, in the office, besides the leaders in suits, Song Shijuan and Ruan Qing'an also stood there, all eyes fixed on her. Tang Xia was momentarily taken aback. And at that moment, one of the suited leaders inquired, "You have already reviewed the internal preliminary selection. Both the first and second places are promising talents, especially student Song Shijuan." Song Shijuan nodded slightly. "You flatter me." "This is no flattery, haha. Your capabilities are quite remarkable. For the upcoming provincial and national competitions, you need not participate, as that teacher intends to provide you with special training." "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the school leader was the first to smile. This was indeed excellent news. It almost guaranteed Song Shijuan's participation in the TIP International Physics Competition. Before Song Shijuan could respond, he already stated, "That's wonderful. What Song Shijuan lacks is precisely this specialized training. Ordinary practice is unworthy of his abilities." The leader then asked, "What does student Song Shijuan think?" Song Shijuan seemed unperturbed. "Good. Thank you for your recognition. I won't disappoint you in the upcoming competitions." "Good. Then second place, student Ruan Qing'an, must also strive hard. Your gap with student Song Shijuan is minimal, and we plan to directly send you to the national competition. How do you feel about that?" Seeing the kind smile of the provincial education department leader, Ruan Qing'an was surprised to discover that there was indeed a role for her, her leaden gray eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank you, teacher." After addressing first place, Song Shijuan, and second place, Ruan Qing'an, the leader's smile faded somewhat, his gaze turning serious as he fixed his stare on the school leader. "I hope your school can clarify the matter regarding the third place." Student Li Ming. "Well, what? Why does his paper even exhibit different handwriting?" Chapter 66. The Melancholic Scholar x the Wayward Girl, 26. The proctor was momentarily speechless, while the leader continued, "This matter must be addressed seriously. Moreover, to my knowledge, there are some issues regarding student Li Ming's identity." The leader of the provincial education department snorted coldly. "It seems your father may be involved in this. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. And I hope your school will cooperate fully. It wasn't like that. I took the exam myself." As dawn broke, Li Ming was utterly flustered upon hearing the commotion that he hurried forward, but due to his impeded mobility, he fell to the ground. Nevertheless, he scrambled to grasp the hem of the stranger's trousers. Tang Xia, taken aback by Li Ming's demeanor, quickly crouched down, exclaiming, "Ming, you can't possibly do you even understand anything?" Li Ming forcefully shoved Tang Xia aside, his eyes ablaze with fury. Indeed, he and his father wielded considerable influence within the school, but outside its confines, one must carefully weigh their actions. There was no room for recklessness. No, that's not it. It's not me. Li Ming was rendered speechless. Had Tang Xia not merely requested a small favor? Suddenly, realization struck him, and he seized Tang Xia. You deceitful wretch, I have always been there for you. And this is how you repay me? Wait, Song Shijuan was there too. Tang Xia's eyes widened with understanding. Darting towards Song Shijuan, could it be that all of this was orchestrated by you? How would I know what you were talking about? Miss Tang, Song Shijuan replied, his voice devoid of emotion, even tinged with a hint of feigned innocence. Upon hearing his tone, Tang Xia's rage reached a boiling point as she lunged forward. Ruan Qing'an's slate-gray eyes darkened. Yet in the next moment, Song Shijuan had already pulled her behind him. His tall and imposing figure shielded her like a comforting refuge. Before Tang Xia could reach them, Song Shijuan had intercepted her. His grip unwavering against any resistance. Frozen in fear, Tang Xia stood rooted in place, while the beast revealed its fangs. Turning his back, Song Shijuan leaned close to Tang Xia, speaking in a tone barely audible to them alone. You are indeed correct. I have plotted against you, it was all my doing. With those final words, Tang Xia felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, as if she were descending into hell itself. And she soon collapsed to the ground, stumbling alongside Li Ming. The scene descended into chaos as Song Shijuan took a step back. The leader from the provincial education department regarded the two on the floor with indifference, stating, "This matter will be thoroughly investigated." I'm sorry, teacher. It truly wasn't me. Li Ming attempted to rise and pursue them, but the officials from the provincial education department had already exited the office, leaving without a shred of compassion, their steps echoing with a callous finality. It seemed that Li Ming and his father's fortunes had come to a definitive indeed that Li Ming sat there, dazed, his mind blank, while even the sycophantic school officials dared not approach him. For after such a declaration from above, that it appeared that the fates of Li Ming and his father had reached their nadir. The school leader sighed as they passed by Li Ming, and soon the once crowded office became desolate. Song Shijuan's gaze deepened as he led Ruan Qing'an away, stopping briefly by Li Ming. Ruan Qing'an paused, crouched down, and placed a USB drive in Li Ming's hand with a light chuckle. Perhaps you should take a look. Your union with Miss Tang should come to an end at what did you say? Li Ming was momentarily bewildered, but Ruan Qing'an had already exited with Song Shijuan, leaving him and Tang Xia alone. After leaving the teaching building, Ruan Qing'an couldn't suppress her laughter, lighting a cigarette leisurely as she remarked, "Who could have imagined, you are even darker than my own heart." Song Shijuan raised an eyebrow, bending slightly to toss the cigarette away. Ruan Ruan, you really shouldn't smoke so much. Ruan Qing'an frowned. You're meddling too much. But Song Shijuan merely regarded her with a serious expression, prompting Ruan Qing'an to grumble as she extinguished her cigarette and tossed it into a nearby bin. Honestly, you're getting bold, starting to lecture me now. All right, let's go, Ruan Ruan. Song Shijuan chuckled lightly, intertwining his fingers with hers, holding them firmly. Ruan Qing'an rolled her eyes, but merely huffed in response, leaning slightly towards him. You guessed Tang Xia would pull something like this after overhearing in the office. Yes, she merely wished to lend a hand to Li Ming. And in wanting my assistance for academic dishonesty, she likely intended to use this opportunity to threaten me. Thus I turned the tables. Song Shijuan explained, his tone devoid of inflection, as if discussing the pleasant weather rather than the machinations of two individuals, his voice flat and lacking any malice. Ruan Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle. Li Ming probably never expected that in the end, it would be Tang Xia who betrayed him. He will surely be quite surprised. Song Shijuan paused, his dark eyes narrowing at Ruan Qing'an. The USB drive you handed him was the video I sent you. Wasn't it? At this, the two of them shared a knowing smile. The officials from the provincial education department acted swiftly, not allowing Li Ming and his associates a moment to react, delivering a decisive verdict that sent shockwaves through the school, particularly among those who had previously suffered under Li Ming's oppression. That in no time at all, Li Ming and his father, once perched high above, were unceremoniously brought low, the speed of their downfall almost surreal, as if the towering mountain before them had merely been a mound of dirt, easily obliterated. Although Tang Xia remained unscathed, she was nonetheless dragged down by Li Ming, whom she had infuriated to an extreme, and the enterprise behind her suffered as well. Betrayed by his girlfriend to such an extent, Li Ming focused all his ire on Tang Xia, even forgetting about Song Shijuan, the true mastermind behind the schemes. The USB drive delivered by Ruan Qing'an became the final straw that shattered the already fragile bond between them, transforming it into an irreconcilable enmity. Thus, the clouds parted, and light broke through. Chapter 67. The gloomy academic genius x the wayward girl, 27, with Li Ming and Tang Xia no longer obstructing their path. Song Shijuan and Ruan Qing'an's positions were soon firmly established, and as the dust settled, Ruan Qing'an leaned against the corridor railing, exhaling smoke rings with a detached demeanor, while several classmates passed by, hesitant to approach her. With Li Ming's hindrance removed, Ruan Qing'an standing among her peers had notably improved, especially as she transitioned from a delinquent girl to a rising academic star, an astonishing transformation. Finally, one brave classmate mustered the courage to speak. Ruan Qing'an, I'm sorry that I previously misunderstood you regarding the cheating incident and ostracized you because of Chairman Li's matters that there's no need to elaborate. Ruan Qing'an interrupted coolly, her slate-gray eyes glancing over them with a near-judicial air. You did nothing wrong. Self-preservation and righteous indignation are justifiable. However, had the target not been me, but rather a defenseless coward, they would have likely resorted to suicide by now, wouldn't they? Ruan Qing'an scoffed, the cigarette delicately held between her slender fingers. As she strode past her classmates with an icy, mocking demeanor. 037. Ancestor, have you thought of something? Apologies are futile, little system. Actions once taken cannot be undone. If I cannot turn the tide, what then? Just as that if I were not the strongest tasker, would the main deity have released me at all? Ruan Qing'an spoke in a low voice, her laughter laced with scorn. 037. That is not the case. Yet Ruan Qing'an had no desire to continue listening, instead stating, forget it, let us complete the task, that is the priority. All right, however, Ancestor, while the male lead is reincarnated, he currently appears quite easy to manipulate. Although many taskers have already met their demise at his hands. His affection value will inevitably plateau. Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly, just as her phone buzzed with a message from Song Shijuan, indicating he was waiting for her at the school gate. 037. Wonderful. This time, surely it will. Song Shijuan had previously sought to ensnare me. His affection value is not easily acquired. One cannot rush into things. Little system. Each province has recommended quotas that allow one to bypass regional and national competitions, gaining direct entry into the TIP International Physics Competition, and Song Shijuan was selected for having solved a problem that even the teacher could not tackle. Thanks to the email he sent to that professor. Ruan Qing'an paused. So, even if Li Ming had truly rescinded his quota, incurring a penalty, Song Shijuan would still have found a way to bypass him. After all, beyond F University lies a vast expanse of opportunity. Upon hearing this, even the system felt a chill. So, the male lead went to such lengths. As Ruan Qing'an walked towards the school gate, she remarked, to take revenge on me, what else could it be? Have you not noticed that Song Shijuan has remained unaffected throughout? The one ensnared in this predicament is me. I am the one surrounded on all sides. I am the one who ended up in the hospital. Had I not amassed affection points until now, little system, do you truly believe that while dealing with Tang Xia and Li Ming, he would have assisted me rather than drag me down with him? 037. Goodness, that male lead is truly frightening. In the next moment, she clung to him like a koala. Song Shijuan instinctively supported Ruan Qing'an. Handed her the milk tea. Ruan Ruan, stop fooling around. I bought this for you. Take it down. Drinking milk tea will make me gain weight. And no worries, I can carry you. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle softly. Grasping her milk tea as she walked alongside Song Shijuan down the quaint path outside the school. The summer sun shone perfectly, filtering through the gaps in the canopy above, casting dappled shadows that scattered like tiny fragments across the ground, creating a mosaic of light. The air was imbued with a crisp fragrance, intermingled with a hint of nicotine that tugged at her nerve endings, drawing her into its subtle addiction. Although you are not their biological son. After years of support and living under the same roof, there is little difference to be discerned, but if they were to discover that we could participate, they would surely be delighted. Listening to Ruan Qing'an's rambling, Song Shijuan's eyes glimmered with sarcasm. The notion that he was no different from a biological son was a grave misconception he had clarified in his previous life. However, at this moment, Song Shijuan did not wish to provoke Ruan Qing'an's ire, merely nodding in agreement. All right, I will follow your lead, but how do you intend to explain your sudden improvement in grades to them? Ruan Qing'an stuck out her tongue. Call it rebellion, if you will. I simply despise their attitude of pressuring me to study, treating me as a mere tool that IT was only after they realized I held no investment value that I finally attained this hard-won freedom. Is that so? Song Shijuan hesitated slightly, while Ruan Qing'an shrugged her shoulders. All right, this is my little secret, so do keep it to yourself, you wouldn't block. Hey, did you hear that? Hearing her somewhat impatient tone, Song Shijuan suddenly realized that he had never truly understood her, but he instinctively turned his head, noticing the slender girl beside him, her profile possessing an exquisite curve, her head bowed as her rosy lips nibbled on the straw. Each of her movements seemed to taunt his desires, his mind ensnared, as a deeper craving flickered in his gaze. Yet upon realizing this, he found it amusing. For 2 lifetimes, he had been oblivious to his own lecherous tendencies. Only her. Upon hearing a notification chime, Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened slightly, just as they passed a small accessory shop. She pushed Song Shijuan onto a nearby chair. Wait here. Wouldn't block. All right, where are you going? Song Shijuan's question remained unfinished as Ruan Qing'an dashed away, leaving him unable to suppress a frown as he gazed at the fingertips she had touched. Disobedient, always running off, that he yearned to bind her to his side for reassurance. In the next moment, Song Shijuan's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he felt a weight descend upon him from behind. Ruan Qing'an wrapped her arms around his neck, and suddenly his vision brightened. Her long hair was swiftly gathered up by Ruan Qing'an, forming a small braid at the back of his head, while her delicate fingers deftly removed the black-rimmed glasses he wore. Before he could react, Ruan Qing'an leaned in closer, giggling. Since everyone knows you are a wicked wolf, there's no need to pretend to be a little lamb. Although you're somewhat different from before, it seems not too bad. You'd no need for him to voice his inquiry, as Ruan Qing'an elaborated. I bought a pair. The other one is on your head. What about it? Ruan Ruan, you truly drive me insane. The ambiguous remark barely left her lips before Song Shijuan had seized the back of her head, claiming her every breath that he had never felt so profoundly that while he desperately wanted to keep her by his side, she had already taken the initiative to adorn him with a collar. It wasn't until their lips parted that breaths came in soft gasps. What? I am your boyfriend. Ruan Ruan, or rather, he could only be that. Love value. 80. Beep. System error. Affection level has reached its limit. Chapter 68. The Brooding Scholar x the Wayward Girl. 28. Before Ruan Qing'an could respond, 037 was already in a state of panic. Given your abilities, do you still need special training? Upon hearing Ruan Qing'an's retort, he explained, perhaps it shouldn't be termed learning. It's more akin to experiencing. However, that after the original protagonist and Li Ming conspired to deceive Song Shijuan in his previous life, he missed the TIP International Physics competition. This was Song Shijuan's lifelong regret. Ruan Qing'an silently tightened her grip on her milk tea, listening to Song Shijuan's voice, which was tinged with a sense of longing. Yes. I will participate. She paused, remaining silent. The TIP International Physics competition was Song Shijuan's emotional burden. Regardless of the circumstances, in his previous life, his dream was shattered by the original protagonist's actions, and he could not let it go. In the next moment, Ruan Qing'an stood up, extending her hand towards Song Shijuan, who instinctively looked up at her. Right? I promise you will be able to participate in TIP this time. Song Shijuan momentarily stunned. But Ruan Qing'an had already turned away, her strawberry hair tie forming a high ponytail, looking like a beautiful sprite redeeming the darkness in the sunlight. Only 037 fell silent, its words hidden within the system. Indeed, she is here to save him. He is here to love her. F University is situated in a first-tier city, while Ruan Qing'an's home is in a third-tier city within the province. Fortunately, her parents were relatively well off, residing in a high-end community in the city center, thus able to support 2 students through university. Song Shijuan, pulling a suitcase, followed Ruan Qing'an to the front door, where she knocked. After a moment, someone finally came to open the door, revealing an exquisite middle-aged woman. Ruan Qing'an's mother, named Xiahua, and her father, Ruan Qingji, though merely ordinary employees, surprisingly had quite a bit of savings, living a life free from financial worries. Mom, I already sent you a message. Hearing Ruan Qing'an's words, Xiahua finally realized, awkwardly smiling. Mom didn't see your message, as Xiahua spoke. Once Ruan Qing'an entered the living room, she noticed Song Shijuan behind her. A fleeting glimmer of wariness flashing in her eyes before being quickly concealed. Song Shijuan, what brings you here? Oh, please come in. Xiahua nodded, allowing Song Shijuan to enter. A veiled mockery danced in Song Shijuan's eyes as he squatted down to help Ruan Qing'an organize her luggage. Seeing him so unyielding, Xiahua frowned. Why don't you help Ruan Ruan with her things? I'll go prepare dinner. All right, Aunt Xia, you go ahead. Just remember to help Ruan Ruan get everything sorted. Xiahua still felt uneasy, giving one last reminder. When Song Shijuan moved Ruan Qing'an's belongings into her room, she was sprawled on the bed playing a game. Upon hearing his entrance, she flipped over. Wouldn't block. What did my mom say to you? Song Shijuan ruffled Ruan Qing'an's hair, but just as he turned to leave, she suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Wouldn't block. Even though my parents have supported you for so many years, you still accompanied me to F University. The debt of gratitude has been sufficiently repaid. There is no need to continue to put yourself in a position of discomfort, even if you feel it is inadequate. After participating in the competition, you can repay in other ways. Hearing this, Song Shijuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. She knew nothing, yet was still trying to persuade him not to feel indebted. While he found it somewhat amusing, Song Shijuan bent down, whispering affectionately in Ruan Qing'an's ear. Be good. This is what a boyfriend should do. Make sure to rest well. With that, he stepped out. Ruan Qing'an tasted her food, unable to resist, saying, Mom, didn't you hire a nanny before? Why are you back in the kitchen? What kind of talk is that? Mom used to cook delicious meals. Ruan Qing'an laughed. Ruan Ruan, don't be so picky. Watching Xiahua continuously serve food into Ruan Qing'an's bowl, Song Shijuan, sitting at the farthest end, felt like an outsider, coldly observing their family's harmonious scene. Ruan Qing'an attempted to speak with him several times, only to be interrupted by Xiahua. The food in the bowl was rather unremarkable. Song Shijuan merely picked at it with his chopsticks, while Xiahua continued to inquire about Ruan Qing'an's affairs. Ruan Ruan, how are your relationships at school? I heard there are several well-off families in your school. You may not have a capability, but you are quite beautiful, so make sure to seize the opportunity, otherwise. Ruan Qing'an barely had time to interrupt Xiahua before Song Shijuan set down his chopsticks with a crisp sound, causing the entire dining table's atmosphere to stiffen. Song Shijuan raised his gaze, retorting, Aunt Xia, food should not be discussed while eating, and matters of sleep should not be broached during meals. You did quite well when you were a nanny, didn't you? Xiahua's expression shifted. Shijuan, what do you mean by that I mean, when you were in my house? Song Shijuan's voice was icy, his fingertips pressing down on the table, the implication behind his words chilling enough to deter further contemplation. Chapter 69. The Brooding Scholar x the Wayward Girl. 29. Song Shijuan's words were intriguing. Taken together, they implied that during his time as a nanny in his family, Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow slightly. The original protagonist's memories included only the fact that Xiahua had indeed worked as a nanny for a certain household, but nothing further, and the original text did not elaborate. Was it in Song Shijuan's home? And Song Shijuan's statement shattered the atmosphere at the dining table. Xiahua's expression darkened. Shijuan, you were still young back then. There is nothing to discuss. Mom, you used to be a nanny in his house? At this moment, Ruan Qing'an suddenly interjected, but Xiahua pushed her. Enough, Ruan Ruan. Eat your food. The words of Song Shijuan effectively stifled the atmosphere at the dining table, causing Xiahua to cease her chatter about Ruan Qing'an finding a wealthy suitor. Ruan Qing'an occasionally cast a glance at Song Shijuan, his eyes betraying a hint of inscrutable emotion. Just as Ruan Qing'an finished her meal, Xiahua eagerly ushered her into the bedroom, leaving only Song Shijuan and Ruan Qing'an in the living room. Although they were in Xiahua's home, Song Shijuan comported himself like the host, settling comfortably onto the sofa. Xiahua frowned and remarked, although Shijuan, you are not our biological son. We have supported you for many years. We are indeed a family, and there is no need for you to feel constrained. However, she paused, Shijuan, why must you bring up Aunt Xia's past? It is true that Aunt Xia was once your family's maid, and your uncle Ruan was your family's chauffeur, but your home has long been reduced to ashes due to a fire. Not to mention, even before the fire, your uncle Ruan and I had already resigned. Are you hoping we should still address you as young Master Song? At this point, Xiahua's voice trembled as she began to weep softly, feeling utterly wronged. Ruan Qing'an patted her back and could not help but address Song Shijuan. Shijuan, we do not speak of repaying kindness with malice, but you should at least remember the grace of our support. Apologize to Aunt Xia. Just as Ruan Qing'an finished speaking, Song Shijuan stood up, coolly brushed off the dust from his clothes, and chuckled lightly. Aunt Xia, how dare you mention the kindness of your support? Your family, which suddenly became prosperous after abruptly resigning, truly seems to have experienced a stroke of luck. Doesn't it? His voice dripped with icy mockery, and Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened as he rebuked sharply. Song Shijuan, we funded your university education, allowing you to have a home for so many years. What more could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Hurry and clean the table. Do not continue to act like a young master. I do not wish to say you are living off others, but you must learn to be grateful. Upon hearing this, Song Shijuan's gaze flickered slightly, that he caught a glimpse of Ruan Qing'an's figure moving in the bedroom, and after a moment of silence, he walked into the kitchen to at least for now, with Ruan Qing'an present. He did not want her to know about these matters. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, 037 remarked, what did they mean by that just now? Oh my, the original text did not say this. Do not trust the original text too much. Little system.in the original story. Song Shijuan indeed retaliated against the original protagonist's family. However, regardless of the original protagonist's deserved fate, Xiahua and the others are still his benefactors. How could he be so heartless? Ruan Qing'an's gaze deepened. It appears the original protagonist's family circumstances were rather dire. Xiahua and Ruan Qing'an once worked as servants for Song Shijuan's family. One day, they suddenly resigned, and shortly thereafter, the Song family suffered a fire, resulting in the death of Song Shijuan's parents. Thus, Xiahua and Ruan Qing'an took him in and supported him, and their circumstances improved dramatically, even becoming quite affluent. 037 countered, from what I gather, this seems to be without issue. After a moment's wait, Ruan Qing'an stepped out of the bedroom and approached the door of Xiahua in Ruan Qing'an's room. Still faintly hearing the raucous noises from within, that it was only after she knocked that silence fell. Xiahua opened the door, smiling. Ruan Ruan, what is it? Do you need to speak to Mom and Dad about something? Come in and tell us. Once Ruan Qing'an entered the room, she noticed Ruan Qing'an was busy picking up shards of a broken mirror from the floor, indicating that their argument had been even more intense than she had imagined. Xiahua blocked Ruan Qing'an's line of sight. Ruan Ruan, go ahead and speak. The international physics competition. Xiahua paused, exchanging glances with Ruan Qing'an, and asked, Ruan Ruan, what kind of competition is this? What sort of individuals participate? Ruan Qing'an pondered for a moment. They are all top talents from various countries in this field. It is quite impressive that if all goes well, if I can pass the national competition, I will have the chance to meet many remarkable individuals. Really? Xiahua's face lit up with joy, and Ruan Qing'an grinned, putting his arm around her shoulders and leaning in. Then it is settled. Ruan Ruan, you must participate. Indeed, who would have thought our Ruan Ruan has become accomplished now? Our family conditions are not the best, so you must work hard, Ruan Ruan, to rise above your circumstances. Xiahua smiled, her face crinkling with delight as she grasped Ruan Qing'an's hands. Yet upon witnessing Ruan Qing'an's expression, she realized the couple's intentions. Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened as she retorted, Mom, do you mean for me to participate in the TIP International Physics Competition to reach a higher platform, to find a better son-in-law for you? Ruan Ruan, you cannot say that. Marriage is indeed the quickest way to transcend social classes. Remember to listen to your mother. This matter must come to fruition, Xiahua insisted. After a moment's thought, she added, weren't we just discussing how Song Shijuan would participate as well? That kid has always been smart. Let him tutor Ruan Ruan. Ruan Qing'an nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Wait, do not let my matters interfere with Song Shijuan's studies. Dad, Mom, please do not worry about that. Ruan Qing'an frowned, but Ruan Qing'an disagreed. What you say is irrelevant, Ruan Ruan. Whether or not Song Shijuan participates is not important. What matters is that you must securely participate in the competition. Your father is right. I will go speak to Song Shijuan. If it affects his participation, he can wait for the next opportunity. A girl's youth cannot be delayed. Before Ruan Qing'an could respond, Xiahua had already turned to leave the bedroom. Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened as she stepped forward to grasp her arm. Mom, have you lost your mind? That is also Song Shijuan's dream. Moreover, I am participating in the competition to engage with other top talents. Not to find you a wealthy son-in-law, Before she could finish speaking, Xiaohua had already slapped her. In Chapter 70, Melancholic Academic Genius X Wayward Girl 30, Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes darkened, but just as Xiaohua's hand was about to strike, Ruan Qing'an intervened. Enough. Ruan Ruan is still young and immature. Do not resort to violence. But listen to what she is saying. Xiaohua retorted, but Ruan Qing'an held her back, allowing her to calm down a bit as she insisted. Let Ruan Ruan think this through. How could we harm her? Ruan Qing'an patted Xiaohua's shoulder and turned to Ruan Qing'an. Ruan Ruan, just listen to your mother. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Understood? But it was not until the bedroom door was locked from the outside that Ruan Qing'an was left alone. Her expression grim. 037 remarked, I thought you might retaliate against them, but it seems not. Am I that kind of person? Let us just say, it is not entirely out of the question. Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly. You're overthinking it. I certainly intend to push things forward. Otherwise, how could I stimulate Song Shijuan to surpass the limits of affection? 037, half understanding, wisely chose to remain silent to avoid another round of mockery from Ruan Qing'an. Meanwhile, outside the bedroom, since their family moved to a high-end neighborhood in the city center, their home was quite spacious. And the distance from the bedroom muted any sounds. When Song Shijuan emerged from the kitchen, he bumped directly into Xiaohua. Shijuan, do you have a moment? Come. Aunt Xiao wishes to speak with you. Gone was the earlier coldness in Xiaohua's demeanor. She smiled warmly and kindly as they sat together on the living room sofa. Shijuan, do not take the previous matters to heart, all right? We are all family. What grievances could possibly last overnight? We merely spoke our minds, and now it is behind us, yes? Listening to Xiaohua's insincere words, Song Shijuan calmly withdrew his hand from her grasp. Speak plainly. Xiaohua felt a bit awkward at Song Shijuan's curt tone. To be truthful, he did not mind such things. As Ruan Qing'an's boyfriend, he naturally hoped she would succeed in the national competition and join him in the TIP International Physics competition. However, looking at Xiaohua's seemingly benevolent expression, he sensed that this woman was not as kind-hearted as she appeared. The depths of his dark eyes swirled with inscrutable thoughts as he suddenly remarked, Of course, it is possible. However, there is one slot available in the provincial competition that can be directly recommended. Bypassing the national competition, which may not align with Ruan Ruan's timeline. Oh, is that so? Xiaohua frowned, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping in, yet she replied, That is fine, Shijuan. You are quite clever. Teaching Ruan Ruan should not take too long. You both grew up together and can support each other. She did not consider whether this might hinder Song Shijuan's academic progress, nor did she seem to care. After all, when she had previously disregarded his aspirations by unilaterally changing his academic direction, it was evident that his existence would always serve as their stepping stone. Song Shijuan's fingertips gradually tightened, almost digging into his palm, that he ought to have attended a better school. Yet now he remained in this one. All thanks to Xiaohua and her companions. A chilling hatred surged deep within his dark green eyes. Unbeknownst to Xiaohua, she noticed Song Shijuan's silence and couldn't help but ask, Shijuan, what do you think? After all, you mentioned that continuing your studies at school and pursuing further education isn't an easy feat, right? University can be quite expensive. All right, I agree. Tomorrow, I will begin tutoring Ruan Ruan. What do you think? Aunt Xia, upon hearing this, Xiaohua immediately smiled. Good. What a kind child you are. I thank you on behalf of Ruan Ruan. She will surely be delighted to receive your assistance, as Xiaohua spoke. She turned and walked towards the bedroom, while Song Shijuan remained seated, squinting slightly as he watched her retreating figure, that a heaviness settled in his heart. Even now, he had yet to hear Ruan Qing'an speak. Could it be that she felt the same way? In the empty living room, only Song Shijuan sat alone on the sofa, bathed in bright light. Although he was clearly illuminated, he appeared as if he had crawled out from the depths of hell. A chilling malice mingled with his hatred, burning everything to ash. The next day, Ruan Qing'an had gone to work, while Xiaohua had arranged to meet her girlfriends for a card game. Before leaving, she opened Ruan Qing'an's bedroom door, smiling affectionately as she returned her phone. Ruan Qing'an held her phone and questioned, Mom, you didn't say anything to Song Shijuan, did you? He's quite an honest person. The listener couldn't help but stifle a laugh at this. Ah, an honest Song Shijuan? Ruan Qing'an retorted, is that a problem? No problem. The previous male lead was also a good person. This left Ruan Qing'an momentarily speechless. Xiaohua, sensing the tone of Ruan Qing'an's question, instinctively frowned but patiently continued to persuade. Ruan Ruan, do you think your mother would threaten anyone? Ruan Qing'an paused. To be honest, that it was quite uncertain. Seeing Ruan Qing'an's silence, Xiaohua believed she had convinced her and continued. In any case, Ruan Ruan, trust your mother. Shijuan agreed of his own volition. Make sure to learn well from him. I understand, Mom. All right, then I'll be off. Remember to study hard. Let Shijuan teach you well, and don't be polite with him. That's what matters most. As Xiaohua spoke, she glanced outside, seemingly confirming that Song Shijuan was not around. Before lowering her voice and leaning in closer to Ruan Qing'an's ear, remember, Ruan Ruan, we are family. Your mother would never harm you, but Song Shijuan. Just then, Song Shijuan's voice suddenly rang out. The tall young man leaned against the wall, his dark eyes fixed on them, unaware of how much he had overheard. Chapter 71. The Brooding Academic X The Troubled Girl. 31. Ruan Qing'an was momentarily taken aback, and Xiaohua felt somewhat embarrassed. She coughed lightly before abandoning her conversation with Ruan Qing'an, turning to Song Shijuan. It's nothing, Shijuan. You should head to class. Aunt Xiao will leave first. Call me if you need anything. Xiaohua patted Song Shijuan's shoulder before slinging her bag over her shoulder and leaving the house, preparing to join her friends. Once Xiaohua had departed, Song Shijuan turned to Ruan Qing'an, his dark eyes conveying a hint of inquiry, but Ruan Qing'an merely turned away, remaining silent. Xiaohua's words were indeed difficult to convey to Song Shijuan. Last night, did my mom say anything else to you? Hearing Ruan Qing'an's hesitant question, Song Shijuan realized she was undoubtedly aware, and after a moment of silence, he chuckled lightly. It's nothing, Ruan Ruan, that I'm your boyfriend. It's only right for me to help you. Ruan Qing'an nodded in agreement. All right then. Did you believe that? The little system questioned. However, while playing mind games was one thing, dating was another, yet Ruan Qing'an still found herself dutifully seated at her desk, reluctantly beginning to tackle her physics book. The black pen twirled in her pale, almost reflective fingertips as she supported her head. Physics relies on talent. How can you listen to my mom? Cramming before exams won't help with this level of competition. Therefore, you must learn the thinking process. Song Shijuan sat at the edge of the desk, his long fingers tapping on the surface as he pointed to the book. I know your talent. But true talent is showcased on the international stage of the TIP physics competition. Ruan Ruan, what you need to focus on now is securing a spot in the national competition, and that requires exam strategies. Hearing Song Shijuan's words, Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow. Under the gaze of his deep-set eyes, she lowered her head and began writing on the competition problems he had found. Ruan Qing'an recalled the previous campus preliminary round, where she had lost to Song Shijuan due to a single question. Although her distraction from Song Shijuan had played a part, she was, after all, the strongest tasker in the 3000 Dimensions Management Bureau. Capable of wielding a sword and achieving top marks, she had never lost to the natives of any small world. Song Shijuan had indeed ignited Ruan Qing'an's competitive spirit. The competition problems were not particularly difficult, and Ruan Qing'an wrote swiftly. However, at that moment, a pen stretched out to obstruct her writing. Ruan Qing'an blinked in surprise, and before she could react, shadows loomed over her as Song Shijuan's tall figure nearly enveloped her entirely. His strong arms propped up beside her, slightly bent. His hands were exceptionally graceful as he wrote on the paper, No, your answers are correct, but they don't adhere to exam strategies. What you write won't earn points. Although I write less, every step I outline is a scoring point. As Song Shijuan spoke, he noticed Ruan Qing'an had remained silent. He turned to face her strikingly beautiful features. What's wrong? Did I discourage you? Before he could finish his sentence, Ruan Qing'an leaned forward and kissed the corner of Song Shijuan's mouth, her lee-gray eyes sparkling with starlight. No, I just think you look quite handsome. Song Shijuan raised an eyebrow. Am I not usually handsome? No. But Ruan Qing'an's words were cut short as Song Shijuan grasped her delicate chin and kissed her fiercely, almost like a beast devouring her lips, which felt as soft as clouds. It was only when Ruan Qing'an was nearly breathless that Song Shijuan released her, his dark eyes swirling with desire. Pay attention to my class. Student 1. I know, teacher Song. She elongated her voice playfully, and only then did Song Shijuan sit up slightly, continuing to write on the paper. Although his voice grew increasingly husky, I'll deal with you later. Continue reading here. Student 1. As time ticked away, Ruan Qing'an's initially carefree demeanor gradually receded, realizing that Song Shijuan's techniques were indeed beneficial to her. Aren't you going to study? Meanwhile, Song Shijuan, seated at the edge of the bed, glanced at her exposed waist from stretching and replied, "No need." Others were there to compete. He was merely there to absorb the atmosphere. In this regard, Ruan Qing'an had no retort, shrugging her shoulders before standing up. "I'll go get a glass of water. Teacher Song has been lecturing for so long. Don't you want some?" Song Shijuan ignored her, and Ruan Qing'an made her way towards the bedroom door. Just as she was about to open it, she was suddenly pushed against the door by a firm, yet gentle force that he protected her well, yet pressed against her from behind, whispering in her ear, "Who wasn't paying attention in class just now?" "Ruan, classmate, did his teacher Song really that strict?" Ruan Qing'an softened her voice, acting coyly, instinctively pushing against him. But all her resistance was suppressed. She retorted, "No, Wood. How come I never noticed you were this capable?" Clearly, when she first arrived in the original owner's body, she could freely lean on Song Shijuan's shoulder while he picked up her high heels. Song Shijuan couldn't help but smile. "I wasn't interested in you before, Ruan Ruan, but now it's different." Tiske infatuated. Ruan Qing'an teased. Just then, a sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from outside the bedroom, followed by footsteps. However, Ruan Qing'an had searched the living room in vain and was now headed towards the bedroom, where he found Ruan Qing'an's door firmly shut. He paused, approached, and pushed the door open. "Ruan Ruan, are you still studying? Have you seen Dad's USB?" In the next moment, Ruan Qing'an's voice abruptly halted. Behind the bedroom door, not only was Ruan Qing'an present, but also Song Shijuan, who sat on the bed, seemingly pushed away in a moment of panic, while Ruan Qing'an's lips were still flushed beyond belief. Ruan Qing'an, being a middle-aged man, suddenly wore a grim expression. "Ruan Qing'an, explain yourself. Don't tell me this is self-inflicted." Chapter 72. The Brooding Academic X the Troubled Girl. 32. What to do when caught in a romantic moment with your boyfriend by your strict father. Waiting for a response. Urgent. Ruan Qing'an pressed her fingers against her forehead, feeling a dull ache, and faced Ruan Qing'an's accusatory questions. "Dad, it's not as you imagined, it's... What is that?" Ruan Qing'an shouted at Ruan Qing'an, but at that moment, Song Shijuan stepped in front of her protectively. He could not bear to witness someone he cherished, someone he would rather hold delicately in his hands, being yelled at and scolded by Ruan Qing'an, that he frowned and said, "Uncle Ruan, please don't take your anger out on Ruan Ruan." Upon seeing Song Shijuan, Ruan Qing'an's fury intensified. He pushed Song Shijuan and, with clenched fists, swung a punch at him, shouting, "How dare you touch my daughter? What are you, Song Shijuan? How dare you lay a hand on Ruan Ruan? She has maintained her purity for so many years, and we have restricted her from dating only to find her a good family. How dare you touch her?" Ruan Qing'an, already aging, felt pain coursing through his body as he was held in a constraining grip. His face pressed against the wall, contorted in rage. "Song Shijuan, is it you or I who is the scoundrel here?" Song Shijuan's expression darkened, his eyes filled with icy menace, and he could no longer restrain the force of his grip. If Ruan Qing'an's concern for Ruan Qing'an stemmed from fear that she might be bullied, perhaps he wouldn't have retaliated against him. But the words spoken, just the thought, ignited something primal within Song Shijuan. "Are you waiting to marry off your daughter, or are you selling her? What does it have to do with you?" Song Shijuan's gaze deepened. He felt the urge to strike, but Ruan Qing'an quickly intervened to prevent a physical confrontation between the two. "Wood, don't hit him just yet." "Understood." Hearing Ruan Qing'an's voice calmed Song Shijuan slightly. Despite Ruan Qing'an's despicable behavior, he was still Ruan Qing'an's father. If he truly lashed out, it would ultimately be Ruan Qing'an who would suffer. After Song Shijuan released his grip and stepped back, Ruan Qing'an shook off his hands and quickly distanced himself from Song Shijuan, as if avoiding a plague, his face pale. Song Shijuan was certainly no match for him. And Ruan Qing'an turned his gaze toward Ruan Qing'an, attempting to persuade his daughter. Ruan Qing'an remained silent for a moment before looking at Song Shijuan. "You should go out for now. With that, I'll talk to my dad. Don't worry. Call me if anything happens." Seeing Ruan Qing'an's determination, Song Shijuan nodded reluctantly and exited the bedroom. While Ruan Qing'an hurriedly shut the door, he turned to Ruan Qing'an and sternly admonished. "Ruan Qing'an, tell me, was it Song Shijuan, this ingrate, who forced you? If so, tell Dad, and I will call the police." Just calm down for a moment, Dad." Ruan Qing'an sighed. "Song Shijuan is my boyfriend." Her words settled. The bedroom fell into a profound silence. Ruan Qing'an stared at Ruan Qing'an in disbelief, fixated on her. "What did you say, Ruan Qing'an?" Say it again. I said Song Shijuan is my boyfriend. Before Ruan Qing'an could finish her sentence, Ruan Qing'an lunged forward, grasping her shoulders tightly and shaking her violently, as if trying to jolt sense into her. Ruan Qing'an, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what kind of person Song Shijuan is? He has no family background, no connections, no wealth. He is nothing. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an finally understood. Her leaden gray eyes turned icy. So, it's not about me having a boyfriend, nor whether I was coerced. It's simply because he is Song Shijuan. ISNT it. If today someone with power and status were in this room, a wealthy heir, would you merely close the door? Ruan Qing'an furrowed his brow under her penetrating gaze but stood firm. You re still young and naive. Everything I do is for your own good. You'll understand later. Now, go out and break up with Song Shijuan, and let this matter be forgotten. Then you want me to be used as a tool to marry into a wealthy family? Ruan Qing'an scoffed. Not a chance, Dad. You don't want me to transcend class. You want that I in the next moment. Ruan Qing'an's slap landed harshly on Ruan Qing'an's face, leaving a vivid red mark on her otherwise pale complexion. A sight both shocking and terrifying to be why the heavens don't kill her. Ruan Qing'an smiled bitterly. For the mission, I endure. The sharp sound of the slap echoed loudly. Concerned, Song Shijuan immediately pushed the door open, pulling Ruan Qing'an away. That moment, Ruan Qing'an was utterly enraged, glaring at Ruan Qing'an. Ruan Qing'an, if you continue to defy me, you will regret it. If you want to marry a good family, then you go ahead. With a stern expression, Ruan Qing'an ignored Ruan Qing'an, grasping Song Shijuan's hand as they moved toward the exit. Naturally, Song Shijuan followed her lead, intertwining their fingers. Observing this, Ruan Qing'an's fury escalated, and as he attempted to pursue them, Song Shijuan turned to face him, his dark eyes cold and devoid of mercy. Having been restrained by Song Shijuan, Ruan Qing'an felt a lingering pain throughout his body, forcing him to halt. He remained rooted in place, trembling with rage, and immediately called in sick to work before dialing Xiaohua's number. Xiaohua, still shopping with her friends, was met with Ruan Qing'an's angry tirade as soon as she answered. What is wrong, husband? Chapter 73. The Gloomy Scholar x the Wayward Girl. 33. Ruan Qing'an's home had descended into complete chaos, but she chose to disregard it, hastily escaping with Song Shijuan. She was never the obedient daughter. Rather, she was the most vibrant flower nurtured in the soil of sin, quietly blooming as night approached amidst the whirring traffic. The night breeze carried the scent of human life, while discarded cans rolled at their feet. Song Shijuan rested his chin on his hand, observing Ruan Qing'an's flushed face from intoxication. They found themselves at a roadside barbecue stall, where Ruan Qing'an ordered an abundance of skewers and a generous supply of beer. Nearly enough to warrant a full case that it wasn't the food that mattered. The focus was on drinking. Don't just stare at me. Eat, Ruan Qing'an urged impatiently, raising a can of beer to her lips. Despite her eyes being glassy, a glimmer of clarity remained. Do you think I'm a delinquent for nothing? A few bottles of beer won't affect me. Don't worry. Nothing to worry about. I'll keep you company. Song Shijuan chuckled lightly, his slightly rough fingers brushing against Ruan Qing'an's lips, wiping away the sparkling traces of beer at the corners of her mouth. That he understood her heartache and chose to indulge her reckless behavior. Regardless of the outcome, he would ensure her safety. Savoring the smoky air, Ruan Qing'an gradually slowed her drinking. She blinked her eyes, and Song Shijuan instinctively frowned. What is wrong, Ruan Ruan? In the next instant, Ruan Qing'an's fingers curled around his. Her soft and delicate touch sending warmth through him as she leaned her head down, whispering softly. Just gazing at her, Song Shijuan felt his heart soften further, and he gently pulled her closer. I am here. What had I been thinking? What do I mean to my mom and dad? Am I just a stepping stone for them to cross class boundaries? Or merely a tool for marriage? They weren't always like this. Ruan Qing'an encountered that I remember before middle school. They treated me exceptionally well, without any expectations of what I should become. But after entering middle school, Ruan Qing'an continued to speak. Sharing her thoughts freely, she reflected, they didn't have such absurd demands before. Later on, they hoped for my grades to improve, but it wasn't for my sake, nor for my future. It was merely to reach a better platform and encounter more exceptional individuals. Do you know why? Because that way, I could access the so-called upper class, marry into a wealthy family, and transcend class boundaries. This is what Xiaohua and others desire. Song Shijuan sighed softly, squeezing Ruan Qing'an's hand. He said nothing, offering silent comfort as she fell silent, simply drinking in silence. When the barbecue stall began to close, Song Shijuan paid the bill and turned to see Ruan Qing'an staggering away. He hurried to catch up and steady her, only to be knocked against a nearby street lamp, the dim yellow light overhead illuminating their predicament. Be careful. Ruan Ruan. Have you had too much to drink? No, of course not, Ruan Qing'an mumbled, nearly collapsing into Song Shijuan's embrace, fitting perfectly into his arm as she bent down to light a cigarette, leisurely exhaling smoke rings. Though Song Shijuan indulged her, he could not bear to see Ruan Qing'an mistreat her own body. He frowned and extinguished the cigarette held between her fingers. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? But I feel awful. Would that I promise I'll behave? Song Shijuan responded softly, not merely to this matter, but in fact. He instinctively replied to whatever Ruan Qing'an said, to the extent that he had not even considered that she had entirely become his Achilles' heel, that in a tipsy stupor, Ruan Qing'an indulged in a bout of drunken antics. Her entire being dangling from Song Shijuan like a koala, he could only allow her to sit beside him on the bench, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Just as Ruan Qing'an was on the verge of dozing off against him, her phone suddenly rang. Song Shijuan cast a fleeting glance and abruptly froze. The message was from Xiaohua. Throughout the day, Ruan Qing'an's phone had been incessantly buzzing with messages and calls from Xiaohua and Ruan Qing'an, which Song Shijuan had previously dismissed. However, this time, with Ruan Qing'an sprawled across him, his heart began to sink. He looked down at Ruan Qing'an, then unlocked her phone using her fingerprint and opened the message. He recalled from his previous life that Ruan Qing'an, after being informed of the truth, exhibited no remorse, instead ramping up her efforts to conceal the truth and wield her gratitude as a weapon. If you make the wrong choice, Ruan Ruan. After a moment of silence, Song Shijuan lifted her horizontally and headed towards the nearest hotel, as she had run away from home, and they needed a place to stay for the night. With her chin resting on his shoulder, Ruan Qing'an opened her lead-gray eyes as he turned his back to her, revealing no trace of drunkenness, only clarity. Aren't you giving the male lead a sense of security? 037 interjected. Did I feel like he's definitely testing you? Yes, he is testing me. Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly. In 2 lifetimes, he is suspicious and sensitive, and it is precisely because he fears losing that he must constantly seek reassurance. Then he should be given a sense of security, shouldn't he? Why rush? As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and vice versa. But when disappointment reaches its peak, one can suddenly discover hope as well. Ruan Qing'an laughed, the smile at her lips carrying a hint of madness. This is love, little system. I willingly throw myself into the mire so that he may raise me high, treating me as a deity. 037 was left speechless, clearly astonished by her words. This ancestor was indeed cut from the same cloth as the main god, both being MD. Why must it be forced to witness 2 lunatics in love? When Ruan Qing'an awoke once more, she found herself lying on the hotel bed, cocooned tightly in pristine white blankets as if someone feared she might catch a chill in the night. However, due to her hangover, a splitting headache plagued her as she struggled to sit up. That moment, Song Shijuan entered from outside, carrying breakfast and sitting down beside her. Feeling any better? Not too bad. Ruan Qing'an replied, just as she sneezed, awkwardly wiping her nose with a tissue, her nostrils flushed with redness, looking pitiful, which made Song Shijuan chuckle softly, and he playfully pinched her nose. Take it easy. If you keep wiping it, it will feel like it's about to drop off. Won't it? Of course not. Song Shijuan chuckled lightly, offering her the breakfast while saying, it's likely just a cold from last night's chill. No matter how hot it is in summer, we still need to pay attention to staying warm. Her headache intensified, and Song Shijuan reached out to gently knead her temples, his deep-set eyes harboring unreadable emotions. Yet his low, soothing voice remained consistently tender and indulgent. See? Watching Ruan Qing'an open her message interface, Song Shijuan's gaze darkened, his eyes resembling the deep green of a lurking beast in the night. Ready to pounce on its prey, he softly urged, besides, Ruan Ruan, you're still unwell. Honestly, I really worry about you. It's fine. As long as you can endure, that's enough for me. Besides, Uncle Ruan and Aunt Xia are your parents. We cannot avoid them, and you cannot go your entire life without seeing them. Can you? Her reasoning was quite sound. Had Ruan Qing'an not known how dark-hearted Song Shijuan was, she might have been deceived by his facade of a devoted boyfriend. However, she gathered her emotions and nodded, as if convinced. You make a valid point, wouldn't block. Reaching a consensus, they exchanged smiles. Observing the entire scene, 037 remarked, "Are you two putting on an act again?" Of course. They had searched for Ruan Qing'an, but they could not find her trace, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Upon hearing a knock, Xiaohua immediately stood up to open the door. When she saw Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan behind her, she burst into tears. Xiaohua gazed at Ruan Qing'an, nearly reduced to a sobbing mess, but when she turned to Song Shijuan, her expression morphed into one of horror. If it weren't for you leading Ruan Ruan astray, how could she have run away from home? Song Shijuan, you are a harbinger of doom. You deserve the tragedy of your family's fire and your parents' demise. It must be your doing. Now that we have taken you in, you show no gratitude and even manipulate my daughter. Xiaohua's words were harsh, filled with venom, as if she wished to curse Song Shijuan to death. Ruan Qing'an intervened. Mom, can you please calm down? Ruan Ruan, come inside with me. Xiaohua reached out to pull Ruan Qing'an, turning to Ruan Qingji. Close the door. We cannot let that ungrateful wolf in. He is nothing but a calamity. Mom, can you speak a little more kindly? Don't be so foul-mouthed. Ruan Ruan, you. Xiaohua was shaken off by Ruan Qing'an, disbelief written across her face, while Ruan Qingji hurried to support her. Ive already said it. She is now confused by Song Shijuan's flattery and doesn't he know who truly loves her. Ruan Qing'an interrupted. All right, can we just talk? I understand you don't want Song Shijuan to come in. So let me ask him a few words first. Otherwise, we'll just say Song Shijuan intends to abduct you and call the police. Let us see if this matter can still be resolved. Ruan Qingji added threateningly. Ruan Qing'an had no choice but to nod. Once the door was closed again, the corridor finally fell silent, and Ruan Qing'an turned to the person who had remained silent behind her. Wrapping her arms around Song Shijuan. Faintly, they could hear the sound of banging on the door. It seemed that the couple had seen through the peephole. But Ruan Qing'an couldn't care less about that. She held on to Song Shijuan tightly. That I'm sorry, wouldn't block. That I have to handle this matter well, that I want to be with you. And I don't want them to treat you this way. Not even to use you as I had mentioned before. Sensing the unease in her embrace, Song Shijuan sighed, extending his long arms around Ruan Qing'an's waist, gently patting her back and leaning close to her neck to offer comfort. Don't you worry about me. I know you will choose me, all right. Ruan Qing'an finally perked up, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on the corner of Song Shijuan's mouth before stepping into the room. Until her figure was blocked by the door, cutting off Xiaohua and Ruan Qingji's disdainful gazes. Song Shijuan leaned against the wall, raising a hand to cover half of his face. Chuckling softly, that he appeared like a ghastly demon that had crawled up from hell. His dark eyes gazed at the earpiece equipped with a listening device in his palm, murmuring, "If you don't choose me, then I will destroy all your other options." This was indeed a test. But even if it was a test, Song Shijuan would not allow her to leave. Meanwhile, Ruan Qing'an entered the living room. Gazing at Ruan Qingji and Xiaohua before her hand gliding over the outer layer of her clothing pocket, smiling brightly, yet appearing utterly oblivious, that moment, Xiaohua stepped forward, grasping Ruan Qing'an's hand. Ruan Ruan, there are things from the past that you must know. Only then can you understand that you cannot be with Song Shijuan. What past could possibly bind their family and Song Shijuan in an unbreakable grudge? Ruan Qing'an narrowed her eyes slightly as Xiaohua hurried to the door, peering through the peephole to confirm that Song Shijuan was no longer outside before she let out a sigh of relief. She then sat Ruan Qing'an down on the sofa. Thankfully the guy is gone, that he must not hear about this. However, Ruan Ruan, you must know this. Otherwise, how could you possibly choose him? What is it? Ruan Qing'an replied, her voice laced with curiosity. After a moment of silence, Xiaohua exchanged glances with Ruan Qingji and finally spoke. Let us begin with the past. Ruan Ruan, you should know that our family's situation was once quite dire. Particularly after your birth, our circumstances continued to worsen. Your mother came from a small village, lacking education and credentials, and your father had little capability. We lived in great hardship. Xiaohua's voice trembled with emotion, despite our struggles. We could not allow you to endure the same suffering and poverty as us. Ruan Ruan. Her heartfelt words rendered Ruan Qing'an momentarily speechless. The original owner's memories were sparse, Yet she recalled that prior to knowing Song Shijuan, her parents had indeed spoiled her like a little princess. Although life may not be deemed splendid, it is nonetheless filled with happiness. Noticing Xiaohua's discontent, Ruan Qing'an continued. Later, your mother experienced a fortunate turn of events and secured a well-paying position as a nanny, specifically in the household of Song Shijuan and his family. Song Shijuan's mother shared a close bond with your mother, which led her to introduce me to the Song family, where I became a driver for his father. And our circumstances improved somewhat. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an retorted. The Song family? Xiaohua nodded. They are not excessively wealthy, but they do own companies and their business is thriving, as I've heard from Song Shijuan's mother. Their profits are quite substantial. Ruan Qing'an paused for a moment before questioning. When you spoke to Song Shijuan previously, I overheard something about a fire at his home that resulted in the tragic loss of his parents. And you and Dad provided assistance afterwards, did you not? However, you had already resigned before the incident. Was it indeed due to your close relationship with Song Shijuan's mother that you decided to help him? Xiaohua's eyes flickered slightly. Ruan Ruan. Assisting Song Shijuan was a request from his mother. She expressed her wishes to me before her passing, hoping that we could raise her son into a fine adult. Xiaohua had indeed mentioned her strong connection with Song Shijuan's mother before, even offering to help Ruan Qing'an find work there as a driver. And while it is true that the relationship between an employer and a nanny can be quite amicable, was Xiaohua's bond not excessively so? The truth, obscured by the original narrative and memories, gradually surfaced, causing Ruan Qing'an's heart to sink. She lifted her leaden gray eyes and questioned deliberately, Mother, if you had already resigned, how is it that you were present at the time of her passing? With Ruan Qing'an's words, the atmosphere in the living room became utterly stagnant. Both Xiaohua and Ruan Qing'an momentarily fell silent, as if hinting at something unspoken. Just as Ruan Qing'an felt her emotions surging and was about to stand and press further, Xiaohua diverted the topic, responding, Ruan Ruan, are you not also curious why Song Shijuan's mother and I shared such a close relationship? Indeed, deity is because we hail from the same place. Xiaohua paused. That woman, like me, emerged from a small rural village, and in our childhood, we even played games together, both remembering one another fondly. She was delighted to see me, gifted me many things, and promised to have your father work as a driver for better pay. Some of my jewelry was also a gift from her. While I worked as a nanny there, I even met her parents, who once lived in such dire conditions in the village, yet now adorned in gold and silver, living better than anyone else. With each word Xiaohua spoke, her emotions seemed to fray, her grip on Ruan Qing'an's hand tightening, her eyes reflecting intense jealousy and resentment. That in the next moment, Xiaohua abruptly lifted her head and gazed at Ruan Qing'an. Her family was even poorer than mine during her childhood. Do you understand, Ruan Ruan? Yet look at the life she leads. It is because she climbed to greater heights. Do you comprehend? Mother does not regret marrying your father, but you cannot afford to be complacent. Look how well Song Shijuan's mother has fared, emerging from the same background, yet she transformed her fate through marriage. Xiaohua appeared almost entranced, while Ruan Qing'an stood silently by, not uttering a word. Ruan Qing'an narrowed her gray eyes and sighed. So, Mother, your persistent desire for me to secure a wealthy husband is influenced by Song Shijuan's mother. Yet am I not acting for your benefit? Xiaohua's expression darkened, her displeasure evident as she retorted. Ruan Qing'an chose not to press further, understanding that uncovering the truth behind such matters was paramount. She took a step back. I know, Mother, that you act for my sake. That in her pocket, the red light of the listening device flickered softly. Ruan Qing'an continued to inquire. What happened next? Since Song Shijuan's mother treated you well, why did you and father still choose to resign? Because the prosperity of others bears no relation to us, Ruan Ruan. The focus should be on ensuring our family's wealth. Must we forever serve others as their hired help? Xiaohua chuckled lightly. Glancing at Ruan Qing'an, Ruan Ruan, the life you enjoy now is a result of the correct choices made by your father and me, which enabled our family to thrive. Noticing Ruan Qing'an's confusion, Xiaohua elaborated. Back then, Song Shijuan's father was trapped beneath a car during an accident, perishing in the fire, while his mother, though she escaped the flames, succumbed while awaiting rescue. As Xiaohua spoke, she cast her gaze around the living room. In fact, this house also belonged to Song Shijuan's mother. They left behind a considerable fortune, which I know she intended for Song Shijuan. However, since I was to support him, That money naturally must belong to our family. Why should it be given to him? As she pieced together the events from years ago, the truth that even the original owner was unaware of began to emerge. It was no wonder that Xia Hua and Ruan Qing'an resigned, yet unexpectedly acquired a substantial sum, allowing their family to live comfortably to this day. It turned out it all belonged to the Song family. This inheritance was rightfully Song Shijuan's. Contemplating this, Ruan Qing'an suddenly lifted her gaze towards Xia Hua and Ruan Qing'an. Wait, Dad, Mom, you still haven't explained. You both resigned, so why were you still at the Song household? Xia Hua and Ruan Qing'an exchanged glances, then looked at Ruan Qing'an and smiled. Ruan Ruan, do you still not understand? With her heart already as clear as a mirror, Ruan Qing'an took a deep breath, her hand unconsciously brushing her pocket. She was keenly aware that the moment Xia Hua began recounting the past, she had begun to suspect. However, the true narrative belonged to Song Shijuan. Chapter 76. The Brooding Academic X the Wayward Girl, 36. With matters laid bare. Concealing them only serves to amplify the tedium of mystery. During Xia Hua's silence, Ruan Qing'an finally spoke. That was a decision made by your mother and me. Ruan Ruan. Working at the Song household, your mother as a nanny and I as a driver, left us with no time to prepare. Which is why we chose to resign and did not need to request leave. Because if the employer did not survive this ordeal as a driver, I deceived Song Shijuan's father into the garage, informing him there was an issue with the car that required repairs. And then I removed the jack that on the day of the incident at the Song household, every obscure detail gradually came to light. Ruan Qing'an narrowed her eyes. So, during the fire, Song Shijuan's father was unable to escape due to his leg being crushed. Correct? Ruan Qing'an nodded slightly, while Xia Hua added. As for me, I used the pretext of sorting through his belongings to prepare for the fire, and after completing everything, your father and I left that place. What followed was what Xia Hua had previously described, as well as Song Shijuan's tragic fate. His parents perishing in the fire, receiving aid to come to the Ruan household, having his inheritance seized. And ultimately, the future destroyed by the original owner. Perhaps Song Shijuan's mother never realized that the childhood friend she believed she had encountered was, in fact, the very specter leading the Song family to ruin. All the pieces began to connect at this moment. No wonder, in the later stages of the original narrative, Song Shijuan suddenly retaliated fiercely against Xia Hua and Ruan Qing'an. He may not have known the truth, but certainly sensed something amiss. At this juncture, Xia Hua had revealed everything, while Ruan Qing'an remained silently seated on the sofa. Xia Hua clutched Ruan Qing'an's hand tightly. Ruan Ruan, this is precisely what your mother warned you about. You cannot be with Song Shijuan. Do you understand? If it were not for your parents making the right decision, how could you enjoy such a good life now, right? You now know about Song Shijuan's mother. Heed your mother's advice and break up with him. Marriage is your greatest treasure. Yet despite Xia Hua's numerous entreaties, Ruan Qing'an merely stood in silence, turning towards the bedroom. Seeing this, Xia Hua sprang to her feet. Ruan Qing'an. Did you even hear what I said? Everything your mother can tell you has been laid bare. Do not remain obstinately ignorant. I just need some time alone, mother. Ruan Qing'an replied, shutting the bedroom door behind her. Xia Hua exchanged a knowing glance, and Ruan Qing'an immediately stepped forward, knocking firmly on Ruan Qing'an's door, his rough voice striving to offer comfort. Ruan Ruan, think carefully. Your parents would never harm you. We only wish what is best for you. Do not disclose this to Song Shijuan. Although years have passed, he may uncover nothing, but it is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Be cautious around him. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Ruan Qing'an sat on the bed, retrieving the listening device from her pocket, likely prepared after parting ways with Song Shijuan at the hotel last night. 037. Hey, ancestor, should we hasten to distance ourselves from Xia Hua and the others and express our loyalty to the male lead? Little system, if the 3000 Realms Management Bureau had tasks for sycophants, you would undoubtedly excel beyond me. Ruan Qing'an chuckled softly, casually tossing the listening device onto the ground before stepping on it. After a few flickers of the operational red light, it was rendered completely useless. Ah, ancestor, what are you doing? You're making Song Shijuan misunderstand me. Can't you see that? Ruan Qing'an shrugged, her demeanor seemingly calm and unperturbed. Yet a contemplative depth lurked in her lead gray eyes. After all, this was a matter from many years ago, and even if evidence existed, it would be challenging to uncover. Are you planning to play detective? Ancestor, I am merely an ordinary and delicate female student. Oh. Meanwhile, downstairs in the upscale residential area, a tall and slender young man leaned against the wall. After the listening device lost connection, Song Shijuan finally removed his headphones, with his head bowed. His dark eyes were almost bloodshot, brimming with intense hatred that surged like a tide, threatening to engulf him entirely. His long hands partially concealed his face. The expression beneath twisted in anguish. He considered himself a malevolent spirit risen from hell, only to realize there were far worse beings than himself. Out of jealousy, could one so easily ruin another's life and still deem it the right choice? Song Shijuan's voice was low and hoarse, laced with icy sarcasm. The warm summer breeze swept by, yet could not dispel the chill in his heart. He was unsure how long he had stood there before finally straightening up. The audio files he had recorded remained in his phone, yet regrettably, they could not serve as evidence. Song Shijuan exhaled softly, turning towards the hotel. Xiahua had instructed Ruan Qing'an not to inform him, perhaps intending to utilize him further. But he chuckled lightly before leaving the community. It was only in the evening that Ruan Qing'an emerged from her bedroom, where the housekeeper had prepared dinner. Xiahua and Ruan Qing'an were waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Ruan Qing'an, Xiahua immediately approached her. Ruan Ruan, you finally decided to come out. Come have dinner. No, I'm going to find Song Shijuan. Just as Ruan Qing'an attempted to bypass her, Xiahua reached out and grasped her arm. Ruan Ruan, you must remember, we are family. Her footsteps faltered, Li gray eyes locking onto Xiahua's, before she finally smiled. I know, Mom. I will make the right choice. Don't worry. That's right, I see you understand. Hearing this, Xiahua felt reassured, promptly releasing her grip. Remember to break up with him on the way. Understood? All right, I understand. Ruan Qing'an smiled radiantly, sending those who erred to serve time in prison. Who could say that wasn't he the right decision? Chapter 77. The Somber Academic X the Wayward Girl, 37. Song Shijuan merely found a nearby bubble tea shop to wait, having sent Ruan Qing'an the address quite early. If things were not resolved by nightfall, he would prepare to seek accommodations at a hotel. Following the address, Ruan Qing'an found Song Shijuan that it was at a bubble tea shop in the city center, bustling with patrons, most of whom directed their gazes toward the interior. Song Shijuan sat atop a high stool by the window, his slightly long hair tied into a small braid with a strawberry hair tie at the back of his head, exposing his forehead, while some stray strands fell around his face. Without his glasses, his features appeared more aggressive. His dark eyes held little emotion until... All right, he paused, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. As Song Shijuan exited the bubble tea shop, walking side by side with Ruan Qing'an towards the upscale community, neither spoke a word, the atmosphere tinged with a gentle tension, as if conflict were on the verge of erupting. The air was thick with the scent of nicotine. As Song Shijuan glanced at Ruan Qing'an's profile, his eyes clouded with a stagnant gloom, indecipherable. Have you smoked a lot? My mind is a mess. This helps clear it. Don't you have anything to say to me? Song Shijuan retorted pointedly. Yet in his view, Ruan Qing'an's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Are you inquiring about us? How to put it? They cannot agree at this moment. The road ahead is long and arduous. I can only try to persuade them first. He paused. Is that all? What else would you like to ask? Just as Song Shijuan appeared ready to leave, Ruan Qing'an suddenly spoke, her Li gray eyes fixed on him intently. Song Shijuan, I do have something to tell you. No matter what happens next, please believe me. Ruan Qing'an's serious tone momentarily stilled Song Shijuan. Despite having heard her words through the listening device, he fell silent for a moment before leaning down to kiss the corner of her eye. Understood, but don't look at me like that. It drives me crazy. This matter was devoid of a clear beginning or end, yet amidst their mutual concealment, a false sense of peace emerged, akin to the calm before a storm, precarious and ready to shatter. Ruan Qing'an continued his daily work at the company, while Xiahua still spent time with her friends, leaving Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan to study in the quiet of the house. Ruan Qing'an was solving problems at her desk, while Song Shijuan sat on the window seat with a book in hand, his long legs crossed. Song Shijuan shook his head. Nothing to prepare. The Provincial Education Department notified me to arrive before the special training begins. They've booked a hotel for me. I just need to focus on preparing for the TIP International Physics Competition. Oh, that sounds good. As Song Shijuan spoke, the conversation shifted. However, there is one more thing the teacher reminded me. I must arrive before the special training starts, or my spot will be cancelled. Ruan Qing'an frowned. How can they cancel it? There is no way around it. If I don't go, it's as if I'm giving up this opportunity, and my spot will be released for someone else. Song Shijuan chuckled lightly. His dark gaze fixed on Ruan Qing'an, the mirth in his eyes resembling but a mere tip of an iceberg, the depths concealed beneath harboring near-dark emotions. Before Ruan Qing'an could react, he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "It's possible that once I relinquish my spot, it could go to you, Ruan Ruan." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ruan Qing'an raised her hand to push Song Shijuan away, who then reclined against the window to read. She bowed her head to write a few words, suddenly standing up. I'm stepping out for a glass of water. Wait for me." "All right." Song Shijuan nodded. And only after watching Ruan Qing'an's figure vanish through the bedroom door did he lower his gaze to his phone, where indeed a message from the Provincial Education Department awaited. Yet the content revealed that if Song Shijuan missed this opportunity, the spot would be voided entirely, with no possibility of reselection. Gazing at the message, Song Shijuan's expression darkened. "Don't let me down, Ruan Ruan." Meanwhile, Ruan Qing'an, whom he longed for, had closed the bedroom door. Standing in the living room with a listless expression, her lead gray eyes nearly resembling those of a dead fish. Is the male lead testing the ancestor again? What else could it be? "This news is genuine. We share the same surname." Ruan Qing'an poured herself a glass of water. Amidst the sound of running water, her phone suddenly rang, and the voice on the other end was unmistakably Xiahua. "Ruan Ruan. Did that fellow Song Shijuan say something to you just now, Mom? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I passed by a pet shop on the way, where there were some lovely pets that both Dad and I quite liked." Ruan Qing'an frowned slightly, her tone impatient. "Mom, what exactly do you mean?" "Ruan Ruan. Although we advised you, and you said you understood, your father and I have raised you for so many years hoping you could lead a good life. That our family could thrive together, do you understand?" Xiahua's voice faltered. "We informed the store that we have pets at home, hence we installed pet surveillance in the room." Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an fell silent, and after a long pause, she finally chuckled. "Isn't that necessary, because she indeed was the AT that moment," Xiahua continued. "Now there is an opportunity to seize Song Shijuan's spot directly for the TIP International Physics Competition, without needing to participate in the national competition, right? Ruan Ruan, just listen to Mom. The national competition carries the risk of elimination. We might as well take a gamble on Song Shijuan's spot. A double safeguard. Wasn't that well thought out?" Her tone even carried a hint of self-satisfaction. Chapter 78. The Somber Academic X the Wayward Girl 38. Listening to Xiahua, Ruan Qing'an remained silent for a moment until the persistent urging from the other end of the line prompted her to respond. "Mom, allow some leeway. Don't push people too hard. What is a child like Song Shijuan afraid of?" Ruan Qing'an sighed softly, hanging up the phone. She mentioned Song Shijuan. She was referring to herself. After the call ended, the bedroom door was suddenly pulled open, revealing Song Shijuan standing in the doorway, his dark gaze fixed on her, reminiscent of the moment he had caught Ruan Qing'an speaking with Xiahua. Uncertain of how much he had heard or understood. Knowledge. Obsession. Song Shijuan had not contemplated so much. Once again, he was wagering his future on her sincerity, and all his inaction and probing were merely silent cries for help. Awaiting redemption, as evening approached, the nanny finished preparing dinner and departed, leaving a lavish spread on the table as a testament to her dedication. Furthermore, the demeanor of the couple, Xiahua and Ruan Qing'an, was inexplicably amiable, devoid of the subtle distaste and wariness they once held towards Song Shijuan. Ruan Qing'an feigned casual curiosity, inquiring. Song Shijuan nodded slightly. "Yes, everything is set. We have booked the high-speed train for 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Ruan Ruan and I will go together." Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an exchanged glances with Xiahua, and after a brief silence, he smiled and said, "All right, you both are grown up now and can manage your own schedules. I shall drive you there tomorrow to spare you the trouble of carrying so much luggage." Before Song Shijuan could respond, Ruan Qing'an interjected, all right, we understand, Dad. Stop asking so many questions and eat your meal. Song Shijuan and I still have other things to tidy up." "Fine, I'll listen to you." Ruan Ruan. Ruan Qing'an replied promptly, not wishing to undermine Ruan Qing'an. After dinner, without waiting for Xiahua to call Song Shijuan to wash the dishes, Ruan Qing'an took the initiative to start cleaning, gathering the dishes and utensils into the kitchen, and Song Shijuan habitually assisted her. For a moment, the two of them occupied the kitchen, rendering Xiahua, who wished to exert her authority, silent, while Ruan Qing'an tugged at her. Let it be. After all, this is just one occasion. Yes, let her be, and bid farewell properly. Xiahua observed the two figures in the kitchen, her eyes flickering with malicious intent, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, as Ruan Qing'an dipped her hands in cold water, a pair of large hands enveloped hers. Song Shijuan embraced Ruan Qing'an from behind, wiping the grime off her hands. Allow me. How could I let you do such things? Just watch, wouldn't she murmured. What's wrong? Song Shijuan nodded. The time is quite tight. I have no choice that I've checked the train schedules. And there is only that one tomorrow. If we miss it, I fear I won't be able to participate. Why is the time so tight? Ruan Qing'an furrowed her brows, expressing her mild frustration. Song Shijuan remained unperturbed, his dark eyes quietly observing her, emotions concealed within that he had already laid all his cards on the table, wanting nothing more than her. Should he once again tread towards the same fate as in his past life? Then Song Shijuan would not hold back, tearing apart Xiahua and Ruan Qing'an, after which he would not spare Ruan Qing'an to ask the price for her deceit against herself a second time. Exiting the kitchen, he happened upon Xiahua pushing 2 suitcases out, smiling at them with feigned affection. I've packed everything for you. However, since you have so much luggage and the previous suitcase was too old, I bought new ones. Thank you, Mom. Ruan Qing'an acknowledged, and Xiahua grasped her hand. Ruan Ruan, you are leaving soon. You've worked hard with your studies these days. Mother will take you to buy some clothes, and I'll send them to you later. But no buts. You might as well help Shijuan pick some out. Xiahua insisted, half coercing Ruan Qing'an out the door, and as a typical, gentle student, Ruan Qing'an offered no resistance. As they boarded the vehicle, Ruan Qing'an purposely glanced at the half-open trunk, catching a glimpse of a suitcase's corner. This is called turning the tables, little system. Upon opening the wardrobe, Song Shijuan bent down to rummage through it. At that moment, a faint sound emerged. Song Shijuan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned, only to be met by a looming stick and Ruan Qing'an's almost monstrous visage, his head spinning and his body devoid of strength. A sharp pain struck the back of his head, accompanied by a dull thud, sending Song Shijuan crashing onto the bed, his mind swirling in a haze that no wonder Xiahua had grown unexpectedly enthusiastic, constantly serving more dishes. She had long slipped a sedative into the meal that I asked for Ruan Ruan, his vision blurred, only vaguely perceiving Ruan Qing'an's swaying figure and faintly hearing him on the phone. Hello, dear. As you instructed, it's all done. Please inform Ruan Ruan that her luggage is in the trunk. I will take her there tomorrow afternoon. All right, remember to comfort her. The voices faded into the distance, and just before consciousness slipped away, Song Shijuan thought, is it really the same as in my past life? He found himself once more aligned with Xiahua and Ruan Qing'an. Chapter 79. The gloomy academic prodigy, the delinquent girl, 39, when Song Shijuan finally regained consciousness. He found himself lying on the floor of Ruan Qing'an's bedroom, his body sore from being forced to lie there all night. Struggling to stand, he leaned against the windowsill, pressing his temples in frustration. He attempted to pull at the bedroom door, only to find it locked, a consequence of the powerful sedative Xiahua had administered that it was nearly noon. Song Shijuan's countenance darkened. After a while, he stepped back a few paces, perched himself on the windowsill, and raised a hand to obscure his face, rendering his expression unreadable, letting out a low chuckle, the sound chilling to the bone. That to be locked away at this precise moment could only mean what I suspected. But I only confided in Ruan Ruan, ha. Song Shijuan chuckled softly, peering through his fingers, his dark eyes swirling like a vortex, thick with shadow, that I in the silence of the bedroom, despite the change of scenery. He found himself ensnared in a similar predicament, facing the same fate as before, once more confined in preparation for the TIP International Physics Competition. Last time it was the dawn, and this time it was Xiahua and Ruan Qing'an. Unchanging was Ruan Qing'an's presence. Just the thought of this made Song Shijuan feel as though his throat had been constricted, rendering even breathing a luxury, a painful and pitiable ordeal that tugged at his heart. In the stillness of the bedroom, the oppressive atmosphere loomed like heavy, suffocating clouds. Outside, the noon sun shone brilliantly, yet Song Shijuan hung his head, his long legs drawn up, resembling a forsaken beast in a corner. Ruan Ruan, that he called hoarsely. Eventually, Song Shijuan lifted his head, bent down to search beneath Ruan Qing'an's desk, and after a while, he unearthed a toolbox he had previously stashed away to as he rummaged through it. He murmured softly, "It was merely a competition. Participating or not was inconsequential. But since it has come to this, I might as well send you all to hell." Time trickled by, and it was now past noon. Around 1 o'clock, Song Shijuan rose, retrieved his tools, and prepared to force open the locked door when he heard hurried footsteps outside. The next moment, the door lock rattled. Song Shijuan's expression darkened. Could it be the meal delivery? He hesitated. Just as he concealed the tools, the door swung open forcefully. Song Shijuan, Ruan Ruan. In her hands, she held a key in one and a knife in the other. Before Song Shijuan could react, Ruan Qing'an rushed in, but upon seeing the knife she wielded, he instinctively took a step back. Ruan Ruan, weren't you supposed to be taken to the high-speed train station by Ruan Qing'an? Ruan Qing'an appeared momentarily bewildered by Song Shijuan's demeanor. After a brief silence, she replied, "There was a sedative in the dinner last night. After I left, I fell asleep in the car." Song Shijuan had already suspected as much, but now he found himself speechless, merely opening his mouth in silence. Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes flickered. She crouched down and noticed the toolbox beneath the bed, then looked up at Song Shijuan. Her eyes filled with disbelief. "You never trusted me, did you, Ruan Ruan? You had it all planned out, didn't you?" Ruan Qing'an retorted, pulling the toolbox from beneath the bed and throwing her phone at Song Shijuan's feet, shouting, "Look for yourself. When did I ever call you Shijuan? I asked you to trust me, and you promised. Yet if there was even a hint of doubt, you condemned me in your heart. Song Shijuan, you have a heart as cold as ice." Her hand, gripping the knife, trembled uncontrollably. While Song Shijuan's mind spiraled into chaos, the despair that had been creeping within him suddenly shattered, leaving him in disarray. That he should have known better. As he attempted to test her, this trust would inevitably crumble like fragile glass under scrutiny. Not a shard remaining intact. Song Shijuan's throat tightened. "I'm sorry, Ruan Ruan." Ruan Qing'an, enraged, cursed vehemently. Yet despite the harsh words from Xiaohua and him, Ruan Qing'an trembled, gripping the knife tightly. "Dad, Mom, let Song Shijuan go. Or I won't leave either." "Impossible. Absolutely not." As soon as Xiaohua finished her words, Ruan Qing'an had already placed the knife against her own neck, her eyes swollen from crying. Yet she spoke fiercely. "If you refuse to heed my words, then I shall take my own life. My parents are, in fact, murderers, and they even wish to ruin the victim's life. Can you fathom the torment I endure? And now you still wish to drag me along with you?" Upon hearing Ruan Qing'an's accusations, Xiaohua trembled with rage. "Is this how you perceive your father and me? Murderers? Everything we do is for your sake. You ungrateful wretch. You have never acted for my benefit." "Mother." Ruan Qing'an's voice quivered with sobs. "You were not like this before. I used to be your daughter, but now I am merely your tool. It is you who desires a life of wealth. You. Xiaohua was so furious that her blood pressure skyrocketed. Ruan Qing'an stepped forward immediately to support Xiaohua. "Ruan Qing'an, put down the knife this instant and come away with us." As Ruan Qing'an prepared to approach, Ruan Qing'an lowered her gaze, bringing the knife ever closer to her neck, but her arm trembled uncontrollably from the strain. The next moment, a visible line of crimson appeared on her fair neck. "Ruan Ruan!" Xiaohua screamed, her voice sharp with terror, while Ruan Qing'an froze in place, too frightened to advance. Watching Ruan Qing'an's silhouette and the bloodied blade, Song Shijuan's gaze was fixated on her, his voice hoarse. "Ruan Ruan, don't act recklessly. If something goes wrong, silence." Ruan Qing'an forcefully shoved Song Shijuan away, taking a step back as she addressed Xiaohua. "Mother, let him leave." Xiaohua was already in tears. All right, Mother agrees. Please put down the knife. I can let him go. Get out, hurry." Ruan Qing'an's face was grim as he cursed, clearing a path for Song Shijuan. "Damn it, my daughter has been ruined because of you. Get the hell out." She gritted her teeth. "Go, Song Shijuan. This family has burdened you for a lifetime. If you wish to avoid a ruined future, leave now." Song Shijuan was in complete disarray, nearly frantic. But in the next moment, Ruan Qing'an had already pushed him out, slamming the door behind him, leaving Song Shijuan alone in the empty corridor. That moment, a call came in from the Provincial Education Department. "Hello, is this Song Shijuan?" Yes, Song Shijuan murmured, head bowed, staring at the call interface on his screen, where a text notification popped up. Song Shijuan, your name, bestowed by your mother, is wonderful. Therefore that I am returning your future to you. Do not let our family drag you down any longer. Farewell, Wooden. The teacher on the line continued to speak, but Song Shijuan could hear nothing, lost in his obsessions and thoughts of the future. Whether in this life or the last, he needed to hold on to her, for she was the moon he gazed upon from the depths of the abyss. Love Value Limit released. Love Value. 99 Chapter 80. The gloomy academic genius X the troubled girl. End. The following day. At the police station, after a night of rest, Ruan Qing'an, though she had tidied herself up and even applied makeup, could not conceal the dark circles under her eyes, appearing somewhat haggard. The officer handed her a glass of water. They had been temporarily detained. The investigation into the details of the fire will proceed, and they are likely to face lengthy sentences. Ruan Qing'an's voice was hoarse as she asked, "May I speak with him again, officer?" The officer nodded slightly, rising to escort Ruan Qing'an until they came face to face with Xiahua and Ruan Qingji, who looked significantly older upon seeing her. Their eyes brightened at the sight of Ruan Qing'an. Xiahua gazed at the bandage around Ruan Qing'an's neck, unable to restrain herself. "Does it still hurt, Ruan Ruan? Have you seen a doctor?" "It's fine now, mother," Ruan Qing'an replied, and the atmosphere fell silent once more. Xiahua broke the silence. "Though it was you who forced us to come to the police station, don't feel guilty. Ruan Ruan, your father and I have thought a lot about this." Ruan Qing'an's eyes flickered momentarily, forcing a smile. "I've always said, mother, that it's all right if our family is poor, as long as we are happy together." Ruan Ruan. Tears brimmed in Xiahua's eyes. But just then, the officer returned to hurry them along, and Ruan Qing'an had to leave, uncertain when they would meet again. As she walked home after leaving the police station, her counselor called to inquire, "Ruan Qing'an, why do you suddenly need to take leave at such a critical moment?" "I'm sorry, teacher. I missed the train. Such a thing happened. But Ruan Qing'an, you must resolve this quickly. If it drags on, you will miss the national competition, which is very important." Ruan Qing'an forced a bitter smile, replying before hanging up. Upon reflection, her current situation mirrored that of Song Shijuan in her past life. As the elevator stopped, Ruan Qing'an stepped into the corridor and suddenly spotted a figure that should not have been there before a closed door. The tall, lean youth leaned against the cold wall, clad in a simple shirt and jeans, exuding a clean and sunny aura. His slightly long hair was tied into a small braid with a strawberry scrunchie, adding an element of cuteness that softened his otherwise imposing presence. Only upon hearing footsteps did Song Shijuan lift his head. With just a few meters between them, they gazed at each other, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Is it special training? Whether I participate or not is irrelevant. What nonsense are you spouting? Ruan Qing'an bit her lip in anger, stepping forward to grasp Song Shijuan's collar. What do you mean it's irrelevant? Do you not realize that your eyes light up when you mention Tip? Seeing her flustered demeanor, Song Shijuan suddenly pulled Ruan Qing'an into an embrace, tightly holding her waist. "I've already spoken to them. It won't affect anything that I'm here to take you with me, Ruan Ruan." Ruan Qing'an was taken aback. "I cannot leave you here," and Song Shijuan paused, leaning down to kiss the corner of Ruan Qing'an's mouth, his dark eyes seemingly swallowing her whole. "I certainly will not give you up. A farewell is impossible, Ruan Ruan." Their lives had long been intertwined. In the dimly lit corridor, love surged, shades of lead gray and deep green clashing, igniting feelings that mingled in their entangled breaths. In 3 days, the national competition would commence. The bell, signaling the end of the exam, rang. The first girl to finish cheerfully ran down the stairs, where outside the teaching building, a young man stood waiting. She felt a koala suddenly clinging to her back. He instinctively adjusted her position. "Wooden, I am certain I did exceptionally well." "Of course," he replied indulgently, glancing at her, captivated by the brilliance shining in Ruan Qing'an's lead gray eyes, akin to dazzling treasures, and he was fortunate to possess them. Love Value. 100. In prison, Xiahua was operating a sewing machine, while a woman known as the notorious leader in the prison, with whom she had a good relationship, remarked, "Hey, your daughter is named Ruan Qing'an, right?" "Yes, why?" "She is amazing. I heard she is participating in Tip now. When you asked me to find out about her, I hadn't expected it to be so easy to see her on television." The woman continued speaking, leaving Xia Hua stunned in place. After a long silence, she finally smiled, though tears streamed down her face. Indeed, Ruan Ruan is quite remarkable. Meanwhile, in a cramped rental apartment, bottles rolled across the floor, the dark room illuminated only by the flickering television. Li Ming sat cross-legged before the screen, drinking. The broadcast featured a report on tip, showcasing the familiar faces of Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan, whom he once looked down upon. Suddenly, the television was turned off. Tang Xia, having pulled the plug, appeared behind the screen, her former elegance as a wealthy young lady long gone, her face devoid of color. Li Ming, stop watching. We can hardly pay the electricity bill. Don't you dare disturb me. Li Ming shouted, hurling a bottle in her direction. If it weren't for you, I would have had my chance. Li Ming, are you insane? The rental unit descended into chaos. The sounds of fighting echoing into the ears of other tenants. But they had long grown accustomed to such disturbances. Amidst the mess of life, their disheveled circumstances were now completely disconnected from the two abroad, who had ascended to a higher stage in a more expansive world. That as lights flashed and media buzzed, the trophies felt overwhelmingly heavy. Under the spotlight, Ruan Qing'an and Song Shijuan stood side by side, their hands clasping the award, a rare sight at the TIP International Physics Competition, where they were splendid enough to share the top honor. That on the award stage, a photograph of the two standing shoulder to shoulder was preserved. Until the trophy was set down, and gazing at the bustling media below, Ruan Qing'an quietly remarked, "This trophy is rather heavy. Had I known, I would have declined the first place." Song Shijuan countered, "Do I really need to be first?" Before Ruan Qing'an could finish her thought, Song Shijuan suddenly bowed his head and, almost reverently, kissed her lips, silencing the clamorous media. Amidst their entangled lips, she faintly heard his husky voice. "Your love is the greatest reward of my life." The live broadcast spread across the globe, with the trophy representing their shared honor standing behind them. As they kissed each other in front of the world, that it was a miraculous summer, the sunlight illuminating their path. And the future of youth shone brighter than the morning sun. Chapter 81. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Pretend Psychologist 1. Task Objective. Qinshi. Love Value. 0. When Ruan Qing'an opened her eyes again, the first thing to catch her attention was a series of blood-red characters. Trash. Pay up. Go die. Behind the wall lay the humble abode of the original owner, as Ruan Qing'an prepared to enter. She discovered that the lock on the door was broken, as if it had been forcefully kicked open. The next moment, several men emerged from the house, led by a stout fellow who was clearly the gang leader. They collided directly with Ruan Qing'an, and the stout man barked, "You vile creature, your gambling father is dead, and you think you can escape his debts." However, Ruan Qing'an ignored him, her head throbbing as she regarded the broken lock. In this small world, the original owner's life was exceedingly impoverished. Her mother had died in childbirth, and her father was not only an alcoholic and abusive scoundrel, but had also become addicted to gambling, accumulating a mountain of debt that ultimately fell upon the original owner after his death. Seeing her disregard him, the stout man angrily stepped forward, reaching out to seize Ruan Qing'an. Yet in an instant, her delicate hand grasped his wrist, and with a piercing scream, the previously menacing stout man was slammed against the wall, her hand pressing against the back of his head, forcing his face against the blood-red characters. Ruan Qing'an tightened her grip, listening to the faint sound of bones cracking, and chuckled softly, "There's no rush for the money. Let's first calculate the cost of my door lock." "Are you out of your mind?" "Poor. Is there a problem with that?" The stout man was rendered speechless by the pain, and at that moment, Ruan Qing'an finally released her grip, but he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, retreating several steps while watching her warily. How had this once feeble woman transformed into such a figure? The stout man felt a chill run down his spine, and he feigned a cough, declaring, "I'll let you off today." He then led his companions away in defeat. Only after they vanished from sight did Ruan Qing'an lower her gaze and glance back at the dilapidated door. "Little system, with my circumstances, this must be a White Lotus heroine script, right?" 037. "Ah. This." Ruan Qing'an fell silent for a moment, while the man on the other end of the line appeared to be quite authoritarian, indifferent to her reaction. The distant rumble of an engine was faintly heard before the call was abruptly ended. 037 finally explained. "The caller is the male supporting character, Qin Shi's brother, Qin Yu." Ruan Qing'an smiled brightly, her expression tinged with an undercurrent of danger. Then what about me? You are Qin Yu's sycophant. Qin Yu feigned agreement to become the original owner's boyfriend to exploit her, all the while plotting to harm the male lead, Qin Shi. So, what foolish act had the original owner committed? Well, it wasn't too bad. In essence, she attempted to drug the male lead, nearly causing his demise. Ruan Qing'an. But the male lead, Qin Shi, was only 21 years old, but had already accelerated through all his studies. He was an indisputable genius in computer science, controlling a vast database worth billions in today's interconnected world, where virtually no one could escape his gaze, in the digital realm. He was a king without a crown. Yet, fate had been unkind to him. Despite possessing enviable intelligence and abilities, including photographic memory, he had suffered from severe psychological issues since childhood, with a frail constitution that led doctors to predict he would not live past 25. 037. The original tech centers around the female lead, Su Linger, who was a psychologist. Wow, a patient and a psychologist seem quite fitting. Ruan Qing'an elongated her words, a cryptic smile glimmering in her leaden gray eyes. After waiting for a moment by the wall inscribed with the debt demand, Ruan Qing'an finally spotted a luxurious car approaching from afar. A well-dressed man stepped out, and as his new, high-end shoes touched the ground, he could not help but frown. Just from the sight of the surroundings, Qin Yu's expression had soured significantly. He looked towards Ruan Qing'an, forcing a smile. Darling, come with me. Once seated in the car, Qin Yu, with one hand on the steering wheel, cast a disdainful glance at Ruan Qing'an's cheap attire. I have prepared some clothes for you at the Qin residence. Remember to change into them. As I mentioned earlier, I'm taking you to live at the Qin house to see if we are compatible in life, which will help me consider the possibility of marriage. You must understand my position. Darling, of course, I fully comprehend. Ruan Qing'an smiled radiantly. Qin Yu had meticulously plotted his strategy. He feigned kindness towards Qin Shi while secretly intending to manipulate the original owner into acting against him. For now, he was merely offering the original owner a taste of luxury at the Qin residence to better ensnare her into compliance. As for being a wife, did Ruan Qing'an, even qualify? It wasn't until half an hour later that Ruan Qing'an finally arrived at the Qin residence. As they spoke, Qin Sheng scrutinized Ruan Qing'an from head to toe. Ruan Qing'an stood her ground. Her striking beauty, coupled with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant, exuding a warmth that endeared her to the elders. She spoke softly. Hello, Uncle Qin. I am. Before Ruan Qing'an could finish her introduction, the sound of a door opening echoed from upstairs. A tall, slender figure emerged, clad in a hooded sweatshirt and deep blue jeans, projecting an aura of elegance. However, with the hood obscuring his face, only the lower half of his strikingly youthful visage, pale and handsome, was visible. Ruan Qing'an observed him, her eyes narrowing slightly, and her intense gaze seemed to catch the attention of Qin Shi above. As he lowered his gaze, she could vaguely sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Qin Sheng interjected, Apologies, I forgot to introduce him. He is my youngest son, Qin Shi. Finally, Ruan Qing'an began to smile, the corners of her lips curving alluringly. I know. Grandpa Qin, for I am the psychologist that Qin Yu invited. Qin Yu, 037. Only Ruan Qing'an remained composed, engaging in her deceptive charade that it was said that a patient and a psychologist were a perfect match. Just then, the previously silent Qin Shi suddenly spoke. A psychologist. His voice was husky, suggesting he rarely spoke. He pulled down his hood, revealing a pale, yet handsome face with soft chestnut hair, slightly wavy and round. Dog-like eyes. However, dark circles under his eyes indicated he had not slept well in quite some time. Patients often say that, young Master Qin Shi's smile remained, but his dark eyes were fixed on Ruan Qing'an. At that moment, a servant emerged from a nearby room and instinctively retreated a step upon seeing Qin Shi. He cast a glance at her. What are you afraid of? I'm not insane. Why yes, sorry, young master. The servant repeatedly apologized, yet her body trembled uncontrollably, clearly terrified. In fact, the entire Qin household seemed to share this fear of him. Chapter 82. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Pretend Psychologist 2. Qin Shi had completely lost interest. He pulled up his hood, lazily stifling a yawn before turning to retreat into his room, as if he preferred self-isolation to facing the outside world. Observing this scene, Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes darkened. In his untroubled state, Qin Shi appeared remarkably normal, even resembling a gentle giant, exuding a youthful charm that was undeniably appealing, save for the cold detachment in his gaze that conveyed a sense of control, tightening the atmosphere around him. And then there was the fearful demeanor of the servants. Once she had closed the door, Qing'an could not help but sigh. "You have witnessed Qing's condition, miss." Yet Ruan Qing'an merely smiled. "But I am confident, Uncle Qing. Did this woman not possess a shred of self-awareness? How could someone emerging from the slums dare to masquerade as a psychologist? It was utterly insane." Qing'an, taken aback, instinctively glanced at Qingyu. "Is this truly the psychologist you found for your brother? Qingyu, you should have consulted me about such an important matter. Who would bring such an arrogant person into our home? If Qingyu were to expose her, it would only bring trouble upon himself, and he could only swallow his embarrassment, forcing a smile." Ruan Qing'an chuckled softly. "Uncle Qing, how can you conclude that I am arrogant and conceited without knowing anything about me?" When the conversation shifted to serious matters, Qing's demeanor grew solemn. "Becoming Qing's psychologist is no simple feat. What makes you think you are capable? Do you have any idea how many psychologists have come and gone?" Unfazed by his words, Ruan Qing'an, lacking any certification, smiled with unshakable confidence that shimmered in her leaden gray eyes. Yet despite that, young Master Qing's condition has neither improved nor healed, has it? The crux lies not in one's prowess, but in whether one is suitable for Qing's and can facilitate his acceptance of treatment. Pausing, Ruan Qing'an continued, "Uncle Qing, I just observed Qing's state. He has likely rejected all treatments. His complexion appears quite ghastly, suggesting he is still suffering from insomnia and has completely stopped taking medication." "How do you know this?" Qing's expression darkened. Yet, Ruan Qing'an merely smiled in silence. "That I in the original text, this served as a precursor to the female protagonist, inadvertently becoming her stepping stone." Nevertheless, her words and deeds stirred something within Qing'an. Regardless of the psychologist's capabilities, Qing's refusal to accept treatment posed the greatest challenge. Perhaps it was worth a try. A dead horse might as well be treated as a live one. Qing'an pondered before looking at Qingyu. "Since this is your heartfelt intention, let this young lady have a go at it. Qingyu, you are responsible for this matter. Take her to see Qing'an." "Thank you for your trust, Uncle Qing." Hearing this, Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but Ruan Qing'an had already received permission that he struggled to maintain a smile. "All right, father." Qing'an nodded, picking up the newspaper once more, stating, "In that case, please let this young lady see Qing'an first. Gaining his approval will be proof of your qualifications to speak boldly." Ruan Qing'an slightly inclined her head in acknowledgement, and, after a polite gesture, turned to ascend the stairs. Once she departed the living room, Qingyu wished to converse with Ruan Qing'an, but found no opportunity, his face reddening with discomfort. Yet, Ruan Qing'an paid him no mind. Upon arriving at Qing's door, she glanced at the electronic lock, raising an eyebrow. She knocked, but there was no response from within. "Young Master Qing, if I cannot ascertain your condition this time, Uncle Qing will not allow me to leave. Rather than prolonging this, wouldn't it be better to resolve it sooner? It's better to be pestered by me for a moment than to be troubled by me for a lifetime." After her words, silence lingered within until moments later. Ruan Qing'an watched as the red light on the electronic lock blinked, followed by the password being automatically entered. Narrowing her eyes, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. This space was less a bedroom and more a room containing only a bed with various electronic devices scattered about, some so specialized that even Ruan Qing'an could not name them. The entire room was dimly lit, the curtains tightly drawn, with only the faint glow of the screen illuminating Qing's chin, exuding an air of eerie mystery, as if he had merged with the data itself. Ruan Qing'an's gaze flickered. This sensation was something she had previously sensed in the main deity. Before she could reflect further, Qing'an leaned forward slightly, resting his face on his hand, his eyes squinting with a smile. "Dr. Sister, I will be the most challenging patient of your career, so you still have time to leave now." "Not necessarily," Ruan Qing'an replied enigmatically, gesturing towards the surveillance camera in the corner. "That is this camera installed by Uncle Qing to prevent any accidents. With this, communication becomes rather inconvenient. What does Dr. Sister wish to say?" Before she could finish his question, Ruan Qing'an had already leaned forward, her hands planted on the table, her smile deepening. Guess, the current Ruan Qing'an bore no resemblance to the deliberately gentle facade she had presented downstairs. As if she had shed a deceptive skin, revealing a captivating yet sinister beauty, exuding an essence of malice that seeped into her bones. Was this person truly a psychologist? A hint of barely perceptible mockery stirred within Qing'an, who then pressed a key on the keyboard. It's ready now to so soon? Ruan Qing'an was momentarily taken aback, while Qing'an continued to smile obediently, one hand propping his face as the other pressed keys on the keyboard. Do you know why my father reads the newspaper? Because he refuses to lay his privacy bare before me. Unfortunately, the surveillance reveals the person who delivered the newspaper, and one can trace the license plate of the bicycle he rode, thereby discovering his identity, the company he works for, and the newspaper he delivered. Qing'an paused, finally ceasing his actions. The Financial Weekly, issue 2578, thus what he can see is what I want him to see. Before her sat Qing'an, his fingers interlaced atop the table. The glow from the screen cast a bizarre and mysterious aura around him, accentuating his slightly pointed canine teeth as he lazily elongated his words. Now, Dr. Sister may speak, but he resembled a deity perched between 0 and 1, high above. Yet, Ruan Qing'an merely laughed, a glint of madness in her eyes as she abruptly pulled down Qing'an's hood, closing the distance between them, whispering in an ambiguous tone, "Let us be clear, little brother, you must call me the con artist sister." Chapter 83. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother x the Imposter Psychologist 3, Con Artist Sister? Qing'an's dog-like eyes glimmered dangerously, the dark depths swirling with an undertone of threat, yet his smile retained a large dog's docility. But he paused. "What do you mean, Dr. Sister?" "Let me introduce myself." Ruan Qing'an licked her rosy lips, her slender fingers brushing against Qing'an's jaw, playfully lifting his chin. Ruan Qing'an, professional con artist at a faked psychologist. Suddenly, Qing'an's pupils constricted, fixating intently on her .037, gasped in shock. "Oh my. I thought you finally heeded my advice. The original owner hadn't even had the chance to commit misdeeds. And you were supposed to be a good person, which would fit the narrative of a psychologist treating a patient. Until the next moment, love value. 1037. Well, you two have fun that you're not a psychologist. Given that I probably told you my name, you might quickly dig up all my information, so as you've heard, I am just an ordinary con artist." She was a striking figure, like a vibrant splash of color against a backdrop of monotony, her features exquisitely captivating. Ruan Qing'an perched on the table, her long legs crossed, one foot resting on the chair as she leaned down to scrutinize Qing'an. The overly ostentatious posture and nonchalant demeanor starkly contrasted with the facade she had put on downstairs. After a brief moment of being at a disadvantage, Qing'an's thin lips curled into a slight smile, his expression remaining obedient as he asked, "Is that so? Then what does the con artist's sister wish to deceive? What can a con artist deceive for, if not wealth or allure? Sister, when I have an episode, I can make you cry in fright." Qing'an's voice was that of a youthful clarity, filled with mirth. Yet it was akin to a lake sealed beneath a thin layer of ice, easily shattered to reveal the turbulent and aggressive undercurrents below. The softness of a woman's touch was an unfamiliar sensation to him. She was like a flower blooming in a sea of corpses, even her seduction laced with a fatal allure. Sensing the underlying revulsion masked by a smile, Ruan Qing'an released her grip. "What are you thinking? Little brother? I have no interest in you. The Qing'an family may lack many things, but they are certainly not short on money that I am here solely for that, and I have no interest in treating you. Likewise, I have no interest in you, sister." Upon hearing this, Qing'an's gaze darkened, and the distance between them suddenly widened. .037. "Whoa, ancestor, why do you keep making things harder for yourself? Please, just be a good person." Ruan Qing'an smiled radiantly. "I shall not deny in the original text. The female protagonist was walking the path of salvation, aiming to heal Qing'an, eventually leading him to develop feelings for her. The love that others had received was beneath her disdain, and she desired none of it. She aimed to tame the lofty deity, to become the sole lifeline he clung to in the abyss. 037, sensing the divine essence of the main deity within Qing'an, ultimately chose to remain silent. It was merely a case of mutual willingness, after all, and it was just a pitiful little system. The two stood in silent confrontation until Ruan Qing'an spoke first. "How about this? Let us make a deal, little brother. You refuse the treatment of psychologists and reject medication, but as long as you endure for a day, Uncle Qing'an will continuously find various psychologists for you. You may send them all away, but it will be quite a hassle, won't it?" As for me, I am different. I am not a psychologist, nor do I wish to treat you. Yet I am your best shield against constant annoyance. How does that sound? Ruan Qing'an spoke alluringly. All I desire is the salary of a psychologist. We can mutually benefit. Not working, yet still taking the money? Sister, you truly are a competent con artist. Qingxi remarked with a smile, though his words carried a hint of cold mockery. Yet Ruan Qing'an merely shrugged, leaning closer with a fragrance like orchids. Her leaden-gray eyes glinting like hooks. Sister has even more skilled methods of seduction. Would you like to try, little brother? Sister, take a guess. If I were to turn on the surveillance right now, would you be thrown out by the Qin family? Qingxi rested his chin on one hand, gazing at Ruan Qing'an. When he smiled, his slightly pointed canine teeth were revealed, and his fluffy chestnut curls bore an uncanny resemblance to a golden retriever. Yet they exuded a chilling aura. Only then did Ruan Qing'an leap down from the table, leisurely brushing off her clothes as she remarked, "If that were the case, I must say, dear brother, you truly lack imagination. So, shall we strike a deal? If it means I can avoid the bothersome presence of a psychiatrist in the future, then let us enjoy a pleasant collaboration. However, dear sister, you shall inevitably regret remaining within the Qin family. I warrant you that nothing is more terrifying than lacking money." Qingxi lifted his gaze to her, tapping the keyboard with one hand, and after a moment, he stated, "I have already informed my father." Meanwhile, downstairs, Qin Chung was perusing a newspaper when his phone lit up, revealing a notification. I agreed. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, he finally let out a sigh of relief, unexpectedly pleased to find a psychiatrist that Qingxi could accept. Otherwise, he would have been in for another headache. Simultaneously, Qingxi unlocked the electronic door, saying, "I do not wish for anyone to disturb me in the future. Since you are not a psychiatrist, you should refrain from meddling in my affairs." Qingxi's words trailed off as Ruan Qing'an suddenly bent down before leaving. One hand resting on the back of a chair while her fingertips glided across Qingxi's chest. With a charming smile, she said, "Of course, I have no interest in you, dear brother. After all, you are merely a little fellow. Are you not?" Her leaden-gray eyes held a hint of disdain as they flitted dismissively away from Qingxi, and she then exited the room. The room, shrouded in the dim light filtered through the curtains, fell into an eerie silence, typically marked by the cold air of data, now tainted by an unexpected sweetness, reminiscent of floral or perhaps even wine aromas. Regardless, it was an intoxicating allure that bordered on the supernatural. Qingxi's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he pulled up his hood, leaning back against the chair, his expression concealed by shadows, devoid of any hint of the earlier sweetness when he had called her sister. Ruan Qing'an. Curiosity began to stir within him. Who exactly was this woman? He murmured her name, instinctively licking his canine teeth, and began to search through the vast database. After Ruan Qing'an exited Qingxi's room, she was met in the corridor by the butler, who bowed his head. "Dr. Ruan, please follow me." The butler led the way, stating, "Sir has entrusted this matter to the eldest young master, who has already arranged a room for you. Dr. Ruan, you may settle in, and if you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct me. Thank you for your assistance." Ruan Qing'an replied with a polite nod, exuding an air of grace. After the butler led her to the door and departed. Just as she was about to pull it open, a hand reached out, forcefully dragging her into the corridor. "You wretched girl, come here." Chapter 84. Mad Dog Hacker Brother X Imposter Psychologist 4. Qin Yu's strength was formidable. Almost as if he wished to crush Ruan Qing'an's arm. His eyes widened with fury, his crude and domineering demeanor starkly contrasting the previously feigned affection. His face twisted in rage, he exclaimed, "Why did you not do as I instructed?" At the moment Qin Yu seized her arm, Ruan Qing'an's gaze darkened slightly as she countered his grip. "Aren't you afraid of being seen?" "Oh, now you're afraid." Qin Yu scoffed. "Let me make this clear. Ruan Qing'an, you must clarify this matter for me today. Understand this. We are in the Qin family, and there is no one here. Watch how I deal with you." Ruan Qing'an's eyes crinkled with amusement. "No one, right? Then I shall rest easy, young Master Qin." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Ruan Qing'an. Her lips were as vibrant as the red plum blossoms in a snowy landscape. Yet when she smiled, they resembled the tempting allure of a vengeful spirit. Fearful, Qin Yu loosened his grip, but as he took a step back, Ruan Qing'an seized his wrist, her grip tightening gradually, the pain radiating as if it might fracture his bones. Ah, Ruan Qing'an, what exactly do you intend to do? Qingyu trembled violently, gazing at Ruan Qing'an with disbelief. Had this woman gone mad? She had always been compliant and attentive to him. However, disregarding Qingyu's thoughts. In his moment of distraction, she swiftly kicked his knee, causing him to cry out in pain and kneel before her. Qingyu collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Ruan Qing'an placed a foot on his back, her leaden-gray eyes looking down upon him, a smirk gracing her lips. It is exceedingly ungentlemanly to lay hands on a lady, young Master Qin. Ruan Qing'an. Yet Ruan Qing'an remained unhurried as she gazed down at him. I am well aware, young Master Qin, but you brought me to the Qin family for the purpose of dealing with Qin Shi, did you not? Given that he suffers from mental health issues, a psychiatrist's role is paramount. Surely, young Master Qin is aware of my profession. Is it not most convenient to approach him under the guise of a psychiatrist? Upon hearing this, Qingyu finally regained his composure. Ruan Qing'an took a step back, releasing him, and as he trembled on the ground, he gradually rose to his feet, cautiously distancing himself from Ruan Qing'an. His earlier bravado completely vanished. Qingyu retorted, do you truly have the confidence? Very well then. Young Master Qin, you may try it yourself. Upon Ruan Qing'an's words, Qingyu's expression darkened, and with difficulty, he replied, Ha! I shall trust you once more. Should you dare to deceive me, I will ensure you regret it. Ruan Qing'an. Then do remember not to disrupt things, young Master Qin. The Qin family was exceedingly wealthy, and moreover, Qingyu had prepared a room for Ruan Qing'an in advance for his own scheme. Her identity now transformed from girlfriend to Dr. Ruan. The memory of Qingyu calling her baby upon their first meeting left Ruan Qing'an feeling rather peculiar. Who would wish to be this man's girlfriend? After arranging the bedroom to her liking, Ruan Qing'an utilized the abilities of 037 to inspect the space, ensuring that she had not tampered with anything that in this age of big data. Shi's capabilities were nearly spine-chilling. After tidying up for a while, the butler unexpectedly knocked on the door. Dr. Ruan, this is the information that the sir has instructed me to give you. It is a compilation of previous psychiatrist notes regarding the young master's condition. All right, I will review it carefully. Ruan Qing'an nodded, accepting the file from the butler. Once the door was closed, she opened it in front of the vanity, diligently examining its contents. She noted that perhaps due to Shi's unwillingness to cooperate with treatment, the existing records were quite sparse. Her leaden-gray eyes darkened. The information was not vastly different from the original storyline. Shi suffered from hyperthymesia, chronic insomnia, and anorexia, but it appeared that the most severe issue was manic episodes. The typical characteristics of mania include racing thoughts, elevated mood, and increased activity. All rather official explanations. But each patient's specific manifestations ought to be unique. Was the record on Qin Shi truly limited to this extent? Ruan Qing'an furrowed her brows. The materials consisted of merely 2 thin pages. Upon flipping to the second page, she could only find a single sentence. During episodes, he is utterly deranged. Beyond that, there was nothing more. It seemed that not only the psychiatrist, but even the Qin family had an extremely limited understanding of Shi's condition. Perhaps even none at all. With such an attitude, how could one hope to cure him? 037. Alas, the male lead is quite a pitiful figure. Regardless, as Shi's psychologist, Ruan Qing'an settled into the Qin family. Yet unexpectedly, Shi's demeanor had shifted from the proactive engagement of their first meeting to a complete withdrawal, refusing to leave his room. The servants placed his meals at the door, all of which remained untouched. Until the following afternoon, as Ruan Qing'an descended the stairs, she noticed a servant carrying a tray again. She approached and interjected, "Has Qin still not eaten anything?" "Indeed, Dr. Ruan." The servant replied, sounding weary, yet indicating a sense of familiarity. "But do not worry, Dr. Ruan. The young master is occasionally like this. He simply does not enjoy eating. He will be fine in a few days. As always, did I ask this how you handle the peculiarities of a mental illness patient?" Ruan Qing'an's tone sharpened. The servant was taken aback, unable to help but respond. "No, Dr. Ruan, the young master has always been this way when he is not experiencing episodes. How can you know if he is behind closed doors and not having an episode?" Ruan Qing'an reached for the tray from the servant's hands. "I will take it. His health has already deteriorated significantly due to his mental state. It cannot be neglected any longer." "All right, but the young master is merely anorexic." The servant expressed concern. fearing that this newly arrived doctor might face rejection from the young master. Yet Ruan Qing'an dismissed the worry, carrying the tray to Qianxi's bedroom door. Just as she was about to knock, her delicate nose wrinkled. 037. What is it, my ancestor? Do you not detect a peculiar scent, little system? Ruan Qing'an approached the door, and in the next moment her lead gray eyes widened in shock as she muttered under her breath. Damn it, it's the smell of blood. Chapter 85. Mad Dog Hacker Brother X Fake Psychologist 5. Ruan Qing'an could scarcely attend to the plate in her hands. She thrust it into the servant's grasp and began pounding on the bedroom door. Qianxi, what on earth is that rascal doing in there? Her expression was one of grave concern, causing the nearby servant to tremble. Dr. Ruan, what is the matter? Yet Ruan Qing'an paid no heed to the servant. She grasped the doorknob with one hand while inputting a password into the electronic lock with the other, but soon it flashed an error message. Qianxi had undoubtedly changed the password after letting her in yesterday. And now, short of entering from within, no one could unlock it. The servant was nearly paralyzed with fear. Dr. Ruan, without the young master's password or his permission, this door cannot be opened, and it may even trigger an alarm. But it was too late. As the servant finished speaking, the security system of the Qin villa had already sounded the alarm. Accompanied by a piercing noise, there was no response from Qianxi's bedroom door. While Ruan Qing'an could smell the increasingly pungent scent of blood, a scent she was all too familiar with, "Do not trouble yourself so much." Ruan Qing'an interrupted, her cold gaze drifting to a decorative knight statue not far away. Its chilling gleam accentuated by the axe it wielded. "What are you planning to do?" The servant's voice quavered. With a solemn expression, she strode forward. "I have said before, reaching the goal directly is my preferred method." "Ruan, Dr. Ruan?" The servant, terrified, fell to the ground, the plate clattering away. Yet Ruan Qing'an, with her slender fingers, had already lifted the axe, bypassing the trembling servant, her expression icy, her lead gray eyes glinting with malice, as she stood at the threshold of the bedroom. Her gaze fixed on the electronic lock, she smiled brightly. Sometimes, the most primitive methods can prove unexpectedly effective. When the butler and security personnel arrived in the villa's living room, they were met with a shower of wooden splinters. All of them froze in shock, and upon raising their heads again, they beheld the door to Qianxi's bedroom marred by numerous axe marks, while the electronic lock lay in ruins, ravaged by violent destruction. The door yielding easily to a push, Ruan Qing'an, her graceful figure juxtaposed with a mismatched axe, wore a beaming smile, her lips stained a vivid crimson, her lead gray eyes surveying the shattered electronic lock. She chuckled softly. "Now this is more like it." The servant recoiled in fear, too terrified to speak. Ruan Qing'an tossed the axe aside, entered the room, and the servant, already paralyzed with fright, stumbled back several steps. Pale as a ghost, the security personnel downstairs stood in stunned silence, unable to contain themselves. "Butler, what should we do? Should we have that servant come down first? We ought to report anything related to the young master to the master. Surely Dr. Ruan would not dare to attack the young master in the Qin household." The butler's voice fell low as he explained the situation. Meanwhile, Qianxi's bedroom was shrouded in darkness. The curtains tightly drawn, not a sliver of light penetrating the room, and without the barrier of the door, the scent of blood grew ever stronger, piercing Ruan Qing'an's nostrils. Her expression darkened as she noticed that all the devices in the room, which had been operational yesterday, were now powered down. Qianxi had ceased controlling any electronic devices. Tick-tock, tick-tock, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. Ruan Qing'an instinctively glanced towards the corner of the room. Where Qianxi sat curled up, he was huddled in a ball, one arm clutching his bent knees, while the other wrist bore fresh knife wounds, crimson blood dripping in droplets down his arm, pooling into a small puddle on the floor. Yet, Qianxi appeared oblivious to his pain, his gaze fixated on the blood as it fell. "Qianxi," Ruan Qing'an called. Qianxi ignored her, seemingly considering the cut on his wrist to be trivial. As he groped on the floor for the knife that lay nearby. Witnessing this scene, Ruan Qing'an hurried forward, seizing the knife before Qianxi could. Finally, Qianxi raised his gaze to meet Ruan Qing'an's. His expression resembling that of a soft, helpless puppy, yet his eyes were hollow and numb, devoid of any emotion. "Give it back to me. Then I will help you dispose of the body," Ruan Qing'an retorted. But Qianxi was beyond caring at that moment. The cut on his arm was not deep, and the blood had begun to trickle less, Yet his emotional state was unraveling that he let out a low, anguished growl, resembling a cornered beast seeking an escape, and lunged for the knife in Ruan Qing'an's hand. But in the next instant, Ruan Qing'an's expression hardened, and with the bloodied knife in her grasp, she deftly flung it against the wall, where it lodged firmly. Seeing Qin Shi attempt to advance again, she pressed him back down. Qin Shi, stay away from the knife. However, Qin Shi struggled fiercely, prompting Ruan Qing'an to embrace him tightly. Her body forced against the corner of a monitor, causing her discomfort. Regardless, she did not release her hold on him. Though Qin Shi's movements were mostly restrained, he was in greater distress, his free hand instinctively tearing at the wound on his wrist, further darkening Ruan Qing'an's expression. Ignoring her own pain, she grasped Qin Shi's wrist once more. For a moment, they were locked in a standoff. Devoid of any means to harm himself, Qin Shi's emotions reached a breaking point. His puppy-like eyes locked on Ruan Qing'an, filled with anguish and desperation. "Did I beg you, sister? Please don't care for me. I implore you, I won't die. I just want to know that I'm still alive, that if you continue like this, will you even survive?" Ruan Qing'an replied curtly, but Qin Shi trembled violently, unable to control himself as he slammed against the wall. Thankfully, she acted swiftly to stop him, though it felt as if her ribs might fracture. "Are you all right? Is the protagonist having an episode?" Otherwise, Ruan Qing'an groaned in pain, her patience wearing thin. Her gaze fell upon the data cables strewn across the floor, with one hand keeping Qin Shi in place. She swiftly gathered them up, binding the struggling figure firmly. Now utterly immobilized, Qin Shi lay on the ground, a trapped beast, howling in despair. After a moment he quieted, his energy depleted, yet his voice still carried the weight of anguish and plea. "Please, sister, let me go." Ruan Qing'an sat beside him, cradling him gently, carefully wrapping her arms around Qin Shi. There, I'm here, I've always been here, be good, my brother." The warmth of her body, mingled with a cool fragrance, intertwined with the metallic scent of blood in the air, created an eerie yet unexpectedly comforting atmosphere, and gradually, Qin Shi's emotions began to settle. Amidst the blood-soaked chaos of the room, that he realized that had Ruan Qing'an arrived even a moment later, he might have succumbed to his emotional breakdown and excessive blood loss. Yet the encroaching despair felt like a ravenous black dog, relentlessly pursuing him, gnawing at his resolve, and Qin Shi found himself unable to maintain control. Chapter 86. Mad Dog Hacker Brother X Fake Psychologist 6. Soon, in Ruan Qing'an's embrace, Qin Shi finally drifted into a peaceful slumber, and she allowed him to lean against her, quietly patting his back while gazing down at him. "It's a bit frightening," the voice echoed in her mind. Those in a state of depression expend energy rapidly, compounded by Qin Shi's already poor health. But isn't he supposed to be manic-depressive? Ruan Qing'an hesitated, carefully holding the sleeping Qin Shi, rolling up the sleeve of his hoodie to reveal a shocking array of scars, both old and new, each one a testament to his suffering. She sighed softly. No wonder he always dresses like this. The Qin family and the psychologist knew far too little about Qin Shi's condition, partly because he rejected treatment, and partly due to the family's dismissive attitude. Today's events were not isolated incidents, and such negligence had exacerbated his illness. As she spoke, Ruan Qing'an adjusted Qin Shi's clothing. If all goes well, he should be suffering from bipolar disorder, yet due to the pronounced manic episodes, they overlooked the depressive phase, which led to the misdiagnosis. Observing the disarray around her in silence, it was only at the conclusion of this chaos that the butler approached with the security personnel. "Dr. Ruan, you arrived just in time. Please notify the family doctor," Ruan Qing'an replied, stretching her stiff body, her back likely bruised from the impact, still aching. "I am merely a psychologist. Qin Shi's wounds require proper attention." The butler cast a glance at Qin Shi's condition, his face paling in terror. "Quick, go summon the family doctor. The young master is in trouble." It was only when the security personnel approached, ready to escort Qin Shi to the family doctor, that they discovered his hand was tightly gripping the hem of Ruan Qing'an's garment, impossible to pry apart. Ruan Qing'an frowned. "I shall accompany him." "Dr. Ruan, please leave this matter to us." The butler stepped forward, swiftly cutting away the corner of the clothing that Qin Shi clutched, allowing the security personnel to finally lift Qin Shi and depart, leaving Ruan Qing'an standing there, her expression peculiar. If Qin Shi were to grasp her arm, would he be able to sever it too? At this thought, Ruan Qing'an narrowed her eyes. Moments later, She followed the butler into the study, where Qing'an was already waiting for her, his expression grim. Upon seeing Ruan Qing'an enter, Qing'an immediately exclaimed, "It's only the second day, Dr. Ruan. How has she come to be in such a state? Not to mention the chaos you stirred up today. Uncle Qing, if I hadn't intervened today, Qing's condition would have persisted, and you might not have discovered his body until it began to decompose." Seeing Qing'an startled by her words, Ruan Qing'an took a seat at the desk and calmly stated, "Uncle Qing, I am a professional in this regard that I hope we do not encounter such situations in the future. I would never harm my patients. 037. Ancestor, you are a fake. The highest realm of deceit is to deceive oneself." Ruan Qing'an, unhurried and self-assured, declared, "Uncle Qing, there is indeed a problem with Qing's diagnosis. His current state clearly indicates bipolar disorder. However, his self-isolation is quite severe that if you do not pay attention, you will miss the alternating symptoms, leading to misdiagnosis." As Ruan Qing'an explained, the butler hurried back in, whispering into Qing's ear, "Sir, the family doctor has confirmed that the young master has numerous old injuries. The locations and marks suggest they are self-inflicted." Upon hearing the butler corroborate Ruan Qing'an's words, Qing'an was already convinced to a significant extent that he pondered for a moment before instructing the butler to step out. "Dr. Ruan, I misjudged you." Qing'an paused, rising to bow deeply to Ruan Qing'an. "Qing's condition is quite serious. I will rely on you from here on." Ruan Qing'an responded with a smile. "No need for such formality, Uncle Qing. This is part of my duties that I also hope to receive your support and assistance in the treatment of Qing. I am truly grateful." With that, Ruan Qing'an stood up, preparing to leave the study. But just then, Qing added, "Dr. Ruan, I can triple the remuneration I promised you at a financial offensive." Ruan Qing'an halted her steps, a professional con artist smiling brightly. "Thank you for your trust, Uncle Qing." The state in which Qing fell ill could indeed reflect his psychological state. She needed to find the right approach to treat him effectively. 037. The male lead's self-harm is quite severe. Ruan Qing'an frowned. Moreover, his intent to self-harm is exceedingly strong. This is not a matter of just 1 or 2 days, and yesterday, when we met, he exhibited a strong tendency to control data, yet chose to shut everything down in a depressive state. Qing was rejecting contact with these. Ruan Qing'an took a deep breath, feeling a slight headache. Her lee-gray eyes focused on her written observations regarding Qing, contemplating carefully. His condition would likely require some psychotropic medications. At that moment, her phone, placed aside, flickered, and a notification popped up. "Qing, cheating sister. You've breached our agreement." Ruan Qing'an narrowed her eyes. This fellow had regained consciousness surprisingly quickly after all that time. She attempted to silence her phone, but more messages continued to appear. "Qing, you promised not to interfere in my affairs. Cheating sister. Breaching the agreement will incur a penalty." It seemed that her phone's permissions had been breached, and his call was automatically connected. Qing's voice rang out unexpectedly, still carrying that youthful clarity. Sunny and pure, a stark contrast to his earlier state. His voice, sweet and playful, chimed, "You must come to accept the punishment, sister." Chapter 87. Mad Dog Hacker Brother X Imposter Psychologist 7. Once Qing regained consciousness, no one in the Qing family, aside from Qing, could manage him. All the servants essentially avoided his presence, daring not to approach his bedroom, treating it like a den of vipers. Ruan Qing'an reached the door. She found the damaged entryway still unrepaired, only half closed, and thankfully, no one dared to come near. She pushed the door open and entered. The chaos in the room had already been addressed, the curtains rarely drawn open. Allowed sunlight to pour in, and Ruan Qing'an instinctively glanced towards the window. "Cheating sister, you finally arrived." Qing was perched on the windowsill, propping his face up with one hand, his dog-like eyes slightly crinkled. A smile revealing his slightly pointed canines. His grin was obedient, his voice sweet, devoid of the troubled Qing from earlier, reminiscent of a large dog wagging its tail, sunny and clean, exuding a vigorous, youthful spirit. However, if one were to be deceived by his appearance, they would likely find themselves swallowed whole. Ruan Qing'an closed the bedroom door behind her, narrowing her eyes. Before she could speak, Qing suddenly remarked. Ruan Qing'an, 24 years old, at 17. Due to financial constraints preventing the payment of high school tuition, you were forced to withdraw by your father, subsequently compelled to work in society. However, due to your father's long-standing alcoholism and gambling. No matter how much you earned, it was invariably seized by him, only to be lost at the gambling table that a month ago, your father, while intoxicated late at night, accidentally fell into a river and drowned, leaving you to bear the debts incurred at the casino. This is the reason you, sister, have taken the risk to come to the Qing'an family to swindle money, isn't it? Qing'an, she chuckled, methodically peeling back the layers of Ruan Qing'an's secrets. Or perhaps what he knew was far beyond this. Ruan Qing'an's gaze darkened slightly. She was confident that with Qing'an's abilities, if he pursued her identity information, he could uncover every detail of her educational journey. Observing her silence, Qing'an smile deepened, his tone deliberate. You've broken the rules, sister. The cold rejection hidden in his eyes was now rising to the surface, intense and unwavering. Our agreement was only established yesterday. Yet today you have violated it, and I consented to your presence as a psychologist in the Qing'an household under the condition that you would not meddle in my affairs. Cheating sister, as soon as he finished speaking. Ruan Qing'an swiftly stepped forward, standing before Qing'an, tilting her head to meet his dark eyes, her slender fingers pressing gently against his lips. Little brother, since you claim I am a cheat, how much of a cheat's words can you truly believe? Thus, this is the first lesson I impart to you, little brother. Do not fully trust the words of a cheat. She paused, especially when it's a very beautiful sister. She leaned closer, almost draping herself over Qing'an, one hand resting on his chest while the other pressed against his lips, pushing him slightly down. The smile at her lips resembled a splendid flower in full bloom, captivating yet reminiscent of a beautifully patterned siren. Her gaze fixed upon him as if pulling him into a descent. Little brother, be gentle when you strike, or else sister will feel pain. Ruan Qing'an slightly adjusted her wrist, causing Qing'an to release his grip, revealing a visible ring of red marks on her delicate wrist. The vividness was nearly ghostly, yet fragile enough to be easily broken. Qing'an's eyes darkened with desire, his long legs dangling over the windowsill. He chuckled softly, sister, I can expel you at any time. That was indeed the case before you fell unconscious, but not anymore, little brother. That old man in your home wouldn't dare to cast out the only psychologist who can save you. Qing'an was momentarily taken aback, and Ruan Qing'an elaborated, you are well aware of your situation, Qing'an. Bipolar disorder will only exacerbate your condition, and your suffering will intensify. Hearing this, Qing'an couldn't help but scoff, the facade of obedience on his face shifting to a hint of mockery. When Ruan Qing'an was not paying attention, he pushed her against the window, the coldness in his gaze growing more pronounced. His large hand firmly held hers, pinning it against the glass. Whether I suffer or not is my own business, cheating sister, pretending to be a psychologist. Do you truly believe yourself to be one? Do you intend to treat me? In the face of Qing'an's intense aggression and resistance, Ruan Qing'an remained unfazed, simply responding, but I know that someone who has just tormented themselves to the brink of collapse should rest properly. Indeed, it was unusual. Qing'an's self-harming behavior was quite severe, and his physical condition was poor. Not to mention, after all the bloodshed and struggles, how could he have regained consciousness so quickly? In the next moment, Qing'an had already released Ruan Qing'an, stepping back a few paces. The emotion swirling in his eyes grew increasingly inscrutable, his lips still curled into a dog-like, docile smile, yet one could sense the underlying aggression. Sister, treatment is futile, that my mind incessantly processed the surrounding information. With merely a glance, everything would be stored within, thoughts perpetually refining, leaving me unable to rein in my own musings. Qing'an paused, the sarcasm in his tone deepening. What do you propose to treat me with? A few sweet words, some ineffective encouragement, or perhaps medication and electric shocks? All mere trifles. He rejected all forms of treatment, dismissing every psychologist, perceiving their assistance as the condescending charity of those who stood above him. Yet only Qing'an understood his own suffering, his true needs, and his deepest yearnings. But you must comprehend, Qing'an, regardless of whether you require treatment, you must first shatter the shell of your self-imposed isolation. Qing'an momentarily froze, instinctively raising his gaze to Ruan Qing'an, but she merely leaned against the window, her slate-gray eyes focused intently on him, the depths of her gaze consumed solely by him. This sensation was peculiar to that instant. Ruan Qing'an straightened, leisurely stretching her slender limbs, her delicate fingertips brushing against Qing'an's face, a radiant smile illuminating her features, than if your punishment is merely insipid threats. Then sister can teach you far more entertaining forms of punishment. Shall we give it a try next time, little brother? Upon hearing this, Qing'an finally exhaled, yet a subtle pang of disappointment lingered in his heart as Ruan Qing'an approached the bedroom door. In the next moment, the door was firmly shut. The empty room was left with only Qing'an, who stood in silence for an extended duration before finally crouching down, burying his face in his arms. From his pocket fell a piece of fabric, a corner of Ruan Qing'an's clothing, cut by the butler. Qing'an's body trembled imperceptibly. His pride forbade him from seeking help, preferring to remain ensnared in hell. Yet that he was perilously close to the brink, merely a step away from a precipice. Affection level 15 outside. The smile that adorned Ruan Qing'an's lips vanished completely as she silently regarded the tightly shut door. 037. Goodness, hasn't the male lead always refused treatment? Having just regained consciousness from a coma, he was quick to seek confrontation. Clearly, given Qing'an's capabilities, there were numerous methods at his disposal to expel me without the need for a meeting. Ruan Qing'an's gaze darkened slightly. When not in a fit, Qing'an is remarkably lucid. Merely suffering from chronic insomnia, he is on the verge of madness. 037 was taken aback. Then why does he still refuse psychological treatment? He was frightened away during his episodes, was he not? Qing'an had no need to call for help. Chapter 88. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Fraudulent Psychologist. By the following day, the Qing'an residence had returned to its usual state, for the security system was exceptionally advanced, particularly the electronic lock connected to Qing'an's bedroom door, which was linked to a central system for his safety. Thus, after Ruan Qing'an had violently dismantled the electronic lock, it could not be repaired immediately. Who would be so reckless before Ruan Qing'an? Qing'an still confined himself to his room, continuing his self-isolation. Though fortunately, he had not descended into madness and still managed to eat. However, the dark circles under his eyes showed no signs of abating. After Ruan Qing'an had finished lunch, she emerged from the dining room, only to see a servant carrying a tray upstairs, this time bearing not only lunch but also a stack of documents. What is this? Oh, Dr. Ruan. The servant, upon being halted, glanced at the documents Ruan Qing'an pointed to and replied, Oh, these are files sent from the company, needing to be handled by the young master. Qing'an? Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow. The servant explained, Yes, Dr. Ruan may not know, but the young master is quite impressive. He built the firewall for the Qing'an family's H&W company at the age of 17, and it remains unbreakable to this day. Not only that, but it is said that the massive database of H&W was also constructed by the young master himself. Gossiping and listening to gossip is a human instinct beyond mere survival needs, the servant whispered, just as the butler silently appeared behind him. The aged butler's wrinkled face bore a friendly smile. Discussing the young master behind his back? No, no, no. The servant awkwardly chuckled, stumbling slightly before hurriedly ascending the stairs with the tray. The butler, witnessing this, could not suppress a cold snort before turning to Ruan Qing'an. He nodded slightly. Dr. Ruan, Mr. Qing'an relies heavily on you for the young master's condition. We hope you can focus solely on him and refrain from prying into other matters. Ruan Qing'an's gaze gradually darkened, fixating on the hand she held the documents with. If she was not mistaken, the area not concealed by his sweatshirt sleeve was unmistakably bruised. Had he resorted to self-harm once more? Is that so? Then sister will teach you how to eat. Qing'an's eyes darkened, turning to retreat into the bedroom. 037. Are we really not going to rein it in, ancestor? The management bureau won't accept this as a workplace injury. Ruan Qing'an. Not until Qing'an's figure vanished. The butler cleared his throat forcefully. Dr. Ruan, I hope your relationship with the young master remains within the bounds of doctor and patient and does not cross any lines. But you misunderstand. Ruan Qing'an launched into a lengthy explanation, leaving the butler bewildered, yet he still believed this to be a form of psychological treatment. However, before departing, the butler offered one last reminder to Dr. Ruan. Remember, it is a doctor-patient relationship. A doctor-patient relationship. Rest assured, butler. Ruan Qing'an spoke with utmost sincerity, maintaining her composure until the butler left. Her smile unwavering. A fraudulent psychologist and a genuine patient do not constitute a doctor-patient relationship, as long as there are no boundaries. There can be no transgressing of them. This romance must be pursued. Suddenly, The entire Qin villa experienced a power outage, plunging into chaos after a brief pause. Meanwhile, in Qin room upstairs, the darkness enveloped him, his expression darkening, icy intent in his eyes. Someone has attacked the system, causing a blackout? At that moment, the butler rushed to the door. "Young master, the power just went out. For your safety, please come out with us and wait for the power to be restored." Qin paused, coughing softly, his sullen expression easing slightly as he lazily elongated his tone. "Understood." Hearing this, the bustling butler's countenance turned awkward. That it was likely that even a child's room would not have a safety level as high as this. Qin found himself almost amused by the absurdity that he leaned against the railing, his eyes shimmering with inscrutable emotions, a mix of irritation and a headache brought on by the sudden power outage in the transformed room. Who else could it possibly be but that audacious fraud, Ruan Qing'an? Half an hour earlier, Ruan Qing'an had evaded the security personnel's watchful eyes and circled to the rear of the Qin villa. The villa's distribution box was typically located one on each floor for ease of maintenance and inspection. However, there had to be a main switch to prevent emergencies. 037. Ancestor, what are you plotting now? A smile gradually crept upon Ruan Qing'an's lips. Of course, I'm doing this to evade Qin's surveillance. The villa is filled with various electronic devices, and even the phones on each person can serve as his eyes. The quickest way to deal with high-tech measures is to cut the power. Words fell. Ruan Qing'an pressed down on the main switch. Chapter 89. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Fraudulent Psychologist. 9. Qin was also a clever individual. With just a glance at the room, he deduced what Ruan Qing'an had done. The butler hurried upstairs, immediately noticing the changes in Qin's bedroom. The butler blinked in surprise. "Young master, this is. Quickly call someone to handle this. It's giving me a headache." Qin pressed his fingers to his brow, struggling to maintain his usual smile. That moment, he heard a faint sound behind him. Upon hearing this, the butler, who had intended to immediately instruct the servants to take action, halted abruptly, awkwardly glancing at Qin. "Young master, perhaps it's best to let it go." Qin crossed his arms, the smile at his lips deepening, his eyes curving playfully. "Sister, you truly meddle too much. Then allow me to present two options for young Master Qin." Ruan Qing'an paused, raising her slender finger. "You can remove all protective measures from the room, but I must accompany you closely. Otherwise, you can leave things as they are. Don't even think about it. For your well-being, Uncle Qin will undoubtedly side with me. Be obedient now, little brother." Regarding Qin's condition, not only Ruan Qing'an, but the entire Qin family held a remarkably firm stance. The atmosphere hung in tension, and Qin remained silent for a moment. The butler could no longer contain himself. "Young master, perhaps you should heed Dr. Ruan's advice. It's for your own good." Bang. In the next moment, Qin had already shut the door. The butler, interrupted by the coldness, could only manage a bitter smile, grateful that Qin had not insisted on altering the security measures of the bedroom. As he observed the tightly closed door, Ruan Qing'an's slate-gray eyes gradually darkened. Qin's current state was riddled with contradictions. He yearned to alleviate his suffering, yet found himself incapable of self-rescue. She sighed softly. "Little brother, you are so insincere." Late into the night, Qin leaned against the chair, the computer screen before him emitting a faint glow. Data flickered across the screen, while mountains of documents piled high on the desk. Qin tapped the keyboard, his lips pressed into a straight line. At that moment, his phone rang abruptly. On the other end, Qin Cheng's voice came through. "Qin, have you reviewed the items the maid brought over today?" "Yes," Qin replied coolly. Qin Cheng paid no heed to the chill in his tone and chuckled. "Good. You know what kind of company H&W is that we have several new collaborations recently, and we need to find ways to secure greater profits." Qin remained silent, instead lowering his gaze to the documents beside him, which contained information about the executives of companies soon to partner with H&W. Qin Cheng continued. "The database is in your hands. Qin, extract some leverage from them." Before the data, Qin resembled a deity residing within the network, or perhaps a machine, an unceasing entity, forever trapped in data. The rapid ascent of H&W to prominence owed at least half its success to the unseen efforts of Qin behind the scenes. Once he had finished discussing work matters, Qin Cheng expressed concern. "I've heard from the butler about family matters. Since you don't seem to have a strong aversion to Dr. Ruan, focus on your treatment. Get some rest. Chronic insomnia is detrimental to your health." Hearing this, Qingxi scoffed. Then why were my sleeping pills taken away, father? Harming your health is unacceptable. That if you truly can't sleep, then complete your work. Discuss your insomnia with Dr. Ruan, but avoid medications that could harm your brain. Qingxi. Remember, you are a genius. 1 in a million. Qingxi fell silent for a moment before abruptly hanging up the phone. He pressed his fingers to his temples, the dark circles beneath his eyes becoming increasingly pronounced. The lack of sleep coupled with excessive work was relentlessly taxing his physical condition, while the data in his mind processed incessantly. Qingxi was on the verge of madness, spinning like a top, never able to relax. An overwhelming influx of data connected various devices, infiltrating different servers and implanting listening devices into phones. The individuals Qingcheng had instructed were like an open book. Their entire lives laid bare before Qingxi the next instant. Qingxi could no longer contain himself and shut off the power, plunging the computer into darkness. He uncontrollably slammed his head against the desk, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if his fingertips were about to burrow into his skin. It was too much. The overwhelming memory brought on by hyperthymesia allowed him to replicate everything that had just transpired. He could even recite every message on those phones, the precise times and locations captured by various cameras. An avalanche of information flooded his mind, processed endlessly. Stop thinking, stop thinking, stop thinking. Qingxi trembled violently, his head pressed against the edge of the desk, praying that pain could dull his racing mind. Restaurants, nightclubs, transactions. Yet the information he had just gathered about those executives coalesced, and the invasive software intercepted a myriad of recorded conversations. His mind had already deduced the answer. The leverage Qingcheng sought was evidence of tax evasion and illicit dealings. However, the completion of work only deepened Qingxi's suffering and numbness. It was as if his entire thought process were synchronized with the computer. Having lived in this room for years was tacitly approved by Qingcheng. Qingxi was the control center of the computer, yet he was a living, breathing human, not a machine that merely received and processed data daily. Surveying the cluttered room, Qingxi's hands trembled as he rummaged through the drawer. Where is my knife? Damn it, that woman Ruan Qing'an took everything. Everything sharp was concealed, yet only the most acute pain could remind Qingxi that he possessed a human body. He rose unsteadily and staggered a few steps forward, his rounded nails digging into his palms. Trembling violently, he suddenly collapsed onto the bed, overwhelmed by pain, pressure, and chronic insomnia. All of it bore down on him, and he could almost hear Qingcheng's incessant refrain. Work, 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 work. That he was to function like a computer, ready to be activated whenever needed, processing countless pieces of information. Qingxi felt detached from his own body, reaching out to feel along the edge of the bed. Finally grasping a utility knife, he exhaled a breath of relief. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms crisscrossed with scars. Just as he prepared to make a cut, the tightly shut bedroom door was kicked open with a heavy thud. Little brother, you indeed have hidden dangerous items. Ruan Qing'an stood at the door, arms crossed, her slate-gray eyes darkening as they surveyed the chaos within. After forcibly confiscating Qingxi's weapons earlier, the room had descended further into disarray. Documents lay scattered across the floor, much like the previously shut-down computers. Qingxi was lost in his own world, not even glancing at Ruan Qing'an, his gaze fixed on the faintly bluish veins on his wrist. Just as he was about to make the cut, a hand suddenly reached out, firmly grasping his wrist. Ruan Qing'an had lunged at him, sending both crashing against the headboard of the bed. Qingxi leaned against the headboard while Ruan Qing'an pinned him down, pressing his knife firmly. Calm down. Qingxi, or should I tie you up again? Let go. Qingxi struggled with all his might, attempting to shake off Ruan Qing'an's grip, but he did not wish for anyone to intrude upon his world. He only wanted to feel the pain of his own body. The sharper the better. At least it would confirm he was human, not a machine. But something felt wrong. The thin utility knife blade was also quite sharp, reflecting a cold light under the moon. The blade was perilously close to Qingxi's neck, and he sat there, his eyes vacant and devoid of life, that he should have realized sooner. Death would be a relief. He need not consider whether he could ever sleep again. His voice murmured softly. Yet just as the blade was about to press down, a hand grasped the edge of the blade. The sudden metallic scent of blood finally jolted Qingxi from his reverie. He sat there, his round dog-like eyes staring blankly at the woman before him. The pain in his hand registered, and Ruan Qing'an frowned as droplets of blood fell onto the sheets. Before she could fully process the moment. Ruan Qing'an had swiftly subdued him, casting the utility knife aside, where it clattered to the floor. Sister, when you took my things, you didn't clean up properly. It's my fault. Ruan Qing'an bore no resentment, lightly attributing the blame to herself, though the wound on her hand ran deep. She was already familiar with the scent of blood, yet this was the first time he had witnessed blood that did not originate from himself. However, after a brief silence, she instinctively rose, attempting to get off the bed to retrieve the utility knife that Ruan Qing'an had thrown away. Yet, Ruan Qing'an held onto him tightly. She sought to resist, but he repeatedly risked brushing against Ruan Qing'an's wound, leaving him feeling helpless. After several struggles, he was pinned down on the bed by Ruan Qing'an, who sat firmly on his waist, restraining all his movements. Though his actions were stifled, the anxiety and pain surging within him, coupled with hallucinations, made she increasingly uncomfortable as he grasped Ruan Qing'an's hand. Please, let go. Sister, don't stop me. I beg you, sister, I will exercise restraint. Just don't interfere with me. Restraint? Ruan Qing'an's voice turned serious. If I let go, you will succeed in taking your own life. Little brother, don't try to play tricks on me. Leave me be. Sister, my death would be far better than this. Every sleep is a forced act of my body, and every meal merely satisfies its needs. The only thing that reminds me I am human, not a machine, is the pain that I beg you, sister, that I can no longer feel my body. She pleaded softly, his dejected state leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, Ruan Qing'an remained unyielding, that he was perpetually subjected to suffocating mental torment. Were it not for the pain reminding him that his body still existed, she felt as though he were on the verge of merging with the computer. Suddenly, a sharp slap resonated against she's face. The metallic tang of blood mixed with Ruan Qing'an's cool fragrance, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Yet this time, she felt as though his sanity had been momentarily salvaged from the edge of a cliff. The frustration within him was momentarily silenced. Even the auditory hallucinations around him came to a brief halt. He once contemplated all sorts of so-called treatments proposed by Ruan Qing'an, yet the thought of enduring a slap never crossed his mind. Ruan Qing'an pressed herself against she, lowering her head to inquire, "Is this comfortable for you? Is this pain sufficient, little brother? Sister?" She found himself momentarily speechless. When not afflicted, his voice, sweet yet tinged with a slight hoarseness, betrayed a tremor as his Adam's apple bobbed. Ruan Qing'an paused, her bloodied hand yanking at she's collar, her eyes narrowing slightly. She, listen closely, to prove your existence. To truly feel your body, there is more than just pain. There are myriad sensations. Should I witness you harm yourself with a blade again, I shall ensure your hands are rendered useless. Her words dripped with a venomous bite. Before she could react, her excessively soft and warm form pressed against him, enveloping him in an embrace, her slender fingers tracing his back, the delicate touch igniting a tingling sensation. Her crimson lips hovered merely an inch from his ear, and Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes, imbued with a warmth reminiscent of gentle affection, seemed to draw she into their depths like a serene pool. He felt as though he might drown in the overwhelming sensations she evoked. It was a novel feeling, one that bore the name of desired. She's trembling form gradually calmed. Ruan Qing'an averted her gaze, her voice softening. You may harm me, but you must not harm yourself. Remember this. She spoke. She opened her injured palm, the blood beginning to congeal, and she gazed at her, his eyes swirling with a tumult of longing. Yet Ruan Qing'an continued, her lowered voice akin to a siren's song, laced with an alluring undertone as she whispered in his ear, "If you must grasp something, but then hold on to me." In the next moment, just as Ruan Qing'an had been atop him, she found herself swiftly subdued, pressed against the soft pillow as he, resembling a large dog, firmly pinned her down, his grip nearly crushing her delicate hands. Before Ruan Qing'an could fully comprehend the shift, she's slightly sharp canines sank into her neck, the tender skin beneath being relentlessly grazed, likely having turned a deep shade of crimson. The emotions swirling in she's gaze became indecipherable. She resembled a swan awaiting sacrifice, that he lost himself for a time, expending all his strength, before finally collapsing against Ruan Qing'an, burying his face in the crook of her neck, and surrendering to a heavy slumber. That it was only then that she managed to lift a hand to press against her neck. marred with bites, while the other, injured, remained firmly grasped by Qin Shi, rendering her unable to free herself. Ruan Qing'an couldn't help but sigh. Mad Dog. Chapter 91. Mad Dog Hacker Brother Exfo Psychologist 11. When Qin Shi awoke again. It was already the following morning. It was then that he realized he was cradling Ruan Qing'an, who felt as soft as a cloud resting beneath the eaves, nearly melting into his embrace. His own hand, which had been injured the previous night, was still tightly clasped in his grip, and the wound appeared to be healing, though it remained distressingly visible. Instinctively, Qin Shi loosened his hold on Ruan Qing'an, retreating a few steps only to catch sight of the bite marks on her neck, some of which were already scabbed over. Damn it. Throughout countless days of suffering alone, Qin Shi had always endured in isolation, decaying within that desolate room, where should he truly perish, no one would have known. Now, regardless of Ruan Qing'an's intentions, at least she could retrieve his corpse from that room, rather than wait until Qin Cheng discovered his absence at work and realized that Qin Shi had died. This woman could truly drive one to madness. Qin Shi murmured softly, his tone tinged with helplessness. Sister, you meddle too much. With a sigh, he looked up and found himself caught in the depths of Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes, which, despite witnessing his madness, only held a nonchalant, teasing smile that he paused, while Ruan Qing'an retorted, her smile unwavering. What if meddling is precisely what I intend? You won't be able to extricate yourself from me, dear brother. The emotions in Qin Shi's gaze were inscrutable as he masked his feelings with a smile, his canine eyes curving slightly. Then, sister, care to wager what might happen? His smile was radiant, sunlit, evoking a sense of youthful exuberance. Yet, Ruan Qing'an was not so easily deceived by Qin Shi's facade. Arching an eyebrow, she attempted to rise, but inadvertently pressed her injured palm against the edge of the bed, causing her to suck in a sharp breath. Qin Shi frowned, retrieving a first aid kit from the nightstand, and settled beside her. Sister, if you're hurt, you shouldn't be moving about. Hand it over. I'll bandage it for you. Having self-harmed for so many years, Qin Shi had become quite adept at treating such wounds. Ruan Qing'an, not refusing, sat beside him, allowing him to tend to her injury. As she observed the ghastly wound, Qin Shi couldn't help but comment. You should have taken care of this last night. Little brother, get your facts straight. Ruan Qing'an paused, poking his forehead with her uninjured hand. That I am a fraud. The title of psychologist has no bearing on me. How could I possibly be associated with medicine? Through prolonged suffering, I've merely learned my own issues. Qin Shi felt a slight headache as he finished wrapping her hand. His gaze then fell upon Ruan Qing'an's neck, and with a gentle tug, he pulled her into his embrace. Sister, please remain still. She truly was a different person compared to when she was afflicted. Upon hearing Ruan Qing'an's reflection, Qin Shi's eyes darkened slightly. On your first day here, I warned you, sister. Once you witness my affliction, you will inevitably regret remaining. You know why the servants fear me so. Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow at this, recognizing that bipolar disorder alternates between manic and depressive states. Clearly, Qin Shi was currently in a depressive phase. As he spoke, Qin Shi had already finished bandaging her hand. She stood up, instinctively touching her neck before abruptly countering. Isn't it too early for such discussions? Little brother, all I know is that I am compensated handsomely here, and that suffices. As for regret, I maintain that a lack of money is far more terrifying. I truly hope, sister, that you will continue to voice such sentiments. Qin Shi chuckled softly, his demeanor obedient and gentle, resembling a large dog, his dark eyes glimmering with mirth. Yet he resembled a large beast concealed behind a facade. Ruan Qing'an playfully tilted Qin Shi's chin, her leaden gray eyes narrowing. Little brother, regardless of the truth, you must now accept that I am your psychologist. Yes? Whether genuine or not, you must obediently comply. Only after leaving the room did Ruan Qing'an muse. I wondered why Qin Shi's episodes are so frequent. It seems the external stimuli are quite severe. 037. Ancestor, are you implying the influence of the male lead's father? Indeed, the development of Qin Shi's illness to this extent could not be divorced from the Qin family's influence. Not a single member was innocent. As Ruan Qing'an descended the stairs, she vaguely heard the sound of shattering glass, causing her to pause momentarily before swiftly darting a few steps to conceal herself around a corner. Moments later, she beheld shards of glass scattered across the floor. In the living room, the long-absent Qin Yu knelt on the ground, blood faintly visible on his forehead, while Qin Sheng stood, his back turned to Qin Yu. Hands clasped behind him, yet his fury was palpable. Qin Sheng scoffed. Qin Yu, do you understand your position at HNW? Chief Information Officer, CIO? Isn't that sufficient? Have I ever treated you unjustly? This time, he had already assigned Qin Shi the task of gathering dirt for their upcoming business collaboration, aiming to secure greater benefits for the company. Yet, what had Qin Yu done? He had acted on his own accord. Qin Sheng trembled with rage, sharply turning to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. The only one capable of succeeding me is Qin Shi. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with intense hatred, though he struggled to mask it. Father, Qin Shi's condition is dire. The doctors assert he won't live past 25, that if this continues, his lifespan will only shorten. Father, I do not seek power for myself, but how can Qin Shi possibly take over HNW in his state? Qin Yu spoke with righteous conviction, resembling a caring elder brother. Yet Qin Sheng's favoritism made his teeth grind in fury, wishing to see Qin Shi utterly obliterated. What significance did being Chief Information Officer hold? Lacking any real power, what qualifications did a madman like Qin Shi possess to meddle in company affairs? Even if he were gifted, he could merely serve as an information processor at home. Why? Why should he yield to a lunatic? Qin Yu's hatred threatened to distort him, yet he maintained a facade of a smile as he explained, Father, I am only looking out for Qin Shi. He is my brother, and I cannot bear to see him perish. That I ask that truly how you feel. Qin Sheng's demeanor cooled as he fixed his intense gaze upon Qin Yu. Ruan Qing'an chuckled quietly to herself. How could Qin Yu's pretense of coming to harm Qin Shi possibly be genuine? Instinctively, she attempted to slip away cautiously, only to inadvertently knock over a vase behind her. She quickly steadied it with her hand, but instinctively used her injured hand that a soft gasp escaped Ruan Qing'an as pain shot through her. She had managed to endure the previous night while facing a blade empty-handed, but now she instantly regretted her bravado. Just then, as Qin Sheng was about to speak, he suddenly lifted his head and looked towards the corner of the corridor. Who's there? Chapter 92. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother, the Pseudo-Psychologist. 12. Ruan Qing'an's gaze darkened. Just as she was contemplating how to respond, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. She froze. Upon instinctively turning around, she found Qin Shi had appeared behind her, likely taking advantage of her serious eavesdropping. Qin Shi glanced toward the living room, then lowered his head, leaning closer to Ruan Qing'an's ear. Sister, just keep deceiving your way through the Qin family and avoid getting involved or no one will protect you. Then why are you here, little brother? As Qin Sheng rounded the corner, he spotted Qin Shi and Ruan Qing'an. What are you two doing here? Just came downstairs, fathered at OIC. Moreover, it seemed that Ruan Qing'an's presence was tolerated only because Qin Shi had been suffering from prolonged insomnia. At that moment, upon seeing Qin Shi, Qin Yu hastily got to his feet. He was unwilling to lose face in front of this madman, but he gestured to Qin Shi. Let's sit and talk. Qin Shi narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. Ruan Qing'an, being merely a psychologist, saw that Qin Sheng had no intention of pursuing the matter further, so she decided not to linger. All right, father. Qin Yu nodded. But once he turned away, his expression darkened considerably as he swiftly exited the living room. Upon reaching the corridor, he encountered Ruan Qing'an and immediately approached her. Qin Yu's face was grim. Ruan Qing'an. Stop right there, da-da. Young Master Qin, your temper seems quite fierce. Ruan Qing'an sighed, leaning against the railing and speaking leisurely, a hint of mockery glimmering in her lead gray eyes. It appears that young Master Qin's situation at the company is rather dire. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's face turned ashen, akin to having his tail stepped on. Ruan Qing'an, do you even know how to speak? If you cannot, then just keep quiet. After a moment of composure, Qin Yu finally asked, how is Qin Shi's condition? Do you have any solutions? Deep down, Qin Yu understood that as long as Qin Shi had the ability to take over the company for even a single day, Qin Sheng would never consider him. The only aspect he could manipulate was Qin Shi's illness. Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly. I am but a pseudo-psychologist. How could Qin Shi possibly recover under my care? It was a reasonable conclusion. Qin Yu fell silent for a moment. Speed up your efforts, Ruan Qing'an, do not let me discover any ulterior motives from you, or you'll regret deceiving my father. After threatening Ruan Qing'an once more, he stormed off, leaving her to find the entire situation rather amusing. This man truly is a waste. Meanwhile, in the living room, Qin Sheng and Qin Shi sat across from each other. He inquired with concern. Qin Shi, how did your investigation into the matter I asked you about last night go? Your brother Qin Yu is truly unreliable. He took it upon himself to sign contracts for work. If you can uncover something, we might regain the initiative. Qin Xi.it was evidently these matters that he was interested in. All right, splendid. Qin Sheng was overjoyed, and once the urgent matters were addressed, he asked, Qin Shi, how did you sleep last night? Is the issue of your long-term insomnia still severe? Not too bad. The doctor is quite competent. Moreover, if she intends to prescribe medication or any other treatment, it must go through my approval. We cannot be careless. Your mind must not suffer any damage. Qin Sheng emphasized this matter repeatedly, exhibiting extreme caution, which only made Qin Shi want to laugh. His father was dreadfully fearful regarding such issues, yet remained oblivious to the fact that his own body was deteriorating day by day, which was far more detrimental than consuming antipsychotic medication. Losing interest in continuing the charade with him, Qin Shi stood and nodded. Understood that in truth, there was little for Qin Sheng and Qin Shi to discuss. Apart from H&W Company's affairs, even regarding Qin Shi's illness, Qin Sheng's knowledge was rather limited. After speaking, Qin Sheng hurriedly departed. Watching his retreating figure, the subtle dark green in Qin Shi's eyes was tinged with cold mockery. The steward, standing nearby, cautiously lowered his head. Young master, would you like to take a walk outside? I can have the security personnel accompany you to prevent any mishaps that I know need. I have no interest in watching a few burly men cower in fear before me. Qin Shi scoffed. The Grand Qin family villa felt like his prison. With these people watching him day and night, where could he possibly go? Completely disinterested, Qin Shi yawned. Even though he had managed to sleep somewhat decently against Ruan Qing'an last night, he still bore dark circles under his eyes, appearing increasingly impatient when not smiling. Ruan Qing'an lazily stretched. Little brother, did you not just say it was I who suggested you go out for a stroll? Once I deal with these people. Would you like to go out and have some fun? Qin Shi paused for a moment before suddenly breaking into laughter. This deceptive sister never failed to surprise him since her arrival at the Qin house. But this feeling though was rather pleasant. Chapter 93. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Pseudo-Psychologist. 13. With Qin Sheng absent from home, no one could restrain Qin Shi within the Qin villa, aside from keeping a watchful eye on his every move. Until nightfall, Ruan Qing'an sat before the vanity. She had donned a black short coat that accentuated her slender waist and long legs. Speaking slowly, there are security personnel patrolling even at night. It seems the Qin family is quite intent on keeping Qin Shi confined. 037. So, ancestor, are you planning to take the male lead out? It won't be that easy. Besides that, avoidance is not a solution. Rather than allowing Qin Shi to evade the Qin family, it is far better to eliminate the source of the issue altogether. That would be a permanent solution, Ruan Qing'an explained as she stood and opened the window. However, at present, it is impossible. Qin Shi is not inclined to take over the Qin family, nor does he wish to resist them. He is merely wallowing in despair, including his illness. He is the very model of giving up on treatment. 037. Ah, I see. Do not worry, little system. I will eventually force him to confront it. Ruan Qing'an seemed to recall something, her smile deepening with a hint of madness and ferocity. Perched on the windowsill, bathed in the moonlight, she crouched down to survey the outside. The bedroom the Qin family assigned to her on the first floor now conveniently aided her. Ruan Qing'an crouched, her lead-gray eyes scanning the surroundings warily. It was a good deal to receive money. What more could one ask for? The one who had questioned her was startled, scared into a state of mental disarray. Indeed, if you can accept that all your privacy is laid bare before the young master, then that is acceptable that we are here to monitor and ensure the young master's safety. Tampering with such surveillance is child's play. Upon hearing this, the questioned security personnel could no longer maintain their composure. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the back of that person's head received a swift strike, causing them to collapse to the ground. Ruan Qing'an nonchalantly shook her hand, and just then, another person took notice, but her reflexes were swifter. She swept low, and as he fell, she quickly subdued him, striking the back of his head as well. With that individual also unconscious, Ruan Qing'an smiled leisurely. Bingo, double kill. Moments later, in Qin Shi's bedroom, all computers and high-tech devices had been completely shut down. The bed lay empty, and Qin Shi, who should have been asleep, was curled up in a corner, his head bowed and one hand pressing against his forehead. Qingshi took deep breaths repeatedly, yet still felt immense pain. He gasped softly, his fist clenched tightly as he struck his forehead. Damn it. At that moment, the window beside him suddenly shattered, sending shards of glass mixed with a stone crashing to the floor. The loud noise jolted Qingshi from his internal turmoil. He pressed his fingers to his temples and moved to the window, peering down to see the security personnel who had been patrolling the night lying unconscious on the ground. The true instigator stood below the window in the pitch black of night, Ruan Qing'an. Clad in a black short coat, her slender waist and long legs accentuated, her skin as pale as snow, resembled a spirit beneath the moonlight. Yet when she raised her gaze, it sent a shiver down Qingshi's throat. Hey, little brother, interested in eloping with your sister? You're truly something, sister to sigh. Qingshi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, pressing his hand against his forehead. This woman was truly a threat to his life. Driving from the outskirts to the city took about half an hour, likely around 8 or 9 o'clock, just as the nightlife began, with numerous pedestrians visible along the road. Ruan Qing'an drove the sleek sports car that had been smoothly extracted from the garage of the Qing family's villa. One hand firmly grasping the steering wheel, she executed a stunning drift, coming to a halt directly in the parking space. Are we there yet? Qingshi's words were left unfinished as she leaned forward and unfastened his seatbelt. Qingshi, momentarily taken aback, turned to gaze out the window. This an arcade. Before him stood an arcade that appeared to have seen better days, situated in the outskirts near a slum, far from any semblance of prosperity. The sports car was glaringly out of place in this environment. However, Ruan Qing'an paid it no mind. She waved her hand and exited the vehicle. Hurry up. You've never been to a place like this. Have you? No, I haven't, Qingshi replied, shaking his head, instinctively following Ruan Qing'an out of the car. Familiar with the locale, Ruan Qing'an greeted the owner with ease, exchanged for game tokens, and began to explore the arcade alongside Qingshi. Most of the arcade machines were somewhat outdated, yet still operational, populated by a mix of local toughs and delinquent youths escaping their evening classes. Suddenly, Qingshi inquired, Are you quite familiar with this place? Of course, back when my father hadn't succumbed to his gambling addiction, he would spend countless hours here with those ruffians that I often came here after school to find him, Ruan Qing'an recounted, tossing the coins in her hand with a somber gaze. Because of me, he always left disappointed, and then he'd drink, which would lead to him hitting me. She spoke of her suffering with an airy nonchalance, seemingly unaffected by the pain. Qingshi fell silent, his dark eyes fixed on Ruan Qing'an. Then in the next moment, she tossed a game token towards him, and he instinctively reached out to catch it, while Ruan Qing'an playfully patted a game machine. Little brother, you've definitely never played this, have you? What is this? He asked. Street Fighter, Ruan Qing'an replied, already seated in front of the machine, her slate-gray eyes sparkling with mischief, like stars scattered across a shimmering lake. And of course, I shall teach you first. Her smile deepened as she seemed to recall something delightful. Yet, as she smiled, a wave of intense unease surged within Qingshi. Half an hour later, a crowd had gathered, eagerly watching the screen of the game machine, while Ruan Qing'an grinned broadly, her eyes squinting with delight. Woohoo, I've won again. Is this what you meant by teaching me? Qingshi lamented, his face devoid of expression. He had been thoroughly trounced for a solid half hour, and Ruan Qing'an had shown no inclination to teach him. Ruan Qing'an, with her characteristic boldness, retorted, Experience is the best teacher. Surely you've started to grasp a thing or two. Qingshi, inherently clever and adept at games, found it impossible for a novice to contend with a seasoned player. Sensing his frustration, Ruan Qing'an nevertheless scooted closer, leaning in to whisper, Little brother, it's perfectly fine if you can't learn. Admitting defeat isn't such a big deal. With a tender smile that resembled a caring older sister, she seemed to overlook the fact that Qingshi was already 21. Her audacity ignited a spark of youthful defiance within him. He had never lost in life before, and the thought of smashing the game controller in frustration crossed his mind. Ruan Qing'an quietly reminded him, You'll have to pay for that. But in the next moment, Qingshi abruptly stood, calling the owner over. Hey boss, give me your payment QR code. Little brother, you can't be so desperate to beat me that you're willing to spend hundreds on game tokens for practice. Before Ruan Qing'an could finish her sentence, a notification pinged on the owner's phone. You have received a payment of 50,000 yuan. Ruan Qing'an, who had previously lived a frugal life, muttered the wickedness of the wealthy. Qing'an clapped his hands on 3 nearby game machines that I'll buy these 3 for 50,000. Is that enough? The owner grinned widely, nodding repeatedly. The machines were already old, and now he had unexpectedly gained a windfall of 50,000. It felt like a stroke of luck. Ta-da! Please enjoy your games. Once the owner was gone, Ruan Qing'an inquired, "Little brother, do you have so much money to burn? If you're throwing money around, you might as well give it to me next time. Money can't buy my happiness. To me, it's merely a number. However, if my sister could make me happy, I would give you plenty," Qing'an replied, his eyes sparkling playfully. Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow. "Are you not enjoying the game? You're actually enjoying my company, aren't you?" Qing'an, feeling unusually petulant, retorted, clearly irked by Ruan Qing'an's teasing. He lowered his head, fiddling with the game machine, and after a while, he managed to disable one entirely. Ruan Qing'an was at a loss as to what he was doing until he seemed to connect the machine's data to his phone, looking at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Come on, let us have another round." "What did you do?" Ruan Qing'an asked, eyeing him warily, unable to discern his scheme. They began a new game. But within less than a minute, Ruan Qing'an's character fell to the ground. She grimaced, "Cheating, invincibility hacks, no health loss, and unlimited special moves. That you're quite impressive, little brother. You've activated quite a few cheats just to win against me." "Sister, I'm naturally skilled at this. I can do more than just hack systems. Creating a cheat is child's play for me." Qing'an, using cheats to gain an unfair advantage, bore no shame, smiling sweetly. However, in every subsequent round, he dominated Ruan Qing'an's character effortlessly. Ruan Qing'an pouted, "Childish little brat." Qing'an rolled his eyes. "Ha, boring sister." Watching the entire exchange, 037 remarked, "Don't say anything. You two are truly indistinguishable in your madness." Their shared childishness was clearly inherited. After thoroughly defeating Ruan Qing'an with his cheats, Qing'an barely had time to revel in his victory before Ruan Qing'an, like a sloth, clung to him from behind, her arms as delicate as lotus stems, wrapped tightly around his neck, pulling him backward with a huff. "Cheating little brother, will you admit your fault? Didn't you bully me for not knowing how to play?" Qing'an refused to acknowledge the charge, retorting sarcastically as he attempted to shake Ruan Qing'an off. Yet, she was quicker, planting her feet firmly on the ground and then directly hanging onto him, her long legs clinging tightly to his lean waist. Her arms tightened around him, the scent of her cool fragrance enveloping him, and his back pressed against her soft body, while she continued to ensnare him by the neck. The last time they had been this close was during a night when he had fallen ill, and upon regaining consciousness, he had instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Though he called her sister, her form fit perfectly within his arms, easily entrapping her, and no matter how frivolous or audacious she may be. That night he had pinned her down, biting her neck like a beast claiming its mate in a passionate embrace. Ruan Qing'an leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Little brother, will you admit your fault?" I was wrong. Sister, please don't cling to me anymore, come down." Qing'an's thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere, and he no longer had the will to maintain his stubborn pride. Softly coughing in a feigned attempt to conceal his embarrassment, repeatedly apologizing in a sweet voice, Ruan Qing'an snorted lightly before finally releasing him and turning to find the owner, who had just left. "Boss, please pack up the game machines and deliver them to the Qing'an family villa in the suburbs." Understood. I'll deliver them to this young master tomorrow." Watching Ruan Qing'an's retreating figure, Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle, the darkness in his eyes softening gradually. After that, they refrained from playing competitive games to avoid further childish quarrels, opting instead for a variety of other games like racing and basketball, indulging in a medley of activities. By the time they exited the arcade, it was quite late, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians, save for a bustling barbecue stall. "Yes, it should be," Qing'an replied, glancing at his phone, which was flooded with missed calls that he chose to ignore, even severing signal tracking entirely. Noticing his silence, Ruan Qing'an regarded him earnestly, her eyes filled with encouragement. Each step he took toward opening up, having chosen to break his self-imposed isolation, was a delightful surprise for her. "I don't know much about your situation, Qing'an, but I'm here, waiting for you to share it with me." Chapter 95. The Mad Dog Hacker Younger Brother X the Faux Psychologist 15. Perhaps it was the tender embrace of the night or the seemingly radiant gaze of Ruan Qing'an that coaxed open a minuscule crevice in the world ensconced in silence. Qing'an fell into a moment of contemplation, leaning against the sports car, and finally spoke. At that time, the Qing'an family was not in a favorable state. My father was enduring a downturn in his career. And this incident struck him even harder. That it was only when he discovered my talent that, despite my suffering from ailments, it presented him with a fortuitous opportunity, leading the Qing'an family and HNW to rise spectacularly. My mental state has weighed heavily on my body. Although I appear fine outwardly, I have long been deteriorating within. It is said that I shall not survive past the age of 25. Hence I have scarcely left the Qing'an family villa. Even when I do venture out, it is solely for hospital visits, and within the confines of the villa, security personnel remain vigilant. As the evening breeze began to stir, accompanied by the youthful and clear voice of Qin Shi, he leaned against the car, propping his chin in his hand, and recounted his suffering with an air of nonchalance. Thus, today marks the happiest day of my 21 years. Sister. Ruan Qing'an stepped forward, and before Qin Shi could react, she cupped his face in her hands, her leaden gray eyes sparkling with laughter. Do not speak so recklessly, little brother. There will be many more days like this. Every day ahead will surpass today in happiness. Qin Shi, I promised. As her words fell, it was as if the entire world had succumbed to silence, with only the rustling of leaves stirred by the evening breeze to accompany the tumultuous beating of their hearts. Qin Shi parted his lips slightly, his round, dog-like eyes reflecting only Ruan Qing'an's smiling visage, with everything else fading into oblivion. Affection level 35. Qin Shi went slightly as Ruan Qing'an held his face, a twinge of pain flickering across his features, yet he could not suppress a chuckle. Do not look at me like that, sister. It drives me mad. His voice was barely above a whisper, and Ruan Qing'an did not catch it clearly. She merely released her grip, twirling the car key between her slender fingers. Just as they prepared to enter the vehicle and depart, footsteps approached from afar. She initially paid no heed until she heard a curse. Ruan Qing'an, you wretched woman, I've finally found you. Upon glancing up again, Ruan Qing'an recognized the group from the slums who had come to collect debts. They appeared to be in a rather disheveled state. The leading rotund figure charged at her, evidently having learned a lesson from their last encounter, brandishing a baton snatched from one of his lackeys. Advancing with a menacing air, seeing their aggressive approach, Qin Shi furrowed his brow and retorted, Are they here to pick a fight? Yes, my father owed them money from gambling, and when he drowned in the river, the debt fell upon me. They are here to collect. And how do you plan to resolve this? Qin Shi chuckled lightly, ushering Ruan Qing'an into the car before entering from the opposite side. You inherited not a single penny from your father. How do his gambling debts concern you? Ruan Qing'an paused momentarily, and at that moment, the heavy-set man brandished his baton, positioning himself in front of the sports car alongside his companions. With a newfound bravado, he snarled, Ruan Qing'an, I finally caught you. You seem to be doing quite well these days. Oh, and you've even taken up with some wealthy young master. I presume you have the funds to repay me now. The tone of the heavy-set man dripped with disdain, and the thugs behind him erupted into laughter, their chuckles laced with vulgarity. Ruan Qing'an's gaze darkened, a smile curling at her lips. It appears that their tongues have grown even more foul in my absence. Drive, I shall handle this, she stated resolutely. Yet Qin Shi coldly interjected, his attention fixated on his phone, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama, as he inquired, which casino? Jincheng, if my memory serves me right, it should be an old establishment from 10 years ago. At that moment, Qin Shi's hand suddenly pressed against her hand, guiding it to the steering wheel. With a smile in his eyes, he firmly instructed, Sister, listen to me, drive. His tone remained level, but an undercurrent of icy menace lingered, sending a chill down Ruan Qing'an's spine. After a brief silence, she shifted gears and pressed down on the accelerator. The roar of the engine reverberated as Ruan Qing'an prepared to flee, yet the heavy-set man, undeterred by the danger, positioned himself defiantly in front of the sports car. Exuding an air of a hoodlum, he pressed the baton against the engine hood, lacking the audacity to damage such a costly vehicle. Yet he sneered, Ruan Qing'an, unless you repay me today, you shall not escape. Brothers, block her path. Let us see where this wretched woman can run to. Until the next moment, feel free to obstruct us. Just do not damage my car with that baton. Qin Shi's smile was clean and sunny, infused with youthful exuberance. Yet the words that escaped his lips were devoid of warmth. Just drive straight through. Upon hearing his command, the heavy-set man could hardly fathom the absurdity of the situation. Yet he instinctively stumbled back several paces, his eyes flickering with fear and trepidation. However, the thought of the long-overdue debt hardened his resolve, and with a feigned bravado, he blustered. "Have you lost your minds? This involves several lives. Let us see if you dare to drive and pay me back." In response, Qing'an turned to Ruan Qing'an, and without exchanging words, a shared glance conveyed their understanding to the heavy-set man and his thugs obstructed their path. The tires screeched in protest as the sports car surged forward several meters, barely stopping before them. It was a hair's breadth away. The thugs were nearly petrified, scrambling backward as the heavy-set man collapsed in terror. In that moment, Qing'an adopted the demeanor of a spoiled, rich heir, his smile deepening. "Care for another try?" "I apologize, but to us, your lives are the least valuable commodities. You are merely a gang of thugs from the slums. Whether you live or die is of no concern to anyone. You dare obstruct my vehicle?" With one hand propping his face, the shadows under his eyes accentuated his growing impatience. "Last warning. Clear the way. Otherwise, your blood shall not stain my car. Your Jinqing casino cannot afford the damages." This declaration utterly shattered the courage of the heavy-set man and his companions, who hurriedly retreated, dragging their leader aside while repeatedly apologizing to Qing'an. It was only then that Qing'an's window rolled up, muffling the faint sounds of the heavy-set man's whimpering. Ruan Qing'an cast a sidelong glance. What has become of them? The boss behind Jinqing sent them to collect these gambling debts. Should they fail to do so, their fates will be dire. As the sports car accelerated, the cityscape blurred beyond the window. Yet as Qing'an turned his gaze outside, he seemed to reminisce about the entirety of the night's revelry. Through the glass, he beheld the reflection of Ruan Qing'an at the wheel, her exquisite profile illuminated. "Is this your reward for risking your entire salary to bring me out?" "What, young Master Qing'an? Do you intend to settle our accounts?" "Settle accounts?" Qing'an chuckled lightly, saying no more, the corners of his lips curling into a smile, his gaze softening slightly to perhaps that in the future, it would be impossible to tally the costs. Chapter 96. The Mad Dog Hacker Younger Brother X the Faux Psychologist 16. "Sir, we still cannot reach the young master. His phone remains unresponsive. Sir, the signal tracking in the background has also failed to locate the young master." Qing'an was acutely aware of the implications, but his greater concern lay with Qing'an, whose physical and mental states were precarious. Should he wander off again, what calamity might ensue? What? Qing'an scarcely had time to react before he stumbled outside, only to see Ruan Qing'an and Qing'an emerging from the vehicle. "That if something were to happen to you, should you fall ill or be injured outside, what am I, as your father, to do?" The tone he adopted made it seem as though Qing'an were not 21, but rather 12. That Ruan Qing'an couldn't help but stifle a laugh at this scene. Qing'an's concern was less for Qing'an's well-being and more for his fear that he might refuse to remain compliant within the Qing household. Ruan Qing'an could discern the underlying meaning. Qing'an, being astute, understood it too. The depth of his gaze darkened, as he showed little interest in playing the role of a dutiful son. "Uncle Qing'an, young Master Qing'an's condition has improved somewhat. As long as there are no major triggers, he should remain stable. Naturally, taking walks is beneficial for his recovery." "Taking walks?" Qing'an's voice rose, his expression icy. "Dr. Ruan, this villa is vast. I have not merely enclosed the horse ranch and garden. Where can he not go?" In the presence of Qing'an, Ruan Qing'an maintained the same gentle and composed demeanor as when they first met. "Uncle Qing'an, after all, young Master Qing'an, she has been here for 21 years. There is no harm in venturing out a bit." She continued, "All your treatments should receive my consent. Do not act on your own accord if anything were to happen to a member of the Qing'an family. You would not be able to bear the consequences." Qing'an let out a cold snort, his attitude decidedly aggressive, unwilling to yield an inch to AT that moment. Qing'an had already positioned himself in front of Ruan Qing'an, his gaze steely. "Father, I wish to go out on my own. Do not involve others." Even with Qing'an's firm stance, Qing'an was rendered momentarily speechless, trembling with fury, yet reluctant to confront him directly, fearing it might exacerbate Qing'an's condition. Ultimately, Qing'an chose to relent, signaling to the butler. The butler quickly approached, while the servants dealt with the shattered glass and the chaos left by Ruan Qing'an's earlier altercation. And the security personnel parked the sports car in the garage. With Qing'an's resolute demeanor, Qing'an found himself unable to press further, and the matter was left unresolved. However, as Ruan Qing'an passed by Qing'an, The middle-aged man lowered his voice, as if wary of being overheard by Qin Shi to Dr. Ruan. I offer you one last warning. Your sole duty is to treat him, ensuring that Qin Shi does not develop any severe psychological issues. Otherwise, I can easily dismiss you, and if you continue to disregard my counsel, I can ensure your departure is swift. With that, Qin Shi left, and as she watched his retreating figure, Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes darkened. 037. That old man certainly does not seem like a good person. Little system, you've actually made a rare and sensible observation. I just feel that, although you are an irredeemable villain, he is decidedly more detestable. Ruan Qing'an paused. Are you criticizing me or yourself? Upon hearing the sinister laughter, 037 dared to be audacious just once, then quickly fell silent to be why the following day. As Qin Shi descended the stairs, the dark circles under his eyes had somewhat lessened, possibly due to the previous night spent with Ruan Qing'an. Qin Sheng, seated in the living room perusing a newspaper, addressed Qin Shi upon seeing him. Did you sleep well last night? As long as I am alive, there is no need for concern. Qin Sheng was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly shifting the topic. Is there something you need from me? I recently discovered a casino, the Jincheng Casino. I want them to go bankrupt. Qin Sheng was taken aback. Qin Shi rarely made demands of him, prompting him to ask, what has happened? Is this about Dr. Ruan? Qin Shi's eyes flickered slightly as he yawned and stood up. Father, you do not possess the authority to refuse. Take care of it, or I will handle it myself, and I cannot manage your company's affairs in addition to mine. Qin Shi's tone had grown decidedly brusque, a demeanor that would have been unthinkable before Ruan Qing'an's arrival. Reflecting on this, Qin Sheng felt a heaviness in his heart, but still acquiesced, promptly making arrangements over the phone. Simultaneously, as Qin Shi ascended the stairs, he caught sight of the gaming machine sent by the arcade owner, now placed in the entertainment room by the butler, that if there's time, perhaps I could invite that scheming sister to play a few more rounds. However, just as Qin Shi prepared to head over, he noticed Qin Yu swiftly entering Ruan Qing'an's room through the back door, a location devoid of surveillance. What kind of relationship did his hypocritical brother have with Ruan Qing'an? A cold glint flickered in Qin Shi's usually gentle eyes. How tiresome. It is unseemly to steal others away, brother. Inside the room, Ruan Qing'an reclined against the bed, engrossed in a psychology book. The heavy sound of the door slamming shut did not even cause her to wrinkle her brow. Young Master Qin Yu, your lack of decorum is truly astounding, though I am no longer surprised. Stop with the nonsense. In Ruan Qing'an's presence, Qin Yu revealed his most disgraceful self, striding forward. Ruan Qing'an, do not pretend to be ignorant of what transpired last night. Seeing Qin Yu's accusatory demeanor, Ruan Qing'an scoffed lightly and was about to respond when her phone, placed nearby, suddenly lit up. 037 explained. Ancestor, it appears your phone has activated the microphone automatically. It is likely being monitored. It could only be Qin Shi. No one else in the villa could wrest control over such matters from him. Ruan Qing'an's gray eyes darkened further as she set the book aside. Young Master Qin Yu, everyone in the villa is aware of this matter. No one intends to conceal it from you. You know what I am referring to, Ruan Qing'an. Do not act foolishly that I brought you to the Qin family villa not to entertain Qin Shi or to treat him. He advanced, seizing Ruan Qing'an by the collar, his expression contorted with rage. Ruan Qing'an, what I desire is for you to exacerbate Qin Shi's condition, not to heal him. You wretched woman, do not forget who brought you here. Were it not for me, Qin Yu, you would still be suffering in some corner of the slums, tormented by debt collectors. Observing Qin Yu's demeanor, Ruan Qing'an's brow furrowed slightly. She grasped his wrist and, with a light twist, pushed him away. Seizing the moment of his pain, she swiftly got off the bed and distanced herself from him, speaking nonchalantly. So, what does this have to do with whether I choose to assist you? Young Master Qin Yu, do you truly believe a worthless promise could compel my aid? Ruan Qing'an chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with icy sarcasm. You speak of being my boyfriend, of one day making me your wife. Indulging in riches and glory. Such words sound far more melodious than they hold substance. Qin Yu's expression darkened, that if you do not help me, that promise will certainly not come to fruition. Ruan Qing'an, if you comply, how could I possibly treat you poorly once I take over the Qin family? Yet upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an's derision intensified, that oh, young Master Qin Yu, you are still trying to deceive me. You hardly think yourself worthy of me, do you? To exploit me for your gain. Have you lost your mind? Do you know how much Qin Sheng pays me for my services? Qin Yu let out a furious growl, his eyes wide with rage, looking at Ruan Qing'an as if she were an enemy, that he advanced menacingly. The mocking laughter abruptly ceased, and Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened as she began to retreat until her heels met the wall. Qin Yu, what do you intend to do? I warn you not to act recklessly. You deceitful woman, deceiving me and the Qin family. Is it just for a bit of money? The atmosphere was thick with tension. An impasse. Ruan Qing'an was unafraid, yet her gaze subtly shifted to the phone on the bed. This fellow, Qin Shi, certainly had remarkable patience. 037. It won't be long. At this moment, the male lead is on his way over. Just as 037 spoke, Qin Yu made his move, striding confidently toward Ruan Qing'an. She glanced at the window with her peripheral vision, her eyes darkening. If he attempted to strike her, she would simply kick him out. But in the next moment, her thoughts halted as the door, which should have been shut tight, swung open, accompanied by a languid voice. Brother, what do you intend to do to my psychologist? Qin Shi. Qin Yu froze, slowly turning to face Qin Shi at the door. Leaning against the frame, Qin Shi's outfit of a hoodie and jeans paired with a smile revealing slightly pointed canine teeth gave him a sunny appearance. His dog-like eyes crinkling with mirth, he stood half a head taller than Qin Yu, looking down at him with a playful glint in his eye. Previously, brother, I did not mention it, but Ruan Qing'an, I know. Qin Shi interrupted, his tone steady. Because of some reasons, perhaps due to her lack of discernment, or perhaps your extravagant display of wealth, an event I find quite astonishing transpired. Ruan Qing'an has developed feelings for you, and has begun to pursue you. At this point, Qin Shi stood directly before Qin Yu, his presence unyielding. Yet evidently, she remains here as my psychologist. Qin Shi, how could you? Qin Yu was stunned, unable to comprehend how Ruan Qing'an's affections had been revealed, let alone how Qin Shi had unraveled his encrypted schemes. That it felt as though he were playing a game with cheats. How could he possibly compete? Observing the uncertain expression on Qin Yu's face, Qin Shi chuckled softly. I merely wish to remain silent, brother, but if you want to avoid losing all enjoyment, I suggest you make yourself scarce before my temper flares. His smile radiated warmth and brilliance. Yet the words he uttered were imbued with a chilling command. Startled, Qin Yu shuddered and staggered a few steps before hastily exiting Ruan Qing'an's room. Only after Qin Yu's figure had vanished did Qin Shi turn his gaze towards Ruan Qing'an, who leaned against the window, his dark eyes swirling with an indistinct desire. Ruan Qing'an remained silent, merely pressing her lips together, watching Qin Shi with wary vigilance. Qin Shi, on the other hand, propped himself against the window frame. His smile gentled at a professional con artist, a nightclub hostess, infatuated with Qin Yu. 037. I wager the male lead will be angry before Qin Yu departs. Ruan Qing'an replied, why not set up a betting pool? Little system. What about you, ancestor, before he leaves? I share the same sentiment. 037. That at that moment, Qin Shi paused, his smile deepening, appearing even more docile, yet an increasingly severe aura of danger permeated the air. And you were almost my sister-in-law. He seems even angrier now. Ruan Qing'an fell silent for a moment. I concur. Chapter 98. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Pseudo-Psychologist. 18. Meeting Qin Shi's gaze, Ruan Qing'an sighed. Young master, when one is impoverished, one must resort to various means of survival. If I were not aware that Qin Yu would burn bridges once he crossed them, I would likely have no choice but to comply with his plans to repay that gambling debt. Suddenly, Qin Shi interjected, that gambling debt need not be repaid. Indeed, I have not inherited any fortune and thus do not bear any debt. However, the mafia is a different matter. My father is deceased, and they will inevitably come looking for me. As Ruan Qing'an's words trailed off, Qin Shi casually remarked, sister, the debt collectors can no longer collect debts. While money is merely a number to me, I refuse to provide it to scoundrels. That I ask this what they mean by resolving the problem by eliminating the one who raises it. Hearing this, Ruan Qing'an could not help but chuckle. Although Qin Shi appeared to be an amiable and agreeable young man, he possessed a rather dark heart, boldly overturning the gambling den. Qin Shi continued. I investigated that Jinsheng casino you mentioned. It has a decade-long history, situated near the slums, designed to ensnare individuals with gambling addictions, leading them into debt, which the mafia then collects. After all, those in debt are penniless. With their families behind them, women resort to selling themselves in nightclubs, and men engage in organ trading. The entire casino is corrupt, with layers of filth beneath it. At this point, Qingshi chuckled lightly. Even if he were to hand it over to Qin Sheng to deal with. Such a place, already steeped in corruption, had a background and cover that were poorly constructed, allowing it to thrive only in the slums. He truly looked down upon it. However, the outcome was relatively favorable. Ruan Qing'an paused for a moment. This situation is quite satisfactory. My gambling debt is erased, and this harmful establishment is eliminated. Qingshi replied, so, you are no longer in a hurry to deceive others for money. Not in a rush anymore. The salary of your family psychologist is indeed quite high. Why would I seek out trouble for myself? As Ruan Qing'an spoke, she observed the depth of Qingshi's dark eyes. The hint of emerald glimmering with a dangerous air. She hesitated, and the next moment, Ruan Qing'an lightly cleared her throat, softening her tone. Young master, you know I am a professional con artist, here solely for monetary gain. Why bother settling old scores now? I do not harbor any grudges. Qingshi's eyes curved slightly. I am merely pondering a question. Since you, dear sister, are unrelated to the medical field, you ought to visit a hospital for an eye examination. Because of my feelings for Qin Yu, I never stated such. Qingshi did not acknowledge it, merely adopting an air of indifference. Ruan Qing'an secretly rolled her eyes, and seizing the moment when Qingshi was distracted, she swiftly withdrew her hand and retreated a few steps. The intentions of Sima Zhao are known all. Qingshi made no effort to pursue her, but instead explained, Father has always prioritized his career over family, neglecting us at home. Qin Yu was cared for by our mother, and he loved her deeply. After my birth, when our mother died during childbirth, he blamed me for it. Moreover, due to my abilities and health status, Father has doted on me, and it is only natural for him to harbor discontent. Though recounting his own experiences, Qingshi exhibited little emotion. I have no interest in taking over the Qin family. As long as my bottom line is not crossed, he may act as he pleases. Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly. Even if he intends to harm you, sister, I shall not live past 25, it matters not. Qin, she said dismissively, rising to depart, but he paused, turning his face slightly, his dark eyes sparkling with mirth, as refreshing as a cool breeze under the blazing sun, embodying youthful vigor. Rather than calling you sister-in-law, I prefer to call you sister. 037. Is he doubt flirting with you? Ruan Qing'an paid no heed. She was bold enough to accept any challenge. She leaned over the bed, inching closer to Qingshi. Tilting his chin, her voice teasingly playful, I offer you the same proposition. Rather than deceiving for money, I prefer to deceive for affection, dear brother. The response from Ruan Qing'an was the sight of Qingshi leaving in a near-disheveled state, causing her to burst into laughter. Outside, the young man raised a hand to half-cover his brow. Exhaling a resigned sigh, he gently lamented, Sister, being too arrogant will lead to misfortune. Affection level 45. His expression darkened considerably. The mere thought of Qingshi's words sent a chill down Qin Yu's spine, leaving him horrified that if what Qingshi said were true, all his actions would be laid bare. What could he possibly scheme? The best strategy Qin Yu could conceive was to exploit Qingshi's affliction. Yet Ruan Qing'an was fiercely protective, and Qingshi, in a fit of madness, shielded her as well, that if Ruan Qing'an's facade as a doctor were to be exposed, Qin Yu would also be implicated. While Qingshi remained untouchable, Ruan Qing'an was not necessarily, so that he narrowed his eyes. In that case, you must be expelled, Ruan Qing'an. What I require is a psychologist I can control. Preferably one who can send Qingshi to a mental institution. That professor seemingly had a student. Some antipsychotic medications had significant side effects, and certain components, when overly concentrated, could lead to drug toxicity. This was precisely why Qin Sheng strictly forbade Qingshi from undergoing pharmacological treatment, fearing it might impair his mind. Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Isn't the mind supposed to function well? Then I'll just ruin it for you. A week later, the doorbell of the Qin family villa rang. As the servant opened the door, the butler approached and was surprised to find a woman standing at the entrance. Pulling a suitcase and wearing glasses, exuding an academic air, she appeared quite refined. The butler blinked in confusion. May I ask who you are? Hello, I am the psychologist Qin Yu has requested. He mentioned he would be waiting for me here today to meet the patient. But isn't there already a psychologist? The butler was momentarily taken aback, while the woman continued, Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Linger, a disciple of Professor Robert, a renowned scholar in the field of psychology. The original female lead has finally arrived. Chapter 99. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Pseudo-Psychologist 19. As Sue Linger claimed, Professor Robert indeed enjoyed a prestigious reputation in psychology. The butler, having been somewhat exposed to this field due to Qing's presence in the family, felt a surge of respect upon hearing her words. The butler quickly bowed his head and ushered Sue Linger inside. "Dr. Sue, please come in. I shall take you to see the eldest young master immediately." Sue Linger's suitcase was taken care of by the servants, and she followed the butler into the reception room, where Qing'an had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Sue Linger, he immediately rose and hurried towards her. "Dr. Sue, it is an honor to finally meet you." As Qing'an spoke, he exchanged glances with the butler, who understood the unspoken message and quietly exited the reception room, closing the door behind him. "Dr. Sue, my brother Qing'an, she is a patient suffering from bipolar disorder. But he has persistently refused treatment. Until recently, a psychologist had been able to stay and care for him. However, that Dr. Ruan lacked the requisite skills, which is why I sought your expertise. Only you can resolve my brother's condition." To be honest, those words were quite comforting to hear, that Sue Linger had come to the Qing'an family villa at the behest of her mentor, Professor Robert, who hoped for her growth, so she was determined to stay no matter what. Qing'an continued, "Dr. Sue, I fear my brother's condition has worsened lately. He exhibits severe self-harming tendencies, and I often witness him inflicting pain upon himself." These words came from a family member. Sue Linger found them somewhat credible. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "I understand. Indeed, Dr. Sue, this is the information regarding my younger brother. Qing'an, I hope you can take a thorough look and gain some understanding of his condition." Qing'an presented a file bag, which was considerably more comprehensive than what the housekeeper had provided to Ruan Qing'an at that time. However, much of the records inside still originated from Ruan Qing'an. An outsider, Sue Linger nodded, absorbing the information while listening to Qing'an's words. That "Dr. Sue, my brother has been suffering for many years, and our family is exceedingly anxious that we hope you can bring about some change for him. I have heard that your mentor, Professor Robert, possesses a unique therapeutic theory and holds a prestigious position that we sincerely hope you can do your utmost to assist Qing'an. We are incredibly grateful to you." As Qing'an spoke, he bowed deeply to Sue Linger, embodying the role of a devoted elder brother, evoking a sense of sympathy. Meanwhile, in Qing'an's bedroom, Ruan Qing'an and Qing'an, she sat cross-legged on the carpet, intently focused on the gaming console screen, their fingers deftly maneuvering the controllers. The characters displayed on the screen engaged in a lively back-and-forth battle. Qing'an had specifically requested the servants to move the gaming console to his bedroom, often inviting Ruan Qing'an to join him in play, at least for a 21-year-old still in the bloom of youth. Qing'an had managed to cultivate some new interests, as opposed to remaining cooped up in his room like a machine, which was a significant improvement. "How infuriating, little brother. Are you secretly cheating? How could you improve so rapidly? If you can't win, just admit defeat. After all, I've been sparring with you for quite some time now. You ought to let your sister win a few times in all fairness." Upon seeing the large victory displayed on the screen, Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle, his dark, dog-like eyes narrowing in delight. When he glanced at Ruan Qing'an, a sense of triumphant pride radiated from him, resembling a large dog wagging its tail after catching a frisbee, exuding a hint of silliness, yet behaving obediently, which amused Ruan Qing'an. Just as the two were conversing, they could hear the unmistakable sound of suitcase wheels rolling by, accompanied by the distant chatter of the servants outside. "Stop playing, ancestor." The female lead has already made her entrance. Ruan Qing'an squinted slightly. That must be Sue Linger that in the original text, when Qing'an's illness had escalated to an unmanageable level for the Qing'an family, they had summoned Sue Linger to treat him. Fortunately, Qing'an's condition was still relatively stable. Ruan Qing'an, though not well-versed in psychology, was acutely aware of the external factors that triggered Qing'an's episodes. She had largely declined the work arranged by Qing'an and assisted Qing'an with the unavoidable tasks. Once Qing'an began to cooperate with the changes, albeit at a slow pace, his condition steadily improved, and even his affection level had risen to 50 to 80 this moment. Sue Linger arrived. That's your rival. Ancestor, we must remain vigilant and prepare for battle. Yet Ruan Qing'an merely lazily lifted her gaze. Rival. I never compete for affection because I know he will choose me. Hence, I have no rivals. 037's enthusiasm quickly waned in response. Master, you truly lack a sense of challenge, especially when it comes to this particular ancestor. The commotion outside also captured Qing'an's attention. He instinctively furrowed his brows and turned to click on the computer. It's so noisy. Let me check the surveillance. Before she could finish his sentence, Ruan Qing'an suddenly leaped onto his back, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck that don't even think about changing the subject. Did you cheat? Little brother, I may not be able to defeat you in the game, but don't assume I'll lose to you in a real-life duel. Ruan Qing'an even resorted to a tactic from their time in the arcade. Yet she found himself at a loss against her playful and defiant demeanor. His fingers froze in their movements, and he had no time to check the surveillance before Ruan Qing'an could continue her teasing. She found herself pinned to the soft carpet, as she effortlessly held her wrist above her head with one hand. Seeing her attempt to kick, she pressed his leg down, rendering Ruan Qing'an immobile. Sister, are you attempting to act shamelessly? Those who play tricks will be punished. Ditto, little brother. How do you plan to punish your sister? Ruan Qing'an was unafraid of any approach, boldly leaning forward with a smirk. She was momentarily taken aback, but just as quickly, he was kicked away by Ruan Qing'an, landing on the soft carpet. Instead, Ruan Qing'an crouched beside him, poking his face. Little brother, if you wish to challenge your sister, you still have a long way to go. Gazing up at Ruan Qing'an's exquisite features, Qing's slightly pointed canine teeth grazed his lips, his eyes flickering as if lost in thought. Ruan Qing'an, however, paid no mind, casting a glance at the surveillance, where no trace of Su Ling's presence remained. She felt relieved that she would not discover anything for the time being. Did no. Ancestor. Why are you helping the female lead move into the Qing residence? Love, after all, should be grand and formidable, cutting through thorns and leaving an indelible mark, worthy of celebration. Wouldn't you agree? You must have heard of Romeo and Juliet, my little system. That a deepening smile graced Ruan Qing'an's lips, the glint in her eyes sending a chill down 037's spine. What Ruan Qing'an desired was for Su Linger to take center stage on the exclusive platform shared by her and Qingshi, ushering their love into a true climax and a perfect conclusion. Chapter 100. The Mad Dog Hacker Younger Brother X the Pseudo-Psychologist. 20. The housekeeper cautiously announced, Dr. Ruan, the sir wishes for you to visit the study. He has important matters to discuss with you. All right, I understand. Ruan Qing'an nodded slightly, already pondering the situation, suspecting it was related to Su Ling. But as she approached the study, Ruan Qing'an's footsteps suddenly halted. The door was ajar, likely left that way for her, allowing her to overhear the conversation inside. That moment, Qing sat at the desk, scrutinizing Su Linger before him, her haughty scholarly demeanor eliciting a hint of displeasure from him. However, Qing continuously praised her. After all, she was a prodigy from a distinguished mentor, and as a student of Professor Robert, Su Ling carried an air of pride, showing no signs of retreat in front of Qin Sheng. Holding Qing's information in one hand, she explained, Mr. Qing's condition is urgent, that I have come with my mentor's mission and am fully confident about it. According to the records, Qing's chronic insomnia is a significant factor contributing to his deteriorating health. The human body requires rest, especially since he has hyperthymesia. Su Linger continued. Insomnia may indeed stem from bipolar disorder, but I lean towards hyperthymesia as the primary cause. Hyperthymesia involves the left frontal lobe handling language and the posterior region of the brain storing visual memories to retain long-term memories, while the cerebral cortex becomes excessively active. In simpler terms, his brain cannot rest. Su Linger's tone was assertive, refusing to budge. That moment, someone knocked on the study door, and Ruan Qing'an walked in. Uncle Qing. Young Master Qing. Dr. Ruan, you are here. Allow me to introduce. This is Su Linger, Dr. Su. Her mentor is Professor Robert. Qing introduced, while Su Linger sized up Ruan Qing'an with a haughty nod. Hello, I am Su Ling. Ruan Qing'an, I've heard much about you. Ruan Qing'an greeted, having overheard Su Linger's deductions from outside. Regardless, they seem to share a common stance regarding Qing's insomnia. That Su Linger remarked, Dr. Ruan, right? Young Master Qing has already briefed me on the situation. I believe your treatment approach is inadequate. That's so. Dr. Su has a better suggestion. Upon hearing Ruan Qing'an's retort, Su Linger was unperturbed. It's quite simple. For someone like Qingshi, who exhibits self-harming and aggressive tendencies, it is exceedingly dangerous for both him and those around him. We must take measures to protect him, employing certain stringent methods. You prefer to confine Qingshi? Ruan Qing'an's voice darkened, her slate-gray eyes growing heavy. In the original text, Su Linger managed to transfer Qing's affections onto herself by employing coercive measures, isolating him to conduct her therapy and ultimately succeeded, leading Qin Shi to develop feelings for her that he became Su Linger's first patient, which significantly bolstered her confidence. However, Ruan Qing'an found Su Linger's methods profoundly objectionable, feeling as though they amounted to destroying a person only to rebuild them anew. While she was indeed troubled, she would not stoop to such despicable acts in her capacity as a psychologist. It was no wonder Su Linger, as a psychologist, could disregard professional ethics and engage with her patients in such a manner, as she herself possessed no moral compass. That Su Linger, upon hearing Ruan Qing'an's inquiry, could clearly detect the underlying hostility, and her expression soured. At the desk, Qin Cheng and Qin Yu struggled to grasp the nature of the conversation, yet it was evident that Qin Cheng's expression mirrored his discomfort. At that moment, Qin Yu stepped forward and whispered, "Father, perhaps it would be best to keep Dr. Su here. After all, Dr. Ruan has a significant influence on Qin Shi, and any future repercussions could be concerning." His words trailed off, yet Qin Cheng understood the implication. Qin Cheng felt a flicker of apprehension. After all, if they were to dismiss Ruan Qing'an outright, it was highly likely that Qin Shi would react violently, perhaps even overturning his desk, which would complicate matters further. Contemplating this, Qin Cheng cleared his throat softly to draw the attention of Su Linger and Ruan Qing'an, before stating, "Let us proceed in this manner. I share your concerns for Qin Shi's condition, so I kindly request both doctors to lend their efforts, with no reduction in compensation." Due to Qin Cheng's reservations, the matter was swiftly resolved. Although Su Linger believed that collaborating with Ruan Qing'an would diminish efficacy, she could not dismiss her mentor's instructions outright. However, upon exiting the study, Su Linger's expression soured as she turned to Ruan Qing'an and inquired, "I am not familiar with your name, Dr. Ruan. May I inquire where you graduated from and your current affiliations?" Clearly, she felt herself superior to Su. Su Linger was taken aback when Ruan Qing'an, seemingly indifferent, remained silent for a moment before finally addressing the matter at hand. "Is Qin Shi currently taking lithium carbonate?" "What?" Ruan Qing'an instinctively echoed, pausing briefly before continuing. "The Qin family does not permit Qin Shi to take any medication on his own. He has not ingested anything." That Su Linger nodded, yet her gaze scrutinized Ruan Qing'an with a hint of skepticism, as she couldn't shake the feeling that this woman was entirely unaware of lithium carbonate's properties. "Ancestor, are you not aware? Having navigated the Management Bureau for quite some time, even without formal education in psychology, I possess some knowledge. This medication helps stabilize emotions and treats manic episodes associated with bipolar disorder." Ruan Qing'an spoke nonchalantly, her eyes flickering slightly, revealing weaknesses could also serve as a means to draw the enemy closer. Just as 037 was trying to comprehend this ancestor's intentions, they had barely stepped out of the corridor when several servants rushed past, exclaiming, "Oh no, the young master is having another episode." Ruan Qing'an froze momentarily. Could it be that Qin Shi's mania had flared up again? Upon hearing the commotion outside, Su Linger immediately dashed out, but just as Ruan Qing'an intended to follow, Qin Yu abruptly blocked her path. Accompanied by security personnel, Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened, her voice sharp and cold. "Young Master Qin, please step aside. Qin Shi is unwell, and I must attend to him. That it is no longer necessary." Qin Yu replied with an enigmatic smile. The implication behind his words was utterly absurd. Ruan Qing'an's expression grew grave. Mental illness is not something that can be resolved overnight. The fact that Qin Shi's condition was stabilizing without worsening was fortunate enough. Suggesting that Su Linger intervened was merely a concern that Qin Cheng would entirely lose control over Qin Shi if Ruan Qing'an continued her treatment. At that moment, a servant hurried over. "Sir, Dr. Su has requested that security personnel assist." "Very well. Send them in. Follow her direction." Qin Cheng nodded, and the butler immediately understood his intention. It seemed that future treatments would now be under Su Linger's direction. In truth, during the young master's episodes, most of us tend to keep our distance, as it appears that anyone who approaches him is perceived as a potential threat, prompting him to lash out. Paranoia. Ruan Qing'an paused, then turned to Qin Cheng, her voice firm. "My suggestion is to allow me to see Qin Shi immediately, that he already exhibits strong aggressive tendencies due to his paranoia. Why would you allow so many people to approach him? Especially a stranger." While she may not fully grasp the nuances of psychological frameworks, Ruan Qing'an understood that such behavior would only exacerbate Qin Shi's unease and aggression. He would not be calmed, but rather driven to further madness. Yet before Qin Sheng could respond, Qin Yu interjected, Dr. Ruan, do not waste your efforts. Dr. Su possesses superior qualifications, both in terms of education and mentorship. Therefore, it is best for her to handle Qin Shi's condition. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension, the air crackling with unspoken conflict. Meanwhile, in the living room, Su Ling'er hurriedly arrived. The upstairs was in disarray, with servants stationed outside Qin Shi's bedroom door. While everyone feared to approach him during his episodes, they were nonetheless required to ensure his safety. Inside the bedroom, all the machines were operating at high speed, and despite the dark circles under Qin Shi's eyes, he appeared strangely vibrant, a stark contrast to his usual lethargy caused by insomnia. Everything within that room was a source of instability. The figures moving about outside the door, the cacophony of sounds echoing in their ears, that all of it was perilous at any moment. An intruder could disguise themselves and enter, or a sniper might be lurking in the distance. Even the reflection on the window could be the glint of a scope that he couldn't control his thoughts, yet his mind was on high alert. Young master? A servant at the door inquired cautiously, but was met with a sharp command, get out of here. A keyboard was hurled towards the servant's feet, causing him to flinch and retreat. That Su Ling'er, observing the scene from downstairs, felt her expression darken. An aggressive patient like him. How could you have no measures in place? This is utterly ridiculous. At that moment, the butler arrived with security personnel. That Su Ling'er then suggested, let us proceed upstairs to assess Qin Shi's condition. It would be best to restrain him if necessary. That, however, it was unacceptable to allow him to continue in such a reckless manner. Upon reaching the upper floor, it was clear that the increasing number of people only heightened Qin Shi's agitation. His condition had worsened considerably. Everything around him distorted under the influence of his hallucinations, and his complexion was ghastly. Yet he found himself trapped in this state. The Su Ling'er followed closely behind the security personnel, peering through the door to meet Qin Shi's dark gaze, and she couldn't help but frown, stubbornly insisting that they advance. Yet, this would only render Qin Shi more restless, the darkness in his eyes intensifying. That if you had prepared earlier, this wouldn't have happened, Su Ling'er remarked, but just then, her phone began to flash with notifications. She instinctively glanced down to find an inexplicable message pop up. Before she could respond, the butler interjected, the young master excels in such matters. Please do not be alarmed. We have all been through this. Before Su Ling'er could fully grasp the situation, Qin Shi pressed his hands to his head, moving towards the railing, still grappling with the torment of hallucinations while exuding a potent aggression. Among all the familiar faces, the only stranger was Su Ling'er, the source of his unease. That Su Ling'er, from a university, a student of Robert, yet evidently the most disobedient and foolish among them, he bellowed. His email made it abundantly clear. Should you fail to recognize your errors and persist in your obstinacy during genuine treatment, he would no longer acknowledge you as a student. This statement struck a nerve with Su Ling'er, shattering her scholarly composure. She glared at Qin Shi, her countenance icy. You lunatic, what nonsense are you spouting? What are you all waiting for? Restrain him before he descends into madness. Su Ling'er's eyes blazed with indignation. Qin Shi was merely pouring salt into her wounds, and although their initial encounter had been relatively cordial, she had no biases against him. Yet now the already volatile Su Ling'er had been pushed to her limits. Gripping the sedative tightly, she recalled her mentor's incorrect assertion that robust or exceptionally gifted individuals with mental illnesses should be subjected to compulsory management to prevent harm to themselves or others. For instance, individuals like Qin Shi. When a dose of sedative was finally injected into Qin Shi, the chaos upstairs subsided. That Su Ling'er took a few steps back, witnessing Qin Shi being subdued like a captured criminal. Under the influence of the sedative, he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. The butler, standing nearby, let out a sigh of relief, though he couldn't shake the chill creeping down his spine. Typically, when Qin Shi experienced an episode, keeping their distance was sufficient to avoid such turmoil. However, upon seeing Su Ling'er's expression, the butler chose to remain silent. This was truly troublesome. They had been far too lax with him. That it was clear that Qin Shi possessed aggressive tendencies. How could there be no precautions in place within the household? My apologies, Dr. Su. Dr. Ruan did not communicate this to us. The butler repeatedly apologized, appearing somewhat awkward as he explained. After successfully subduing Qin Shi, Su Ling'er finally stepped into the bedroom. The once tightly drawn curtains were flung open, allowing brilliant sunlight to stream in. illuminating the array of electronic devices scattered across the floor, amidst the oppressive atmosphere. A hint of vitality began to emerge, whether it was the gaming console set aside, the plush carpet sprawled out, or the potted plants unceremoniously crammed into the room. They seemed to herald a new beginning. This space had evidently been arranged with care, secure, and inviting. Though Ruan Qing'an might not be a genuine psychologist, she understood what would be most suitable for Qin Shi. She could heal no one else. But she could help him. Yet, Su Linger furrowed her brow in dissatisfaction, meticulously surveying the room. Is this truly his sanctuary? How could it be arranged in such a manner? In his moments of madness, it would be best to restrain him with a straitjacket to prevent him from harming himself or others. And what of these electronic devices? During an episode, he would be utterly incapable of functioning. Moreover, given the nature of Qin Shi's condition, any episode would prove exceedingly troublesome that in any workplace. Such a situation would warrant a suspension or an extended leave, that he did not need these distractions. What he ought to focus on now was managing his illness. As she spoke, Su Linger approached the gaming console and rapped her fingers against it, her brows knitting together. Nonsensical items. She rambled on for quite some time, while the butler could only nod along, too intimidated to interject a single word. Meanwhile, in Ruan Qing'an's guest room, she was examining the lock on the window. Ever since she had knocked out the security guard and escaped with Qin Shi through that very window, it had been fitted with a secure lock, appearing quite formidable. Unable to stifle a murmur, she mused, "It seems I must wait until nightfall, when fewer people are around, to have a chance to slip out." The bedroom door had also been locked, likely to avoid interfering with Su Linger's so-called treatment. That moment, a faint sound drifted in from outside. "You will regret this eventually. I warned you," came Qin Yu's voice from the doorway. Ruan Qing'an stepped forward a few paces. "Su Linger was summoned by you, of course. What else could I expect from your disobedience?" Qin Yu scoffed. "You thought you could meddle with Qin Shi's condition? You truly are deranged." A trace of sarcasm danced in Ruan Qing'an's eyes. "How amusing. You believe I, a mere impostor, cannot harm him. Yet Su Linger, a genuine doctor, can." To her surprise, the next moment, Qin Yu erupted into laughter. "Did you genuinely think I approached her for her skills? Professor Robert has several students. Su Linger is the sole one who has just obtained her qualification without having treated a single patient. Not only that, but she is also the most radical and extreme. Such clandestine matters are beyond your comprehension, that I brought her in merely to provoke Qin Shi's condition. Individuals like her belong in a mental institution. Don't you agree?" Ruan Qing'an narrowed her eyes. "You sought me out just to convey this? How dreadfully tedious and uncouth you are." This time, Qin Yu was not incensed. He chuckled lightly. "I merely wish to inform you that Su Linger has successfully managed to stabilize Qin Shi's condition. Father is quite pleased soon. Once it is confirmed that you are of no use, you will be discarded. A mere pawn. You wretched creature. At that point, I shall deal with you as I see fit." The thought of the humiliations Ruan Qing'an had inflicted upon him, along with the mockery and deceit, twisted Qin Yu's voice into something almost grotesque. However, regardless of what he uttered from outside, Ruan Qing'an, now aware of Qin Shi's circumstances, chose to ignore him entirely. She even reclined on the bed, shutting herself off from the outside world. For a moment, Qin Yu felt as though he were striking a fist against cotton, his frustration gnawing at him, and after kicking the door in anger, he turned to leave. Only after Qin Yu's voice faded did Ruan Qing'an's nonchalant demeanor gradually shift to seriousness, her voice lowering. It appears Su Linger's arrival at the Qin residence was no mere coincidence. It was all part of Qin Yu's scheme. Her late appearance is likely due to my prior assumption of Su Linger's role. It seems Qin Yu has truly shot himself in the foot by seeking out a female protagonist. 037. I feel that this time it doesn't really matter. Did he not bring your ancestor in? Ruan Qing'an paused. He truly is a commendable ally. In an instant, 037 felt a surge of respect. As dusk fell and the night breeze began to swirl, 037 remarked, "Ancestor, isn't this akin to a thief's skill? Sneaking in through doors, picking locks, committing arson. There are always some task dimensions that aren't particularly safe. Isn't this a necessity for all taskers? I believe it is not." Ruan Qing'an's leaden gray eyes glinted. "I am merely an ordinary antagonist. I have not committed any excessively outrageous acts." 037 fell silent for a moment. Even it found such words hard to believe. Ruan Qing'an ceased further conversation, now climbing out of the window. Not far away, security personnel were patrolling, and she swiftly shut the window, carefully concealing herself. Once they had moved on, Ruan Qing'an made her way to the side door. Most of the Qin family's villa was equipped with electronic locks and the like. However, given Qin's current condition, he likely could not manage it. After directing 037 to assist in breaching the system, Ruan Qing'an stealthily slipped back upstairs. Upon opening the door to Qin's bedroom once more, her gaze sharpened as she beheld the scene inside. Su Ling'er had nearly disposed of everything. This was far from a bedroom. It resembled a psychiatric ward. Damn it. Qin's was likely dead on the bed. Qin's, sedated, lay in a deep stupor, seemingly trapped in a state of unconsciousness. His condition appeared dire, with dark shadows beneath his eyes and a pallid complexion. Qin's health had never been robust, but now, after such turmoil, it had deteriorated further. However, what truly chilled one to the bone was the sight of Qin, she tightly bound to the bed with ropes. Damn, Su Ling'er must have lost her mind. Ruan Qing'an's expression darkened as she swiftly approached, reaching out to untie the ropes binding Qin's. Yet the ropes were tied with such ferocity that she struggled to loosen them, causing her delicate palms to bleed from the strain. After nearly 10 minutes of effort, Ruan Qing'an finally managed to free him, but her palms were now a ghastly sight. 037. Why isn't he the male lead awakened yet? Qin's constitution was poor, and due to Qin Sheng's negligence, he had seldom taken medication, leaving him with little to no tolerance. Moreover, Su Ling'er had undoubtedly administered a considerable dosage, Ruan Qing'an explained, her expression grave as she assessed Qin's condition. The effects of the drug have not worn off. We may have to wait a bit longer. Having said that, Ruan Qing'an dismounted the bed. The remaining items in the bedroom were few, with several computers left behind. She approached and powered one on, her cold gray eyes scrutinizing the screen. Naturally, Qin's computer had security systems in place. Ruan Qing'an spent a considerable amount of time tinkering before finally gaining access to the monitoring footage, while higher-level permissions could only be altered by Qin himself, who remained in a stupor. After reviewing the surveillance video, Ruan Qing'an's expression grew even colder. In the footage, Qin was depicted being unceremoniously pressed to the ground, akin to a detained criminal. Su Ling'er loomed over him, injecting him with sedatives. Her eyes filled with disdain, evidently provoked by Qin's earlier remarks. If it weren't for her insistence on confronting him, how could she have exacerbated his condition? Ruan Qing'an spoke with a headache. Yet a flicker of rage lingered in her gaze. Qin was already feeling unwell, and she chose to provoke him further. Su Ling'er, it seemed, had indeed struck a nerve with Qin, causing her to entirely lose her sense of reason. Ultimately, however, Ruan Qing'an maintained that Su Ling'er had brought this upon herself. A stranger would only heighten Qin's distress, yet she insisted on inserting herself into the situation. Qin was merely acting in self-preservation. Su Ling'er mistook this for a psychiatric facility. That moment, a faint sound emanated from the bed, signaling that the unconscious Qin was beginning to regain awareness. Ruan Qing'an promptly moved closer, sitting cross-legged on the bed, wrapping her arms around him as she awaited his recovery. Qin himself was unaware of how long he had been asleep prior to his fainting. He could only recall the glimmering needle tip that filled him with dread. As he gradually opened his eyes, he found himself enveloped in warmth, nestled against a soft body, and the familiar, cool fragrance wafting gently to his nose. It was Ruan Qing'an. Upon realizing this, Qin instinctively allowed himself to relax, subconsciously closing his eyes and burying his face in her neck, his fingers curling around her hand resting beside him. "Sister, I miss you so much. Such a short time apart, my little brother," Ruan Qing'an replied with feigned disdain, though her slender fingers glided through Qin's soft hair, trailing gently down to his back, soothingly as if grooming a large dog. Yet, Qin delighted in the affectionate attention. Once his emotions had calmed, Ruan Qing'an finally spoke. "Little brother, when you experienced your episode today, I was not here. Were the hallucinations and auditory delusions still severe? What did you see?" "A great many." Qin paused, lifting his gaze, his dark, dog-like eyes fixated on Ruan Qing'an, almost pleadingly. "I saw many people, like shadows following me, and I couldn't escape. Yet this is clearly my home, sister. Why are there so many people here? I feel as though each one of them could draw a gun and kill me at any moment." Led by a complete stranger, Qin Shi's unease is palpable, the echoes of his anxiety lingering in the air. Yet when he faces Ruan Qing'an, he suppresses his outward aggression. Listening to Qin Shi's account, Ruan Qing'an realizes that Su Ling'er and those security personnel have likely merged with Qin Shi's delusions, and these illusions. Qin Shi was kidnapped in his childhood because his abilities had propelled Qin Cheng's company to unexpected heights, drawing the envy of others. Qin Cheng, oblivious to the need for subtlety, allowed Qin Shi to become a target, resulting in his abduction from the villa. Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an pauses her comforting hand on Qin Shi's back, lowers her head to press against his forehead, and gently reassures him. What else did you see? Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will be here. That I can't remember, sister, that I only know I was tied up in a place devoid of light, surrounded by nothing but the shadows of passing figures, the sound of gunfire, and the stench of blood. Qin Shi's voice is hoarse, dwindling in volume, that he was confined in a warehouse, and his captors had no intention of demanding a ransom. They merely sought to destroy Qin Cheng's cash cow. Ultimately, it was only through a police raid that Qin Shi was rescued. That year, he was 12 that Ruan Qing'an refrains from probing further. Qin Shi's anxiety has burrowed deep into his bones. Much like his obsessive control over data and his confrontational attitude towards Su Ling'er, which is perhaps a manifestation of his own fears that are no longer the fierce and menacing figure he once was. Qin Shi now resembles a docile giant dog, resting his head on Ruan Qing'an's lap and gazing up at her. In the next moment, Ruan Qing'an suddenly bows her head, enveloping Qin Shi in her arms, her soft whispers brushing against his ears. Do not be afraid. Qin Shi, that I promised, if you must hold on to something, hold on to me, that if complete control is what you need to feel secure, then I am yours. Qin Shi, that I will never, ever harm you, that I in response. Qin Shi returns her embrace, his dark, dog-like eyes reflecting a ferocity akin to that of a large predator gripping its prey, fixed intently on Ruan Qing'an. Sister, do you know what you were saying? I do not, but I know you need me. Ruan Qing'an shakes her head, her lead-gray eyes capable of incinerating Qin Shi's rationality, drawing him into her gravitational pull, compelling him to descend alongside her. The burning reason ignites the charged air between them, leading to utter chaos. Teetering on the brink of a precipice, Ruan Qing'an blinks her lead-gray eyes, her voice almost teasing. Just as I need you. Qin Shi. The rationality fails to halt at the edge of the cliff, yielding to emotion's dominance, leaving only the sound of her almost whimpering sighs, shattering against their intertwined hands pressed onto the dark sheets. As if even the moonlight hesitated to creep through the window, disrupting the young man's racing heart. Amidst the low, husky tones, he murmurs, Sister, it is you who has driven me to madness. Affection level, 60, Chapter 104. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Pretend Psychologist, 24. Meanwhile, in another guest room, Su Ling'er lies on the bed, plagued by insomnia. She flips through her professional books, unable to focus nor find sleep. Just then, her phone, resting beside her, suddenly rings. Upon seeing the name displayed, she immediately perks up and answers. Hello. Teacher. On the other end, Professor Robert smiles warmly. Ling'er, still awake at this hour. How was your day at the Qin residence? Teacher, I understand you sent me to the Qin house to help me grasp what you truly wish to teach me. But that patient, Qin Shi, already has a psychologist, and I believe she is quite unprofessional. This could severely impact my normal treatment. That Su Ling'er pauses. I am quite dissatisfied with the situation at the Qin house. Teacher, you should have informed me in advance. Since that psychologist is allowed to stay, she must possess some merit. That Ling'er, be open to learning from others. Psychological treatment has never been a singular approach, Professor Robert advises earnestly. As I mentioned in my email, Ling'er, while you will indeed pursue psychiatry, I must reiterate, if you persist in your obstinacy without my guidance, you that I know, teacher, you will not recognize me as your student. That Su Ling'er takes a deep breath. But her defiance remains unyielding. Professor Robert falls silent for a moment before saying, Ling'er, the kind of student I wish to cultivate is a doctor with empathy. Patients are individuals we need to help understand, not mere lunatics. Think carefully about this statement. Su Ling'er replies irritably. That is the consultant's role, that I possess prescribing authority, not to engage in casual conversation or share the same duties, that it's utterly absurd. I cannot fathom what the teacher is thinking. After this phone call, Su Ling'er recalls Qin Shi's words from earlier in the day, tightening her lips. She vows to prove herself. Until the next morning. when Ruan Qing'an, propped against the headboard, opens her lead gray eyes, only to find Qi's arms wrapped around her waist, his head resting on her abdomen. Deep in slumber, but on her neck, traces of bite marks are still visible. And she shakes her head. This mad dog only knows how to bite. But you certainly didn't see him strike back. Ruan Qing'an raises an eyebrow, while 037 chooses to remain silent. However, during last night's near breakdown, the sedative Su Linger administered did manage to have some effect. Qi's consciousness was still not quite clear, and he quickly fell back into a deep sleep. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, he insisted on leaving a mark on her neck. Ruan Qing'an carefully pushes Qi's hand away, rising from the bed while rubbing her sore arms. Her expression darkens as she swiftly hides in the wardrobe. Moments later, she observes Su Ling entering Qi's bedroom alongside the butler. Ruan Qing'an cautiously peeks through the wardrobe's crack. To be honest, Ruan Qing'an harbors significant distrust towards Su Ling. Su Ling opens the door unceremoniously. As if she were a doctor conducting rounds in a mental hospital, the butler having no time to intervene. She steps inside, surveying the room before nodding in satisfaction and approaching the bedside. The butler cannot help but comment. It seems the young master is sleeping quite well. Yes, medication was the key, that Su Ling nods slightly. The butler elaborates. Perhaps the security personnel were too afraid to act. That is of no concern. Should he exhibit violent behavior again, we can simply employ restraint garments. It won't be much trouble, Su Linger casually remarks, seemingly indifferent, as she checks Qi's physical condition and jots down notes. All done. He can meet Mr. Qin in the study now. Seeing Su Linger and the butler preparing to head to the study, Ruan Qing'an's expression darkens. She evades the cleaning staff in the villa and makes her way to the exterior of the study. Crouching by the window, moments later, Qin strides into the study and nods slightly at Su Linger. Dr. Su, how is Qi's condition? His physical state is stable. There are no major issues. The butler interjects. After administering the sedative yesterday, I noticed the young master's complexion was rather poor, and his mental state was not good. Yet, surprisingly, after a night, he seems to have recovered remarkably well. Upon hearing this, Su Linger replies, I merely ensured he had a good rest. Of course, he would recover. Outside the window, Ruan Qing'an wears an expression of disbelief. 037 curses. What is she even saying? If you hadn't gone to see him last night, given Qi's character and state, it would have only worsened. He cannot come to terms with finding himself in such a passive position, especially considering he had been kidnapped before, bound and immobile in utter darkness. His condition would have deteriorated further. Ruan Qing'an's gaze deepens. Even you, little system, understand this principle, yet they have not even considered Qi's perspective. 037 retorts, You certainly have a point. But are you really not cursing me? Yet within the study, the atmosphere remains serene. Qin contemplates, trusting the butler who has been with the Qin family for years. Even he is voicing such sentiments. Perhaps, Qin's smile deepens. Dr. Su, I did not expect you to be this capable. Previously, Dr. Ruan caused quite a stir during her treatment. That Mr. Qin, I will not bring shame to my teacher. By the way, butler, please keep an eye on Dr. Ruan. Although she was retained out of concern for Qi's condition, we must not allow her to interfere with Dr. Su's treatment. Outside the window, Ruan Qing'an presses her fingers to her forehead, her heart sinking to the depths. Chapter 105. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Pretend Psychologist. 25. It is not until the effects of the sedative have completely worn off that she finally opens his eyes. A throbbing headache assaults him, as if a heavy hammer were relentlessly pounding against his skull, leaving him feeling nauseous. That moment, he realized he had been tightly bound, while Su Ling entered from outside. Having just left Qing's study, having obtained full authority for treatment, she appeared considerably more at ease. Su Linger dragged a chair from the side and sat down by the bed. Well, now that you are no longer capable of aggression. Qin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Linger, your psychologist. And you? Qin's gaze darkened slightly. Where's Ruan Qing'an? Hearing Ruan Qing'an's name once again, Su Ling couldn't help but frown, feeling quite dissatisfied with this ineffectual, yet inescapable colleague. Her expression soured momentarily. Dr. Ruan's abilities are insufficient to treat you. That I have now taken over your treatment, that I have already requested your information from the butler, but I hope you can still communicate with me proactively. As this is a necessary part of our dialogue, that I hope you will cooperate with my treatment. That as Su Linger spoke, she recorded notes on paper continuing, Qin, right? 21 years old this year, suffering from untimely. Qin, she interjected coldly, lying sideways on the bed, completely restrained as if he were a controlled beast, devoid of any dignity or respect. This was nothing short of a humiliating treatment, and the depths of his eyes were filled with malice. As if, were it not for his restrained movements, he would pounce forward like a wild animal, ready to tear her apart. The deep green in his eyes shimmered with a chilling intensity that Su Ling'er felt a shiver run down her back. Her heart racing with unwarranted fear, yet she refused to admit being intimidated by Qin Shi. "What are you doing? You are extremely dangerous when you are unwell. I am merely looking out for you." Su Ling'er busied herself with questions, scribbling notes, oblivious to Qin Shi's subtle movements. His gaze grew, increasingly somber, the dark green resembling a deep gem, glinting with a frigid light. The moment Su Ling'er finished her notes and prepared to inquire further, Qin Shi seized her forcefully, pinning her down to the chair with his long fingers gripping her jaw tightly, his eyes growing colder. "I do not wish to hear what you have to say." Su Ling'er was frozen in fear, staring at him blankly as pain shot through her face, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She struggled to speak. You madman, that I warned that you should be restrained to prevent you from going berserk. It seems my measures were not sufficient." Observing Su Ling'er in such distress, Qin Shi's expression remained impassive, his gaze devoid of any empathy, that he gradually increased his grip, showing no intention of mercy. Watching Su Ling'er cry from the pain, Qin Shi spoke in a low voice. "I do not need a second psychologist. Leave the Qin residence now. Furthermore, I despise being treated like a beast, forced to take sedatives." "Your actions are revolting." The Su Ling'er trembled. "That's because—" But Qin Shi lost interest in her words, releasing her abruptly, allowing Su Ling'er to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath as if she had narrowly escaped death. Qin Shi's gaze did not linger even for a moment. He turned directly and walked towards the door, needing to discover what had transpired. Almost everything he owned had been taken away, and a profound unease made his situation increasingly unbearable. Moreover, he had to find out where Ruan Qing'an was. However, when Qin Shi opened the door, he was met with several security personnel. Before he could speak, Su Ling'er's voice rang out, "Quickly, restrain him." Rising to her feet, her neck and face bore fearsome bruises, making her appear frightfully disfigured, and her gaze toward Qin Shi grew increasingly alarmed. This man clearly had violent tendencies. Upon hearing Su Ling'er's words, the security personnel hesitated. "Apologies, young master, but the sir has ordered that all treatment is to be under Dr. Su's direction. Please do not make this difficult for you, he insane." "No, you are the one who has lost your mind." Su Ling'er, still in pain, retorted sharply. She hobbled to the door. Qin Shi was already being restrained by the security personnel against the railing that he was primarily an intellectual, and what was most frightening was his near-divine prowess in hacking. However, once removed from that digital realm, his physical condition was far from impressive. Once pinned down, Qin Shi could not help but cough twice. This passive situation made his mind spiral into disarray. Everything before him seemed shrouded in a hazy illusion, filled with passivity, anxiety, and terror. Even breathing felt like a torment. That moment, Su Ling'er squatted beside him, frowning. "I have stated the need for cooperation and treatment. The immediate concern is to control his violent tendencies. Otherwise, he may harm himself or others." What a troublesome individual! That Su Ling'er spoke with irritation, unaware of how Ruan Qing'an had managed things. Despite being treated for so long, Qin Shi's violent tendencies remained pronounced, only serving to complicate her efforts. Yet unbeknownst to Su Ling'er, during Ruan Qing'an's presence, Qin Shi had exhibited no such tendencies at all. Increasingly vivid hallucinations plagued him, accompanied by the cacophony of footsteps and gunfire. A discord of pain-filled screams and chaos that tugged at Qin Shi's nerves, his sanity teetering on the edge. He trembled violently, feeling dizzy, unable to suppress the urge to retch as his body screamed in agony. The security personnel holding Qin Shi down struggled to maintain their grip as his head collided with the stairway behind him, causing him to wince in pain. Seeing Qin Shi on the verge of lashing out, Su Ling'er felt a surge of urgency and administered another injection, forcing Qin Shi into submission. The butler, who had been stationed at the door, could not help but inquire, "Dr. Su, is this truly safe?" The butler had come as per Qin Sheng's orders, specifically to observe Qin Shi's condition, for within the entire Qin family, Qin Shi was an irreplaceable presence. Hearing this, Su Ling'er replied, her expression unyielding. "Of course." There won't be any issues. Allowing him to continue this way is what would truly lead to problems. Chapter 106. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Imposter Psychologist, 26, if bipolar disorder manifests. It can severely impact normal work and life. To fulfill Mr. Qing's directives, it is imperative to manage Qing's episodes that Su Ling'er explained professionally. Pharmacological treatment primarily targets manic episodes, designed to control Qing's excessive behaviors. His current violent tendencies, as you can see, require antipsychotic medication to moderate his heightened nervous system activity while simultaneously reducing his risk of self-harm, ultimately aiming to restore him to a normal life. Su Ling'er appeared exceptionally knowledgeable, leaving the butler at a loss for words, only able to nod in agreement. Once the butler ceased to object, Su Ling'er felt somewhat satisfied and stood up to I am his psychologist. I would never harm him, that if she continues to experience severe manic episodes or remains uncommunicative, resorting to physical violence, I will have no choice but to implement electroconvulsive therapy, a rapid and safe method. To expedite Qing's recovery from his afflictions, Qing had tacitly agreed, and the butler naturally refrained from further protest, standing by silently as Su Ling'er issued her instructions. Throughout the day, chaos reigned within the Qing family's villa, with servants and security personnel utterly exhausted, as Qing had gone completely berserk, rendering them powerless to intervene. The only effective strategy was to continuously increase the dosage to forcibly manage his actions, barely maintaining control until nightfall, when a moment of tranquility finally descended that Su Ling'er hadn't anticipated that treating Qing would be so exhausting. After finally managing to rest, she was summoned to the living room by Qing, compelling her to muster her energy once more. Dr. Su, I have heard from the butler about today's events that I do not agree with administering such a large quantity of medication to Qing. Do you realize the extent of harm this could cause him? Su Ling'er responded without hesitation, Mr. Qing, if you wish for Qing to swiftly escape the torment of bipolar disorder, then medication must be included in the treatment plan. This is the path to long-term benefits. His current physical condition is poor. As the records indicate, he is unlikely to survive past the age of 25. That is it truly your desire to have a son destined for an early demise? For a moment, Qing fell silent. That moment, Qing interjected, Father, I believe Dr. Su is correct. Although Qing is suffering now, once his illness is cured, such episodes will cease. Abandoning treatment now would yield only short-term gains. But if Qing recovers, that will be the true long-term benefit. Father, Dr. Su is not in the wrong. Qing spoke with a sense of righteousness, prompting Su Ling'er to cast a glance in his direction. His words indeed struck a chord with Qing. The HNW Corporation and the entire Qing family were inextricably linked to Qing if he were to perish prematurely due to psychological illness. Finally, after a moment of tense silence, Qing nodded, tacitly approving Su Ling'er's treatment. Until they left the living room, Qing and Su Ling'er walked side by side. He took the initiative to speak. Dr. Su, if you ever need assistance, please feel free to call upon me. That I truly hold you in high regard. That Su Ling'er was taken aback by Qing's unwavering support, glancing at his handsome profile and gentle demeanor. She couldn't help but smile. Thank you for your recognition, young Master Qing, that I never expected you to understand me. Dr. Su, after all, you are a student of Professor Robert. Such an esteemed figure. How could you possibly make a mistake? Qing spoke earnestly, further reassuring her. Just call me Qing, Dr. Su, that if my brother becomes unruly, just let me know, and I will certainly assist you. Despite being dismissed by Professor Robert, she found solace in the approval of the patient's family. Rarely experiencing such validation and support, Su Ling'er nodded eagerly. All right, Qing, thank you for your support, that I will do my utmost to treat Qing. Qing had some understanding of Qing's character. Under such treatment, Qing might even resort to self-harm, and his condition would only deteriorate further. As Qing paused, he glanced at the contact information for the psychiatric hospital on his phone, a deeper smile forming on his lips. After all, he had prepared everything for his dear younger brother. Night fell into silence. A chill seeped into the marrow. The once cozy bedroom felt as cold as an empty psychiatric ward, filled only with indifference and emotional detachment. Qing lay on the bed, his body still trembling from the lingering effects of the medication. His forehead pressed firmly against the mattress. The physical pain threatened to consume him entirely. The tranquilizers were meant to prevent his madness, lithium carbonate to stabilize his overly excited nerves, and sleeping pills to alleviate his long-standing insomnia. Each measure aimed to fulfill the notion that it was all for Qing's benefit. Accompanied by a near-painful growl, Qing banged his head against the bed frame, teetering on the brink of insanity. Never had he so desperately wished for death. Any means to end the agony would suffice. Yet, tragically, under the influence of the medication, even self-harm became an arduous task, rendering this existence a fate worse than death. That in the moonlight, he resembled an injured beast, left with nothing but a feeble whimper. At the boundary of light and darkness, a faint glimmer reflected off a game controller, carelessly broken and left behind from a relocated gaming console. That in Qing's hallucinatory and blurred vision, this was the only clear object remaining. He instinctively reached out, attempting to touch it. In his memory, there were soft carpets, gaming interfaces, and her quietly listening to him speak and confide. "Please save me, sister. I beg you, sister." Qing had never so profoundly realized that if he had never seen the light, he could at least endure this moment of darkness. Love value. 75 Chapter 107. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Imposter Psychologist 27. When Ruan Qing'an heard the prompt from 037. She had just stepped out of the bathroom, her slender figure wrapped in a towel. As the steam rose, she exited the room. 037. Male. The male lead's love value is rising rapidly. It seemed that Qing's situation had become dire. 037. What should we do? According to the original text, the male lead should be able to adapt to Su Linger's treatment. At this, Ruan Qing'an scoffed. Impossible. In the original narrative, Su Linger harbored some sympathy for Qing, and hoped to treat this patient well. But this time is different. From their very first meeting, Qing had struck at the most infuriating part of Su Linger, causing her to develop a strong aversion towards him, devoid of any empathy. Especially with Qing stirring the pot, that Su Linger already disliked Qing, her stubborn and radical nature further exacerbated by Qing's encouragement. Even the patient's family seemed to endorse this behavior, only intensifying her resolve. At this point, the hostility and coldness in Ruan Qing'an's eyes could no longer be contained. She took a deep breath. In any case, Qing's condition isn't severe yet. But right now. 037. The male lead. Sigh. What should we do? You're also trapped, and the male lead situation is critical. We must devise a plan. Ruan Qing'an's words faltered abruptly, as she clearly heard the sound of the door lock being tampered with. Due to Qing's condition, the entire high-tech system of the Qing residence had collapsed, and all electronic locks had been replaced with ordinary ones, because Ruan Qing'an was half under house arrest. She did not possess the key. Her gaze turned cold as it swept across a vase nearby to At that moment. The guest room door swung open, revealing Qing, a sinister smile adorning his lips. Ruan Qing'an. You. Before Qing could finish, a vase was hurled at the back of his head the instant he stepped inside. The pain struck him in an instant, blood oozing from his scalp as he froze in place. Facing Ruan Qing'an, who stood before him, wrapped in a towel, regarding him with cold eyes. Qing's body visibly swayed, but he quickly regained his composure, propping himself against the door. You little vixen, did I ask there's something you need? If not, shall I give you another one? Ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Observing Ruan Qing'an's unyielding demeanor, Qing suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, even with blood on his face. His laughter was wild and sinister. After a while, he finally ceased his laughter. Did you think I came here for what? Last time, I was here to inform you of the situation, and this time, I am here to declare my victory. Ruan Qing'an, that in this struggle, I have triumphed. Given Qing's current mental state, he stands no chance. The final step is merely this phone call. Ruan Qing'an took a step back, her gaze fixed on the phone in Qing's hand, which prominently displayed the contact information for the psychiatric hospital. Realizing that all her years of effort had culminated in this moment, Qing was wholly unconcerned about the injury on his head. His spirits were soaring as he advanced toward Ruan Qing'an. Taking in her graceful figure wrapped in a towel and the slender legs beneath its pristine fabric, a lewd glimmer flickered in Qing's eyes. He had always known this woman was excessively beautiful. Unable to restrain himself, Qing remarked, Ruan Qing'an, a madman could never outmaneuver me, that I wouldn't mind granting you an opportunity beyond what Qing has. As long as you're willing to submit to me. Once I inherit the Qing family, you could be my mistress and receive a handsome reward. With a wicked smile, he reached toward the towel that enveloped Ruan Qing'an. his eyes, tone, and voice all brimming with lascivious intent. Cornered by Qin Yu, Ruan Qing'an appeared like a fragile, pitiful rabbit, intensifying Qin Yu's exhilaration at his perceived victory. Yet, on her frosty visage, a sudden smile bloomed. Akin to a vibrant flower blossoming amidst the snow, captivating Qin Yu's gaze and this is a hypothetical, if I were to eliminate the crucial supporting character within this small world, leading to its collapse, would the main deity come after me again? The smile on Ruan Qing'an's lips was alluring and enchanting, yet her words were laced with an overwhelming intent to kill. It had been a long time since she felt such a fierce desire for violence. Ever since the incident with Qin Shi, her mood had soured considerably. 037 trembled, barely able to speak. This. Even if the main deity were to find out, he could likely obliterate this small world himself. That moment. While Ruan Qing'an conversed with 037, Qin Yu attempted to make his move. Swallowing hard, his gaze fixated on Ruan Qing'an with a disturbing intensity. Ruan Qing'an, you're beautiful. Don't let a madman dictate your worth. In the next moment, Qin Yu emitted a scream, almost akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ruan Qing'an's delicate hand had tightly seized his perverse grasp, gradually twisting it backward, the violent pain accompanied by the sound of bones threatening to snap. Tears streamed down Qin Yu's face as he realized he had never endured such suffering. Instinctively, he attempted to resist, but Ruan Qing'an's smile only deepened, exuding an allure that was both captivating and dangerous. 037 had completely lost the courage to speak, in a sweet, playful tone. Ruan Qing'an teased. Did you not wish to play? I have come to keep you company, young Master Qin. Is this not enjoyable? The pain was nearly unbearable for Qin Yu, and he found himself unable to stand upright, collapsing to his knees before Ruan Qing'an. It was only when he was on the verge of unconsciousness from the agony that Ruan Qing'an finally relented. 037 cautiously inquired. Is he still alive? Ruan Qing'an's smile remained intact, yet her words sent chills down one's spine. Alive, but I currently lack the time to commit murder and bury a body. The immediate priority is to find Qin Shi. But just then, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Quick, hurry and save the young master. The entire Qin family has plunged into utter chaos. Chapter 108. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother X the Faux Psychologist. 28. At the entrance of Qin Shi's bedroom, a considerable crowd had gathered. Qin Sheng paced anxiously, while Su Ling's face turned an ashen shade. Inside the bedroom, Qin Shi lay on the bed, and the family doctor, in urgent haste, could not help but sigh. Mr. Qin, I must say, young Master Qin Shi's health is exceedingly poor. How could he possibly withstand such a massive dosage of medication? Rarely did Qin Sheng refrain from retorting, but in his anxiety, he urgently inquired. Then what is Qin Shi's current condition? Is he all right? I have administered treatment, but he remains in a state of unconsciousness. Difficult to rouse, and furthermore. The family doctor paused, and Qin Sheng grew increasingly agitated, hastily urging him onto it. Was at this moment that the doctor hesitated to speak. Moreover, young Master Qin Shi's will to survive is quite weak. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room that no one could have anticipated such a turn of events, and Qin Sheng was heartbroken. The butler, after much deliberation, cautiously suggested. During the treatment, the young master resisted continuously. Perhaps we should invite Dr. Ruan to give it a try. Why would I fail? Yet Ruan Qing'an could. At the mention of the treatment, Su Ling reacted as though her tail had been stepped on, instantly radiating hostility. Just as she uttered the name Ruan Qing'an, Qin Shi, lying unconscious on the bed, suddenly moved his finger. The family doctor, sharp-eyed, noticed this and once more listened to the heartbeat with a stethoscope. He remained silent for a moment before saying, Mr. Qin, it may be worth attempting to summon Dr. Ruan. Perhaps young Master Qin Shi's will to survive will awaken him, at the very least. It is worth that moment. The sound of footsteps mingled with the dragging of an object reached their ears. Qin Sheng and the others instinctively turned their heads, their eyes widening in shock. Qin Sheng erupted in anger. Ruan Qing'an, Uncle Qin, do you still have the right to speak? Ruan Qing'an's words caused Qin Sheng's voice to catch in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. She directly discarded Qin Yu, saying, This scoundrel attempted to lay hands on me. Uncle Qin, do you still expect me to help the Qin family rouse Qin Shi? I'm sorry, Dr. Ruan, but there is no but, Ruan Qing'an interrupted him, her lead gray eyes glinting with a cold smile. Uncle Qin, long before you colluded with Dr. Su, this outcome was inevitable. Qin Shi is a person too. As they watched Qin Shi lying on the bed, unconscious and seemingly devoid of any will to survive, while behind him loomed both the Qin family and H&W Corporation. Qin Shing suddenly appeared aged. The next moment, with a thud, Ruan Qing'an knelt down twice. I'm sorry. Dr. Ruan, it is I who have harmed Qin Shi. I beg you save him. The Qin family cannot do without Qin Shi. He cannot be in trouble. Before this day, no one could have imagined that Qin Chung would kneel before Ruan Qing'an for Qin Shi's sake. Once Ruan Qing'an entered the room, the family doctor stepped out, needing to attend to Qin Yu's injuries. As the door closed, everyone was left outside. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, Qin Shi lay pale, and Ruan Qing'an had no choice but to sit beside him, quietly observing his profile. Little brother, you really have put yourself through enough turmoil. 037. Will the male lead really be all right? Ruan Qing'an remained silent, lowering her head to rest her face in Qin Shi's palm, closing her eyes and softly murmuring, he will be. Little brother, I am here with you always. The atmosphere in the entire bedroom grew tranquil, warm, and peaceful. It was as if Qin Shi were wandering through an abyss devoid of light, utterly lost, until he sensed the solitary glimmer of warmth. Time passed unmeasured before his eyelashes fluttered slightly, and at last he opened his eyes. His dark irises held confusion, yet soon all of Qin Shi's senses were drawn to the touch of the hand beneath his. Instinctively, he looked over to find Ruan Qing'an resting against his hand, unaware of how long she had kept vigil. Sister. Qin Shi's voice was hoarse, yet he feared disturbing Ruan Qing'an, not daring to move his arm, merely gazing at her with tender eyes. After a moment, Ruan Qing'an finally awoke. 037. Ancestral. The male lead is awake. While what? Having kept watch throughout the night, Ruan Qing'an, fatigued, was momentarily dazed by the words, blinking when she looked up. She found herself nearly engulfed in a sea of deep green, overwhelmed by the thick emotions therein. Qin Shi smiled obediently. Sister, I've missed you so much. Love value. 80. His smile remained as gentle and docile as that of a large dog. Yet as Ruan Qing'an met his gaze, she felt as though she were the prey of a great beast, ensnared and unable to escape. Ruan Qing'an paused. Little system. 037. Here, ancestral. What is up? Qin Yu and the others will come to regret this. Qin Shi had no desire to continue down this path of decay. They had no chance of winning. Ruan Qing'an took a deep breath, calmly assessing the situation. Though Qin Shi had been too unwell and disinterested to fight back, it did not imply that he lacked the capability. In fact, if Qin Shi wished, he could effortlessly dismantle the stage that Qin Yu had painstakingly constructed, rendering it utterly unplayable. That moment, Qin Shi gradually propped himself up, bending down to embrace Ruan Qing'an, burying his face in the crook of her neck. He reiterated, Sister, I really miss you. The thought of wanting to consume her whole. Qin Shi's eyes glimmered with desire, his cool fingertips teasingly stroking Ruan Qing'an's hand, until he inquired, why is there a bruise here? Ruan Qing'an instinctively glanced at her arm. Oh, it might be from when I hit Qin Yu and didn't pay attention, causing an injury. Upon hearing this, the chill in Qin Shi's gaze intensified. Did he provoke you? Qin Shi had never asked for much, plagued by illness, burdened by expectations, and treated as a mere tool. All he desired now was her. If even this modest wish would be stripped away, did a boyish smile curve his lips. How vexing. Such bothersome things. That do not worry, sister, I will handle it from here. Qin Shi murmured softly, rubbing against Ruan Qing'an's neck as if seeking comfort. Yet the coldness in his words sent shivers down her spine. Ruan Qing'an could not help but laugh, gently stroking Qin Shi's hair. Congratulations, they had awakened a beast. Chapter 109. The Mad Dog Hacker Brother, the Faux Psychologist. 29. Only after Ruan Qing'an exited Qin Shi's bedroom did she leisurely stretch. Making her way to the kitchen downstairs, as she passed the dining room, she noticed Su Linger seated at the table, having breakfast. Ruan Qing'an merely narrowed her eyes slightly and turned to walk past. But just then, Su Linger suddenly stood up and grabbed her. Dr. Ruan, can we discuss Qin Shi's situation? This time it was my lack of understanding regarding his health that led to the excessive dosage. And it will not happen again. Qin Shi likely won't give you the opportunity for treatment anymore. Ruan Qing'an could not help but chuckle, the mirth in her lead gray eyes icy and tinged with mockery. Not only Su Ling'er, but even the entirety of the Qin family, including Qin Yu, would likely face tumultuous days ahead. Yet Su Ling evidently misinterpreted her meaning, retorting, "Are you suggesting that you will continue the treatment?" Dr. Ruan, with all due respect, although this was my oversight, it does not imply that you can effectively treat Qin Shi. Dr. Ruan, from which institution did you graduate, and who was your esteemed mentor? If I cannot resolve this, what makes you think you can? Su Ling's tone dripped with unintentional derision. That my point is, Qin Shi has no desire for treatment anymore. Such nonsense that Su Ling's expression darkened slightly. In any case, I will regain Mr. Qin's trust. Since you believe Qin Shi does not require treatment, I kindly ask you to refrain from intervening in this matter. But alas, the treatment of Qin Shi was part of her responsibilities as a student. If she failed to cure Qin Shi's ailment and Professor Robert discovered this, as he had stated in his email, he would no longer recognize her as a student, that Su Ling's path as a psychologist would become exceedingly arduous. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence. Suddenly, Ruan Qing'an smiled, casting a contemptuous look at Su Ling. "Dr. Su, your patient is Qin Shi, not M.Qin. Do you truly believe that Qin Shi's condition is solely due to an overdose of medication?" Su Ling's face darkened. "Are you lecturing me? I am merely informing you that focusing exclusively on pharmacological treatment while entirely neglecting the patient's psychological state renders you no different from an executioner. In fact, you might be even more egregious than Ruan Qing'an spoke. Only a cold glimmer remained in her lead gray eyes. She indeed lacks the ability to heal, but at the very least, Ruan Qing'an will teach Qin Shi how to save himself, rather than forcing him to contemplate suicide. Ruan Qing'an, having lost interest, exerted a slight force, directly tossing Su Ling aside, and coldly turned to head towards the kitchen, casually remarking, "Professor Robert has been teaching you for quite some time. Yet you still refuse to listen. There is nothing more for me to say to you. Stop." Su Ling felt as though her dignity was being ruthlessly ground into the floor by Ruan Qing'an, and her anger surged instantly. Just as Ruan Qing'an was about to step into the kitchen, Su Ling hurriedly approached, reaching out to grasp her shoulder. That moment, a large hand suddenly seized Su Ling's wrist tightly and mercilessly twisted it backward. "Ah, who are you? Let go of me." A clear, youthful voice rang out, laced with amusement, yet the content of the words was chillingly harsh. When those dark, dog-like eyes turned towards Su Ling, they were devoid of warmth. In the next moment, she was unceremoniously pushed away. Staggering, Su Ling steadied herself against the wall, her wrist already bruised and looking quite pitiful, while Qin Shi merely glanced at her and chuckled lightly. "My principle is not to strike women. But in exceptional circumstances, I can forego that principle." The smile lingering at his lips was deceptively gentle, yet it sent a shiver down Su Ling's spine, causing her to instinctively take a half-step back. It was only then that Qin Shi turned his attention to Ruan Qing'an, observing the plate she held, and couldn't help but frown, hastily reaching out to take it as if he feared injuring her hand. "Let me handle this, sister. It's just a matter of fetching breakfast. I can manage myself." Ruan Qing'an chuckled lightly. "Little brother, you've only just woken up. Sister, really?" "Oh, by the way," as Qin Shi spoke, he placed the plate on the counter, elongating his tone. His tall, slender form slightly bent, the outline of his well-defined muscles faintly visible through his sweatshirt. He leaned down in front of Ruan Qing'an, his side profile brushing against her palm. Resembling a spoiled puppy. However, his dark eyes shifted to Su Ling, who was stealthily attempting to slip away, their barely perceptible green hue betraying a predatory danger. With a smile, he inquired, "Sister, aside from what I observed when I arrived, she hasn't been up to anything else, has she?" Upon hearing this, Ruan Qing'an raised an eyebrow slightly, stroking Qin Shi's fluffy, soft hair, and glanced at Su Ling. That seems she hasn't. We were merely engaging in a friendly exchange. Besides, weren't you watching me through the house's surveillance? That's why you came out of the bedroom, right?" Ruan Qing'an casually dropped this bombshell. 037. What the hell? The male lead is monitoring his ancestor. Calm down. Little system. Such matters will only become more frequent. Have you ever seen a python coil around its prey and leave it an escape route? 037. But isn't that frightening? Ruan Qing'an paused, her gaze flickering. Well, 1 gets used to it eventually. After all, This isn't the first or second time point 037 remained silent for a long while, as if coming to a realization about who it was. No, this was undeniably the same person, and Qin Shi, the mastermind behind it all, appeared far more composed than 037, that although caught red-handed by Ruan Qing'an, he merely lowered his head and rubbed against her palm. Is sister upset? I won't do it again next time. Yes, little brother is very obedient. Ruan Qing'an feigned belief in his words, her smile unwavering. Qin Shi, of course it's true that we can continue next time. Su Linger dared not contemplate further. Merely meeting Qin Shi's gaze left her breathless with fear. Only when Su Linger's figure vanished did Ruan Qing'an finally push away the large, puppy-like figure that had been nuzzling against her. She lowered her gaze and said, "Enough of that, be good. Regarding the treatment, you can discuss it with Uncle Qin, but the medication for stabilizing your condition cannot be stopped, understood? All right, I'll listen to sister." Qin Shi replied in a saccharine tone, exceedingly obedient. Chapter 110. The rabid hacker brother X the imposter psychologist, 30, but once he turned his back, the smile on Qin Shi's lips vanished in an instant. Cold, indifferent, laced with unrelenting malice. Qin Shi looked down at the mobile phone in his hand, which displayed the surveillance footage from the Qin family villa, and chuckled softly. It's time to prepare a grand gift for father and brother. Inside the room, Ruan Qing'an squinted her leaden gray eyes and chuckled softly. 037. With the male lead around, there's nothing to worry about. What are you thinking, little system? Ruan Qing'an scoffed. The rise of the Qin family was due to Qin Sheng's neglect of his son Qin Shi's health. Exploiting his talents, after he ages, the Qin family and the company will undoubtedly be handed to Qin Shi, but for now, he is reluctant to let go. Qin Sheng was merely middle-aged. He still had the potential to forge a path for himself, using Qin Shi as a tool to achieve great success. Thus, it aligns with Ruan Qing'an's thoughts that Qin Sheng wishes to continue pursuing his career, using Qin Shi as a means until he becomes too old to function, after which he would leave the management to Qin X. That moment. Qin Shi unexpectedly descended from the second floor, striding over to sit before Qin Sheng. Observing his composed demeanor, Qin Sheng was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Qin Sheng asked, "Qin Shi, how is your health?" "Same as always, father. Alive and not dead." This retort left Qin Sheng momentarily speechless, as he was aware that his indulgence of Su Ling had led to Qin Shi's predicament. Yet how could he possibly apologize to his own son? After another silence, Qin Sheng remarked, "Su Linger performed terribly this time, and although she was introduced by her teacher, Professor Robert, we must still terminate her." However, Qin Shi suddenly interrupted, his smile unwavering. "Father, let her stay. After all, Dr. Su is sincerely trying to treat me." Looking at Qin Shi's smile, Qin Sheng was momentarily bewildered. He actually wanted to keep Su Linger as a psychologist? Even Su Linger was worried about this matter, for she was treating her very first patient, and being dismissed would mean Professor Robert would no longer acknowledge her as a student. Qin Sheng wanted to point at Qin Shi and ask if he had lost his mind. Oh wait, he truly is unwell. Yet, Qin Shi remained undeterred, simply stating, "Let her stay." Qin Sheng sighed. Fine. Your psychologist. His sister had indeed advised him that if treatment was unnecessary, then so be it, but the medication for stabilization was mandatory. Qin Shi himself was well aware of his physical condition. Relapsing would only bring him distress. Yet Ruan Qing'an lacked prescription authority and could not prescribe medication. Previously, Qin Shi would have been indifferent to taking medication. Death seemed preferable. After all, living was painful. Yet now, he still wanted to hear his deceitful sister's voice. Qin Shi stood up, lazily yawning, the dark circles under his eyes still evident. "Oh, father, there's one more thing." Go ahead." Qin Sheng raised an eyebrow. Disliking this side of Qin Shi, that he preferred it when Qin Shi was in his room fiddling with his belongings. With work arrangements at the company, Qin Shi could simply become a tool to accomplish tasks. Qin Shi simply stated, "Oh, my brother's been a bit slow-witted lately. I'll go give him some treatment. He really needs it. After all, the doctor treating me, Dr. Su, was brought here by him." Qin Sheng felt a headache coming on. "Qin Shi, I know you must be upset about Dr. Su's treatment leading to your incident, and I'll dismiss her, but why are you opposing it? Qin Yu is also well-intentioned. Why take your anger out on him?" The two brothers, Qin Yu and Qin Shi, had coexisted peacefully for many years, and Qin Sheng truly did not wish for them to quarrel. But Qin Shi didn't give Qin Sheng the chance to refuse. "I do have a mental illness, father, but I'm not slow-witted. I know who it is. so please don't interfere. We're brothers. You shouldn't ruin the harmony. Qin Shi had rarely witnessed Qin Shi's firm attitude. For so many years, he had taken advantage of Qin Shi, who never objected. Now, it was all Ruan Qing'an's influence. Yet Qin Shi had lost interest in continuing the conversation, turning to leave. The last time you asked me to help with the bankruptcy of the Jinqing casino was when I used your delays to threaten you with dirt on the right company. Father, guess what it is this time? His words floated lightly, the smile never fading as he gazed at Qin Shi's retreating figure. A chill coursed through Qin Sheng's heart. That I in that moment. Qin Shi exuded an unmistakable aura of authority, as if he were already the head of the family. However, before Qin Sheng could fully grasp his thoughts, his phone rang abruptly. That on the other end was the voice of a middle-aged man. Mr. Qin, regarding your previous inquiry about drafting a will, may I visit your home for a detailed discussion? Although they had not reached an agreement at that time, the man continued to prattle on. Instantly, Qin Sheng's spirits plummeted. Who else could be behind this but Qin Shi? Only he possessed the skill to masquerade as Qin Sheng to contact the lawyer that if this was about drafting a will. Would the next step be finalizing it? A sense of despair enveloped Qin Sheng as he sat on the sofa, his expression shifting unpredictably, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed.